The ebb of elemental tides gradually recedes, and the brilliance of the ancient elves fades into obscurity. In this tumultuous era, all races strive valiantly, as one emerging race after another ascends to this grand stage. Amidst this age of great contention, Surin arrives equipped with the Rise of Empire's auxiliary system, ready to navigate this magnificent epic. Lord Surin, are you fleeing because you stole someone's wife and fear retribution? How can you tarnish a person's reputation with baseless accusations? Fleeing? I am executing a strategic withdrawal. Lady Elizabeth Jeff and I share a profound love. How can you common folk comprehend the greatness of true love? Surin retorted with righteous fervor. How can matters of nobility be reduced to mere theft? We are in love. Do you not understand love? He continued with a string of obscure terms such as guardian knights and masquerade balls, filling the merchant caravan with a jovial atmosphere. On the vast, desolate plains, a merchant caravan progresses slowly. Surin sits atop a cart laden with goods, a straw protruding from his mouth, engaged in loud debate with the surrounding mercenaries, a half-empty bottle of ale resting beside him. The autumn sun still shines fiercely, with a somewhat worn cloak draped over a long sword propped against the cart's railing, casting a significant shadow over the midday light. Traveling through the wild as a merchant is a rather monotonous endeavor to pass the time. The caravan's members share amusing stories. The path through the wilderness is rugged and uneven, even with thick straw piled atop the cart for cushioning. Comfort is relative. Compared to those who travel on foot or horseback, is indeed a more pleasant experience. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Defensive positions. Just as Surin was feeling bored, a loud shout suddenly rang out from the front. The caravan halted immediately, and all the carts formed a defensive circle, their movements indicating that this was not their first encounter with such a situation. Surin had already grasped his sword, standing atop the cart and gazing into the distance. Out on the wild expanse, a scout was galloping towards them, and behind him, hundreds of shadowy figures were swiftly approaching. As they drew nearer, it became evident that they were a pack of wargs. Wargs are perilous creatures of the wilderness. With adult specimens standing over 2 meters tall, male wargs can reach approximately 2 meters and 20 centimeters. They possess sharp claws and teeth, their strength and speed surpassing that of ordinary humans, and they are notoriously bloodthirsty and ruthless. More critically, wargs are tribal beings. A small tribe of wargs comprises dozens of warriors, while medium-sized tribe boasts at least several hundred, and large tribes have even more. Though wargs are not the most numerous creatures in the wilderness, they're outnumbered by goblins and kobolds. In comparison, goblins and kobolds are significantly weaker. Even a farmer, with a bit of caution, can easily handle 3 goblins. These creatures are virtually useless aside from their numbers. Wargs, however, are not mere beasts. On the contrary, they possess considerable intelligence, able to craft weapons and armor. Although their equipment is rudimentary and crude compared to that of humans, it suffices in the wild, in the distance. The wargs approached swiftly, and Surin could discern their dark green skin, filthy yellowish manes, and wolf-like heads with startling clarity. Accompanying these wargs were a greater multitude of dog-headed creatures and goblins, likely the hapless minions subjugated by the wargs. The discipline among the wargs was notably lacking, and the goblins and dog-headed beings exhibited even less. A chaotic throng of monsters surged forward, yet upon glimpsing the fortified caravan, they involuntarily halted at a distance of 150 meters. Whether warg, dog-headed creature, or goblin, they primarily relied on sheer numbers. It was the formidable presence of several hundred monsters that emboldened them to launch a direct assault on a caravan comprising over 20 wagons. Yegus, a warg chieftain, commanded a small clan of wargs, having ascended to his position by personally severing his father's throat. Under his leadership, this small clan had steadily grown in strength, evolving towards the status of a mid-sized tribe. With over 100 warg warriors, complemented by several hundred goblins and dog-headed creatures, their might constituted a force not to be trifled with in the wilderness. He commanded a full complement of 30 warg berserkers, a more advanced breed of wargs, whose towering stature and exceptional strength far surpassed that of their ordinary kin. It could be said that with these 30 berserkers, he could easily obliterate a small tribe. It was precisely because of these 30 warg berserkers that he felt emboldened to besiege a caravan of 20 or more wagons. As they drew near, a standoff ensued. A glint of mockery flickered in Yiga's icy gaze, for he felt victory was assured. The previous long-distance charge had left the wargs relatively unscathed, yet the dog-headed creatures and goblins were already gasping for breath. At that moment, should the humans dare to attack directly, the dog-headed creatures and goblins would be unable to withstand such an onslaught. However, should those humans indeed proceed with such folly, the outcome would be grim. The defensive formation composed of the wagons would afford the humans some measure of resistance. But once the battle turned offensive, Yiga was confident that he could lead his 30-word berserkers to shatter their defenses. In truth, he had intended to do just that. However, those humans appeared too timid to make a move. Thus, he resolved to command the dog-headed creatures and goblins to initiate a forceful assault. After a brief standoff, observing no signs of weakness from the humans, Yiga commanded the wargs to urge the goblins and dog-headed creatures into the attack. Surin, watching the band of marauders not far away, felt a surge of exhilaration in his eyes. These brigands represented a treasure trove of experience. Having inhabited this fantastical realm for over a decade, he vividly recalled the fateful night when, under a moonless sky, he had hidden in his dormitory, engrossed in playing Rise of Empires 8, maneuvering his character as he sought out celestial beings to enhance his attributes. Fatigued from his late-night gaming, he eventually succumbed to slumber, only to awaken in this new world, becoming the master of the body known as Surin. As for the original owner of this body, he was the son of a merchant. However, his mother was merely a concubine kept by the merchant. Tragically, the merchant met his demise at the hands of bandits during a caravan mishap, and the mother, unable to withstand the blow, succumbed to illness, leaving the child utterly alone. The loss of two close family members in such a short span plunged the boy into a deep sorrow that rendered him unconscious. It was then that a soul from another world, accompanied by a system reminiscent of the Three Kingdoms, took over. Upon his arrival in this new realm, he found himself under the scrutinizing gazes of those with ill intentions. Yet fortunately, he activated the system. After his transmigration, he also inherited the initial traits of Zhao Yun. Valor significantly increases the probability of unleashing critical attacks. Thunderbolt greatly accelerates attack speed. Flying Steed substantially enhances movement speed. Advanced sturdiness. Years of rigorous training have awakened the bloodline power within you, granting you a robust physique with a permanent strength and constitution of 6. Armed with these remarkable talents, Su Luan became an unstoppable force in battle. Coupled with his striking good looks, he quickly gained fame in the city of Colin. Many lonely noble women and young ladies found themselves enamored with him. For instance, during an unexpected encounter with the former Countess of Colin, Su Luan became her guardian knight, leading him to witness a different kind of allure, including that of Miss Adele, Miss Mary, and Lady Celia, among others. Chapter 2. The skirmish. As the saying goes, constant exposure to danger will eventually lead to misfortune. During a masquerade ball, Su Luan found himself embroiled in a heated discussion with the Countess and several noble ladies, only for an unexpected mishap to expose their secret dealings. Enraged, the newly appointed Count Karen ordered Su Luan's arrest, intending to eliminate this inconvenient paternal figure. What could Su Luan do? He had no choice but to reason with him. After all, Su Luan, was a man who persuaded through logic. On a moonless and windswept night, Su Luan infiltrated the heavily fortified Thorn Castle alone, seeking out his dear son. First, he engaged in a spirited discussion with over 30 knights within the castle walls. After this thorough exchange of reasoning, Su Luan managed to secure Count Karen's forgiveness. Following a cordial and amicable negotiation, Su Luan agreed to leave Karen City, while the Count abandoned his pursuit and revoked the warrant for Su Luan's arrest. Once the agreement was reached, Su Luan wasted no time lingering. After bidding a tearful farewell to the noble ladies and matrons, he gathered his savings and departed for the northern provinces. Before leaving, he even leveraged his connections with the noble women to purchase a noble title, only to encounter the scene now unfolding before him. Roar! Charge! Tear them apart! The savage cries echoed as a horde of goblins and kobolds surged forward, bellowing incoherent war cries. Archers! Ready! Loose! A sparse volley of arrows arced from the defensive wagon formation. The entire caravan numbered no more than 60 or 70 souls, with barely half that serving as guards. Su Luan retrieved a spear from the carriage and took his stance atop the wagon, brandishing the weapon with fluid precision. The spear left a trail of afterimages as it sliced through the throats of goblins and kobolds, each strike blossoming into a spray of crimson. The hyena-like gnolls overseeing the battle held back, intending to let these expendable minions exhaust the human stamina before launching their own assault to shatter the defenses. Wave after wave of kobolds and goblins crashed against the wagon formation, their corpses soon piling into a grisly slope before the barricade. Under normal circumstances, such heavy losses would have sent these creatures fleeing in terror. But with the gnolls driving them forward, they had no choice but to press the attack. Within a mere quarter of an hour, over 100 goblins and kobolds lay dead, while only 2 unfortunate humans had been dragged from the wagons and torn apart. By this point, the goblins and kobolds teetered on the brink of collapse, their morale shattered despite the gnolls' threats. Yet their sacrifice was not in vain. The humans, too, were visibly drained. Yiga stepped forward, unleashing a thunderous roar toward the human defenses. Behind him, over 100 gnolls echoed the cry, their bloodlust surging. In the next instant, the savage pack charged. "We're finished. Damn it. Raise your weapons if you want to live." Upon witnessing the charge of the wargs, many were rendered pale with fear, their weapons trembling in their grasp. The leader of the guards, observing the disarray, bellowed fervently in an attempt to rally his troops, though his efforts bore little fruit. Within Surin's system, the morale of the human forces plummeted from a robust 80 to a mere 60 in an instant. Any further decline would surely result in desertion. In stark contrast, the morale of the goblins and kobolds, previously languishing at 40, surged dramatically to 70, while the wargs reveled in an impressive morale of 90. As the wargs bore down upon him, Surin leapt from the carriage, brandishing his spear with unyielding resolve. Empowered by the unique traits of his steed, Surin's speed was extraordinary. The sharp blade of his weapon sliced through flesh, shattering the recently restored morale of the goblins and kobolds in an instant. With the impediments of the goblins and kobolds removed, Surin swiftly engaged the wargs. As one of the creatures approached, a malevolent grin spread across its face. It was eager to sink its teeth into the human's throat. Searing through the air, the sound of the encounter echoed ominously. The sound of metal tearing through flesh and bone reverberated as a 2-meter-tall warg was lifted by a spear and subsequently sent flying. Surin's attack instilled no fear in the warg. Rather, it incited greater frenzy among them. Several wargs abandoned their offensive and recklessly swung their spiked clubs in an attempt to strike Surin, only to be effortlessly impaled by a spear. The wargs, emboldened by their rising morale, became increasingly frenzied, entirely disregarding their fallen comrades, as an even greater number surged forth once more. Sakura Storm. For streams of vital energy manifested instantaneously with the rotation of the spear. Subsequently, the advancing wargs were enveloped by this swirling energy. The streams of vital force sliced through the air like countless sharp blades, inflicting numerous wounds upon the wargs' bodies. They were then propelled backwards with a velocity surpassing that of their advance. My goodness! Is this truly real? Is the Order of Knights truly that formidable? Under the gaze of the Sun God? Standing atop the defensive formation, the guards beheld Surin's prowess, their mouths agape in astonishment. In merely a few breaths, the number of wolfmen who perished at Surin's hands surpassed a dozen. Without a hint of hesitation, Surin darted across the battlefield, his movements akin to a scythe through grass. The morale of the human forces, which had teetered on the brink of collapse, surged dramatically, while the spirit of the wolfmen plummeted to a mere 70. More crucially, they had suffered the loss of over 30 of their kind in such a brief span. Observing the dire circumstances of his kin, Yigis let out a fierce howl, rallying 30 wolfmen warriors to charge at Surin, intent on surrounding and annihilating him. Yet, as the wolfmen closed in, Surin showed no sign of retreat. Instead, he accelerated towards them. When he was merely 3 or 4 meters away from the group of wolfmen, he unleashed a formidable roar, thunderous shot. Subsequently, Soren's already burly frame began to swell as if inflated, accompanied by the crackling sound of bones popping. His stature surged from 1.9 meters to approximately 2 meters. While the contours of his muscles exuded an astonishing sense of power, streaks of lightning flickered around his body, dancing upon his weapons and limbs. The approaching gnoll warriors suddenly stiffened in their tracks. Torrential rain. The nearly 3-meter-long spear was enveloped in a layer of blue lightning, with countless arcs of electricity resembling a tempest erupting from its whirling shaft. The lightning orbs fell like a torrential downpour, sweeping across a 10-meter radius centered around Surin. Within this area, all the werewolves were reduced to smoldering ash. Even the werewolf chieftain sustained grievous injuries, only to be subsequently pierced through the throat by a single thrust. Chapter 3. The system with the demise of the warg leader, Yigis, The ensuing battle unfolded without a hint of turbulence. The morale of the goblins and kobolds had shattered, sending them scattering in all directions, while the wargs too succumbed to despair following Gigis's death. Surin, however, did not relent in his pursuit of these wargs. To him, each one represented a valuable opportunity for experience. With every warg he dispatched, a line of green text materialized in the lower right corner of his vision. Experience points, 10. In stark contrast to the meager experience of merely 1 point from the kobolds and goblins, the ferocious warg warriors granted a commendable 30 points, while the warg leader bestowed a remarkable 100 points. Despite possessing the ability to move with the swiftness of a Pegasus, Surin found it implausible to eliminate the remaining dozen or so wargs single-handedly, as they too made their escape with considerable speed. After vanquishing the last warg in sight, Surin surveyed the battlefield, now devoid of any living foes. The ground was strewn with over 70 lifeless warg bodies, accompanied by an even greater number of fallen goblins and kobolds. At that moment, the system's notification echoed in Surin's ears. Battle concluded. You have achieved a glorious victory, during which you acquired the following items: 2 steel ingots. Losses: 2. Enemies vanquished, 258. Experience gained, 1457, with an additional reward of 300 experience. Congratulations on leveling up. You have received 2 attribute points, 2 skill points, and a silver treasure chest. Name: Surin. Race: Human. Level: 12, 136. 12,000. Strength: 26. Agility: 28. Spirit: 19. Constitution: 25. Charisma: 18. Your handsome appearance allows you to easily win the favor of others, and your sufficiently high charisma indicates that you can indeed rely on your looks. You possess an increased allure towards the opposite sex, and when engaging in commerce, you have a chance to secure more favorable prices. Leadership: 60. Your ability to command an army enhances its combat strength. Traits: Talents: Valor, Swift, Pegasus. Advanced Robustness skills: Frost Slash, Thunder Spear. Advisor skill: Basic Morale Boost, Limited Persuasion Effect. Morale 5. Ultimate skills: Whirling Sakura, Mastered, Fierce Fury, Advanced. Torrential Rain, Novice. Weapon Proficiency: Sword weapons 156, gun weapons 160, bows 88, throwing 83, riding 120. The average attributes of adult males typically range around 5 to 6 points, reaching 8 to 9 points after rigorous training. By mere attribute comparison, Surin's capabilities are 5 to 6 times greater than those of an ordinary person. However, the reality surpasses mere numbers, with his combat prowess being particularly remarkable. With exceptional physical fitness, combined with a high proficiency in weaponry and formidable skills, a fearsome killing machine has been born. Originally, in the game Rise of the Empire, heroes possessed a wider array of skills, yet the game diverges from reality. For instance, the skill crossbow in the game summons 2 siege crossbows to attack foes, whereas in the real world, this skill has transformed into the technology of crossbow manufacturing. Many skills within the system have undergone various degrees of modification. However, Surin, being at a low level, has yet to learn the majority of these skills. Upon mastering the necessary skills, one can fabricate a crossbow cart. Previously, Surin had clandestinely constructed one, which exhibited considerable power, boasting a significant range and formidable penetration capabilities. He had conducted experiments demonstrating that a crossbow bolt could pierce a knight's plate armor from a distance of 100 meters. And even a mountain bear had been slain by a direct hit. However, such extraordinary might does not come without its drawbacks. Firstly, the rate of fire for the crossbow cart is exceedingly slow, with only one shot being achievable every 5 minutes. Additionally, the cart's mobility is limited. And while its accuracy is acceptable within 100 meters, beyond that distance, success relies heavily on chance. Most critically, the construction of such a crossbow cart is exorbitantly expensive, costing approximately 300 gold dinars, with subsequent maintenance posing further challenges. Consequently, after crafting a cart, Surin opted to dismantle and sell it. Beyond his skills, Surin's attributes panel underwent significant transformations from its representation in the game. For instance, attributes like strength and constitution, which were absent in the game, now provide a more precise assessment of his capabilities. Surin investigated the attributes on the panel, discovering that charm does not solely pertain to appearance, but also encompasses various other contributing factors. Typically, a charm score of 10 indicates handsomeness, with Surin's score of 18. He is undeniably striking. Coupled with his robust physique, it is no wonder that many noble women and young ladies in Kalen City sought him to serve as their guardian knight. This also reflects Surin's resolute will, Had he been even slightly less steadfast, he might have already attained wealth. Necessitating a title change for this narrative to my noblewoman friends, or the Countess fell in love with me. The attribute of leadership is multifaceted, influencing both the morale of the army and its command structure. A high leadership score enhances morale during military campaigns, subsequently boosting the combat effectiveness of the troops. In ancient armies, morale and command played pivotal roles. Even well-trained regular forces would falter if casualties exceeded 30%. Conversely, when morale is elevated, this threshold can escalate to 40 or even 50%. As the battle concluded, the merchant caravan commenced clearing the battlefield and attending to the wounded. Surin, wielding his spear, approached the wagons. Although he bore no injuries, the preceding fierce combat had left him feeling somewhat fatigued. This peculiar traveler had encountered him in the southern province, claiming to be a nobleman wishing to accompany the caravan to the northern province. Initially, the steward dismissed him, as the man exhibited none of the airs typically associated with nobility, and he had never witnessed a noble undertaking a long journey without even a single attendant. However, it was soon evident that he was indeed a nobleman of considerable strength. Surin placed his weapon into the cart and, with an arm around the steward's shoulder, declared, "This is not an act of selfless assistance." "What?" The overseer gazed at Su Luan's expression of bewilderment. "What pretense of confusion is this? I have rescued the entire caravan, ensuring your survival unscathed. Should you not express your gratitude with a token of monetary appreciation?" Suruan wrapped one arm around the steward's shoulder, then firmly lifted him and turned him in a different direction, revealing a sincere smile as he spoke. The merchant caravan manager from Surin heaved a profound sigh. No wonder this man was nobility. Had he possessed such shameless audacity in his youth, he might well have owned his own trading company by now. Feeling the weight upon his shoulders and casting another glance toward the distant battlefield, the manager ultimately resigned himself to retrieving a purse of coins. "Your lordship, please accept this," he said deferentially. Surin snatched it without ceremony, giving the pouch an appraising toss in his palm. The heavy weight and alluring clink of golden nares within suggested no fewer than 40 or 50 coins. "Not bad," he remarked. "Should you encounter such troubles again, rest assured I shall resolve them for you." With the payment secured, Surin gave the manager's shoulder a reassuring pat, sealing his promise with the jingle of ill-gotten wealth. Chapter 4. The city of Kalt. The battlefield was swiftly cleared, with the mercenaries choosing not to bury the corpses but rather discarding them to the side, unperturbed by the prospect of plague. In just a couple of days, the scavengers of the wilderness, coyotes and hyenas, would devour the remains entirely, and even the goblins and gnolls would partake in the carrion. As for the two unfortunate souls who had been dragged from the carriage, by the time they were discovered, their bodies were so mangled that they could only be cremated to ashes. Regarding the spoils of war, the outlaws of the wild were indeed impoverished. Many of their weapons were mere wooden sticks, with only the gnolls possessing a few metallic arms. Once the battlefield was cleared, the caravan resumed its journey. Though a peculiar atmosphere enveloped the group, the mercenaries, who had previously bantered and jested with Surin, now gazed at his carriage with a newfound reverence, their voices involuntarily hushed. Surin reclined once more upon his steed, indifferent to their stares, as he focused his mind on assessing his recent acquisitions. He retained 2 attribute points without allocation. His physical prowess surpassed that of a knight, rendering any immediate enhancement unnecessary. As for the 2 skill points, he intended to select 2 skills shortly. Opening his system space, which was rather modest at merely 1 cubic meter, he found over 6,000 dinar, alongside 2 metal ingots and a silver treasure chest. The ingots, obtained as spoils from battle, were made of refined steel, superior in quality to regular wrought iron and suitable for crafting both weapons and tools. Many materials required for the crossbow could only be fashioned from these refined steel ingots. Setting the ingots aside, Surin rubbed his hands together, preparing to open the treasure chest. The treasure chests in the system were categorized into 5 tiers: black iron, bronze, silver, gold, and finally, purple gold. They contained various items reminiscent of the 3 Kingdoms grass-cutting game, and skills or mounts could also be acquired. Previously, the highest tier chest he had opened was bronze. This marked his first encounter with a silver chest. Upon clicking to open it, a dazzling display of effects unfolded, revealing an item that appeared to be a suit of armor. Beastface iron armor. Crafted from refined iron through a rigorous process, this armor is both sturdy and lightweight, representing a rare treasure. Defense 15. Special effect: rigid body. Rigid body reduces damage taken. Requires level 12 to equip. Upon discerning the attributes of the Beastface iron armor, Surin's eyes sparkled with excitement. This armor was perfectly suited for him and bore the advantageous rigid body effect, which would likely render him impervious to attacks that did not meet a certain strength threshold. Learning such traits also required skill points and was significantly more costly than acquiring skills. When Surin initially traversed into this realm, he had 3 innate traits. Yet only one was usable, with the others activated through skill points. Now, armed with the rigid body effect, he surmised that even if confronted by gnolls, he could stand resolute and let them strike without fear of breach. With only 2 skill points at his disposal, Surin opted to expend one to learn the healing technique. A skill with a straightforward description, it allowed for rapid healing, restoring a modest amount of health. The healing spell could still advance further. Surin took a glance, realizing that progressing it would cost 2 skill points, so he reluctantly postponed the idea for the time being. In the following days, the caravan did not encounter any more bandits, perhaps due to the ruthless slaughter Surin had unleashed previously. The surrounding outlaws had learned of his ferocity and wisely kept their distance, allowing the caravan to pass through unharmed. Without bandits to battle, Surin lost his quickest means of gaining experience. His daily routine was reduced to basic training, and the meager experience he earned from such exercises meant that leveling up would take years. After all, before leaving Carlin City, his only source of experience had been mundane drills. 3 more days passed with the caravan, and the atmosphere grew increasingly dull. Bored, Surin lay in the carriage, flipping through the night, a popular novel circulating in Carlin City. Finally, on the 3rd day, a dark line appeared on the horizon. As the carriage drew closer, the line expanded into the towering walls of a city. The sight of the fortifications lifted the spirits of the entire caravan. After weeks of travel through the wilderness, anyone would yearn for the comforts of civilization. The road beneath them soon smoothed, and the number of travelers gradually increased. An hour later, the full grandeur of Cartel City unfolded before Surin's eyes. Cartel City, the most prosperous metropolis in the northern province, had originally been built as a bulwark against the barbarians and orcs of the north. Centuries of development had shifted its role from a frontline fortress, yet remnants of its martial past remained evident. The walls, over 10 meters high, were constructed of sturdy brick and stone. Watchtowers protruded at regular intervals, transforming the entire defensive structure into a formidable star fort during wartime. Any besieging force would find themselves assailed from 3 sides. The moat outside the walls had been carved from a diverted river, making the city nearly impregnable. Without an army of 100,000 and a prolonged siege, breaching such defenses would be impossible. The caravan inched forward in the procession of incoming wagons. Up close, the scars of battle marring the walls became visible, and the banners bearing the cross, sword, and shield of the Savoy family fluttered proudly in the wind. The Savoys were one of the 4 great marquis houses of the Florentine kingdom, with a claim to the throne, though such claims were shared by a fifth of the kingdom's nobility. Progress through the gates was slow. As the most bustling city in the northern province, Cartel thrived on commerce. Furs from the north, gems from Lorraine, ironwork from the dwarven kingdoms, and even slave girls and dates from the desert realms all converged here. The constant influx of merchant caravans only enhanced the prosperity of this northern jewel. The city's annual tax revenue alone amounted to staggering wealth. At the gates, 2 lines of armored guards stood vigilant, their stern expressions, gleaming plate, and razor-sharp spears a constant reminder of the city's formidable defenses. At the upper right corner of the city gate hangs a warning bell. Once it tolls, a multitude of troops will arrive for assistance within a quarter of an hour. After paying the entrance tax, the merchant caravan, armed with the certificate issued by the tax official, gradually makes its way into the city. Chapter 5. The Choice upon entering the city of Cult. Surin parted ways with the caravan, which continued its journey to the bustling marketplace, while he resolved to first seek refuge at an inn. As he pushed open the inn's grand door, the lively cacophony enveloped him, accompanied by the rich aroma of ale that wafted through the air. The atmosphere was somewhat murky, indicative of the late afternoon hour, as the establishment began to draw in patrons. Surin's arrival went unnoticed by the other guests. Guided by a server, he ascended to a room on the 2nd floor. After a brief respite, he descended once more, eager to indulge in a tankard of ale. "Bring me some more food," Surin said as he approached the bar, casually tossing a silver NAR. The innkeeper caught the thrown silver piece, glanced at it with a smile, and happily accepted it, exclaiming, "No problem. This is your beer. Here we have roasted lamb chops, mushroom and potato beef stew, and pork pies, all of which are our hotel's signature dishes. What would you like to eat?" "1 order of roasted lamb chops, please," Please wait a moment. Your meal will be served shortly. After the middle-aged proprietor finished speaking, he turned around and bellowed, Bill, where on earth have you gone? Please hasten to deliver a portion of roasted lamb chops to this gentleman. Soon, a plate of crispy and tender roasted lamb chops was served. Surin took a taste and found it quite delectable, certainly superior to the fare one might find while camping in the wilderness. After a hearty meal, he took a satisfying swig of ale, reclining at the table as he digested while listening to the travelers boast. They brought news from various regions, although much of it was mere bluster from mercenaries. Some information proved useful, such as the local prices and details about neighboring cities. Ordinary wrought iron tools were reasonably priced. An axe could be had for a silver nail, while a saw was slightly more expensive at 2 silver nails. However, military-grade iron weapons were exceedingly costly. A standard military longsword commanded a price of 10 gold nails. Crafted from tempered steel without any supernatural enchantments, incorporating some black steel to enhance the weapon's resilience, yet still cheaper than in Kalen City. A piece of half-plate chainmail, made using the ring-lock technique and similarly composed of tempered steel without enchantments, was priced at 70 gold nails, equivalent to 3 years' savings for an average family. In the outer districts of Cult City, a modest house cost about 100 gold nails. As for higher quality plate armor, the complete suit ranged from 400 to 500 gold nails, a luxury only knights could afford. Moreover, due to the exorbitant cost of plate armor, the majority of knights donned ancestral suits. Thus, when one encounters a knight clad in inherited armor on the battlefield, do not be astonished by their reverence for family honor or tradition. In truth, they simply cannot afford a new suit. Surin currently possessed over 6,000 gold nails. This sum would suffice to equip a fully armed contingent of 50 warriors. Of course, should he choose to recruit militiamen armed with merely a spear and leather armor, he could amass 500 or even more. However, the disparity between the two groups was stark. A single charge from the fully armed warriors would likely shatter the ranks of those militiamen. Surin's ambition in this place was to acquire a fief and a title. As a noble, there exist numerous avenues to acquire land and titles. The simplest method is to be born to a fortunate father, allowing one to inherit estates and titles directly from him upon reaching adulthood, provided one is the firstborn son. The second option entails enlisting in the military. By demonstrating valor on the battlefield and surviving, one may be bestowed with the title of baron and granted a piece of land by the king during the rewards ceremony. The third approach is quite pragmatic. One must possess striking good looks and robust health, ideally reaching the status of a squire. By marrying a widowed countess who holds land and title, one can secure both nobility and territory. Unfortunately, Surin had already identified a potential match but was compelled to bid farewell to the countess due to the circumstances surrounding Count Kalen. The fourth method involves obtaining a charter from the noble council. By investing money to purchase such a charter, one can venture into the wilderness and claim a territory. Success in this endeavor allows one to become a landholding noble, with the expanse of land often surpassing that of other nobles. However, high potential rewards come with considerable risks. The undertaking requires vast resources, and the wilderness is not merely inhabited by feral creatures but also by trolls, ogres, monstrous beasts, lizardfolk, orcs, barbarian tribes, and even dragons. A single misstep could lead to the territory being overrun, rendering all initial investments futile, and in unfortunate circumstances, the individual might even become a meal for the very monsters of the wild. If none of these appeals, there remains the option of becoming a knightly champion and swearing fealty to a grand noble. In doing so, one would secure the title of knight and a knight's estate. Although this entails a lifelong duty of service and warfare for the noble, Surin, however, had no desire to become a vassal. Once loyalty is pledged, it binds not only oneself but also one's descendants as vassals to that noble, effectively selling their lineage into servitude for generations. This arrangement, while enticing to commoners, held little allure for him. Regarding participation in warfare, the Kingdom of Florence has been established for several centuries, and most of its lands have already been distributed among nobles. Even should Surin achieve notable military success, the land granted to him would likely be meager, possibly a small town with limited territory. He was unwilling to risk his life only to be rewarded with a remote and insignificant settlement. Given the tendencies of the nobility, the likelihood of such an outcome was alarmingly high. With options 1, 2, 3, and 5 deemed unsuitable, Surin was left with only the path of purchasing a charter. His destination was the noble council in the city of Cult, where such charters could be acquired. In addition to the charters, one could also donate to gain noble status, albeit without land or title. merely an honorary distinction. Nonetheless, many wealthy merchants were willing to invest in this. Each year, the noble council generated substantial gold for the kingdom, serving as a crucial source of funding for the monarchy. The gold coins obtained from the land grants and honorary noble titles sold by the noble parliament are divided equally between the royal treasury and the local nobility. Chapter 6. The expansion mandate. The location of the noble assembly is not difficult to locate. It resides in the square adjacent to the Lord's Manor. This edifice stands as the second most significant structure in the city, following the temple and the Lord's Manor. The entire building is perched upon a three-tiered base, adorned with 12 grand granite columns, each measuring a meter in diameter. Above them rises a hemispherical dome. The columns are intricately carved with depictions of heroic figures from the history of the Kingdom of Florence, while the reliefs on the walls illustrate pivotal historical events since the kingdom's founding. The noble assembly exudes a sense of grandeur and magnificence. At the entrance, two imposing bronze statues of mounted knights, Charlemagne and Wilson, stand sentinel. These two figures are revered as the most formidable legendary knights in the kingdom's history, as well as its highest commanders. The statues, towering at 4 to 5 meters, depict the steeds rearing up, with lances poised, seemingly leading a vast army into battle. The craftsmanship is exquisite, capturing every detail with lifelike precision, and it is evident that these masterpieces are the work of a master sculptor. Surin ascended the steps with haste, but as he reached the entrance, a guard intercepted him. "Sir, this is the noble assembly. What brings you here?" "Sir, please follow me." The guard gestured courteously and escorted Sullen into the grand hall of the noble assembly. Upon entering, Sullen was awestruck by the hall's magnificent splendor. It spanned at least 500 square meters and soared to a height exceeding 10 meters. The entire space was crowned by a semicircular dome, astonishingly devoid of any supporting columns. Adorning the dome was a mural depicting the War of Independence, a conflict that had seen the Kingdom of Florence triumph over invaders and secure its sovereignty. A dozen clerks busily attended to various tasks within the hall, and Sullen, accompanied by the guard, refrained from interrupting their work. They approached a beautifully carved ironwood door, and Sullen marveled at its craftsmanship. The door was made from ironwood, a precious material found only in the northern regions. This wood, known for its iron-like hardness, resistance to deformation and combustion, yet weighing merely a quarter of steel, required decades to mature, typically over 50 years for a piece of such size. "Come in," a somewhat languid voice called from behind the door. The two entered, revealing a room that, while not ostentatious, featured a mahogany desk, several bookshelves, and a few high-backed chairs. At the desk sat a somewhat rotund middle-aged nobleman, his bleary eyes, flushed cheeks, and the glistening liquid at the corner of his lips suggesting he had recently been asleep. "Your Excellency Julian, this gentleman has come to purchase an exploration permit," the guard indicated, pointing at Sullen. "Purchase an exploration permit?" Upon hearing the guard's words, Julian looked at Surin with a hint of surprise, neglecting even to wipe the sleep from the corners of his eyes. "Indeed, Your Excellency Julian," Surin replied with a smile directed at Julian. "My dear boy, do not fault me for the warning. Do not assume that merely perusing a few knightly novels renders the task of expanding one's territory inconsequential. In the wilderness, there are at least 800 abandoned territories, if not 1,000. Julian glanced at Surin and remarked, "My lord, I appreciate your reminder. I am fully aware of my actions." Surin replied calmly, "Well, just do not blame me for not having warned you later," Julian shrugged, then retrieved a stamped parchment from the bookshelf behind him. He picked up a quill and elegantly inscribed a line of ornate letters on the blank space of the parchment before handing it to Surin. "Simply sign your name and pay 500 gold dinars." Surin took the pen, inscribed his signature on the sheepskin scroll, and placed a prepared bag of gold dinars on the table. "Very well, young man. Take your exploration decree and good luck." Surin accepted the exploration mandate with a word of thanks before turning away from the noble council. His next task was to recruit a contingent of laborers. The endeavor of expanding territory was no trifling matter. He needed to amass a considerable amount of gold gnarls, for in addition to assembling a guard for the territory, he would also need to procure food, tools, medicine, and more. Once the territory reached a semblance of stability, he would require slaves for cultivation. It was not that he was unwilling to recruit free men, but rather that few were eager to accompany a noble to newly opened lands. Despite the various incentives offered by the pioneering nobles, only a handful were inclined to venture forth, typically bankrupt farmers or unemployed drifters. For the mortality rate in such ventures was alarmingly high. The following morning, After a modest breakfast at the inn, Suruin spent a silver NAR to hire a cart and set off towards the slave market. The market was situated on the far side of the city, and after a half-hour's journey, the cart halted at the bustling entrance of the market. Suruin disembarked and stepped into the slave market. The northern provinces lay on the kingdom's frontier, surrounded by numerous primitive subraces and tribes. Each year, the kingdom's army engaged in localized skirmishes with these tribes, capturing numerous prisoners, a significant source for the slave market. Additionally, professional slave catchers ventured into the wilderness to capture individuals. And there were also those unfortunate souls sold into slavery due to insurmountable debts. Upon entering the slave market, Suruin was immediately met with a repugnant stench, reminiscent of various excrement that had been soaked and subsequently heated, fermenting into an unbearable aroma. The ground was awash with filth, while on either side of the path, slave traders shouted vociferously, their cages containing many frail, filthy slaves. The majority of these captives were completely unclothed, save for a tattered and soiled rag covering their loins. Many bore the marks of whippings, their gazes vacant and devoid of spirit. These were the lowest of the low, the most wretched of slaves. Chapter 7. The Slave Market. Upon observing Surin's attire, the surrounding slave traders eagerly approached to make their introductions. However, Surin held no interest whatsoever in these lowly slaves. Were he to employ them as territorial guards, a band of goblins and kobolds could easily vanquish them. Dispelling the traders, Surin ventured deeper into the slave market. Naturally, not all slaves in the market belonged to such a dismal category. As he entered the inner market, the atmosphere improved significantly, with the streets no longer tainted by the stench of waste. If Surin sought agricultural slaves, these would be the finest choices available. In addition to these laborers, there were also skilled artisans whose prices ranged from 5 to 50 gold dinars. Behind the traders' tents lay the most sought-after female slaves of the market, and Surin took a moment to glance inside. The scene evoked memories of certain films from his past life, with scantily clad figures merely concealing their most private areas. Prices varied from 5 to 200 gold dinars, and the notion of elven female slaves was virtually non-existent. Ever since the closure of the Emerald Forest, elves had not grazed the continent for quite some time. Among the northern tribes, including the barbarian tribes, centaurs, and orcs, Surin's interest lay specifically with the northern barbarians. The term northern barbarians encompasses a multitude of tribes inhabiting the northern wilderness, characterized by their primitive and savage way of life. This broad category includes various groups such as the Highland barbarians, the berserkers, and the ice barbarians, with appearances akin to humans, generally towering over 1.8 meters, some even exceeding 2 meters in height. Certain tribesmen, having undergone systematic training, can emerge as elite warriors. Nobles from the northern provinces often possess a handful of barbarian soldiers. One should not underestimate these soldiers. In truth, their loyalty is commendable. Given that the tribes are distributed, they view all other tribes as adversaries, exhibiting no hesitation in slaying members of rival factions. The minimum price for a trained barbarian soldier is 35 gold dinars. The harsh natural environment has endowed these individuals with robust physiques, making ordinary folk no match for them in combat, excluding the consideration of weaponry and numbers. To acquire a competent barbarian soldier, including weaponry, one would likely need to budget around 150 gold dinars. Even if one were to exhaust their wealth, they could only equip about 30 elite soldiers. Surin furrowed his brow, realizing he now possessed just over 5,000 gold coins. After reserving a portion for other necessities, he intended to allocate the remainder towards the purchase of slaves. The prospect of amassing 30 elite soldiers to expand his territory seemed like a mere daydream unless these soldiers were of knightly caliber. Knights, once pledged to a high noble, could attain estates and noble status, only then would they consider venturing forth to claim new lands. With the remaining dinars, Surin planned to procure food and tools for cultivation. Beyond these barbarians, the slave market also featured beast folk, among whom the most sought after were the feline and vulpine tribes. It must be noted that the females of these races possessed striking beauty, and their fluffy ears and tails held an irresistible allure for certain individuals. Surin once harbored the dream of acquiring a cat-eared maid and a fox-tailed servant, though he reluctantly abandoned the notion upon considering the burdens of managing his territory. As Surin contemplated which type of slave to purchase, his gaze fell upon an unusual group by the roadside. Unlike the others, either physically robust or possessing specialized skills, these slaves stood out for their peculiar composition, a motley assembly of the elderly and the young, unmistakably a family unit. Slaves sold as family units were rare, as they were generally considered poor investments. Most buyers sought slaves for their cost-effective labor. But those burdened with dependents were seen as liabilities and profitable, if not outright detrimental. Of course, exceptions existed for skilled artisans whose families were purchased alongside them to ensure their compliance and productivity. Yet this group was neither craftsmen nor laborers, they were barbarians. A subset of the savage races, barbarians typically stood over 2 meters tall, wielding formidable strength that made them exceptional warriors. Among them existed a unique class, berserkers. Berserkers possessed the ability to enter a frenzied state, transforming into unstoppable killing machines on the battlefield. However, their infamous flaw was their utter lack of discipline once enraged, reducing them to mindless, reckless brutes. This trait rendered them catastrophic for human armies, which prized order above all. History recounted disastrous attempts to integrate berserkers into military ranks. Once unleashed, they would charge blindly, disrupting their own formations and leaving flanks exposed. Opposing commanders exploited this chaos, bypassing the berserkers to strike at vulnerable command centers. By the time their own generals were captured, the frenzied warriors would still be hacking away, oblivious to the battle's turning tide. Thus, berserkers were henceforth barred from conventional armies. Relegated instead to suicide squads or vanguard units, expendable forces sent on doomed charges or rearguard actions. Their value as disposable assets was further diminished by their exorbitant price. This particular band of barbarians was even less appealing, burdened as they were with non-combatants, elders and children who rendered the group commercially undesirable. Yet Soren saw potential where others saw liability. While berserkers were ill-suited for disciplined warfare, they excelled in chaotic skirmishes. As he prepared to expand his frontier territory, these warriors presented an ideal solution. The untamed tribes of the wilderness fought without order or tactics, a match for the berserkers' own lack of restraint. In such battles, victory would hinge on raw strength alone. And in the lawless melee of wilderness combat, these barbarian berserkers feared no foe. Moreover, there exists an even more significant reason: the remarkably low price of this group of berserkers, which stands as the primary factor. Chapter 8. The barbarian's Khan has recently been beset by a significant headache. As a slave trader, he finds himself burdened with a batch of slaves that have become a liability. Just last month, he was duped. Upon entering the trade, he encountered a fellow slave trader who, overwhelmed by insurmountable debts, decided to sell off his slaves to others. Among them were more than 100 barbarians, a group that, despite their formidable strength, remained unsought due to their families in tow. This unfortunate circumstance allowed Khan to acquire them at a bargain. In Khan's estimation, the presence of women, children, and the elderly would render these barbarians easier to manage. With such dependents, he believed they would be less inclined to rebel. Selling these robust barbarians to the nobility as personal guards seemed to him the most prudent choice. Thus, he expended a significant portion of his gold to purchase this group. However, upon acquiring the barbarians, Khan endeavored to market them, only to find himself in a state of despair. No one expressed any interest in purchasing these barbarians, even when he slashed the price below what he had paid. Each of the more than 100 barbarians consumed an astonishing amount of resources. And over the course of a month, not a single slave was sold. Instead, he found himself incurring substantial food expenses. After some investigation, Khan learned that the reason for this lack of interest stemmed from the barbarians' reputation for being uncontrollable due to their wildness. This revelation meant that his batch of slaves had effectively become a burden, and to compound his woes, his funds were dwindling rapidly. "Are you selling these slaves?" Suruin gazed at the somewhat dazed slaver before him and inquired. "Sell? Of course I sell. Are you in the market for a slave?" Khan fixated on Surin with a gleam in his eyes, a gaze that sent a shiver down Surin's spine. "Indeed, how much are these slaves worth?" Surin gestured towards the nearby group of savages. "Sir, your discernment is truly remarkable. The slaves I offer are undoubtedly the finest in the marketplace. Just look at this robust warrior, available for a mere 10 gold dinars. You will not find a more competitive price throughout the entire slave market." Khan enthusiastically introduced Surin, anxious that the rare opportunity to present a potential benefactor might slip away. Surin glanced at the group of rough individuals. The male warriors constituted roughly 1/4 of the assembly, while the remainder comprised the elderly, the weak, and women and children. The male warriors bore numerous wounds, clearly indicating their status as seasoned fighters. Although the slave trader was prone to exaggeration, it was evident that these slaves were indeed of commendable quality. 10 gold dinars? Are you still half asleep? Surin cast a sidelong glance at Khan, a faint smirk playing on his lips. "Do you intend to treat me as a fool? These berserkers are nothing but unwanted wares. And you dare to demand 10 gold dinars?" You might as well keep them for yourself. With that, Surin turned to leave. However, seeing the much-anticipated buyer about to depart, Khan disregarded all decorum and seized Surin's arm. Sir, the price is negotiable. Please do not be in such a hurry to leave. Why would you walk away? Are you waiting to be deceived by this unscrupulous merchant? Surin struggled to break free from Khan's grasp. 7 dinars, 7 dinars. Sensing the struggle in his grasp, Khan hastily inquired, 7 dinars? If this price remains acceptable, I only desire those adult warriors. Surin ceased his struggle and spoke. Well, Khan appeared somewhat flustered, sir. Those women and children are the families of these warriors. Without their kin, it would be difficult for them to serve you with peace of mind. What use are these frail and elderly individuals? They require sustenance, and I cannot afford to provide for them. If you insist on selling them together, then you may keep them. With that, Surin once again made to depart. 6 gold dinars. As Surin was on the verge of leaving, Khan, with a heavy heart and reluctant resignation, closed his eyes and said, however, these frail and elderly must be sold alongside the warriors. Very well. Suruin readily agreed. Upon hearing Suruin's swift and decisive consent, Khan momentarily found himself at a loss for words. There were a total of 126 individuals, each worth 6 gold dinars, amounting to 756 gold dinars in total, which was the payment. Just a simple nod would suffice. Suruin produced a pouch of coins, counted out a portion, and then tossed the remaining dinars along with the pouch to Khan, leaving no room for reconsideration. As Khan grasped the weighty gold coins and witnessed Suruin's prompt payment, he realized he had sold at a loss, but he had been compelled to sell, having allowed himself to be cornered. While he managed to rid himself of that burden, Khan felt no joy in the transaction. He had incurred a loss of at least 700 gold coins, having acquired the slaves for 10 dinars each. And the expenses for their sustenance and the rental of the premises nearly drove him to bankruptcy. After a moment of self-reassurance, Khan promptly finalized the deal with Suruin, handing over the contracts for the barbarian slaves. With the contracts secured, Suruin departed the slave market with his new acquisitions. The numerous slaves required immediate accommodation, and fortunately, being of noble descent himself, Suruin swiftly procured an abandoned military camp from the municipal hall. This camp, situated in a remote location, boasted a history of over a century. Once, the city of Kalt had maintained a sizable garrison due to its position on the front lines, but as the territory expanded, it ceased to be a frontline area, leading to the disbandment of the standing army and the subsequent abandonment of the camp. Many such derelict military installations had been demolished due to urban development. Yet this one remained due to its secluded location. As Suruin had anticipated, the camp was in a state of disrepair, with many of the roofs in the barracks having collapsed. Fortunately, the original construction had not skimped on quality, and the main structures remained relatively sturdy, with ample space. A simple repair of the roofs would render them habitable. Suruin contacted merchants to procure materials and hired craftsmen to restore the buildings. Meanwhile, he made his way to the training grounds within the camp, eager to converse with the slaves he had just acquired. The term barbarian was attributed to them due to their formidable strength. Unlike the Florentines, the barbarians typically stood around 2 meters tall, standing at 1.90 meters. Suruin was already quite tall among the Florentines, and his years of martial training had endowed him with a well-defined physique. Yet, compared to these barbarians, he seemed diminutive. Any adult barbarian could easily outmatch him in both height and muscularity. On the training grounds, 126 barbarians stood silently, their cold gazes fixed upon Surin. Although they were slaves, they appeared to be indifferent to his presence. Chapter 9. Preparation. Gaining the respect of barbarians is a straightforward endeavor. Simply emerge victorious in combat. Winning their favor is equally uncomplicated. Engage them in a drinking contest. The majority of barbarians possess a straightforward mindset, devoid of the intricate schemes characteristic of Florentines. Though exceptions do exist. You are undoubtedly aware that I have purchased your freedom. From this day forth, you shall be my servants, Surin declared, brandishing the slave contract. The barbarians remained silent, and Surin was not taken aback by this response. After all, no one wishes to be a slave. You ought to be grateful to me. Were it not for my intervention in purchasing you, your ultimate fate would have been to serve as cannon fodder in the ranks. Are you not intending to use us as mere fodder? A barbarian stepped forward from among his companions, positioning himself before Surin. Surin looked up at the towering figure, disliking the need to speak while craning his neck. This barbarian stood an impressive 2 meters tall, a veritable giant even among his kin. In his presence, Surin resembled a stunted child. More significantly, The barbarian moved with remarkable agility, devoid of any cumbersome demeanor, reminiscent of a cheetah in the northern wilderness. With subtlety, Surin stepped back a couple of paces, adjusting his stance so that he no longer had to look up to meet the barbarian's gaze. Of course not. If my intention were to use you as cannon fodder, why would I have also purchased the elderly, the weak, and women? Are you not planning to use them to coerce us into serving as fodder? The man paused momentarily, his voice low. I am not a soldier. Nor do I have any affiliations with the military, Surin replied, raising his hands in a gesture of openness. Moreover, I have expended a considerable sum, not to send you to the battlefield as cheap cannon fodder. I am a nobleman, having recently acquired the decree for expansion. I require a cadre of warriors to accompany me into the wilderness to establish new territories. This is the rationale behind my purchase of you. Naturally, venturing into uncharted lands is perilous. However, I can assure you that upon the successful establishment of my territory, your status as slaves will be revoked, and you shall become free citizens of my domain. This sounds promising, but how can we trust you? You have no choice but to trust me, Surin said with a smile. Of course, I can guarantee this with my noble reputation. Should the territorial expansion succeed, I will fulfill my promise. Furthermore, during the initial stages of our endeavor, I can arrange for your families to reside here. As the most prosperous city in the northern provinces, this place is also the safest. I will provide them with food supplies each month, and you may send one person to oversee the arrangements. Upon hearing Surin's terms, the apparent leader of the barbarians found himself in agreement. This was the best possible outcome. Surin's proposal was agreeable to both parties, leaving the elderly, weak, and women in the city would ensure their safety while granting Surin peace of mind. If he were to bring them all into the wilderness, he would worry that these barbarians might take advantage of an opportune moment to escape, given their prior experience in the wild. We agree. The barbarian grinned, revealing a smile more grotesque than tears. I am Johnson, hailing from the bear tribe, which no longer exists. I am Surin, he replied with a nod. Subsequently, over 100 barbarians joined in the task of clearing the camp, significantly accelerating the pace of the work. Although many among them were women and children, they proved to be formidable. The female barbarians, while not as strong as their male counterparts, were still robust compared to the Florentines. By nightfall, all the barracks in the camp had been repaired, and Surin took a moment to rest at the inn, preparing for the procurement of supplies for the next day's endeavors. The warriors at the slave market cost approximately 30 gold dinars each, yet their combat prowess was mediocre at best. The barbarians, even in their unenhanced state, could easily overpower them. When enraged, a single barbarian could take on 5 or 6 with ease. The Florentines often relied on their numbers and weaponry to confront the barbarian berserkers. Fully armored heavy infantry, facing those clad in animal skins wielding stones or wooden clubs may possess strength, but they are ultimately engaged in a futile struggle. Furthermore, the Florentines were not without their own formidable warriors. Knights and sorcerers could effectively counter these foes. With over 4,000 dinars, equipping the barbarians with weapons would not require a substantial sum. As for armor, a single leather jerkin per person would suffice. What? Why not procure iron armor? One might ask. Such items are prohibitively expensive, starting at several hundred dinars. And Surin had not yet reached the level of extravagance needed to provide heavy armor for these barbarians. Perhaps in the future, when funds allow, he would consider it. But for now, the primary concern was the issue of territory. Securing a piece of land and cleansing it of monsters was not particularly challenging for Surin. The true difficulty lay in maintaining the safety of that land. If the territory could not guarantee security, it would be a barren tree without roots, unable to stand firm. Only with free citizens could Surin impose taxes, enabling the continuous development of his territory. Relying solely on his endless investments would not sustain him for long. Moreover, to foster the initial growth of the territory, he would undoubtedly need to purchase a significant number of slaves. For recruiting free citizens in a newly established domain was arduous. Thus, slaves would have to suffice, as the land's development required a large workforce. It would be ludicrous to expect the barbarians to construct buildings. They would likely only manage to erect a crude shelter, and depending on them for proper construction was akin to expecting a sow to climb a tree. Cult City was the largest settlement in the northern lands, abundant in various resources. Surin could acquire all the supplies necessary for his territorial expansion at relatively low prices. In a border city, he might find it challenging to procure even the essentials, and if he managed to do so, the cost would likely be exorbitant. Chapter 10 Departure money is only regretted when it is scarce. Surin had resided in Kalen City for a decade, employing various methods to amass over 5,000 gold coins. A considerable portion of this sum was expended on purchasing a noble title, while additional funds were allocated to arm the barbarians and procure various supplies. Ultimately, the 5,000 gold coins proved insufficient. This amount equated to the yearly tax revenue of a small town. However, it could only sustain 100 regular soldiers. The barbarians possessed little more than tattered garments, necessitating that Surin provide them with clothing as well. Accompanied by this rugged band, Surin made his way to the West Market of Kalt City, the largest marketplace in the area. Indeed, parading through the streets with over 30 towering giants was an audacious spectacle. Most of these barbarians were bare-chested, each adorned with scars and bulging muscles. Their bodies marked with tattoos, and their faces exhibiting a stoic demeanor that radiated an undeniable aura of dominance. As they traversed the thoroughfare, a natural buffer zone formed within a 3-meter radius around them, making Surin appear as though he were a wealthy scion flanked by a cadre of thugs. Regrettably, they did not encounter any fervent youths eager to champion justice, as Surin had intended to provide them with a lesson in the harsh realities of society. The rugged men donned newly acquired leather armor, wielding sharp axes, their massive hands delicately caressing the weapons as though they were tenderly stroking a lover's skin. Surin would wager that even their wives had never received such treatment. The chosen weapon for these barbarians was a two-handed axe, tailored to the physique of the Florentines. However, it could easily be wielded with one hand by the barbarians. One could easily envision the scene as this ferocious group, brandishing their colossal axes, entered a frenzied state and charged into the enemy ranks, swinging their weapons in a whirlwind of destruction. Blood would fly, and corpses would litter the ground. Particularly against the undisciplined and lightly armored creatures of the wild, they would transform into human meat grinders, exhibiting a far greater lethality than regular troops. Yet, they were not without their vulnerabilities. In their berserk state, the barbarians' rationality plummeted, reducing them to the ability to discern friend from foe. While their strength was formidable, they lacked any semblance of discipline. Moreover, once the frenzy subsided, they would enter a state of weakness, with their capabilities diminished by 50% and their stamina plummeting to 30%. At this juncture, they became little more than lambs awaiting slaughter. Frequently, the high casualties among barbarian berserkers stemmed from these impulsive individuals charging recklessly into encirclements, ultimately leading to their demise once their rage had dissipated. Solutions to this dilemma were sought by various kingdoms, including the Kingdom of Florence, the Kingdom of Glint, and the Southern Alernst Federation, all of whom endeavored to address the issue, recognizing the formidable combat prowess of the barbarians in their frenzied state. However, they soon discovered that the problem was insurmountable. If the barbarians maintained sufficient rationality, they could not sustain their berserk state. Conversely, to remain in a state of rage, they had to relinquish their reason. Thus, the experiments devolved into a futile cycle, leading all nations to abandon this arduous and thankless endeavor. After preparing all the necessary supplies, Surin left 2 months' worth of provisions for the remaining barbarian women and children in the camp before setting off from Kalt City with his caravan. To employ an old adage, the wheels of history began to turn. Exiting Kalt City, Surin's party journeyed northeast, where numerous towns, both large and small, dotted the landscape to the north of Kalt City. This area, teeming with human settlements, fell under the practical control of Kalt City. In order to expand his territory, Surin would need to venture further afield, beyond the reach of Kalt City's influence, where the roads once again became treacherous. Unlike the south, the expanse between cities to the north was characterized by vast stretches of wilderness inhabited by numerous brigands, goblins, kobolds, and even werewolves, alongside a smattering of humans. The caravan was considerably large, with 30 heavily laden carts, and to facilitate the transportation of these goods, Surin had specially hired a mercenary group. The entire entourage numbered over 100 individuals, and such a sizable caravan instilled fear in the hearts of the small tribes inhabiting the wilderness, rendering them both unwilling and incapable of launching an attack. This thwarted Surin's aspirations of gaining experience through combat. After traversing the wilderness for 5 days, Surin and his company finally reached Blackstone City, the northernmost town of the Kingdom of Florence. This border town had a mere 5,000 permanent residents, yet boasted a garrison of 1,000 soldiers. The city was not expansive, and outside its walls, Surin encountered no human settlements. It was evident that this was a fortress city. The caravan did not enter the town but circumvented it, formally entering the vast expanse of the wilderness. From this point onward, they would not encounter another human city. Here, the true test was just beginning. Beyond Blackstone City, the number of monsters in the wilderness noticeably increased, and Surin detected many watchful eyes lurking in the shadows around the caravan. Although these hidden creatures refrained from attacking directly as the caravan ventured deeper into the wilderness, the number of tails following them swelled increasingly. By the fourth day in the wilderness, the number of creatures trailing them had ballooned to over 100. Such a formidable count was sufficient for a thorough cleansing. He resolved to let the barbarians test their axes and gauge their combat prowess. In fact, after officially departing the city with these barbarians, a notification from his system had already arrived, informing Surin that he commanded an army of 35. The system panel displayed the attributes of this force: Northern Barbarian Guard, quantity 35, unit type Barbarian, morale 85. Upon joining Surin's army, these barbarians advanced past the ranks of the barbarian militia to become second-tier barbarian warriors, with their leader, Johnson, distinguished as a barbarian hero unit. Chapter 11. The initial battle. The barbarian troops undeniably possess formidable strength. Even the basic barbarian militia exhibits remarkable traits. Upon ascending to the rank of barbarian warrior, they acquire a berserker skill, qualifying them to be deemed true berserkers. Strength. Basic: you are innately robust, endowed with the vitality of your lineage, permanently augmenting your strength and constitution by 2 points each. Berserk. Through prolonged combat, you awaken the latent powers within your bloodline, entering a frenzied state when engulfed in rage or intense excitement. In this state, pain is diminished by 70%, strength is enhanced by 20%. Movement speed is increased by 10%, while rationality is reduced by 50%. Whirling strike. As the axis of your being, you rotate over 180 degrees, swiftly wielding your weapon, imbued with a faint sword energy that inflicts substantial damage upon surrounding foes. Due to the absence of archers in the troop, these rough-hewn barbarians are ill-suited for the delicate art of archery. Surin equipped them with hand axes as their ranged weaponry. Indeed, these barbarians exhibited a peculiar affinity for axes, achieving remarkable precision from 30 paces away. "Cease your advance," Surin commanded, pulling on the reins. The convoy halted promptly. "Johnson, here." "Chief, gather your men and swiftly eliminate those tails." "Understood." Johnson, stroking his gleaming bald head, revealed a broad grin showcasing a set of gleaming teeth, then turned and bellowed with a fierce demeanor, "Brothers, grab your weapons. We have work to do. Grab your weapons." The other barbarians echoed in unison. Under Johnson's leadership, 35 barbarians brandished their axes and charged toward the rear of the convoy. Their formation was chaotic. Even the newly trained recruits from Cult City, after 3 months of discipline, would have exhibited greater cohesion. However, underestimating them would be a grave error. 30 paces ahead, prepare your hand axes. Free throw. With their towering stature, these barbarians closed in on the dog-headed goblins and werewolves, who had yet to react, reaching the 30-pace mark before they could respond. A leader among the werewolves frantically directed the monsters to charge, underestimating the threat posed by a mere 30-odd humans. Their overwhelming numerical advantage inflated their arrogance. More than 30 hand axes spiraled through the air toward the throng of monsters, striking the foremost werewolf squarely in the head, the immense force nearly cleaving it in two. The axe blade lodged deeply within the creature's cranium. Such grievous injury would be insurmountable even for an ogre, let alone a werewolf. The successive volleys of thrown axes left the monster horde in disarray, with at least a third of them perishing on the spot, many more sustaining injuries. After 2 rounds of throwing, the barbarians surged into the midst of the monsters, showcasing their newly acquired equipment against these ragged wilderness creatures, vividly illustrating a crushing display of combat prowess. Confronted by these monstrous foes wielding clubs and claws, the barbarians exhibited no inclination to evade. Instead, they charged directly at the wolfmen and goblins. Their formidable strength sent the outer ranks of wolfmen and goblins flying, with some frail creatures collapsing as their chests caved in, crimson blood gushing from their mouths without restraint. Before they even touched the ground, their lives had already slipped away. Following the initial impact, the barbarians did not relent. They swung their sharp axes, cleaving flesh as effortlessly as one would slice through fabric, rendering the clubs and claws utterly ineffective. The wolfmen, goblins, and kobolds fell like grass before the scythe, blood and flesh splattering, rapidly staining the earth a deep red. Particularly noteworthy was the bald giant at the forefront, wielding a battle axe the size of a grinding stone, charging into the throngs with a whirlwind of destruction. Wherever he passed, be it wolfmen, goblins, or kobolds, they were brutally disemboweled, leaving a gruesome trail of severed limbs and shattered bodies in his wake. The staggering casualties quickly instilled terror in the hearts of the bandits. prompting the surviving rogues to flee in every direction with unprecedented haste, fearing that any delay would result in their own demise at the hands of these savages. The entire clash transpired in mere minutes. Once the battle concluded, the barbarians commenced the grim task of clearing the battlefield. The hand axes provided by Surin were not mere disposable tools. Each finely crafted iron axe was worth a gold NAR. And Surin had yet to reach the extravagance of discarding dozens of gold NAR in a single skirmish. The wilderness bandits remained as impoverished as ever, with virtually no spoils to be had, rendering their efforts seemingly futile. As soon as the conflict ended, Surin received a system notification, a resounding victory. Your army has just triumphed in battle, acquiring the following item: Iron Ingot X1. Casualties, 0. Enemies vanquished, 87. Experience gained, 576, with an additional reward of 300 experience. Other attributes remained unchanged, save for the morale of the troops, which soared from 85 to a perfect 100. Once the battlefield was cleared, Johnson came to report on the outcome. Were there any injuries? Surin inquired. None, thankfully. The equipment is simply magnificent, Johnson replied, his excitement palpable as he patted his leather armor. Only 2 of us sustained minor scrapes, but it's nothing serious. We are quite accustomed to such things. The barbarians treated their weapons with utmost care, for these metal implements were the stuff of dreams. Previously, their tribe was akin to the very bandits they had just vanquished, possessing only a rusted axe as their finest weapon. Now, they regarded these arms as treasured heirlooms. Chapter 12. Territory. Surin was not astonished by the outcome of the battle. In his view, it was merely a demonstration of normal performance. The disparity in weaponry between the two sides was as pronounced as the historical accounts of a lone Han defeating 5 barbarian tribes, success attributed not only to rigorous training but also to the overwhelming advantage of superior equipment. The convoy resumed its journey, and following the recent purging, there were no lingering spies in the vicinity. The mercenaries within the caravan began to regard Surin, the noble lord, with newfound respect, and as a result, the pace of their travel quickened considerably. After 5 days traversing the wilderness, the caravan had ventured deep into the wild, now 300 miles away from the nearest Blackstone city. According to the provisions of the pioneering decree, Surin could only delineate his territory when situated more than 100 kilometers from the city. In reality, he had long surpassed this limit, with the additional expanse reserved for the future development of his domain. The decree did not specify the size of the territory. Theoretically, as long as one possessed sufficient strength, one could freely claim land in the wilderness. However, this remained largely theoretical. Since the inception of the pioneering movement, the largest territory claimed had not exceeded 300 miles due to the increasingly formidable monsters encountered deeper in the wild. It was rumored that some had sighted dragons in the wilderness, although this remained unverified. Yet, it was indeed true that earth dragons lurked in the depths of the wild, a grim lesson confirmed by a certain pioneering noble. This unfortunate noble, while establishing his territory, inadvertently trespassed into the domain of the earth dragons. After he had made preliminary constructions for his camp, over 200 earth dragons descended upon his territory, reducing it to rubble. These creatures, at minimum, were intermediate magical beings, with the more powerful possessing the fearsome ability to exhale dragon fire. Even a knight of noble rank would do well to avoid such beasts. Only a legendary knight could contend with entities of this caliber. The caravan ultimately halted upon a rise surrounded by 2 rivers. While the elevation could only be considered a mound, merely 5 or 6 meters higher than the surrounding plains, it was substantial in area. The 2 rivers embraced this rise, creating a level alluvial plain. Thanks to the sediment, the soil here was exceptionally fertile, requiring no years of cultivation to become arable, unlike other lands in the wilderness. Surin estimated that should the entire plain be cultivated, it could yield at least 50 to 60,000 acres. Once he established a firm foothold here, this land could sustain thousands, rendering it a veritable treasure trove. Without delay, Surin resolved to construct his castle upon this site. Theoretically, as long as he erected a camp here, the surrounding area would be considered his territory. The extent of his control would depend on the strength of his army. However, the indigenous inhabitants of this land did not recognize human rules. To truly dominate the territory, one would require a formidable military presence to negotiate with them. In nature, lions and tigers mark their territories by leaving their scent at the edges, urinating, for instance, to warn others of their boundaries. Humans, however, cannot employ such methods. The only recourse lies in warfare. Victory means you reign supreme over this land. Defeat, however, necessitates a hasty retreat, leaving little room for escape. Having resolved to establish a camp here, the caravan set to work with great diligence, swiftly erecting a makeshift encampment of tents upon the desolate riverbank. Surin envisioned his future castle perched upon the earthen rise by the riverside, a prominent elevation within the plain that he had recently inspected, revealing soil exceptionally firm and suitable for urban development. The mercenaries within the caravan boasted extensive experience in wilderness camping, while the barbarians excelled in the art of survival, soon capturing a bountiful haul of fish from the river. After a brief process of gutting, the fresh catch was tossed into pots. The barbarians foraged in the wild for wild onions and ginger, combining them with salt for a savory stew. Before long, an enticing aroma wafted through the air, tantalizing even Surin's appetite, which had been dormant since departing from Cult City days prior. This location lies between the Red Sand River and the Whitewater River, where the confluence of waters bestows remarkable fertility upon the land. The serpentine rivers meander like a great serpent upon the earth, flanked by dense stands of reeds, where wild ducks and waterfowl occasionally take flight, painting a serene tableau. On the distant rise, a rudimentary outpost was being hastily constructed. Beyond erecting a protective wall, Surin needed to ensure that sufficient warm housing was built before winter's onset, for the frigid wilderness could be brutally cold. The chilling winds from the far northern ice fields could freeze goblins and dog-headed folk into statues, and humans were no exception. Surin brought along over 100 individuals, comprising mercenaries and a selection of slaves he had purchased, alongside the barbarians. Once the camp's palisade was established, Surin took a contingent of barbarians to capture slaves, leaving the mercenaries behind to safeguard the encampment against potential attacks during his absence. Although these mercenaries were not as formidable as the barbarians, they were more than capable of defending the perimeter. Soon, Surin and his band of warriors began to scour the wilderness within a 5-kilometer radius of the camp, bringing misfortune upon the goblins, dog-headed creatures, and wolfmen. The surrounding area was inhabited by small tribes, which stood no chance against a fully armed force of over 30 barbarians, often dispersing at the mere sight of their charge. However, Surin's intent was not to inflict harm upon his enemies, but rather to capture slaves. The fleeing goblins and dog-headed folk proved elusive, compelling Surin to divide his warriors into 2 teams. He led one into direct assault, while dispatching Johnson with the other to lay an ambush along their escape routes, maximizing the chances of securing captives. Chapter 13. Capturing slaves in matters of warfare. Surin was hardly proficient, having never received formal military education since childhood. In his previous life, he was merely an ordinary university student, not a cadet, nor did he serve in the military. His understanding of military command was primarily derived from cinematic portrayals and his experiences in this world. However, after enduring the era of information explosion, he gleaned substantial insights into tactics and strategy from various channels. Though his knowledge remained somewhat rudimentary, it sufficed to intimidate the indigenous inhabitants of the wilderness. Before long, Surin stumbled upon a small tribe, the Doghead tribe, consisting of over 200 adult dogheads. The tribe was established in a clearing, with makeshift huts constructed from abundant reeds and timber, epitomizing a state of disarray and filth. From a considerable distance, Surin was assailed by an unpleasant odor. Warriors crushed them. The strength of the barbarian army lay in its ability to break through, while formations and defensive capabilities were beyond their comprehension. In such circumstances, command held little significance. Perhaps its sole function was to incite the attack. After organizing intercepting forces, Surin led the remaining barbarians into the fray. The charge of a mere dozen barbarians did not instill panic among the dogheads. Rather, it excited them to advance. For the courage of these wilderness natives was often proportional to their numbers. The greater their numbers, the bolder they became, especially upon perceiving that the enemy consisted of only a handful. Regrettably for them, they faced the fully armed barbarian warriors led by Surin, who regarded these dogheads with disdain. Encourage the morale. Charge. Surin employed a military strategy to bolster his troops' spirits, elevating their already high morale from 90 to a perfect 100. The barbarians, swift in their movements, surged towards the doghead camp under Surin's guidance. Axes. Free attack. At Surin's command, the barbarians seized their hand axes and hurled them into the densely packed assembly of dogheads. After 2 successive volleys, they created a breach in the dogheads' formation. With the gap opened, Surin led the charge, and with his strength, he could have single-handedly cleared the camp. Now, accompanied by a dozen barbarians, they cut through the dogheads like a hot knife through butter, dispatching every adversary encountered along the way. The battle concluded swiftly. Surin's might instilled terror in the dogheads, and within mere minutes of engagement, they began to rout. After shattering their ranks, Surin refrained from further aggression, as his primary objective was not slaughter but the capture of slaves. Should he annihilate all the dogheads, who would assist him in establishing his territory? Thus, after breaking their morale, Surin deliberately herded the remaining dogheads towards the ambush he had previously set, leaving a few individuals behind to cleanse the battlefield. Surin led the remaining barbarian warriors in driving away the goblins. The goblins, despite being fully armed, were not particularly swift, and the barbarians, with their towering stature and long strides, easily kept pace. They dispersed their formation, herding the goblins in a semicircular manner towards Surin's predetermined destination. The barbarians did not pursue relentlessly, maintaining a distance of 20 to 30 meters. Whenever the goblins strayed from their path, Surin would guide them back with his warriors. After running for 2 kilometers, the goblins were finally driven to the designated location, panting heavily as if their tongues might fall out. As denizens of the wild, goblins were not known for their endurance. They ranked among the lowest of the wilderness alongside goblins. Ambushed ahead, Johnson had set numerous traps, and as the panicked goblins stumbled into the area, they fell victim to the snares, tumbling like rolling gourds. The goblins at the back attempted to halt their advance, but were forcibly pushed forward by their fellows, resulting in a continuous cascade of goblins collapsing to the ground. Exhausted and drained of energy, those who fell could scarcely rise, swiftly ensnared by the awaiting barbarians with their nets. The remaining goblins, having regained some awareness, found themselves cornered by the surrounding barbarians. Ultimately, these trembling goblins prostrated themselves on the ground, pleading for their lives. Surin commanded the barbarians to bind the goblins with ropes, ensuring they were tethered in a line to prevent any escape. Upon realizing that their captors had no intention of slaying them, the goblins complied willingly, with several even assisting the barbarians in securing themselves and their companions. In the end, Surin captured over 160 goblins, all of whom were relatively uninjured. Those severely wounded had perished during the binding process, as Surin possessed no means to tend to their injuries. Once the battlefield was cleared, Surin, accompanied by the barbarians, herded the goblins back to the camp. Terrified and demoralized, the goblins offered no resistance, obediently following Surin's commands. In truth, even if they wished to flee, escape was impossible. Strung together, any attempt at flight would result in a chaotic tumble. Though referred to as goblins, they bore little resemblance to dogs, appearing more akin to lizards. Their skin was not the fur of werewolves, but rather black or brown scales, and they were diminutive in stature, shying away from bright light. Their language, reminiscent of barking, led to their designation as goblins, yet they claimed to be dragonkin, boasting a lineage of dragon blood. Many dismissed such assertions as jest. Yet the goblins did possess a rudimentary understanding of the draconic tongue, albeit spoken with considerable clumsiness. Additionally, goblins were oviparous. There are also some mutated gnolls endowed with spellcasting abilities, becoming gnoll sorcerers. However, the emergence of gnoll sorcerers has significantly lowered the standards of spellcasters as a whole. During the recent campaign against the gnoll tribe led by Surin, no gnoll sorcerers were discovered. It is quite evident that, much like in the human realm, a mere 1 in 1,000 individuals possesses the innate talent for spellcasting. The likelihood of a gnoll giving rise to a sorcerer is unlikely to surpass that of humans. Among all humanoid races, elves exhibit the highest probability of producing spellcasters, as nearly all elves are adept in magic. Yet, it has been several centuries since any elves have appeared. Chapter 14. Territory construction. The dinner was sumptuous, with the nearby river offering an abundant catch. It required only a modicum of effort to procure sufficient fish for a delightful meal. A hearty fish soup, rich in flavor, paired with black bread, constituted a splendid dinner. The black bread was procured from the city of Kalt. While still warm from the oven, it possessed a decent taste, but once cooled, it hardened to the consistency of a wooden stick, turning dry and unpalatable. However, this attribute allowed for its long-term preservation without spoilage. Slicing the black bread and soaking it in the steaming, savory fish soup rendered the once stale bread soft and flavorful, absorbing the exquisite broth, which, when complemented by tender fish, quickly satiated the hunger pangs. Setting down the large bowl, Surin contentedly rubbed his belly and instructed Johnson to toss the remaining fish soup and bones to the kobolds, ensuring they would not starve. The kobolds, creatures of modest culinary expectations, were satisfied even with the scraps. Several barbarians carried buckets of fish soup and leftover fish bones and black bread to the enclosure, where the ravenous kobolds, their eyes gleaming with hunger, became increasingly restless. Had the impression left by the barbarians during the day not been so profound, the kobolds would have surged forward to seize the food. Surin dispatched a few barbarians to maintain order and instructed the kobolds to line up for their provisions. However, the concept of queuing was lost on them. This was easily remedied. With no notion of order to instill, the towering, muscular men wielded stout wooden clubs, swiftly enforcing discipline among the unruly kobolds with a firm tap. Soon, the previously chaotic mob of kobolds formed a crooked line to receive their rations. The following morning, Surin organized the kobolds for labor. Under the watchful eyes of the barbarian overseers, the kobolds quickly learned to follow commands. With the addition of over 100 kobolds, the pace of construction in the territory doubled. Although the kobolds were incapable of intricate tasks, they excelled in digging and logging. What astonished Surin further was that, despite the strenuous labor each day, few kobolds attempted to flee. These small tribes in the wilderness often existed in a state of hunger. Now that they could fill their bellies, even the burden of labor was a deterrent to escape. In fact, several kobolds eventually emerged as overseers themselves, assisting Surin in managing their kin. These kobold overseers proved more adept than the barbarians, applying a more ruthless approach to their own kind, resulting in enhanced productivity among the kobolds. In the following days, Surin led 35 barbarians to sweep through all the tribes within a 20-kilometer radius of the camp, successfully conquering one work tribe, 2 goblin tribes, and 1 kobold tribe. This campaign yielded an additional 300 goblins and over 100 kobolds, while Surin ordered the complete extermination of the wargs. In the camp, apart from the barbarians capable of subduing the wargs, the mercenaries are ineffectual. Once Surin patrols the territory with the barbarians, who knows if the wargs might rebel? Moreover, the camp is teeming with a greater number of goblins and kobolds, and Surin does not harbor any illusions that these creatures will be docile. Furthermore, the appetite of the wargs is 4 to 5 times that of the kobolds, yet their productivity is only 2 to 3 times that of the latter. Thus, eliminating them is the most prudent course of action. With the acquisition of goblin and kobold slaves, the pace of territorial development accelerates. The first completed structure is the perimeter wall, which is prioritized for the protection of the territory. Due to a shortage of manpower and time constraints, this wall is not constructed in the common brick and stone manner prevalent in the Kingdom of Florence, but rather from a combination of earth and timber. Wooden stakes are driven into the foundation, and then a mixture of earth and reeds is used to erect the wall. The entire perimeter approaches a square shape, with a total length nearing 2 kilometers. Such a wall, on this scale, is considered medium-sized within the Kingdom of Florence, and for a newly established camp, it is rather substantial. Just as the construction of the perimeter wall reaches completion, a cold, emotionless electronic synthetic voice resonates in Surin's ears with a chime. Ding! The construction of the territory wall is complete. Your territory has achieved a foundational infrastructure, and the territory interface is now officially activated. Territory, unnamed, area, a circular expanse of 20 kilometers centered around the camp. City, none, rudimentary camp, public sentiment, 60 tax revenue, 0 income, lost population, 45 slaves, 35 barbarians, 337 goblin slaves, 352 kobold slaves, 40 mercenaries. Resources, 34 wheeled carts, 200 units of grain, 20 units of smoked meat, 1 unit of grain equals 100 kilograms. Barbarians require 2 pounds of grain and 1 pound of fish daily. Mercenaries consume 1 pound of grain and half a pound of fish, while slaves eat 1 pound of grain and 3 tails of fish with 2 meals per day. For goblins or kobolds consume 1 pound of grain, along with some fish soup. Currently, the stored food can sustain consumption for 4 months. Existing structures: wall, primary, wall, a rudimentary perimeter wall constructed from logs, earth, and reeds, offering a semblance of protection. Though it appears dilapidated and somewhat unreliable, it can withstand typical attacks from the wilderness. Wall defense, 20, durability, 50, stability, 10. With the wall in place, there is a greater sense of security for the territory. Surin gazed at the data regarding the territory in his mind, rubbing his face in disbelief. This destitute territory pales in comparison to any knightly domain in the south. It not only lacks any income, but also requires additional investment. Besides these attributes, the system features a catalog of constructible buildings. Lord's Castle. The Lord's Castle serves as both the residence and official abode of the Lord, possessing defensive capabilities. It acts as the administrative center of the territory, symbolizing sovereignty and stability over the region. Administration, 50, stability, 20, Rule, 40. Prestige, 50. The Lord's Castle can cultivate administrative personnel for the territory. Military Camp. The military camp boasts excellent training facilities, capable of continually cultivating a competent army. Additionally, residing within the camp keeps the troops in a state of constant training. Comfort, 20. Discipline, 20. Training, 20. Stability, 30. Morale, 20. Residential Area. The residential area serves as the abode for the inhabitants of the territory, providing shelter from the elements and enhancing their sense of belonging. Stability, 30. Public Sentiment, 20. Prosperity, 10. Population Growth, 10. Chapter 15. Architecture. Cultivated land. The arable land within the confines of the territory can continue to yield crops even during sieges, thereby assisting the realm in weathering crises. The produce from this land can sustain the residents, fostering population growth. A robust agricultural foundation is essential for any nation. Harvest, 20. Stability, 20. Prosperity, 10. Market. This locale serves as the epicenter of commercial activities within the territory, generating substantial revenue and constituting a vital source of funds. Trade, 30. Prosperity, 30. Taxation, 30. Public order, -10. Roads. To attain wealth, one must first construct roads. A well-maintained road brings considerable advantages to your territory. Mobility, 10. Prosperity, 15. Stability, 15. Law Enforcement Office. Maintaining public order and combating crime is paramount, especially as the population grows and various criminal issues arise. A dedicated security team and an officer are essential for management. Stability, 20. Public Sentiment, 20. Crime, -5. Deterrence, 15. Signal Tower. Establishing a signal tower facilitates rapid communication within the territory, providing early warnings. Messaging, 30. Stability, 20. Lumberyard. The lumberyard supplies the territory with an ample supply of timber, crucial for development, while also serving as a source of revenue. Work efficiency, 20. Prosperity, 5. Port Dock. The territory is blessed with 2 rivers, offering robust transportation capabilities and abundant fishery resources. The cost of shipping goods via vessels is remarkably low, and this location can also serve a military purpose, enabling swift troop landings along the riverbanks. Shipping, 20. Fishery yield, 25. Prosperity, 15. Well, the well provides a clean water source, ensuring the city does not suffer from water shortages during sieges. Sanitation, 15. Stability, 15. Although the territory currently faces no food shortages, the adage "those who do not plan for the future will face immediate troubles" resonates with Surin. Thus, he allocated land within the walls for cultivation and dispatched personnel to construct a port and fishing vessels to secure greater fish yields. It is well known that without adequate fats, meats, and high-protein foods, the daily grain consumption can multiply significantly. With the introduction of plentiful fish, the demand for other food sources will diminish considerably, and salted fish can be preserved for extended periods. Surin has already explored the Red Sand River and the Whitewater River, noting their wide, calm surfaces and lush vegetation along the banks. The reeds are abundant, attracting various wildlife that come to drink. Numerous waterfowl inhabit the reed beds, where they nest and hatch their young. Following Surin's instructions, his team carefully collected bird eggs, ensuring they only took half of the eggs from each nest and did not repeatedly disturb the same nests. This approach allows for a sustainable harvest of eggs without drastically diminishing the waterfowl population. As a result, the camp's daily meals now feature a delightful egg drop soup. Truth be told, the provisions prepared by Surin far surpass those of the free citizens in Cult City, as those individuals cannot expect to enjoy fish and eggs at every meal. The Red Sand River and the Whitewater River meander gracefully towards the southeast. Surin speculates that these 2 rivers will either ultimately flow into the ocean or converge into a grand lake. Should they find their way to the sea, it may someday allow for trade with overseas islands and other nations through this waterway, although this will only be a prospect once his territory has flourished. After allocating a portion of resources for the construction of ports and farmland, the remaining slaves commenced the building of Surin's castle, which is to serve as the nucleus of his domain. Upon handing over the blueprints to several enslaved craftsmen, these artisans directed the other slaves to continue the development of the territory. In truth, Surin's domain had already been meticulously planned by the system. The western and northern boundaries are defined by the Red Sand River and the Whitewater River, where the port is to be established. Furthermore, A trading market is also set to arise in this locale due to its convenient transportation links. Surin envisages transforming this area into a bustling commercial district. To the east lies the military camp, while the Lord's castle is positioned along the central axis of the city, facing south, creating a symmetrical layout throughout the territory. Surin has ascended to level 13. Name: Surin race. Human level: 13, 328 13,000, strength, 26 agility, 28 spirit, 19 constitution, 25 charisma, 18 along with the 2 attribute points previously acquired. He now possesses 4 unallocated attribute points, a silver chest, and 3 skill points. Upon opening the silver chest, Surin received a skill book titled Stonewall Formation. After the system integrated the rules of this world, the skill underwent some transformations, acquiring a new name, turning mud to stone. This skill allows the rapid creation of several stone walls. Whether on the battlefield for fortifications or for constructing his territory, this spell proves highly practical. After a moment of contemplation, Surin decided to learn the skill. Turning mud to stone requires 2 skill points for mastery. Upon learning it, he discovered that the skill encompasses 2 distinct applications. One transforms mud into stone, while the other does precisely the opposite, named turning stone to mud. Surin proceeded to experiment. As a yellowish aura enveloped his feet, the soil beneath him suddenly heaved, swiftly morphing into a wall that, within moments, solidified into stone, approaching the newly formed stone wall. He gently tapped it with his hand, confirming its solid structure. The wall before him measured 10 meters in length, 3 meters in height, and 1 meter in thickness, boasting a defense superior to that of ordinary stone. Surin assessed his magical power. He could create 6 walls of this size consecutively before his magic would be depleted. Currently, he possesses 190 points of magical energy, with each point of spirit equating to 10 points of magic, and each wall requiring 30 points to construct. Likewise, converting a stone wall back into mud also demands 30 points of magical energy. In comparison to the magical cost, this spell remains exceptionally useful. Surin had previously retained 4 attribute points in freedom, which he has now allocated entirely to his mental acuity, elevating it to a total of 23 points. With a magical capacity of 230, he is capable of conjuring 7 stone walls. The healing spell he mastered consumes merely 10 points per cast, allowing him to utilize it consecutively 23 times in his optimal condition. Chapter 16. Strategic Map. In addition to the occasional extermination of goblins and gnolls within the territory, Surin spent his time surveying the surrounding landscape, meticulously sketching the general topography on parchment. To his astonishment, upon completing the map, the system activated a strategic map. The system's strategic map was a marvel, vastly superior to his rudimentary drawing, while his map merely indicated the general terrain. The system's rendition was a precise miniature of the real-world landscape, proportionately scaled down. Even more delightful for Surin was the functionality that allowed this strategic map to be zoomed in and out. However, this strategic map only encompassed a portion of Surin's territory. Beyond its borders lay an expanse of darkness, obscured from view. Notably, a small figure marked his precise location on the map, surrounded by luminous dots representing others within a radius of approximately 100 meters, beyond which no information was displayed. Upon further examination, Surin discerned that the green dots signified his companions or subordinates. All the barbarians were represented in this hue, while mercenaries were indicated by yellow dots, and slaves by blue markers. Conversely, those who bore hostility towards him were depicted as red markers on the strategic map. The advent of this strategic map was immensely beneficial. Granting him a godlike perspective, the battlefield became entirely transparent to him, enabling superior command over his forces and immediate awareness of any nefarious plots from adversaries. Additionally, the map meticulously annotated the hills, rivers, forests, and plains within his territory. Though merely basic information, acquiring such detailed data would be a challenge even in the 21st century, let alone in a world of medieval civilization. Surin attempted to zoom out on the strategic map, and soon the area representing his territory dwindled to a nearly imperceptible dot, clearly indicating the vastness of this world. Despite the land's lack of fertilizer and the inferior potato varieties compared to his previous life, the yield per acre still surpassed 1,000 pounds. In contrast, wheat production in the south could reach 400 pounds, while in the north it dwindled to merely 300 pounds. Importantly, even in the frigid northern climate, potatoes could easily yield 2 harvests a year. When calculated, the grain output from cultivating potatoes on an acre surpassed that of wheat by 6 to 8 times. Surin instinctively understood his optimal choice. Only after establishing a firm foothold would Surin gradually convert a portion of the potato fields to wheat cultivation, as the taste of bread made from wheat flour was indeed delightful. Similarly, the port situated in the northwest of his territory was nearing completion. As no vessels were currently docked, the port was not constructed on a grand scale and primarily served to facilitate fishing. The wilderness was not lacking in timber. After the gnolls and goblins felled the large trees, craftsmen would naturally commence the creation of fishing boats. Although these unseasoned trees do not serve as optimal materials for shipbuilding, there is little time to dwell on such concerns. The fishing vessels crafted directly from the logs possess a fleeting lifespan, likely warping or deteriorating within 3 months. Nevertheless, they suffice for the interim fishing endeavors. The river teems with an abundance of fish, and despite having only 5 or 6 boats, the daily catch consistently reaches 200 to 300 pounds. It can be said that the local fish supply is adequate to meet the camp's nutritional needs. Surplus fish has been salted and, taking advantage of the enduring heat of the sun, transformed into dried fish for preservation. To safeguard these provisions, Surin has assigned 5 barbarians to guard them day and night, while others, including hired mercenaries, are prohibited from approaching the warehouse within a 30-meter radius. The Lord's castle is also under construction, yet completion remains a distant prospect. He has no intention of settling for less in his residence. Thus, the castle's foundation continues to be laid. His plan is to construct the entire castle from stone, initially compacting the earth before converting it into rock through a process of clay transformation. In addition to these endeavors, the roads within the territory have begun to take shape. Surin harbors numerous grievances regarding the state of roads in this world, even in prosperous cities like Kalen and Kalt. The thoroughfares outside the main routes are often nothing more than muddy paths. Many areas are plagued by sewage overflow, with various refuse, dead rats, and mysterious objects emitting peculiar odors carelessly discarded upon the streets, rendering the city akin to a colossal latrine. When it rains, the city transforms into a veritable sea. Venturing outside during such times feels akin to traversing a cesspool. Surin is resolute in ensuring that his territory does not mirror this chaos. Thus, he has already planned for the hardening of road surfaces during construction, or alternatively, for the laying of gravel. Additionally, drainage systems are being incorporated within the city. Once his territory is formally established, he intends to legislate strict hygiene regulations, prohibiting littering and public urination. All refuse and waste must be disposed of in designated locations and subsequently transported outside the city. He plans to establish a fertilizer plant beyond the city limits to ferment this household waste and excreta into usable fertilizer. Chapter 17. The Beacon of Smoke. Although Surin had resided in this world for over a decade, he remained unaccustomed to the urban environment, particularly outside the noble and merchant districts, where the sanitary conditions were lamentably poor. As he embarked on the endeavor of developing his territory, Surin was resolute in ensuring that his city would not succumb to such disarray. "Boss, look! A signal of smoke!" a barbarian warrior exclaimed, pointing towards the northeastern horizon as Surin inspected the progress of his territory's construction. Surin lifted his gaze to behold a plume of dark smoke rising ominously in the distance. A glimmer of determination sparked in his eyes as he swiftly ascended the city walls. Having established a camp, Surin had previously erected several signal towers around his territory. These towers were simple structures, raised from earth and converted to stone with the aid of clay, and were equipped with materials to ignite fires. Guards have been stationed atop these towers, prepared to light the beacons at the first sign of enemy intrusion, thereby alerting the territory and transmitting vital signals. One column of smoke represented an enemy force of approximately 100, 2 indicated 500 or more, while 3 columns signified an overwhelming presence exceeding 1,000. Standing atop the camp's walls, Surin observed 2 distinct columns of smoke on the distant horizon, clearly indicating that the enemy numbered at least 500. Faced with this situation, Surin wasted no time, commanding that all goblins and gnolls be confined within the enclosures of the camp. He harbored no trust for these slaves. The thought of them rebelling during a fierce battle was intolerable. As for execution, it would jeopardize the construction of his territory. Thus he opted for temporary confinement instead. "Immediately summon everyone back to the ranks, and notify the mercenaries to assist in our defense," Surin ordered decisively. "Yes, boss," the nearby barbarian warrior responded, sprinting to relay the command. The band of barbarian soldiers had grown significantly stronger since their initial entry into the wilderness. As soon as they assembled, the mercenaries hurriedly arrived as well. "Lord Surin, I believe we should abandon this place and retreat at once," urged Jean, the mercenary leader, as he approached. The orcs, goblins, and gnolls are still a distance away. If we leave now, we stand a considerable chance of escaping. Surin regarded Jean with a cold stare, watching as his voice dwindled into silence. Have you finished speaking? Surin queried, noting Jean's growing discomfort. If so, allow me to speak. Should you perform admirably in this battle, I shall grant you 20 acres of arable land upon the completion of the territory's construction. Should you achieve a commendable feat, I may even bestow upon you the title of knight. In light of this impending crisis, Surin unveiled substantial rewards, for aspiring to nobility was no trivial pursuit. And now a clear path lay before them. Upon hearing Surin's promises, the mercenaries, who had previously been disheartened, found their spirits buoyed, their enthusiasm palpable as they readied themselves for the impending confrontation. Surin felt a sense of satisfaction at this transformation in morale. To speak candidly, the pack of wargs numbering 500 to 600 is not insurmountable for Surin. The primary obstacle lies in the vast expanse of the camp. With such a sprawling encampment, relying solely on 36 individuals proves inadequate, as they cannot even fully man a single wall. The wargs can easily circumvent these barriers and wreak havoc within the camp. Thus, even if he were to slay all the wargs, it would ultimately be of little consequence. Clatter. As Surin rallied the mercenaries, a chestnut horse galloped towards the camp, its rider shouting urgent military news. People scattered to make way. My lord Surin, it is dire. The enemy numbers at least 700, and in addition to the wargs, goblins, and kobolds, there are over a dozen trolls. The mercenary knight dismounted with remarkable agility upon reaching Surin. You've worked hard. Please rest now. Surin smiled warmly at him. Fetch the white bread and smoked meat. I recall there are some barrels of ale in the storeroom. Bring those as well. Surin instructed the barbarian warriors behind him. In these trying times, to bolster morale, Surin prepared a sumptuous feast. Aye, chief. I will gather the provisions at once, the barbarian warrior replied respectfully. Additionally, bring out the smoked meat and sausages. We must ensure everyone is well fed today. Surin commanded decisively. In this realm, aside from the nobility and affluent merchants, most individuals subsist on merely 2 meals a day. This additional lunch is a special provision due to the impending conflict. I want to see that all warriors and mercenaries have meat to eat by noon. Yes, my lord. I shall prepare it immediately. The chef responded, drenched in sweat and visibly anxious. Fish were swiftly gutted, and in the camp's central clearing, several large cauldrons simmered with boiling water. The cleaned fish were cut into chunks and tossed into the pots. Pieces of smoked meat and links of sausage, once sliced, were also added. Though the chef's skills were not particularly exceptional, the tantalizing aroma was enough to make mouths water. The wait was not long, and the food was finally ready. Surin took the lead, filling a bowl with rich, savory meat broth before tearing off a piece of white bread to savor. Seeing Surin eat first, the mercenaries and barbarians rushed forward to claim their portions. The broth was delightful, enriched with mushrooms, smoked meat, and ham. Surin found a stone to perch upon, enjoying a hearty sip of the soup. The barbarian warriors sat quietly, each cradling a bowl of meat broth, devouring chunks of white bread. According to prior intelligence, the enemy comprised over 700 foes, with goblins and kobolds making up half of that number. Approximately 300 to 400, while the remainder consisted of wargs and a dozen trolls. Trolls are formidable beings, far surpassing wargs in strength and favoring the use of spiked clubs. Their most terrifying attribute, however, is their incredible regenerative ability, allowing them to regrow severed limbs with ease. Only magic, flames, or potent acids possess the true capability to vanquish them. Chapter 18. The Flames of War within Surin's encampment. Only 35 formidable barbarians and a handful of over 40 mercenaries remained capable of combat. As for the artisan slaves, their martial prowess was negligible, and Surin was reluctant to send them into battle. The expense incurred in acquiring these artisan slaves far exceeded that of the barbarians. The acquisition of these 45 artisans had cost him more than 1,000 gold nars. Should these artisan slaves perish on the battlefield, he would have no means to procure replacements. Following a sumptuous luncheon, Surin instructed the mercenaries to begin organizing their equipment, while he himself proceeded towards the northeastern section of the fortifications. Time was of the essence, and a significant portion of the camp's walls had yet to be transformed into stone, particularly along the eastern front. Surin's territory boasted only 2 gates, one to the east and another to the west, with the enemy approaching from the northeast. There was a substantial likelihood that they would assault the eastern gate, prompting Surin to prepare a series of traps in that area. The barbarians were adept at trap setting, having often relied on such devices during their hunts in the wild. Although these traps may prove ineffective against a multitude of monsters, even slaying one would be beneficial. While the barbarians crafted the traps, Surin enlisted the remaining 45 artisan slaves to transport the dried reeds he had collected over the past few days, piling them near the eastern gate. As the minutes slipped away, the clock struck 3 in the afternoon. While the southern regions may still be sweltering, the northern plains had already turned refreshingly cool. The autumn air was crisp, and in the distance, a dark line was rapidly approaching. Upon closer inspection, this was no mere shadow, but rather a vast horde composed of thousands of goblins, big goblins, kobolds, and wargs. In truth, they resembled not an army, but rather a band of brigands, or perhaps even less dignified than mere bandits. The majority were scantily clad, wielding makeshift weapons predominantly fashioned from wood or bone, while only the wargs sported crude metal armaments. Although many of these weapons appeared inferior in quality, they were nonetheless metallic. Amidst these creatures, Surin also discerned several towering monstrosities. Even taller than the wargs, their muscles bulging and imposing. Surin had previously encountered depictions of these beings. They were trolls, though few in number. Their strength far surpassed that of the wargs. A mere dozen of these trolls possessed the capability to easily vanquish 100 wargs. The heavy clubs they brandished weighed between 40 to 50 kilograms, their unsightly forms marred by unrefined iron slag. Yet their lethality remained undiminished. The mercenaries stationed atop the walls felt their hearts race, their limbs growing cold as they gazed at the approaching horde. Their minds rendered blank and their eyes filled with dread. Were it not for the knowledge that they could not outrun the monsters in the wild, it is likely that these mercenaries would have abandoned their weapons and fled. Witnessing such a state, Surin silently shook his head. The psychological fortitude of these mercenaries was woefully inadequate. Lord Surin, the number of these monsters has surpassed 1,000, and we are fewer than 100. Utterly incapable of withstanding their onslaught. This is no longer a matter of preserving the noble's dignity. I propose we drive away the goblin and dog-headed slave warriors and abandon all our supplies to retreat immediately, Jean urged anxiously. Retreat? Why should we retreat against such rabble? Surin laughed heartily, slapping the city wall. I believe they are fewer than I had anticipated. With so many slaves, if we manage to capture even half, my lord's castle will soon be established. Hearing Surin's words, the mercenaries exchanged glances, their expressions betraying disbelief, while the barbarians rallied behind Surin. Having fully committed to his cause despite following him for less than a month, they executed his orders with unwavering determination, just as the mercenaries were still contemplating escape. The monstrous horde launched their assault. Arrows whistled through the air from afar. Surin deftly maneuvered his spear, deflecting the arrows aimed at him. While the barbarians swung their weapons to clear the projectiles, only a few unfortunate mercenaries were struck, but the arrows lacked sufficient power, failing to penetrate even leather armor. The dog-headed creatures exhibited poor archery skills, their strength insufficient to draw strong bows, and most of their arrows were crafted from bone, effective only against unarmored wild beasts, rendering them ineffectual against Surin and his company. Seeing the futility of their arrows, the wargs let out a furious roar, swinging their spiked clubs and sending a hapless goblin flying. They then bellowed at the monstrous army, which surged forward to assault the fortress. In mere seconds, the monsters charged the 30 to 40 meters distance, yet many stumbled into pits, impaled by wooden spikes, or were struck by falling rocks. A few unfortunate souls fell and were trampled by their comrades behind them. Nevertheless, these setbacks did not deter the monstrous horde. The gates fell swiftly under their relentless assault, and Surin did not send anyone to halt their advance. Instead, he led the barbarians and mercenaries in retreat toward the encampment. The effortless breach of the gates exhilarated the wild creatures. In their minds, human fortifications were formidable, yet they believed that once breached, they would be rewarded with bountiful spoils, delicious food, exquisite garments, beautiful artifacts, and the tender flesh of humans. These frenzied monsters paid no heed to how easily the camp had been overrun. Goblins, dog-headed creatures, and wargs alike surged towards the entrance. Behind the gates, the first wave of dog-headed creatures sought to plunder within, only to be met with the shock of 2 stone walls flanking the entrance. Before they could comprehend the situation, they were thrust forward by the throng behind them. These stone barriers had been conjured by Surin's skill of transmuting mud to stone, forming 30 meters of walls on either side of the east gate, forcing them to advance forward. Soon, the monstrous invaders beheld their adversaries. 2 battalions of 30 barbarian warriors stood resolute, brandishing their colossal axes, prepared for combat without retreat or possibility of evasion. In a mere breath, these fierce warriors engaged the horde of monsters, their immense axes swinging with ferocity, causing carnage as the creatures in the front ranks fell like ripe wheat, one after another. Chapter 19. Inferno engulfs the city. From the very onset, the battle escalated into a fierce contest. Confronted by the brutal onslaught of the barbarians wielding their razor-sharp axes, the goblins, kobolds, and even the wretched lycanthropes faltered within mere moments. The monstrous horde in the forefront was staunchly held at bay by the barbarians, unable to advance even an inch. Witnessing their comrades fall with alarming ease, many goblins, kobolds, and lycanthropes were seized by the instinct to retreat. However, the creatures behind them remained oblivious to the chaos ahead, relentlessly surging forward. As a result, within a mere 30 meters behind the eastern gate of the encampment, hundreds of monsters pressed in, and their numbers continued to swell. After holding the exit for a brief, yet grueling 10 minutes, the weary barbarians began to withdraw. Though this span was fleeting, the exertion they endured rivaled that of an extended battle. The relentless intensity of combat had left them fatigued. With the retreat of the barbarians, the monsters, now liberated from pressure, surged forward in jubilant haste. Yet, as the first wave surged forth, a stone wall erupted from the ground, swiftly sealing the passage. Caught unawares, the lycanthropes and goblins collided with the barrier, sending dust pluming into the air. The weaker creatures found their ribcages crushed under the weight of the throng, blood gushing from their mouths. Numerous lycanthropes attempted to scale the stone wall, but the cramped space afforded them no opportunity for leap. A fortunate few managed to clamber over the bodies of nearby goblins or kobolds, only to land directly before mercenaries armed with spears, who swiftly impaled them. Observing the throngs of monsters crammed within the makeshift citadel, Surin's face broke into a bloodthirsty grin, a sinister glint catching the last rays of the setting sun. With a resounding thud, a long spear struck the ground. Set it ablaze. The command echoed across the battlefield, and in the next moment, dozens of torches ignited around the perimeter of the makeshift citadel, followed by canisters of incendiary oil being hurled into the confines. Boom! The oil ignited into an inferno, consuming the reeds that had long been piled within the citadel. The monsters, coated in burning oil, frantically beat at the flames. Yet all they accomplished was to spread the fire further. In their desperate frenzy to escape, they found themselves hindered by the mass of their own kind. And the city gate abruptly descended, sealing the citadel in an instant. The flames surged higher, igniting the fur of many lycanthropes, as the inferno raged unchecked, accompanied by the harrowing cries of the monsters. As they found themselves trapped in a dire predicament, the creatures grew increasingly frantic, attacking one another in a bid to clear a path, hoping to escape by scaling the corpses of their fallen comrades. Yet, those who managed to break free from the inferno, barely able to revel in their newfound liberty, were swiftly cut down by the barbarian warriors or mercenaries stationed on the periphery. The fire painted the sky crimson, raising the temperature of the entire encampment several degrees. Within the confines of the citadel, the monsters found their suffering compounded, as the air thickened with the acrid scent of charred flesh mingling with the aroma of roasted meat. The stone walls, kissed by the flames, glowed faintly red, showing no signs of diminishing intensity. Although the reeds and oil had long since burned away, the animal fat became a new source of fuel. Countless still-living goblin dogmen lamented in agony, their cries growing weaker as the flames consumed the oxygen in the air. Many creatures, though untouched by fire, succumbed to asphyxiation. The entire sunken city had transformed into a hell of raging flames, with monsters incinerating into charred remains. The scorching heat waves rolled forth, causing even the hair of nearby mercenaries to curl, their skin scorched to a vivid red by the inferno. Those mercenaries who had once contemplated escape now found themselves invigorated, wielding their weapons to slay the creatures that emerged from the sea of fire. After setting the blaze, Surin turned his attention away from these trapped souls. To him, the monsters within were as good as dead, though the city was already teeming with gnolls, goblins, and dogmen. A portion still lingered outside, and Surin had no intention of sparing them, for he was in dire need of slaves. Circumventing the western gate of the camp, he arrived at the eastern gate to find the horde of monsters battering against it. To prevent the escape of the creatures within, the massive gate had been reinforced. And while it had warped under the onslaught of 2 trolls, it remained unbroken. The flames within alerted the monsters to impending doom. Yet the disarray among their ranks made any retreat too late. Upon seeing Surin and his 30-odd barbarian warriors charging forth, a towering, robust gnoll clad in crude iron armor, evidently a leader, let out a howl. In response, the chaotic horde began to regroup. Even the trolls attacking the gate redirected their charge. Observing the reassembled monstrous army, Surin squinted, somewhat astonished by their surprising semblance of order. Unlike previous encounters with disorganized swarms, this group exhibited a degree of discipline. Although their organization was far from perfect, it marked a significant improvement. At the forefront were the expendable dogmen and earth goblins, followed closely by several trolls, flanked by gnolls ready to pounce. Despite the disarray, their formation bore potential. The frontline goblins had formed a phalanx with their sharpened stone weapons, crafted from polished bone spikes, retaining lethal capability. Surin fastened the clasp of his beast-faced iron armor and grasped a 3-meter-long spear, stretching his limbs. Behind him, the barbarian warriors formed a tapered formation, with Surin as the vanguard. With a mighty roar, he commanded the charge as they closed the distance of less than 100 meters, leading the way while the barbarians followed closely. In but mere seconds, they traversed the distance, and despite their meager 30-odd numbers, their charge exuded an overwhelming momentum, casting an invisible aura of oppression over the battlefield. Chapter 20. The Frost Blade. More than 30 barbarian warriors surged forth, their movement akin to the thunderous roar of a tempest, as the sharp blades of their axes glimmered with a chilling light. Faced with these battle-hardened elites, if they had encountered the heavily armored infantry of the Florentine Kingdom's Great Bear Legion, well-trained and clad in formidable armor, the barbarians would likely suffer significant casualties despite their charge. However, against these unarmored denizens of the wilderness, mere flesh and blood could hardly withstand the onslaught. 50 meters. As Surin and the barbarians drew closer, the goblin archers behind the formation unleashed a volley of arrows, which rained down from above like a tempest. Surin wielded his spear, deflecting the incoming projectiles, while the barbarian warriors shielded themselves with their massive axes, enduring the arrows that struck them. The majority of the arrows failed to penetrate their leather armor, with some even bouncing off harmlessly. These arrows posed no threat to Surin and his kin, and in the blink of an eye, they were merely 20 meters away. Ahead lay the formation of long spears, although the earth elementals were not particularly robust. Charging in recklessly would certainly incur losses among the barbarians, even if Surin emerged unscathed. Hand axes. Thrown. In the next moment, 35 hand axes whirled through the air, piercing the spear formation with devastating force. The sheer might of the barbarians shattered the neatly arranged ranks of the earth elementals, with several of them losing their heads to the onslaught. The spear formation faltered, proving utterly vulnerable. Surin, accompanied by the barbarian warriors, plunged into the fray, sweeping through the ranks like a tempest scattering leaves, effortlessly casting aside the earth elemental spear formation as if it were refuse. The goblins behind the spear line crumbled in panic. A gaping breach emerged in the ranks of the monstrous horde, and Surin, alongside the barbarian warriors, surged forth like a glistening blade of steel aimed directly at the enemy's heart. The conical formation pressed onward relentlessly, obliterating all monstrous foes before Surin. And after penetrating the ranks of the earth elementals and the goblins, they collided with the werewolves, surviving in the wilderness and establishing a modest tribe. These werewolves were no weaklings. They exhibited greater ferocity than those Surin had previously encountered. Upon seeing Surin and his companions charging towards them, the pack of werewolves let out a collective roar. Surin's spear swept through the air, propelled by his inhuman strength, creating a thunderous crack as it sent the nearest werewolves flying. Those struck by the spear bore the brunt of its power, their bodies twisted and broken. Ribs and spines shattered, and their innards violently ruptured, spilling forth blood from their mouths and nostrils. Observing the relentless advance of Surin and his comrades, the werewolf leader howled desperately, attempting to rally his companions for another assault. Yet, the monstrous horde was paralyzed by fear, unwilling to advance despite his fervent cries. Fortunately, their ranks still held a final trump card, 9 trolls towering over 2.5 meters. Just as Surin sent the last werewolf blocking his path hurtling away, he found himself in an open expanse. The entire monstrous army had been cleaved through by his might. The battlefield was engulfed in chaos, with the central forces of the monstrous army in complete disarray and the flanks rendered ineffective. Just as Surin prepared to eliminate the Word Leader, a furious roar erupted nearby. A powerful gust of wind approached swiftly as a troll barreled toward him like a heavy truck. Surin swung his arm, intercepting the creature with his spiked club. The immense force bent the spear, crafted from fine iron. Although they had faced formidable adversaries before, victory had always been secured through the overwhelming might of the trolls. Unfortunately, this time they had miscalculated. Upon witnessing Surin strike down a troll, the remaining trolls showed no fear, roaring in unison as they charged towards him. Surin's cold smile met their advance. Gripping the spear's shaft with one hand, he grasped the spear's body with the other, exerting force to straighten the now misshapen weapon. He then swung it vigorously at the oncoming trolls. Frost slash. 3 tendrils of frigid air coalesced before him, solidifying into 3 icy blades that shot forth with an unbearable chill. The surrounding wargs felt their bodies stiffen, and in the next moment, a bone-chilling wave swept through them, plunging them into an abyss of darkness. The 3 icy blades sliced through the trolls with devastating ease, halting their charge in an instant. Their robust bodies were neatly cleaved into several pieces. Remarkably, no blood spilled forth, as it froze instantaneously, encasing even the trolls' forms in ice. The blades flew over 30 meters before vanishing into the air, leaving a trail of frozen monstrosities in their wake, whether they were earth elementals, wargs, or trolls. Even those trolls endowed with formidable regenerative abilities met their end. Observing the events unfold on the battlefield, the mercenaries atop the walls felt a chill run down their spines, their bodies breaking into a cold sweat. Although they had witnessed their lord's invincibility on several occasions, facing trolls was an entirely different matter. The sheer, unstoppable power sweeping across the battlefield made them perceive their noble lord as a hero from myth. Legendary heroes are nothing less than this, Jean remarked weakly. As the mercenaries expressed their astonishment, the battle neared its conclusion. With their greatest asset slain, the monstrous army collapsed entirely, none daring to impede their advance. The warg leader, upon witnessing this turn of events, turned to flee without hesitation, but it was too late. Surin moved with blinding speed, and enemies in his path scrambled to evade him. Those who were slow were torn apart by the force of his spear. The warg leader glanced back, noting the rapidly closing distance, and hastily accelerated in a desperate attempt to escape. Surin, with a firm grip on his spear, hurled it forward with all his might. Chapter 21. An epic victory. The spear sliced through the air, its sharp whistle piercing the heart of the wolfman leader, nailing him to the ground. With such a grievous blow, the wolfman leader convulsed a few times before slowly bowing his head. Dark red blood trickled down the spear and pooled on the earth below. Witnessing the death of their leader, the indigenous warriors felt a chilling dread coursing through their bodies, causing them to tremble uncontrollably. As the gaze of the harbinger of death swept over them, they instinctively lowered their heads, none daring to meet his eyes. That gaze was colder than the winds of the far north. Once the battle concluded, Surin, undeterred by fatigue, rallied the barbarian horde to commence the capture of slaves. The monstrous army had marched from afar, and after the fierce combat, their strength was nearly spent. Even the thought of fleeing was beyond their capacity. Soon, they had secured a significant number of captives. An epic victory. Under your command, you and your forces achieved a monumental triumph. As the war came to a close, those few monsters who managed to escape began to spread tales of your deeds far and wide. Your renown beginning to echo across the wilderness, your prestige rising to 1. The battle has ended. You have gained 15 for 132 experience points, leading to an elevation in your level. You have acquired the advanced talent of resilience, along with 2 free attribute points and 2 skill points. Additionally, you have received 2 silver chests. In this conflict, you have obtained the following items: Gems X5. Name: Surin race. Human level: 14, 2,358 14,000. Strength: 26 agility, 28 spirit, 23 constitution, 25 charisma. 18 other attributes remain unchanged. But you now possess a new prestige attribute, 1, indicating that your renown is spreading, albeit modestly, across the wilderness. Aside from Surin's level increase, all the barbarian warriors also experienced improvements. Remarkably, none perished in this encounter, although 3 sustained serious injuries, while everyone else bore minor wounds. Such a low casualty rate was due to Surin bravely taking the most perilous role. Had it not been for his formidable strength in shattering the enemy lines, the barbarian warriors would have faced far graver losses. Boss, a few of our brothers are gravely injured. They may not survive, Johnson lamented, approaching Surin with a heavy heart. In this world, medical advancement is slow, often reliant on the divine arts of temple priests for healing. While one could purchase holy water, the cheapest vial costs 10 gold dinars, a sum Surin would be loath to spend. Despite the absence of priest and holy water, Surin possessed the art of healing. Take me to them, Surin commanded directly. Soon, Surin encountered 3 severely injured individuals. These barbarian warriors bore gaping lacerations, likely inflicted by the fearsome wolfkin warriors. Towering over 2 meters, these monstrous beings surpassed the wolfkin brutes in strength. Clad merely in leather armor, embellished with iron pieces at best. Their protective gear proved adequate against goblins and kobolds, yet woefully insufficient against the wolfkin, particularly the formidable wolfkin warriors. The gravest of the three had a massive gash across his chest, with 2 broken ribs, and through the wound, one could discern his innards writhing. Such a severe injury nearly left him eviscerated. Had the wound been any deeper, he likely would not have survived to this moment. After stabilizing the broken bones, Surin raised his palm, gathering a faint green luminescence that coalesced in his hand. In the next instant, this ethereal glow melded into the barbarian before him. Gradually, the bleeding of the once critically injured warrior ceased, and the gruesome wound began to close. However, it only converged by a third before the green luminescence was entirely consumed. Clearly, a single healing spell was insufficient for their salvation. As the green light dissipated, the warrior's life force continued to wane, albeit at a much slower pace. Observing the luminescence fade, Surin cast another healing spell upon him. Although the warrior's wounds remained unhealed, his life force finally stabilized. The healing spell, being merely a rudimentary form of treatment, had its limitations, leaving the remaining injuries to mend on their own. Following the battle, the previously dozen or so barbarian warriors had all ascended to the rank of barbarian champions. The mightiest among them, Johnson, transcended to become the ultimate warrior of his kind, the barbarian berserker. His various attributes also underwent upgrades, with his basic strength evolving into intermediate strength and his resilience enhancing to intermediate toughness. Intermediate strength confers a permanent increase of 4 points to both strength and stamina. Intermediate toughness offers a permanent boost of 25 life points, an increase of 25 stamina, a 50% enhancement in stamina recovery, and a 15% reduction in damage taken. Additionally, the Berserk attribute transformed into Advanced Berserk, diminishing pain perception by 80%, augmenting strength by 50%, enhancing movement speed by 20%, extending the duration of the Berserk state by 50%, and reducing the weakness period by 30%. It could be said that Johnson's prowess had multiplied several times over. Equipped with iron armor, he would become a veritable meat grinder on the battlefield. After the skirmish, Surin acquired a substantial number of slaves, comprising earth goblins, kobolds, and wolfkin, totaling around 500. Over 200 perished in the recent conflict, and those who died within the walled city had yet to be accounted for. Surin estimated the total casualties to approach 600, with fewer than 100 managing to escape. Following this encounter, the captives became thoroughly terrified, refraining from any notion of resistance, and Surin resolved to retain them as slaves for future use. The earth giants bear a striking resemblance to goblins, however. The former reach a height of 1.5 meters, while the latter stand at a mere 1.2 meters. Furthermore, the earth giants are among the few disciplined races that inhabit the wilderness. Although they are not particularly bright, they are more than adequate for servitude. Remember, do not let them escape. I require these individuals to assist in constructing my castle. Rest assured, boss, I shall personally oversee their confinement. Johnson wiped the smudges of blood from his bald head and flashed a grin at the slaves, revealing 2 rows of stark white teeth. Although he smiled, the bloodstains on his face imparted a rather unsettling sensation. Johnson would not easily forgive this group of creatures that nearly brought ruin to his brethren. While he would not resort to killing them, they should not expect an easy existence either. Chapter 22. The blacksmiths forged the conflagration within the makeshift city of Urns raged until midnight before gradually extinguishing. The prolonged blaze rendered the surrounding walls and ground unbearably hot to the touch. It was not until the following morning that Surin began the grim task of dismantling the temporary structure and clearing away the bodies within. Upon witnessing the horrific scene inside, despite being mentally prepared, Surin was overwhelmed by a wave of nausea. The area was littered with charred corpses, and the air was thick with the acrid stench of burnt flesh. This grim reality resulted in a total aversion to meat in the camp for several days thereafter. A large pit was excavated to enter the remains, followed by the diligent efforts of the slaves to cleanse the ground with fresh water. Nevertheless, a faint metallic scent of blood lingered at the eastern gate. Following the defeat of the monstrous horde, the camp entered a period of rapid expansion. The indigenous army they vanquished was the most formidable wolfman tribe in the vicinity, and its total annihilation instilled a sense of dread in the surrounding tribes. The rules of the wilderness are starkly clear. The strong prevail. If Surin wished to claim dominion over this land, he must subdue all surrounding factions, thus securing his authority. With the largest tribe now obliterated, there were no challengers daring to provoke him for the time being. With over 1,000 slaves at his disposal, the pace of construction within the camp accelerated once more. After 3 days, the harbor was finally completed, leading to an increase in daily catches from the sea. However, the territory revealed no iron or deposits. To establish a true blacksmith's forge, Surin needed a source of iron. Although the wilderness appeared barren, it harbored ample resources, including iron ore. Most of the wolfmen who had attacked Surin's territory wielded metal weapons. While these weapons appeared crude and bore the residue of raw ore, they were nonetheless metallic. Even the most inexperienced human apprentice could forge superior weapons. In truth, these crude implements were produced by the wolfman tribe itself. As sentient beings of considerable intellect, they possessed knowledge of steel smelting, albeit at a rudimentary level. If they could manufacture metal weapons, one might wonder about their source of raw materials. Humans had long since sealed off the wilderness, forbidding the sale of iron or weaponry to these creatures. Thus, the most plausible explanation was that this tribe of wolfmen had discovered an iron mine, and with some smelting knowledge, albeit limited, they produced rudimentary weaponry. Surin felt reassured by the existence of this iron ore, knowing that once the blacksmith's forge was established, the raw materials would be available. As for claiming the mine now, he yearned to do so, yet with just over 100 individuals in his ranks, he was constrained in his ambitions. He could only wait until his camp's population grew before he could lay claim to the mine. In addition to iron, Surin also sought to locate a coal mine, essential for the smelting process. Temporary Lord's Manor. How much material do we currently possess? Surin reclined in his chair, slightly squinting as he inquired of his clerk. This clerk, chosen from the ranks of slaves, possessed a rudimentary literacy and arithmetic skills, though his proficiency was merely adequate, leaving Surin with no better alternative. We need to develop our territory and procure slaves to bolster the population. 300 gold dinars is but a drop in the bucket, Surin remarked, stroking his chin thoughtfully. The growth of the territory had reached an impasse, primarily due to the population issue. Despite having over 1,000 slaves, without supervision, they would not diligently toil, and dispersing the workforce would leave Surin facing a dire shortage of manpower. Johnson, Surin called out. Here, I am, came Johnson's reply as he entered from outside. The families of the barbarians should be faring well, despite being aged, weak, or female. The combat prowess of these women should not be underestimated. Surin intended to entice merchants to come forth for trade, although he had yet to determine the specifics of the goods to be exchanged. Johnson departed the camp accompanied by 2 barbarian warriors wielding great axes. Surin, however, refrained from further attempts to capture slaves, as the monster tribes surrounding his territory had begun to take notice, with many already vacating the area. After several days of construction, the blacksmith shop was finally completed. With the establishment of the blacksmith shop, the equipment data began to be integrated. The processes of metal smelting and casting were initiated. Completion rates climbed to 10, 20, 50, until finally, it was complete. The system's marketplace for weaponry and armor was now accessible. At the moment the blacksmith shop was completed, a cold notification resonated in Surin's ears, filling him with delight as he promptly accessed the rise of the Empire system within his mind. Blacksmith shop. The blacksmith shop can forge higher quality weapons for the territory's warriors. The skills of the blacksmiths working within will be enhanced, leading to improved quality in iron production. Blacksmith learning speed. 2. Production speed. 1. Iron quality. 1. In addition to these foundational descriptions, the previously gray marketplace button on the system interface had now illuminated. Upon opening the marketplace, a dazzling array of items appeared before him, including bows, iron swords, spears, and armor. Not only were there commonplace goods, but also many exquisite weapons. However, legendary artifacts such as the Celestial Emperor's Sword, the 8-section Serpent Spear, and the Square Heaven Painting Halberd were conspicuously absent. It was understandable, after all. If such items were not available even within the game, acquiring them in this reality would be nigh impossible. Beyond weapons, the blacksmith shop also offered materials such as fine iron, steel, dark iron, and divine iron, though the prices made Surin wince. While the ordinary prices were somewhat reasonable, the cost for a century-old dark iron skyrocketed to 100,000 gold dinars. As for rarer materials like Millennium Dark Iron, 9 Heavens Dark Iron, and Absolute Tungsten Steel, none were available for purchase. Upon reviewing the catalog within the blacksmith shop, Surin discovered various crafting blueprints, which, when utilized, would impart the knowledge to create specific items. Additionally, there were forging insights available for sale, which could enhance a blacksmith's crafting skills, though the price was steep at 1,500 gold dinars per volume. After perusing the blacksmith shop, Su Luan discovered to his dismay that he could not afford a single piece of equipment. Of course, the blacksmith's establishment was not solely a marketplace for weapons, it also provided the option of crafting. While the quality of the blacksmith's craftsmanship varied, the prices were considerably more reasonable. For instance, the two-handed axe he had purchased for the barbarian previously cost 30 gold dinars, whereas having the blacksmith forge a similar axe would only set him back a mere 15 gold dinars. Should he eventually acquire his own iron mine, this cost could diminish further. In truth, although Su Luan commanded a formidable army of barbarians, they were not operating at their full potential. The barbarians' warriors were equipped with two-handed axes, chainmail, hand axes, or throwing spears, while the mightier barbarian great axe warriors donned iron armor. Only in this manner could their capabilities be maximized. Presently, his warriors were equipped with merely a two-handed axe, a piece of leather armor, and a hand axe, an utterly minimal configuration. However, with the establishment of the blacksmith shop, Su Luan intended to gradually outfit them adequately. He had situated the blacksmith's workshop by the riverside, planning to install hydraulic machinery once the necessary skills were acquired. The hydraulic hammer, for instance, was not overly complex and could only be utilized in areas abundant with water. During his time in Colin City, his rather unrefined father's blacksmith shop had already employed such machinery, and now he sought to implement this technology here. With the hydraulic forging machine, the production costs of equipment at the blacksmith shop could be further reduced. Bruce, the blacksmith slave he had acquired, was a coveted asset in this locale. It is worth noting that blacksmiths belonged to the middle-income class in towns. This individual had, unfortunately, fallen into debt due to gambling, resulting in the loss of his shop and his subsequent sale into slavery. Very well, we shall repair the soldier's equipment and forge agricultural tools and other implements, thereby enhancing our supply chain, Su Luan remarked with a nod. Thank you, my lord. I shall work diligently, Bruce replied, his spirits buoyed by Su Luan's words. An upgrade in supplies meant he could indulge in fish and meat, and he would no longer be compelled to share a cramped space with others, enduring the stench of their feet and the sounds of their grinding teeth. Su Luan's management of slaves appeared rather benevolent for this era. He established a set of rewards and penalties alongside corresponding treatment standards for the slaves, providing them with a glimmer of hope and, consequently, enhancing their work motivation. Should the slaves merely subsist without striving, their productivity would inevitably falter. By offering rewards and setting clear benchmarks, Su Luan effectively dangled a metaphorical carrot before them, motivating them to advance. The lowest tier of slaves were relegated to menial labor, subsisting on the bare minimum, akin to dog-headed creatures and goblins, of which there were the most numerous. In contrast, skilled slaves were afforded better food and clear work objectives. Completion of these tasks would yield sustenance, with the possibility of additional rewards for commendable performance and further upgrades in their treatment, such as access to meat. If this slave demonstrates merit or contributes in other ways, he may be elevated once more, gaining access to superior sustenance and the privilege of a private dwelling. Furthermore, as part of the rewards, Surin promised that upon meeting the requisite contributions, he would bestow upon this slave the status of a freedman, allowing him to become a citizen of the territory. However, this does not imply that Surin incurs a loss. In fact, the standards of contribution he set are tenfold the purchase price of these slaves. Thus, to shed the shackles of slavery, one must provide a value equivalent to 10 times that of the slave itself. Moreover, one might assume that once freed, their obligations cease. Upon becoming a freedman, one is still required to pay taxes, labor, and develop the territory, ensuring that the balance remains favorable. Following the announcement of this system of rewards and penalties, the efficiency of the slaves in the territory doubled on the very day. Once the blacksmith shop was established, Surin transported the spoils, intending for the blacksmith to remelt these scraps into ingots. The spoils primarily consisted of the weapons wielded by the numerous wolfmen and trolls who attacked the territory, many of which were crude mace-like weapons. Although poorly constructed and inadequately refined, their sheer weight was formidable. Each mace weighed at least 100 pounds. Even accounting for impurities, after smelting, they would yield around 70 to 80 pounds of usable iron, resulting in several thousand pounds of ingots. The iron required for weapon repairs was minimal. Thus, Surin intended to forge the surplus into armor, while the lowest quality iron would be fashioned into agricultural tools. Several thousand pounds of iron ingots could potentially produce hundreds of pieces of armor. While the barbarian warriors possess great offensive strength, their defenses remain lacking. Should these barbarians don armor, their combat prowess would rise to a significantly higher echelon. Bruce brought along several apprentice blacksmiths to assist, while the slaves transported hundreds of pounds of scrap metal to the blast furnace. The furnace radiated immense heat, elevating the temperature of the blacksmith shop to at least 50 degrees. Bruce, bare-chested and clad only in a strip of cloth around his waist, directed the others in heating the furnace. Lacking coal, the blacksmith shop relied solely on charcoal for heating. Charcoal provides limited heat, reaching only 700 degrees under open conditions. However, in specialized furnaces, temperatures can soar to 900 or even 1,000 degrees. The iron smelting process necessitates temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees, requiring bellows to aid combustion to achieve the necessary heat. Surin's knowledge of iron smelting is limited, yet he recalls that preheating the air before introducing it into the furnace can elevate the temperature by approximately 200 degrees. This adjustment could allow the furnace to reach temperatures of 1,200 degrees, slightly surpassing the temperatures achieved using coal. While employing coal for iron smelting offers numerous advantages, such as speed, high yield, and low cost, it harbors a significant drawback: the high sulfur content in most coals, which, when used in smelting, contaminates the iron with sulfur, resulting in a critical consequence: brittleness. The quality of iron has diminished, rendering the forged weapons utterly incomparable to those devoid of sulfur. They may even snap upon striking, a situation that cannot be remedied no matter how low the cost. As for steelmaking, Surin possesses only a rudimentary understanding. The distinction between steel and iron lies in their carbon content. A higher carbon content yields iron, while a lower content results in steel. If the carbon content is excessively low, it becomes wrought iron. However, Surin is oblivious to the precise proportions involved. Had he foreseen his journey through time, he would have diligently memorized all such knowledge. Surin lamented while rubbing his temples. Despite not knowing the exact carbon content of steel and iron, Bruce, an experienced blacksmith, had his share of insights. Under his guidance, several apprentice blacksmiths set up a first-rate anvil, heating the already smelted iron ingots for further hammering. This repetitive process of heating and hammering the iron ingots aims to forge steel. Completing this process once is termed a refinement, and repeating it 100 times results in what is known as 100 refined steel, the finest steel available in the market. Weapons crafted from this steel are considered the C-Arme de la C-Arme, and in the Kingdom of Florence, most military weapons and armor are typically of 30 refinements. Naturally, there exist even superior materials, crafted by dwarves. Although dwarven craftsmanship surpasses that of humans, forging 100 refined steel remains a formidable challenge for them, albeit they possess exclusive techniques of their own. Upon witnessing the blacksmith shop resume its normal production, Surin began to seek profitable ventures. The continuous investments in his territory without any yield placed considerable pressure upon him. When Johnson departed, Surin had given him 100 gold dinars, leaving him with merely 200 dinars now. His storage space contained a few items: 2 pieces of fine iron, some gemstones, and 2 silver chests. The gemstones were rewards from his previous victory over the natives. Upon inspection, he found that most were of mediocre quality, with only 2 possessing commendable attributes, which could fetch 300 to 400 gold coins from a gem merchant. He estimated that such coins would be depleted within a month. Furthermore, achieving self-sufficiency and generating income for his territory would likely require at least 2 years. Contemplating this, Surin entertained the thought of raiding a dragon's treasure, for legends claim dragons are immensely wealthy. However, this notion remained merely a fantasy, as dragons are exceedingly rare, and their formidable power would necessitate legendary status to confront. Oh, he still had 2 chests unopened. With that thought, Surin chose to unlock the chests. A flash of light enveloped him, and the chests vanished, accompanied by the system's notification. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a book on mechanical control. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a vial of North Star Essence. Mechanical control? What could this be? Surin picked up the book and began to peruse its contents, which detailed the construction, principles, and usage of various machines. After reviewing the system's introduction, Surin realized that this was yet another skill generated by the system, having fused with the essence of this world. In the original game, this skill was known as Iron Control, capable of summoning mechanical soldiers such as wooden oxen and flowing horses. However, upon arriving in this world, it transformed into the art of crafting machinery. Even after mastering it, one would still be unable to create the wooden oxen and flowing horses, as further enhancements would be required. Fortunately, the system isn't entirely unforgiving. It has provided an upgrade path. Firstly, one must elevate their mechanical control to an advanced level. Then learn the secret arts of iron control. After mastering these arcane techniques, it is necessary to seek out an NPC, the Peach Blossom Immortal, and, upon passing his trials, one would receive a remarkable reward, the crafting technique for puppet golems. Astonishingly, this system has even unveiled the golem crafting techniques of wizards, transforming certain iron men into formidable steel golems. Although Surin had never encountered a steel golem, he was well aware of their formidable reputation. A single steel golem could easily decimate an entire knightly order, and it is essential to note that this refers to knights, not mere cavalry. Setting aside the matter of the puppet golem, the whereabouts of the Peach Blossom Immortal remain a mystery. In the game, one could simply venture into the peach orchard to find him, but in reality, where might one seek him? This flawed system offers no hints whatsoever. While unable to craft mechanical puppets, mechanical control still holds significant utility, such as creating simple mechanical tools to expedite the development of his territory, or constructing a water-powered forge and a hydraulic bellows for the blacksmith shop. With the water-powered forge, the speed of forging refined steel could increase exponentially, as the efficiency of machines far surpasses that of manual labor, providing consistent force and speed. Originally, he had contemplated enlisting the help of some craftsmen for research, but now, equipped with the knowledge of mechanical control, he could effortlessly create one himself. Having mastered mechanical control, Surin picked up a nearby glass vial containing a mesmerizing blue, translucent liquid. As he shook the vial, the liquid sparkled with flecks of starlight, presenting a captivating sight. This substance was quite rare in the game, and its effects were straightforward. It enhances attributes. North Star Essence, a miraculous liquid formed from the convergence of stellar power. Upon use, it can bolster either strength or constitution. Each use enhances either strength or constitution by 3, triggering only one effect at a time, and it can be reused. Chapter 25, Machinery for Surin. Items that could enhance attributes were always welcome. The more, the better. He lifted the Beidou essence to his lips and drank deeply. A refreshing energy began to disperse within his body, quickly assimilating into his being. Congratulations, host, your physique has increased by 3 points. Upon checking the system, he found that his physical attribute had risen from 25 to 28. After a brief exercise to acclimate to his newfound strength, Surin commenced preparations to construct a hydraulic forge. The creation of the hydraulic forge was not overly complicated, as there were 2 rivers nearby, each boasting a plentiful flow of water, making the construction of such a machine entirely feasible. Surin meticulously sketched all the components of the hydraulic forge and instructed his craftsmen to follow the blueprints for its assembly. Essentially, this apparatus harnessed the power of water to drive a water wheel, which, through a directional mechanism, converted that energy into the striking force of a forging hammer. The most crucial component was the conversion device, yet, fundamentally, it was quite straightforward. He equipped the water wheel with a concentric axle, where short beams would engage the forging hammer, enabling it to rise and fall rhythmically. This was the simplest form of a hydraulic forging hammer. Surin enhanced its design by incorporating gears to modify the rotational speed, allowing the hydraulic forge to adjust both the speed and intensity of the hammering action. The craftsmen within Surin's territory were reasonably skilled, and given the relatively uncomplicated structure of the hydraulic forge, under his guidance, it was completed in just 2 days. Let us begin. Surin inhaled deeply, his heart racing as he gazed at the freshly completed hydraulic hammer. Open the sluice, a craftsman bellowed. As the command echoed, the sluice gate opened, unleashing a torrent of river water that surged forth and cascaded into the carved waterway, swiftly reaching the water wheel. The heavy wheel was set into motion by the rushing water, gradually turning. As the wheel rotated, the attached forging hammer began to rise, swiftly elevated to a sufficient height before crashing down with a resounding thud. Boom. The metallic clang reverberated, sparks flying in all directions. The hammer lifted once more and then fell again with a thunderous impact. Bang, bang, bang. The deep, resonant sound of metal striking metal resonated continuously, merging into a rhythmic symphony. A block of iron was relentlessly hammered beneath the hydraulic hammer, its form visibly tightening under the force. In no time, the iron ingot was transformed into a steel ingot. Surin picked up the steel ingot delivered by Bruce. Weighing it in his hand, it was substantial and possessed commendable resilience. Although it did not quite measure up to the exquisite steel he obtained from the system, it was still impressive. Success. The hydraulic forge has been constructed. The hydraulic forge is now integrated into the blacksmith's workshop. Hydraulic forge. This is a cleverly designed machine with a relatively simple structure that effectively harnesses the power of flowing water for weapon and equipment forging. Production efficiency. 3. Steel quality. 1. Seeing the system validate the hydraulic forge, Surin felt a surge of excitement. With this machine, the production speed of the blacksmith's workshop had tripled. Well done. Use this steel ingot to produce 35 sets of double-handed axes and armor, Surin remarked with satisfaction. How long will it take to complete? My lord, aside from myself. The iron shop is filled with apprentices whose skills are still somewhat lacking, so the speed of armor crafting. Bruce hesitated to reply. Given a fortnight. And with the hydraulic forging hammer in place, the difficulty of weapon production has been significantly reduced. If you cannot accomplish this, rest assured, my lord. I guarantee the task will be completed. Surin's words left Bruce feeling resolute, dispelling any thoughts of negotiation, and he promptly agreed. Very well. I shall provide you with the blueprints for the equipment shortly. Follow the designs as illustrated. Surin waved his hand, signaling Bruce to depart. He then opened the system interface and sketched the equipment recommended by the system for the barbarian axe warriors. With the conditions now favorable, he prepared to outfit the barbarians with the suggested gear. Once he finished the drawings, he had them delivered to Bruce. Following the construction of the first hydraulic forging machine, the hydraulic blower was next on the agenda. With the experience gained from the forging machine, the production of the blower progressed swiftly, and within a day, it was complete. Utilizing hydraulic power, the blower was considerably larger than its human-powered predecessor, standing 2 meters tall and 3 meters wide. This device required at least 10 slaves to operate in coordination. However, propelled by the water wheel, the blower effortlessly came to life. With a rhythmic puffing sound, a plethora of crude weapons and scrap iron were sent to the blast furnace, where they were rapidly heated, glowing red, and eventually liquefying. Hydraulic blower, a blower device powered by water, featuring a simple structure and ingenious design, capable of raising furnace temperatures. Efficiency, 2. Flame temperature, 2. With the addition of the hydraulic blower and forging machine, Surin's blacksmith shop saw a continuous increase in output. Although it was the only shop, it sufficiently supplied the territory. In the forge, Bruce, along with several apprentice blacksmiths, methodically crafted weapons and armor. A steel-bladed double-handed axe specifically designed for the barbarians rapidly took shape. Surin picked up a completed double-handed axe, crafted according to his blueprints. The axes previously purchased from the Kingdom of Florence were designed for an average human physique. Those axes had shorter handles and were considerably lighter, appearing a full-size smaller compared to the one in Surin's hands. In truth, the barbarians found them somewhat unwieldy, and the weight was insufficient. After all, these barbarians averaged a height of 2 meters, towering over the Florentines by at least 30 centimeters. Weapons fashioned for the Florentine physique were ill-suited for them. Now, this double-handed axe was entirely tailored to the stature of the barbarians, making it exceptionally suitable for their use. Weighing in at 30 pounds, it required only the strength of these warriors to wield it with ease. Chapter 26. Development due to the adoption of refined steel. The two-handed axe possesses an unparalleled sharpness and resilience that surpasses that of ordinary axes. Surin specifically instructed a barbarian warrior to wield the two-handed axe for experimentation. The results were astounding. A pine stake, thick as a bull's rim, was effortlessly cleaved in two. And even the wolf-toothed club wielded by the wargs was severed with just 2 or 3 strikes. The axe's blade only exhibited minimal dulling, requiring merely a touch-up to restore its edge. Hans, exhilarated by his new weapon, brandished the long-handled battle axe with a finesse akin to that of a butterfly flitting through flowers, the whistling sound of it slicing through the air resonating around him. The once treasured Florence two-handed axe was carelessly discarded into the mud. "This axe is simply magnificent," he exclaimed, rushing excitedly toward Surin. The keen edge of the axe slicing dangerously close to Surin as it passed. In an instant, it severed the wooden stick he had been using to measure the water's depth. "Isn't it delightful?" Surin remarked, observing Hans's boundless enthusiasm, before delivering a swift kick that sent him tumbling like a rolling gourd. "Pick up that axe and go chop some trees. Each of you must fell 30 trees today. Failure to do so means no food." A throng of onlooking barbarians hastily seized their axes and scattered. Once the crowd had dispersed, Surin picked up another piece of armor. This was not a full suit, but rather a half-armor paired with leg guards. While this armor did not offer the comprehensive protection of full-plate armor, it allowed for greater agility and was significantly less expensive to produce. Full-plate armor, though highly defensive, severely restricted movement. Turning or bending was a cumbersome endeavor. Aside from its utility for heavy cavalry, it proved impractical for most. After testing the strength of the half-armor, Suruin found himself quite pleased. Its defensive capabilities against swords and blades were commendable, and it offered considerable protection against arrows, albeit slightly weaker against heavier weaponry. Using such equipment against the indigenous peoples of the wilderness, who lacked even the means to arm themselves properly, was a case of overkill. The blacksmith's workshop was steadily becoming operational, and the construction of the territory was progressing, albeit slowly. Although there were over 1,000 slaves at his disposal, the pace of development remained sluggish, at least in Suruin's eyes. To others, however, the speed of construction was remarkably swift. The primary reason for this perception was that Suruin's initial delineation of territory was somewhat excessive, while other pioneering nobles began with lands no larger than a small town. Suruin's domain was already akin to a large town, or even a small city, boasting a formidable 2-kilometer-long, 5-meter-high stone wall. The goblins, gremlins, and wargs were not the most adept slaves at building territories. Their capabilities were limited to laborious tasks, and their meager intellect rendered them incapable of constructing properly sound dwellings. Instead, they were more suited to erecting makeshift shelters or digging simple pits. Though the wilderness was replete with trees, using logs for construction would have expedited the building process. Yet wooden structures were prone to catching fire. Should a blaze occur, it would likely devastate entire sections, and the timber required for such constructions was excessively demanding. In Surin's perspective, the timber from his territory is regarded as a commodity for sale. The wilderness abounds with trees, particularly large ones of sturdy quality, making them an excellent choice for crafting furniture or constructing vessels. The northern region, characterized by its frigid climate, fosters slow tree growth, resulting in denser and more resilient wood, which is particularly suitable for shipbuilding. He intends to position this timber as the primary product of his territory for sale, given that the area lies in the north, where winters are harsh. The buildings within the territory are constructed from earth mixed with reeds to form earthen walls. Although these walls may appear drab and uninviting, seemingly easy to topple, they provide remarkable insulation. The walls, exceeding a foot in thickness, effectively shield against the frigid winds emanating from the northern tundra. Though composed of a mix of earth and reeds, the mud, when blended with water to form clay, significantly increases in strength when combined with the reeds, making it entirely feasible for constructing dwellings. Wooden pillars are also incorporated into the earthen walls. While these structures may not be aesthetically pleasing, they represent the best choice for the territory at present. Although goblins and gnolls may lack intelligence, they are competent in digging foundations and transporting earth. Having completed the groundwork with relative efficiency, the larger goblins and gnolls, possessing greater strength, are tasked with pounding and mixing the clay, subsequently erecting the earthen walls under human supervision. The construction process is straightforward. 2 wooden planks are raised, and the prepared clay and reeds are packed between them, followed by compacting the wall, resulting in a completed structure. Both the larger goblins and gnolls find it challenging to adjust to their new roles. They are accustomed to dominating the smaller goblins and gnolls, and being subjugated by humans is an unfamiliar experience. Nevertheless, their reluctance to resist stems from the lingering impression left by Surin's formidable presence and the barbarians' overwhelming force during the recent battle. Despite the presence of only a few barbarian overseers, none of the slaves dare entertain thoughts of rebellion, diligently laboring under the whip's lash. The banks of the Red Sand River and the White Water River feature flat, fertile land, much of which is overgrown with lush weeds. With the defeat of the monstrous coalition, the territory faces no immediate threats, prompting the cultivation of farmland to become a priority. In any territory, agriculture is the cornerstone. A robust agricultural foundation is essential for sustaining a larger population, thereby fostering advancements in commerce and military endeavors. Surin had previously surveyed the lands along the Two Rivers region, and in the vicinity of his territory, at least 100,000 acres could be cultivated along the riverbanks. Moreover, due to the proximity to the river, irrigation concerns are rendered moot. This expanse of land is undoubtedly the finest arable land in the entire territory, and the farmland adjacent to the city walls holds no comparative advantage aside from its closeness to the urban center. Certainly, Suruin now possesses commendable mechanical skills. Should he construct grand water wheels and irrigation canals along the riverbanks, the agricultural prospects of this region would flourish. However, the establishment of such water wheels and irrigation systems necessitates a substantial investment of both financial resources and labor. Given the current impoverished state of Suruin's territory, it is impractical to envisage the construction of irrigation canals that encircle the city. The most prudent course of action would be to cultivate the land adjacent to the river as arable farmland. Chapter 27. The bison herd. Both the dog-headed and goblin races engage in the cultivation of food, yet their agricultural methods are rudimentary, relying on the ancient practice of slash and burn. They seek out a patch of wild land, ignite a fire to incinerate the weeds, and when the rains come, they scatter seeds across the charred earth, leaving the harvest entirely to fate. Although goblins and dog-headed folk are inept at farming, they are capable of clearing land. Surin, intent on preparing for the impending north wind, plans to cultivate 5,000 acres within his territory, aiming for at least a self-sufficient grain supply. These savages possess voracious appetites, consuming food at a rate thrice that of an ordinary person. In this world, aside from nobles and wealthy merchants, common folk typically eat 2 meals a day. And these barbarians are no exception. However, Surin has resolved to increase their rations to 3 meals daily, for it is imprudent to send his primary combat unit into battle on an empty stomach. The sole dilemma lies in the insufficiency of food. With so many mouths to feed, the consumption of provisions has quadrupled. What once sufficed for several months now barely lasts two. To foster the development of his territory, a sufficient workforce is essential. Presently, there are over 1,000 inhabitants in his domain, yet the goblins, wolfmen, and dog-headed individuals cannot be integrated into his ranks. Surin is well aware of the adage, "Those not of my kin cannot be trusted." Thus, the actual manpower at his disposal remains limited. Races such as the barbarians or dwarfs, while distinct from humans, do not engage in cannibalism, unlike the wolfmen, dog-headed folk, or goblins, who harbor no reservations about consuming even their allies or kin when desperation strikes. The wolfmen's subjugation of goblins extends beyond mere exploitation as cannon fodder. They also serve as a source of sustenance. In times of scarcity, it is not uncommon for them to resort to devouring goblins or dog-headed folk. To the north of the Red Sand River, Surin, accompanied by a pair of barbarian warriors, is engaged in the extermination of the remaining goblins and dog-headed entities in the area. The surrounding tribes have already been vanquished, yet clusters of wandering goblins and dog-headed individuals still roam the wilderness. Surin nods, then opens the strategic map within his system, which now highlights the location of the goblins. He has observed that wherever he or his army traverses, the previously shadowed regions of the map dissipate, revealing the status of the land. For instance, in the woods located 5 kilometers northeast of their position, the map indicates the presence of a goblin community. The strategic map proves useful beyond the confines of his territory. With the location of the goblin tribe established, Surin prepares to lead his barbarians to eradicate them. A dozen warriors split into 2 teams, flanking the camp, while Surin advances with 2 barbarians for a frontal assault. Goblins possess low combat prowess and wavering resolve. The loss of even a single companion can have a profound impact on their morale. In truth, even a solitary barbarian warrior is capable of shattering their ranks. Several minutes later, Surin arrived at the outskirts of the goblin tribe. Dealing with these goblins required no stealth. A direct assault would swiftly conclude the confrontation, after which he would proceed to capture slaves. Outside the goblin encampment, there were no guards present. The entire goblin settlement appeared dilapidated, with numerous small mounds of earth resembling houses, which were, in fact, burrows predominantly situated underground. These structures lacked windows and featured only a single entrance, supported by wooden beams. Despite their shabby appearance, these dwellings maintained commendable insulation, and many impoverished homes in the northern territories adopted this burrow design, with half of the structure buried underground. Their only drawback was a tendency to retain moisture. Surin glanced at the strategic map, noting that the other 2 squads of barbarians had reached their designated positions. With a wave of his hand, he charged into the camp accompanied by 2 barbarian warriors. The trio was soon spotted by the goblins. A large goblin seized a weapon and shouted for others to form ranks. However, before he could complete his command, a hand axe spun through the air and struck him squarely on the forehead. Kill. The moment the towering barbarian appeared, the goblin had no time to react as the axe cleaved him in 2. In an instant, the 3 warriors rampaged through the goblin camp like a whirlwind, causing the remaining goblins to flee in terror, utterly disoriented and scattering in every direction. Only a few large goblins, armed with their shabby weapons, attempted to form a rudimentary line of defense. Observing this, Surin adjusted his course and charged forward, sweeping his fine iron spear through the air, sending several large goblins flying like leaves in a storm. While superficially unharmed, the goblins' leather armor burst apart, and their innards mixed with blood gushed forth from their mouths. Before they could even hit the ground, they were silenced forever. With the death of several large goblins, the remaining goblins lost all will to resist, scrambling in a desperate bid for survival. However, as they bolted from the encampment, they collided head-on with waiting barbarian warriors. Faced with a greater number of these fierce combatants, the panicked goblins perceived the world around them as filled with overwhelming malice. The battle concluded swiftly with a three-pronged encirclement within the goblin camp. Aside from the deceased and a few fortunate enough to escape, the remainder lay prostrate, trembling in fear. The barbarians, well acquainted with such endeavors, organized their forces to collect spoils while binding the goblins together. Unsurprisingly, this goblin tribe yielded little in terms of wealth, with scarcely any iron weapons to be found. Apart from the goblin slaves, there were virtually no additional gains. The army traversed the woods, advancing northeastward, where the horizon revealed a majestic mountain range. The imposing Candarl Mountains stretched for hundreds of miles, with the Whitewater River coursing through the territory, originating from within these mountains. These barbarian warriors, once hunters of the wild, found the pursuit of an antelope to be an effortless task. After a brief period of preparation, a warrior began to roast an antelope. A substantial number of them gathered. The barbarians, indifferent to numerical significance, gestured widely with their hands and inquired, "Are there more than the goblin tribe we just exterminated?" Suruan received the roasted meat handed to him by a soldier behind him and passed it to the warrior, questioning him in return. Upon receiving the meat, the warrior took several hearty bites and remarked, "There are not as many as that goblin horde, perhaps only about half." It appeared they were preparing to migrate. Currently, the territory was slated for the reclamation of 5,000 acres. Despite considerable effort, progress remained slow. If they acquired plow oxen, they could cultivate the 5,000 acres in just a few days, and by the following year, they could till even more land. Everyone hastened their meal, knowing they would regroup in 10 minutes. With this thought in mind, Suruan promptly declared his intention to capture the entire herd of wild cattle. It was crucial to act swiftly, as these creatures were fleet-footed. If they delayed, who could predict where the wild cattle might flee? Soon, all the barbarian warriors were prepared, and under the guidance of a soldier, Suruan directed their course towards the herd of wild cattle. In this world, both oxen and horses were used for plowing. While horse-drawn cultivation was swifter, oxen plowing offered its own advantages. The group advanced rapidly toward the northeastern defense line, and approximately 15 minutes later, Suruan and his men arrived at the location indicated by the scouts. They stood on a high slope with a broad view of the surroundings, overlooking a plain below where the herd of wild cattle grazed leisurely on the barren land. The number of wild cattle was significant. Suruan counted at least 130 of them, a sight not often seen in the wilderness. Though these wild cattle were ordinary beasts, they possessed a fierce temperament. Weighing up to a ton and measuring at least 3 meters in length, they sported a pair of curved, sharp horns that signified their formidable potential for harm. Being social animals, they posed an even greater threat. One could only imagine the force of over 100 wild cattle charging together, akin to a thunderous stampede. The consequences they could inflict were not less impactful than those of an imperial heavy cavalry charge. "We cannot let a single one escape," Suruan exclaimed with excitement. With these wild cattle, the reclamation efforts would be expedited. The barbarians were quite experienced in taming wild cattle, having raised numerous herds during their days in the wilderness. Capturing the wild cattle now was merely a return to their roots. Concerned that the herd might scatter, Suruan resolved to seize the leader of the wild cattle. He instructed his men to disperse and encircle the herd, while he himself would attempt to capture the lead bull. As Suruan disregarded their warnings, several irritable male wild cattle charged at him, only to be met with a powerful blow from his fist, rendering one unconscious. He was cautious not to apply excessive force, for he needed these wild cattle alive for cultivation purposes. The last thing he wanted was to inadvertently kill one. After stunning several wild bison, Suruan did not linger for a moment and swiftly charged towards the lead bull in the herd. The lead bull, undeterred, charged back at Suruan. As the leader, this bull was considerably larger, measuring over 3 meters in length, followed closely by numerous subordinates. Unfortunately for it, before it could demonstrate its prowess, Suruan delivered a decisive blow, knocking it to the ground. Shaking its head, the lead bull struggled to rise, and as soon as it regained its footing, Suruan leapt onto its back. Realizing it had a rider, the bull frantically attempted to buck Suruan off. However, no matter how it moved, Suruan remained firmly seated upon it. Eventually, the lead bull, exhausted and defeated, was compelled to lower its head in submission. Having successfully tamed the lead bull, The remaining herd of over 100 bison posed no further challenge. The lead bull let out a series of low bellows, calming the previously restless herd. Subsequently, Surin rode the lead bull, guiding the entire group of wild bison towards their territory. The other wild men merely followed alongside, as the sight of more than 100 bison galloping forward created an overwhelming sense of unstoppable momentum. Chapter 29. The plow oxen. The presence of over 100 wild buffaloes, even if only half could be transformed into plow oxen, would signify a monumental advancement for the agricultural prospects of Suruin's domain. The notion that oxen cannot plow as swiftly as horses, or that they lack certain efficiencies, becomes inconsequential when one considers that Suruin currently cannot afford to procure horses for plowing. Furthermore, while horse-drawn plowing is indeed faster and more efficient, the care required for horses surpasses that of oxen significantly. Whether they are war horses or draft horses, the demands of their husbandry are exceedingly high. Horses are delicate creatures prone to injury. A suitable war horse in Cult City commands a price of at least 30 gold dinars, with some of higher quality fetching 40 or even 50. Additionally, these war horses require premium feed, with supplemental rations provided at night, rendering their diet more lavish than that of many individuals. The annual food consumption for a single war horse amounts to no less than 10 gold dinars. Draft horses, while requiring less superior care, still necessitate a minimum of 3 gold dinars each year, a sum that many commoners earn in total within a year. In contrast, the cost of raising cattle is markedly lower, and while a deceased horse yields only a hide, an aged ox can still be sold for its meat, not to mention that its horns can be fashioned into bows. Thus, plowing with oxen is undeniably more economical. Moreover, Suruin possesses a final, ultimate method for taming these wild buffaloes, inserting rings into their nostrils. The sensitivity of a buffalo's nose ensures that even the most temperamental wild beast becomes docile once the ring is in place. As for the difficulty of fitting a ring onto an adult buffalo due to its strength, 2 barbarian warriors can easily subdue it. Upon returning to the encampment, Suruin conducted an inventory of these wild buffaloes, discovering 97 adult specimens, comprised of 42 bulls and the remainder being cows, along with 21 calves approximately 1 year old. Suruin intended for the women and children among the barbarians to tend to these buffaloes and engage in plowing, as they were the most suitable caretakers within the current encampment. As time progressed, a month had elapsed since Suruin arrived in the wilderness. Thanks to the diligent efforts of over 1,000 goblin, kobold, and werewolf slaves, the encampment underwent continual transformation. The dock at the Red Sand River had significantly expanded, growing from an initial 3 fishing boats to 7, while the docking capacity had increased 5-fold, accommodating more vessels for cargo loading and unloading. Downstream, a row of 4 water wheels stood majestically by the riverbank, all crafted from the blacksmith's hydraulic machinery. Among them were 2 hydraulic forges, a hydraulic blower, and a crusher for pulverizing ore or scrap metal. However, the latter remained idle as there were no iron mines in the territory yet. The walls of the encampment had been entirely reconstructed from stone, standing 5 meters high and 1 meter thick, enclosing the entire settlement. Although these fortifications were inferior to those of Kalenta City and even less formidable than those of Blackstone City, they were sufficient to defend against goblins, kobolds, and werewolves. With this wall in place, the security of the territory had increased by 50-fold. Beyond the city walls, numerous roads have been established, leading from the town to the lumber yard, the harbor, and the agricultural fields. Many of these thoroughfares are paved with cobblestones, while the riverbanks are strewn with an abundance of smooth pebbles. Surin has specifically instructed the goblins and kobolds to transport these pebbles in bamboo baskets for the purpose of road construction. Flanking the roads are drainage ditches, approximately 1 meter wide and half a meter deep. In accordance with Surin's vision, the entire camp must possess an efficient drainage system capable of expelling all the wastewater from the city. He cannot abide the thought of his domain being enveloped in the fetid stench that plagues other cities of this era. Outside the walls, not far from the riverbank, over 500 goblin and kobold slaves are laboring under the watchful eyes of several human mercenaries, utilizing tools to cultivate the fields. A cadre of overseers, comprising goblins and kobolds, urges them to labor diligently. Any slave daring to shirk their duties is swiftly met with a whip that rends their flesh. Surin has also discovered an intriguing phenomenon. These overseer slaves have garnered recognition from the system. Goblin Overseer increases goblin work efficiency by 20%, reduces slave unrest by 10%. Originally one of their kin, it pledged loyalty to Surin for the promise of superior sustenance. Possessing a commendable linguistic aptitude, It has learned a portion of the human tongue, enabling communication with humans, while its familiarity with goblin behavior allows for more effective management of their work. In addition to goblins, kobolds, and even gnolls have sought to ally themselves as overseers, significantly alleviating the labor shortages within the camp. Accustomed to the pristine and orderly layouts of cities from his past life, Surin holds similar expectations for his territory. In his urban planning, roads are meticulously aligned, flanked by excavated drainage ditches with designated flower beds along the pathways. In the interstices of the roads lie neatly partitioned plots of land, intended for housing or commercial establishments, exuding an aura of cleanliness and orderliness. Each street features public restrooms at consistent locations, and should Surin's designs be realized, this city would undoubtedly emerge as the most immaculate and well-ordered of all. Chapter 30. The Caravan. The lordly castle of Suluin is under construction, with the blueprints depicting a magnificent and imposing structure. However, given the current realities, only a portion can be built for now, while the remaining sections will be postponed until he has sufficient time and funds to proceed further. It is not that he is averse to capturing more slaves to work for him. The paramount issue lies in the availability of food. Without an adequate supply of sustenance, it is impossible to support a larger population. The first batch of 500 acres of farmland has already been planted with potatoes, which are expected to mature before the onset of winter. Suluin is also looking to expand the cultivation of potatoes further. The initial tracts of land are exceptionally fertile, and even in the absence of fertilizers, the yield will be substantial. Aside from retaining a portion of this land, Suluin plans to distribute the remainder through military accolades, sales, or allocation to deserving slaves. As long as crops are cultivated, the territory will generate agricultural tax revenue, and the sale of land can also provide a significant influx of funds. Thus, his domain would have a stable source of income. However, this remains an ideal scenario, as his territory is currently a desolate place, and no free citizens are willing to settle there. Consequently, this approach has yet to materialize. Attracting free citizens to increase the population of the territory seems far less reliable than purchasing slaves. After marking the potential area on the strategic map and conducting calculations, it becomes evident that over 200 square kilometers of land can be reclaimed. If all this land were cultivated, it could yield at least 300,000 acres of arable land, ample enough to sustain 30 to 50,000 individuals. Yet, even if the territory flourishes, it would still need to eradicate the monsters lurking in the wilderness. The barbarian women and children express considerable curiosity about the territory, but soon they become engaged in construction. As per Suluin's established reward standards, the achievements of these barbarian warriors can earn them land and allow them to shed their slave status to become citizens of the territory. Upon realizing this possibility of emancipation, the barbarians are ignited with fervor, dedicating themselves wholeheartedly to the development of the domain. Esteemed Lord, I am Owen, the steward of the Zijingwa Trading Company. It is a pleasure to meet you here. A somewhat rotund man, his eyes occasionally flickering with a glimmer of shrewdness, greets Suluin. My caravan requires passage through your territory, and we shall pay the standard taxes. Owen, is your caravan preparing to venture deep into the wilderness? Suluin inquires, intrigued. A caravan brave enough to enter the wilderness is certainly not feeble, given the perilous nature of the wild. Any caravan lacking sufficient strength is likely to perish in its depths. The audacity of this trading company to conduct business in such a treacherous region suggests they possess formidable prowess. Furthermore, it implies that their journey promises considerable profits. After all, no profit-driven caravan would risk such dangers without the prospect of substantial rewards. Mr. Lucen wisely remarked that if there is a profit of 10, capital will ensure its utilization everywhere. With a profit of 20, capital becomes invigorated. At 50, it ventures into risk. For a 100 profit, it dares to trample upon all human laws, and with profits exceeding 300, it is emboldened to commit any crime, even risking the gallows. Surin, on the brink of desperation, is unlikely to overlook any opportunity for fortune. Owen, equally astonished, marveled at how this noble had established a foothold here. As a trader accustomed to traversing the wilderness, he understood the immense challenges of establishing a camp in such a place. The wolfmen tribes lurking in the wild are not easily subdued. With over 1,000 wolfmen, alongside even more goblins and trolls, such a formidable array could easily overwhelm 1,000 well-trained human soldiers, often leading to mutual destruction. Moreover, the territory had already constructed a 5-meter-high stone wall, an endeavor that would demand considerable manpower and resources. It is important to note that this location is over 200 kilometers from the nearest Blackstone city. Maintaining a 1,000-strong human army while erecting such a wall would financially ruin most nobles. The audacity of this young human noble to establish a city here is further compounded by the discovery of numerous goblin and wolfman slaves, indicating that they have firmly established their presence. Indeed, my lord, our caravan is poised to delve deep into the wilderness to engage and trade with other races. Wolfmen? No. They prefer outright robbery. We are trading with the northern Eland tribes, a group of centaurs. Centaurs? Surin exclaimed in surprise. Yes. Surin sought to inquire further about the trading specifics, yet Owen remained reticent. Nevertheless, Surin could surmise the nature of their trade. Very well. I consent to allow your caravan to rest here. However, according to protocol, you are required to pay a tax of 10%. Surin quickly acquiesced. Of course. Payment can be in gold or provisions. Thank you, gracious lord. We shall prepare the taxes promptly. Upon hearing Surin's words, Owen nodded, recognizing that a 10% tax was within the bounds of normalcy. In truth, Owen had contemplated evading the tax, but upon witnessing the territory's scale, he dismissed the notion. Surprise is unwarranted. Few merchants traversing the wilderness are virtuous. Many occasionally masquerade as bandits, raiding territories. Though Surin's domain appears rudimentary, the power it represents is not easily attained. Without formidable military strength, they could scarcely hope to vanquish a horde of monsters, let alone capture such a multitude of indigenous wildlings as slaves. Chapter 31. Centaurs in this realm. Centaurs are regarded as a formidable race, inherently skilled as cavalry and adept in the art of horsemanship and archery. The centaur longbow is renowned in the human world, second only to the elven bow and rivaling the arrows of half-elves. The most powerful Thunder Knight Order of the Kingdom of Florence acquires its steeds from centaur tribes. The horses bred by these centaur clans are robust and well-nourished, possessing impressive stature and strength, making them among the finest mounts, particularly suited for heavy cavalry. Of course, there exist superior mounts, such as the magical beasts. These extraordinary creatures, surpassing the realm of mere beasts, include unicorns and nightmarish beasts. If a knightly order were to be formed with such mounts, it would undoubtedly surpass all other knightly orders across the continent. However, a significant issue arises, the scarcity of these creatures. Unicorns are companions of the elves, residing in the legendary elven forest, while nightmarish beasts are even rarer. Though other magical beasts are present, they too are difficult to procure. Thus, only a handful of noble knights seek magical beasts as mounts, while knightly orders in need of numerous steeds must rely on ordinary horses. Humans have domesticated a large number of horses, yet their quality pales in comparison to those bred by centaurs. Even the occasional exceptional horse cannot alter the fact that the entire human breed is inferior to the centaur stock. Upon learning that Owen's caravan was destined for trade with the centaur tribe, Surin began to devise a plan. His territory was currently inhabited solely by these barbarian warriors, and he required both cavalry and archers. However, his lands were impoverished. To trade with the centaur tribe, he must possess something they desire. What could he offer when he had nothing? Surin found himself in a quandary. Yet he also held a distinct advantage. His territory was the sole land passage for the Kingdom of Florence en route to the centaur tribe. It would be quite normal to charge a toll for passage through his lands, thus procuring some centaur longbows and horses in return would be reasonable. Owen's caravan was laden with various supplies, including a considerable amount of ironware, while the remainder consisted of grain. Despite the strength of the centaur tribe, their ironwork was of mediocre quality, and with iron ore being scarce in the wilderness, the price of ironware was exceedingly high. As for grain, the centaur tribes, being semi-nomadic, had poor agricultural capabilities and low yields. Upon comparison, Surin suddenly realized that his territory held significant advantages. Owen was equally intrigued by Surin. As a steward of the Bougainvillea Trading Company, he had traversed this trade route for over a decade. During that time, he had witnessed noble pioneers attempt to establish themselves in this region, yet none had succeeded until Surin's arrival. It was astonishing that within a mere month, a pioneer noble had managed to establish a foothold here, leaving Owen utterly astonished. Even more surprising was the Lord's prowess. He had previously traversed the wilderness alongside those barbarian women and children, encountering numerous wilderness bandits along the way. The barbarian leader, accompanied by two equally formidable warriors, had effortlessly vanquished a band of robbers. The formidable and unstoppable demeanor left a profound impression on him. None of the mercenaries under his command could rival him. Only a few could withstand even a few of his strikes. His prowess had undoubtedly ascended to the rank of a great knight. Furthermore, The two remaining barbarian warriors had also reached this esteemed level. Faced with such formidable fighters, his initial instinct was to enlist them, to entice them. Owen promised land and gold to ensure the well-being of the barbarians' women and children. To his dismay, however, these barbarians outright rejected his offer. Even as he continually sweetened the terms, their resolve remained unyielding. Just as he contemplated increasing his incentives further, the caravan arrived in the territory of Suluan. It was here that he discovered these barbarians were, in fact, subjects of this pioneering nobleman, who had managed to establish a foothold in this wilderness solely with the aid of those barbarian warriors. Seated cross-legged on the exquisite carpet from the desert kingdom, Owen felt the plush softness beneath him. A low table was set before him, while several leaders of the caravan guard sat respectfully nearby, each with a cup of barley wine before them. The temperature in the wilderness plummeted at night, making alcoholic beverages the most sought-after refreshment from the northern lands. As he savored a cup of barley wine, warmth surged through him, dispelling the chill that had rendered his body somewhat rigid. Alec. Aside from the 3 barbarian warriors who accompanied us, how formidable are the other barbarians? Owen inquired, setting down his cup. Very strong, replied a mercenary with a long scar across his face, his voice deep. Those barbarians exude a certain aura, one I have only encountered among powerful knights. After speaking, he lowered his gaze and took a sip of the barley wine. The spicy beverage, tinged with bitterness, was not to his liking. He merely sought to mask the shock he felt within, despite his reluctance to admit it. His years of experience as a mercenary made it painfully clear that each of the barbarian warriors in this territory was a force to be reckoned with. All of them? That is inconceivable. How could over 30 knights be content to remain in this impoverished territory, devoid of riches or manpower, constantly facing threats from wargs and other monstrosities? Owen struggled to reconcile the situation. 30 or more knights were equivalent to some of the weaker earls in the Kingdom of Florence. Although these barbarians did not hold the title of knight, their combat prowess was on par with that of knights. Were they to pledge their loyalty to a noble? Even without attaining knighthood, their circumstances would undoubtedly improve 100-fold compared to their current state. In this world, power and status are intrinsically linked. High-ranking warriors are invariably well-supported. Yet, the fighters in this territory lived like ordinary soldiers, a scenario that defied all logic. As Owen's mind raced with thoughts, he unconsciously twirled the bamboo cup in his hand. Could it be another possibility? Just as silence enveloped the others, another lean mercenary, his expression cold as he toyed with the dagger, spoke up. These barbarians are utterly oblivious to the treatment their prowess could afford them within the kingdom. After a few individuals around him cast their gazes in his direction, the mercenary spoke slowly. Clap. Owen struck his palms together, rising with excitement as he exclaimed, Indeed. How could those uncouth barbarians comprehend the worth of 100 dinars? This alone elucidates why they remain here. Chapter 32. Loyalty. I realize they must have been deceived by that lord. If I reveal to them their true worth, those barbaric warriors will undoubtedly abandon him. And then our opportunity will arise. Owen paced excitedly within the tent, his expression seemingly already commanding over 30 formidable barbarian warriors. How foolish I have been. No wonder Johnson disregarded my terms along the way. It turns out they were utterly oblivious to the distinction between silk and linen. I should have foreseen this. Clear as throat, sir. We are currently within the territory of that noble lord, this seems. The mercenary leader named Alec cautioned. Yes, this is still his domain. Realizing this, Owen finally ceased his pacing, though the exhilaration on his face could not be concealed. His eyes sparkled with an indefinable light, as if plotting something unknown. The following morning, Owen presented a cart laden with supplies to Surin as tax. Surin accepted it without hesitation. After all, he could hardly afford to be polite when he was nearly destitute. After paying the tax, Owen requested their caravan to rest in the city for 2 days before departing, to which Surin acquiesced. With authority, he directed the slaves to unload the supplies from the cart and transport them to the warehouse. Upon storage, Surin inspected the contents and found all to be provisions, a most welcome revelation for him. Due to the surging population, his grain reserves had dwindled, and this single cart could carry 1,000 pounds of resources. While 1,000 pounds may seem trivial in Cult City, here, its worth had multiplied at least tenfold. The trade options in the wilderness were limited: tea, cloth, and salt, but the most coveted were iron goods. Grain was not the most lucrative commodity. Owen's caravan carried such a substantial amount of grain primarily due to the demands of the Centaur tribe, which required that a certain proportion of their trading goods consist of grain and iron. Although the Centaur tribe was not inherently lacking in food, they had been embroiled in conflict with an orc tribe for several years, resulting in a food shortage. Had it not been for the monthly caravans delivering substantial quantities of grain, the Centaur tribe would have long since succumbed. Now that they had endured, it was the Orc tribe, their adversaries, who found themselves in dire straits. Prolonged warfare had led to their own scarcity of provisions, transitioning from a state of equilibrium to one of mere survival. On the second day after the arrival of the barbarian families at the territory, Surin commenced the allocation of houses and land to the newcomers. The encampment had already constructed 50 to 60 dwellings. Though these homes, built from a mixture of mud and reeds, were far from aesthetically pleasing, they offered a comfortable refuge compared to the dwellings of the barbarians' former tribe. Each of the 35 barbarian warriors received a house, and several remaining families of women and children were likewise provided with accommodation, despite lacking military achievements or points. They could incur a debt for the time being. In addition to housing, each family was assigned 20 acres of arable land and granted 30 acres of wasteland for cultivation. As for the wild cattle, they too required military merit or points for redemption. Certainly, even with insufficient military achievements or points, one can defer for the time being. Soon, over 100 wild buffalo were allocated, with more than 30 distributed. Surin similarly rewarded those mercenaries with land. However, compared to the barbarians, the allocations were significantly less, with the majority being around 5 acres. After all, the mercenaries had limited military accolades, and the points earned from daily labor were quite meager. Upon receiving the land, the mercenaries expressed their joy. Although the life of a mercenary appears glamorous and is often romanticized in the tales of bards, the reality is rather stark. Most mercenaries lead unsatisfactory lives. Many among the lower-tier mercenaries possess neither land nor wealth, nor do they have legitimate occupations. Ultimately forced into the perilous profession of mercenaries, with some even resorting to banditry. If they had land to cultivate, many would not engage in such a dangerous line of work. In the Kingdom of Florence, land had long been allocated, apart from a few self-sustaining farmers. The remainder had been predominantly claimed by the nobility. With the rise in population, those without land were compelled to leave their homelands and seek work in the cities. Lacking skills, the majority became laborers or mercenaries. Now, having acquired land, these individuals were naturally reluctant to return to such a treacherous existence. It was foreseeable that these mercenaries would become the first free citizens within Surin's territory. While Surin busied himself with land allocations for the mercenaries, Owen began discreetly establishing contact with the barbarians. The barbarians, known for their boisterous and carefree nature, quickly took a liking to Owen, a merchant adept in the art of persuasion. However, he was sorely disappointed to find that the barbarian mercenaries showed no interest in the titles of knights or noble privileges he offered, outright rejecting his invitations. This was utterly unacceptable to Owen, yet he remained undeterred and sought to engage with other barbarian groups. The outcome was entirely consistent. Each barbarian he approached declined his overtures, leaving him bewildered. "Sir, do you think these barbarians do not trust us?" inquired one of his associates, resembling a merchant's apprentice. "After all, we have only just met them. It is only natural for the barbarians to be wary. Perhaps we should present them with something to demonstrate our sincerity? That is indeed a viable approach." "I shall entrust this matter to you," Owen replied after a moment of contemplation, still unwilling to surrender his ambitions. If Surin were to learn of Owen's intentions, he would surely find it amusing, for within the system interface, every barbarian possessed a loyalty score, and the majority were above 90, with a considerable number even reaching 100. Chapter 33. Owen, are you referring to that Owen who is in contact with your subordinates? Is he trying to recruit you to join him? Surin, skewering a sturgeon with a metal rod, was roasting it over the campfire. The delectable fish, coated with Surin's special seasoning, emitted an enticing aroma as it sizzled in the flames. Johnson swallowed hard, forcibly diverting his gaze from the perfectly roasted, fragrant sturgeon. Yes, during our previous encounter with his caravan, he suggested that we join him, but I declined. Well done. Surin blew on the roasted fish and took a hearty bite from the most succulent part of the fish's belly. The unique seasoning combined with the sweet and tender flesh provided a supreme delight to his palate. Gulp. A sound of swallowing echoed from nearby. Here's some seasoning. Roast your own and stop being in the way. Surin fished a small bottle of seasoning from his pocket and tossed it to Johnson. Thank you, boss. Johnson caught the small bottle somewhat clumsily, carefully inhaling its contents before flashing a grin at Surin and leaving in excitement. After devouring the roasted fish in just a few bites, Surin contentedly rubbed his belly, took a few swigs of ale, and then let out a satisfied belch. Owen had initially worried that Surin might come looking for him, so he had prepared a set of explanations. To his surprise, Surin did not react at all. This left Owen somewhat perplexed, yet he remained undeterred in his pursuit of recruiting those barbarians. After learning about the rewards Surin had offered them, he multiplied the rewards several times and continued to persuade them, entirely omitting any mention of titles or lands. Unexpectedly, this time he succeeded. Those previously disregarded barbarian louts agreed to his proposition. However, even with their agreement, taking these barbarian warriors away would still require Surin's consent. Yet, Owen was not worried, believing this to be a trivial matter. As the manager of the Camellia Trade Association, he was no ordinary merchant. It was well known that arms trading was not a venture for typical merchants. The head of the Camellia Trade Association was none other than Marquis Chrisman, who had intricate ties to the royal family. After all, where did the steeds for the centaur tribes of the Empire's Thunder Knights come from? With the royal family and one of the 4 great marquises backing him, Owen was confident that Surin, a budding noble, would not dare to disregard him. Thus, upon securing the barbarian warriors' agreement to his recruitment, Owen promptly sought Surin to negotiate. "What did you say? You want me to let those barbarian warriors go?" Surin slammed his hand on the table, his expression brimming with fury, as if he were about to strike at any moment. "My lord Surin, I understand that this matter would result in significant loss for you, and thus I am willing to compensate for your losses." Owen maintained a seemingly nonchalant demeanor, showcasing the nobility's etiquette with flair, as if he were the true nobleman in the room. Owen gently clapped his hands, prompting a servant to step forward and place a black wooden box on the table between the 2 men before respectfully retreating. "Lord Surin, should you agree to allow the barbarian warriors who wish to depart to leave, the 500 gold dinars within this box represent the support of the Bougainvillea Merchant Guild for your newly acquired territory." As he spoke, Owen delicately opened the box, revealing it to be brimming with gleaming gold dinars. Surin remained silent, reaching out to grasp a handful of the dinars. Their weighty texture, icy coolness, and the shimmering golden luster were irresistibly alluring. "It appears you have made your decision," Owen said with a smile, his demeanor as warm as spring. Internally, he sneered at yet another short-sighted noble. It seemed this territory would not endure for long. Perhaps by the time his merchant caravan returned from Owen's city, this place would revert to desolation. When had he last encountered such a scenario? Was it 2 years ago or 3? What had become of that territory? It seemed all traces had vanished. Reflecting on it now, the grass on that noble's grave must have grown 3 feet high by now. "I refuse." The dinars slipped from his fingers, falling back into the box with a delightful clinking sound. "What?" Owen exclaimed, astonished by the young noble's unexpected rejection. The melodious clinking of the dinars resonated in the air. Surin, his tone grave, declared, "Those barbarians are my personal guard. They have stood by me through countless bloody battles, across fields strewn with corpses. They embody the glory of my countless sacrifices. They are my most trusted comrades, my closest allies, my brothers in life and death. Do you understand? More money is required. An additional 1,000 dinars and 2 carts of provisions," he insisted. Owen took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain composure, a flicker of disdain crossing his gaze. "Deal," Surin exclaimed, slapping the table with enthusiasm. "However, I require the 1,500 dinars in cash, and the goods must be delivered to me today. Otherwise, the transaction is void." "Agreed." Owen readily acquiesced, no longer haggling, as he wished to leave this place without delay. Shortly thereafter, Owen dispatched his subordinates to deliver the promised dinars and supplies, neglecting even the pretense of noble etiquette, and departed his territory with the merchant caravan and 17 barbarian warriors. Having secured 1,500 dinars and 2,000 pounds of provisions, Surin's spirits soared. He paid no heed to Owen's demeanor and personally escorted the caravan beyond his borders. With the dinars in hand, Surin had no intention of hoarding them. Currency serves no purpose when it lies idle. Although his territory was thriving, the population was insufficient, prompting him to consider purchasing some common slaves to cultivate the land. The price of such serfs was not exorbitant, with each costing 2 dinars. Thus, he planned to acquire 500 serfs in one go, while the remaining 500 dinars would be allocated for the purchase of grain. Certainly, he would not leave his territory at present, without his presence to maintain order. Who could predict whether the werewolves would instigate a rebellion, or if the monsters lurking in the wilderness would seize the opportunity to launch an attack? Thus, he could only dispatch his subordinates. The chosen candidate was none other than the former mercenary leader, Jean. Surprising as it was, Soren had just discovered that this timid mercenary leader possessed remarkable talents. Upon officially joining his territory, Soren found that Jean's attribute panel intriguingly featured a trading skill. Chapter 34. The establishment of the merchant caravan. Jean's attributes are rather simple. In comparison to the barbarian, he is significantly weaker. However, he possesses an advantage that others lack. Through his keen observational skills, he is adept at communication and has a clear understanding of various market prices, enabling him to secure more favorable deals in trade. Initially, Jean was merely an ordinary mercenary, and after joining the territory, he aspired to become a freeman. Naturally, as a freeman, he would still need to take up arms to defend the city in times of attack. Upon discovering Jean's talent for trading, Soren decided to cultivate him as the territory's exclusive merchant. In truth, nearly every noble within a fief possesses one or more merchant caravans to transport and sell the territory's produce. After all, while sustaining a noble's lifestyle with the territory's output is feasible, fostering growth presents a greater challenge. Soren had originally intended to wait until the territory achieved stable production next year before establishing a caravan, but it now appears that the timeline must be expedited. Jean, I am preparing to appoint you as the steward of my territory's caravan. Do you have any requests? Soren inquired, gazing at the sturdy middle-aged man before him. My lord, you wish to appoint me as the steward of the caravan? I have no objections and am delighted to serve you, Jean replied, initially apprehensive, fearing that Soren might seek retribution for his dissent during the last battle. To his surprise, he was offered the position of steward without hesitation. I will expedite the formation of the caravan. You have one day to arrange your personal affairs. We shall commence tomorrow morning, Soren stated, waving his hand to dismiss him. Soren did not fully trust Jean, as his loyalty was only 76. This level of loyalty is neither high nor low. Yet it did not suffice for Soren to place complete trust in him. Thus, Jean would not handle the finances of the caravan. He had learned that the majority of people cannot withstand the test of greed. The most effective approach is to establish reasonable systems to mitigate such risks. Soren entrusted 1,500 gold naira to Johnson for safekeeping, intending for him to serve as the captain of the caravan's guards. Johnson's loyalty had long since reached 100. He was a steadfast ally, utterly incapable of betrayal. With Johnson overseeing the finances, Soren could rest assured. In addition to leading the caravan's guard, Johnson was tasked with monitoring Jean. Soren had already prepared the other guards for the caravan as well. Thus, he found himself at a loss, pondering who would dare to encroach upon his territory. What? You demand repayment? Why should I return money acquired through my own cunning? He mused. Certainly, he could seek refuge under the banner of Marquis Chrisman, but doing so would spell the end of his stewardship over the caravan. Nobles do not concern themselves with whether one has been deceived. If they were to learn that substantial losses had been incurred by the merchant guild, they would demand restitution immediately before unceremoniously casting him aside. Soren, therefore, felt emboldened. A chime resonated, signaling the initiation of a territory dungeon quest. A colossal tiger had emerged near your domain, posing a significant threat to the safety of its inhabitants. You are urged to eliminate the beast promptly. The Imperial Wargame System's alert startled Soren momentarily. A dungeon quest? Upon hearing the system notification, he swiftly accessed the system interface to investigate. Quest: eliminate the invading colossal tiger. Reward: substantial rewards. Oh no, we are down 3 cattle. Just as Soren closed the system interface, a frantic barbarian warrior approached. What has happened? Today, when Josen went to tend to the cattle, he noticed a discrepancy in their numbers. 3 were missing. A breach has appeared in the enclosure, and we are uncertain which creature has attacked the pen. An attack by a monster? Soren paused, suddenly recalling the dungeon quest. Could this be the clue he needed? With that thought, he wasted no time and promptly made his way to the cattle pen. The pen was located outside the camp. For housing these wild cattle within the city would surely render his encampment unbearable in no time. Thus, he had designated a space outside the walls, constructing a cattle yard with timber and assigning personnel to oversee it. Upon arriving at the pen, Soren quickly observed the damaged enclosure. Massive logs, nearly half a meter thick, had been splintered apart, and debris littered the ground. The enclosure, made of sturdy timber, would require immense strength to be dismantled to such an extent, certainly beyond the capability of mere barbarians. As he approached, Soren noticed several enormous claw marks on the grass beside the enclosure. At this point, he was already convinced that the destruction of the cattle yard was the work of the colossal tiger indicated by the system prompt. Gather some timber and repair this place. Soren instructed the others, while he himself set off to follow the trail. The ground was marked with numerous paw prints, resembling those of a feline, albeit significantly larger. The prints extended outward, and following them, Surin soon found himself in the wilderness. Although these tracks had been somewhat obscured by other animals, they remained discernible, leading him swiftly into a dense thicket. Chapter 35. The giant tiger having ventured far from his territory, the surroundings fell into a profound silence. The dim light filtering through the trees casting an eerie atmosphere. Soon, Surin discerned certain signs. Numerous thorns lay shattered upon the ground, the breaks fresh, and the snapped branches not yet fully withered, indicating the passage of some creature. With a swift motion, he retrieved his spear from his storage space and proceeded into the woods. As he delved deeper, the oppressive sensation intensified, and soon 3 decayed corpses emerged before him. These diminutive figures, measuring approximately 1.5 meters, bore green skin and pointed ears. Clearly, they were 3 earth goblins. Surin prodded one of the bodies with his spear. Discovering that the rib cage was utterly shattered, these unfortunate beings had been bludgeoned to death, likely by a mace. Their ribs were fractured and the spine broken. Yet no other wounds marred their bodies. The force used against them was not dissimilar to his own. It appeared these hapless creatures had been swiftly dispatched, leaving Surin to wonder if they even realized who had attacked. The earth goblins, impoverished as they were, wore tattered garments of unknown origin. If one were to compile a list of the most despised monsters among adventurers, goblins would undoubtedly rank highly. Their numbers were plentiful, yet they yielded little in the way of spoils, a venture marked by loss rather than profit. Casting the remains aside, Surin pressed onward through the woods. Before long, he stumbled upon a new set of bones, this time belonging to a wild bull. This creature, over 2 meters in length and weighing at least 1,000 pounds, had been reduced to a pile of white bones, its flesh long since consumed. Recognizing that he had indeed found the right location, Surin ventured further. A foul stench began to permeate the air, and as he rounded a large tree, a gust of rancid wind met him head-on. Suddenly, a powerful stench assaulted his senses, and without a moment's hesitation, he thrust forward. A dull thud resonated as an immense force struck him, causing him to stumble back 2 steps, accompanied by a fierce roar. A howl echoed through the woods, reverberating with an undertone of pain. The giant tiger? At last, I have found you. Stepping back to regain his footing, Surin beheld the creature that had just attacked him, a colossal tiger. Its imposing size surpassed that of ordinary felines, with robust limbs and sharp claws that exuded a palpable weight of power. This giant tiger was no mere beast. Standing over 3 meters tall and stretching 8 meters in length, Surin sensed a formidable magical presence emanating from it. Clearly, this was a magical beast. The very tail that had struck him moments before belonged to this fearsome creature. As the territory instance activated, a cold, mechanical voice echoed in his ears. Defeat the giant tiger before you. With a thunderous roar, the giant tiger lunged at Surin, its massive form exhibiting no hint of sluggishness as it covered the distance of several meters in an instant, a paw aimed directly at him. Surin, refusing to confront it head-on, deftly evaded, reappearing several meters away. The tiger's paw struck heavily against the stout trunk, shattering the ancient tree that had stood for centuries and measured over 3 meters in diameter. With its colossal form, overwhelming strength, and remarkable agility, this magnificent beast possessed the brute force to annihilate an entire army. Just moments ago, that single swipe could have gravely injured all but Johnson among the barbarian guards. As for the tiger's defenses, while they had yet to be tested, Surin surmised they would be formidable. Upon witnessing Surin evade its attack, the tiger lunged again without hesitation. This time, Surin did not retreat. Instead, he swung his heavy iron spear, which sliced through the air with a resounding force, striking the tiger's paw and producing a sharp, crisp sound of bone fracturing. A mournful roar followed as the tiger's paw twisted grotesquely, clearly indicating that the blow had broken its arm. Overwhelmed by pain, the tiger seethed with fury. As a high-tier magical beast, it had not suffered an injury in years, and now it found itself wounded by an insignificant creature that could be dispatched with a mere swipe. The only way to quell its rage would be to utterly shred its opponent and consume it whole. A gust of wind, sharp as a blade, tore through the trees and rocks, obliterating everything in its path before hurtling directly towards Surin. Without a moment's pause, a chill radiated from Surin's being, and in an instant, 3 ice blades materialized, darting forth to intercept the incoming azure wind blades. A series of explosive sounds echoed as the ice blades collided with the wind blades, resulting in a cascade of shattered azure gusts that swiftly dissipated into the air. The epicenter of the explosion bore the scars of a tempest, with trees and withered grass bowing and breaking in all directions. Armed with his now mangled spear, Surin charged toward the massive tiger. In a flash, he appeared beside the creature, his spear descending with lethal intent. The tiger, caught off guard, felt an excruciating pain strike its head. This intense agony ignited the tiger's ferocity, prompting it to lash out recklessly with its claws. Surin deftly evaded a portion of the tiger's frenzied assaults, absorbing the rest with resilience. Yet, even as the tiger's claws scraped against his armored hide, they merely sparked harmlessly, leaving no deeper mark. Faced with such adversity, fear began to creep into the tiger's heart. The pain it endured made it acutely aware that if it did not flee soon, it could very well meet its demise. With that realization, the tiger pivoted abruptly, its lengthy tail whipping through the air like a steel whip, striking Surin and forcing him to stumble back. Seizing the opportunity, the tiger turned to escape, underestimating Surin's swiftness. Determined to claim its impending reward, Surin charged forward without a second thought. The long spear, now severely deformed in hand, was brought down with great force, accompanied by a chilling roar of a tiger. The massive tiger's hind claws had twisted and contorted, its severely injured talons no longer able to support its colossal frame, which crashed to the ground with a thunderous thud. Chapter 36. The Giant Tiger 2. With its two paws shattered, the giant tiger struggled to escape. But it was already an impossible feat. Surin leaped forward, reaching the creature. At that moment, the giant tiger appeared utterly wretched, its enormous head battered and bruised. Witnessing the tiger's immense suffering, Surin felt a pang of compassion. With a resolute thrust of his spear, he mercifully ended its pain. Ding! The giant tiger has perished. Task completed. Rewards are being calculated. The giant tiger is dead. You have gained 20,000 experience points. Congratulations, host. Your level has been elevated, and you have received 2 free attribute points and 2 skill points. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a golden treasure chest. You have completed the territorial dungeon task. You have earned 5,000 experience points and 1 attribute point in all categories. By slaying the giant tiger, your territory's public sentiment has increased by 10, and stability by 10. You have received a soldier's token for archers. You have obtained a self-created hero template. A self-created hero template? Upon hearing the system's notification, Surin immediately focused on the self-created hero template. Opening his storage space, he quickly spotted a small orb, the size of a baby's fist, emanating a faint glow. With a mere thought, he retrieved it from the storage. It felt cool to the touch, as light as a feather, and somewhat chilly. Self-created hero template. Upon use, it can transform an ordinary person into a hero recognized by the system. The physical attributes will not change, but once they join the hostess faction, they can earn experience points to level up. Upon use, one can acquire a talent skill and a talent characteristic, while their original skills and characteristics will remain unchanged. Seeing the attributes of the self-created hero template, Surin was evidently elated. Such templates exist in games as well, allowing players to create heroes according to their visions. And he was pleasantly surprised to find this feature retained in this world. Although the attributes of the self-created hero template did not seem particularly formidable, it possessed a significant advantage. As long as one meets the experience requirements for upgrading, their character level would continuously rise without encountering any bottlenecks. It is worth noting that while this world boasts numerous extraordinary abilities, such powers are contingent upon one's innate qualities. The vast majority of individuals remain confined to lower or mid-tier capabilities throughout their lives, with only a select few managing to ascend to high-tier or even legendary status. Now, with the self-created hero template in hand, one could progress seamlessly and without hindrance to their utmost potential. However, this item is not without its drawbacks. Once recognized as a hero by the system, the experience required for each subsequent upgrade would escalate significantly, rendering the path to legendary status a long and arduous journey. Yet, despite the lengthy timeline, it is certainly more promising than pursuing ephemeral hopes. After securing the orb, Surin produced another token-like item from his storage. This is a black token. One side adorned with an illustration of a bow and arrows, while the other side features a bow. The material from which the token is crafted remains a mystery, yet it feels as smooth and warm as jade in hand, imparting the sensation of an ancient artifact that has been cherished for ages. Command token, upon use. It grants the ability to recruit, train, and lead archers, enhancing the command over archer units. Surin promptly chooses to utilize it, and the depiction on the token dissipates into the air like a fleeting spark. Subsequently, a new unit, archers, appears in the command section of his profile. It is noteworthy that the flesh of magical beasts not only serves as a delectable delicacy but also harbors unique magical properties that can bolster one's strength when consumed. Should the carcass of this giant tiger beast make its way to the auction house, it would undoubtedly incite a frenzied bidding war among the nobility. Of course, the strength gained from consuming the giant tiger's flesh is limited. Beyond its meat, the creature's blood is an excellent material for crafting magical inks or potions. Its hide can be fashioned into enchanted leather armor or magical scrolls, and its bones can serve as components for casting spells or creating auxiliary materials. Additionally, there is one prized item that is a particular favorite among noblemen. The ordinary tiger whip commands a hefty price. Thus, the effect of a whip crafted from a high-tier beast would be exponentially more powerful, leading to an exorbitant price tag. As for whether it can be sold, one should not doubt a noble's fervor for such a possession. It is essential to understand that for men, this desire surpasses that of women for cosmetics. Considering the sheer size of this giant tiger, its weight is substantial. Surin estimates that the creature weighs at least 3 to 4 tons. After accounting for bones, viscera, and hide, at least half of its mass remains, dragging the tiger's carcass out of the woods. Surin soon spots several barbarian warriors who rush towards him upon seeing his silhouette. Their jaws drop in astonishment at the sight of what he is hauling. Is that the head? The faces of the barbarians flush with an unusual hue as their voices tremble involuntarily. Did you slay this tempestuous magic tiger? Their astonishment is undeniable. Indeed. Surin replies nonchalantly, setting down the massive carcass and brushing off the dust from his garments. I was out patrolling when I happened upon a large cat that had taken my cattle, so I dispatched it. Dispatched? Not long after, one of the barbarian warriors races back with several four-wheeled carts. Although they were already aware of Surin's feat in hunting the tempestuous magic tiger, witnessing the colossal beast firsthand takes their breath away. The mercenaries and other barbarians within the territory take great pride in their lord's prowess in vanquishing such a formidable magical beast. In the northern lands, only a powerful lord can adequately safeguard his domain. In this moment, Surin's reputation within the territory reaches a new zenith. Chapter 37. The busy task. The carcass of the furious wind tiger necessitated prompt attention. Although, as a magical beast, its body was not prone to rapid decay. The magical essence within it would gradually dissipate over time. At that moment, Suluin suddenly realized that he might not possess the knowledge required to process the meat of magical beasts. Cooking it through conventional methods would result in a significant loss of its magical potency. Consequently, a specialized method for processing this meat had been developed. System. Do you possess a recipe for handling magical beast meat? Suluin inquired, rubbing his temples. There are recipes available for purchase in the marketplace. The host may acquire them at will. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Upon hearing the system's prompt, Suluin promptly accessed the marketplace interface and soon discovered a recipe for processing magical beast materials. After glancing at the price, 100 gold gnolls, he realized his limited funds were swiftly depleted. Once he procured the recipe, Suluin recognized its immense value. It not only detailed various methods for processing magical beast meat, but also included techniques for handling blood, entrails, bones, and hides, effectively serving as a comprehensive guide to magical beast material processing. Bring forth the necessary supplies. After reviewing the recipe, Suluin immediately commenced his tasks. Master, what are your orders? A barbarian warrior approached briskly. Fetch several water jars and fill them with clean water. Also, prepare the largest cooking pot available. The furious wind tiger outweighed an adult elephant, and while not classified as an oversized creature, it still posed considerable challenges in processing. The tiger's blood was a valuable resource, requiring a glass container for preservation. However, lacking such a vessel, Suluin planned to construct an icebox using water for blood storage. The most valuable parts of the furious wind tiger included its heart, hide, and tail. Although Suluin's skinning skills were mediocre, the barbarians were masters in this art. As inhabitants of a wilderness tribe, they frequently skinned numerous prey, honing their exceptional skinning techniques. Upon the arrival of the water jars, an intense chill surged through Suluin, a manifestation of the ice blade technique he had developed while honing his skills. He wielded this power to swiftly create an icebox. Meanwhile, two barbarian warriors took up their knives and made an incision in the tiger's neck, allowing the magical blood to flow forth. Since the tiger had perished, some blood had ceased to circulate, necessitating manual assistance to expel it from the body. Ultimately, they filled 2 large containers with blood, marking the completion of that task. Next came the skinning process. The two barbarian warriors, armed with sharp skinning knives, meticulously began their work on the tiger's body. Their pace was deliberately slow, not due to a single hide of the magical tiger possesses the potential to be fashioned into over 30 pieces of leather armor, or, if transformed into magical scrolls, it could yield more than 100 fragments without difficulty. Such a remarkable hide, when presented at the auction in Cult City, would fetch no less than 3,000 gold gnarls. Should it be crafted into leather armor and subsequently enchanted by a master enchanter, the resulting piece could easily command a price exceeding 1,000 gold coins, provided the enchantment is successful. Furthermore, the magical tiger hide is an exceptional material for crafting wizard robes, and its availability is highly coveted. After meticulously removing the hide, Surin proceeded to segment the magical tiger's flesh, beginning with the tail, which he carefully severed and preserved in an ice box, knowing it could be sold to nobility for at least 5,000 gold gnarls. Even for personal consumption, it would prove to be a delightful delicacy. The remaining fangs and bones were also extracted, along with the magical tiger's heart and other internal organs. The tail was set aside, as it could be fashioned into a whip. In the end, Surin successfully separated the entire spine of the magical tiger, exceeding 7 meters in length, and encased it in ice for preservation. The heart of the magical tiger was impressively large, surpassing the size of a basketball by twofold. Even in death, it pulsated with an astonishing aura of magical energy. This heart serves as a principal ingredient in the concoction of a potent magical elixir, the most renowned of which is the Awakening of the Tiger King, capable of transforming an ordinary individual into a sorcerer. However, the elixir is fraught with peril. Those unable to withstand its power face immediate bloodline collapse and demise. Yet, for those who endure, they awaken as formidable spellcasters. Thus, despite the inherent dangers, many are willing to take the risk. One magical tiger heart can yield approximately 10 vials of the Awakening elixir, with its market value being equally substantial. Selling it to sorcerers could fetch at least 5,000 gold gnarls, each vial capable of commanding the same price, ensuring a profit margin of tenfold when sold in its entirety. Nevertheless, this is a lamentable reality, as only a select few sorcerers and alchemists possess the capability to produce such elixirs in limited quantities. Once the magical tiger's flesh was thoroughly divided, Surin instructed the barbarians to kindle a fire while he retrieved various spices and other ingredients for cooking. As the flames danced, the water in the iron pot quickly reached a boil. Surin poured the prepared spices into the pot and then added the magical tiger meat. Soon, an exquisite aroma wafted from the pot, tantalizing Surin's senses and igniting a craving for a taste. Even the barbarian warriors behind him could not help but swallow in anticipation. Surin retrieved a piece of the stewed magical tiger meat and took a hearty bite. It was tender, succulent, and utterly delectable. The other barbarians gazed intently at the morsel in Surin's hand. "Come now, eat quickly. I can see you are eager." Unable to resist even a single piece, he jested, tossing several chunks of magical tiger meat to the nearest barbarian warrior. Without hesitation, the muscular brutes sank their teeth into the meat, soon feeling a warm surge of energy coursing through them. Surin glanced at the magical tiger meat, realizing that the prepared delicacies had garnered the system's acknowledgement. Chapter 38. The Treasure Chest, Magic Tiger Jerky, a delectable magical food crafted from the flesh of the Fury Wind magic tiger, meticulously seasoned with a variety of spices. It serves to swiftly replenish stamina and slightly enhance physical attributes. Upon consumption, it bestows special effects, a temporary gain of 2 in strength and 2 in agility for 2 hours. The first consumption grants a permanent increase of 1 in strength. The entirety of a Fury Wind magic tiger yields no less than 2 tons of jerky. Fortunately, Surin had arranged for several large cauldrons, or else it would take a day or 2 to process such an immense quantity of meat. Moreover, the optimal processing time for the Fury Wind magic tiger meat is 6 hours. Exceeding this duration risks spoilage, significantly diminishing the meat's efficacy. After 2 hours, all the magic tiger meat was processed, forming a small mountain of enticingly fragrant jerky in the courtyard. This completed beast meat can be stored for up to 3 years without special preservation methods, and if placed in a dedicated storage facility, it can last for a decade without issue. Once the prepared jerky was transported to storage, Surin finally relaxed. Aside from the jerky, the other materials from the magic tiger remained unprocessed due to the absence of a wizard in the territory. He would have to wait until a wizard could be recruited. Selling them outright would yield the least profit. Having finished with the Fury Wind magic tiger, Surin now had time to review the other rewards bestowed by the system. He received 2 attribute points and 2 skill points from leveling up, and a task completion reward of 1 to all attributes. Coupled with the 2-point increase in strength from consuming the magic tiger meat, this task had thus far granted him a total of 9 attribute points, surpassing the gains from leveling up 4 times. He allocated both attribute points to strength, raising his total to 31. As for the skill points, he chose not to learn a new skill, but to upgrade his previous healing art to body healing art. Body healing art. Upon use, it can swiftly restore severe injuries. Name, Surin race. Human strength, 31 agility, 29 spirit, 24 constitution, 29 charm, 19 free attribute points, 0. Skill points, 0 skills. None. After testing the efficacy of body healing art, Surin found that its effectiveness was double that of healing art, with no change in consumption. Following the skill assessment, he retrieved a golden treasure chest from his storage space. In comparison to the silver chest, the golden one was more resplendent, radiating a luxurious golden hue. Upon opening the chest, a burst of ethereal light revealed a peculiar banner. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Wind Dragon Banner. Wind Dragon Banner, a marvelous banner that grants the ability to manipulate wind elements, allowing the holder to command the forces of wind. Accompanying skills: Wind Element Control, Wind Dragon Whirlwind, Wind Dragon Cyclone, Lightning Storm. Wind Element Control enables proficient manipulation of wind element power, enhancing wind element affinity by 30 and reducing the consumption of wind element spells by 30. Wind Dragon Whirlwind allows the summoning of 2 tornadoes composed of furious wind elements to attack a target. The Wind Dragon Banner possesses the remarkable ability to summon a tornado composed of furious wind elements to assail its targets. The thunderstorm conjures a multitude of wind elements, creating a tempest within a designated area. Upon beholding this banner, Su Luin was taken aback. Such magical artifacts capable of unleashing large-scale strategic spells are exceedingly rare throughout the human realm, rendering this item a formidable weapon for any nation in this era. Much like the St. Louis Empire, which wields the Holy Grail said to summon angels, or the Southern Lotus Federation, which possesses the celestial disk capable of calling forth fiery meteor showers. However, these strategic magical items cannot be wielded at will. While Su Luin was unaware of the precise costs associated with their usage, it was evident that they would be steep. As he grasped the Wind Dragon Banner, a swirling wind element enveloped it, gently stirring, thereby influencing the elemental energies in the vicinity. Indeed, Su Luin sighed in resignation, having just experienced the banner. He found the Wind Dragon Whirl skill manageable, as his magical power could barely invoke it. However, conjuring Wind Dragon Tornado or Thunderstorm would require an extraordinary amount of magical energy, far beyond his current capabilities. In his estimation, to unleash Wind Dragon Tornado, he would need at least 3 times his present magical power, and the Thunderstorm would necessitate even more. Presently, he saw no glimmer of hope. Nevertheless, this Wind Dragon Banner was not devoid of utility. The wind elements it harbored could still be harnessed passively, enabling Su Luin to attempt casting lower-tier wind elemental spells. For instance, he could now replicate the wind blades unleashed by the Raging Wind Magic Tiger. Should this Wind Dragon Banner fall into the hands of a legendary sorcerer, it would significantly amplify their power. Yet in Su Luin's possession, it was little more than a trinket. Summoning wind blades to cut grass? The blade's efficacy paled in comparison to a sweep of his spear. At least the energy expended in wielding his weapon would recover swiftly, whereas the magical energy required to summon wind blades would take time to replenish. By invoking the Wind Dragon Banner, Su Luin managed to summon 2 wind elements, each approximately 1.5 meters tall, resembling diminutive tornadoes interspersed with flashes of lightning. These wind elements possessed minimal intelligence, yet with the power of the Wind Dragon Banner, Su Luin could command them at will. Although their combat prowess was limited, they excelled at cleaning. Floating effortlessly, they acted like powerful vacuum cleaners, swiftly gathering debris, dust, and grass clippings into a trash bin. They even provided lawn mowing services, leaving the grass immaculate in their wake. From that day forth, Su Luin acquired 2 fully automated intelligent vacuum cleaners, which he aptly named Vacuum Cleaner 1 and Vacuum Cleaner 2. However, the food supply in his territory remained scarce. Su Luin's plan was to cultivate at least 5,000 acres of land, entirely devoted to potatoes, which would mature in 3 to 4 months. By the time the first batch of potatoes was ready for harvest, snow would likely blanket the region. Unlike the South, the northern winters are prolonged, and only with a successful potato harvest would his territory secure an adequate food supply. Chapter 39. The fortunate gunner the autumn weather remained sweltering as thousands of goblins, kobolds, and lycanthropes toiled under the sun, cultivating farmland in the wilderness outside the territory. Nearby stood several overseers of various races, ready to lash out at anyone caught slacking off. Under a grand tree, Surin reclined on a lounge chair, exuding an aura of leisure, with a pair of black crystal sunglasses perched on his nose. Beside him, a small table held a glass of freshly squeezed juice, while two vacuum cleaners, designated as Vacuum 1 and Vacuum 2, functioned like miniature, high-powered fans, providing a refreshing breeze under the autumn sun. On the already cultivated land, a group of robust women and children urged oxen to plow the fields. Across the city walls, the fertile black soil along the banks of the Red Sand River had seen approximately 2,000 acres cultivated. At the current pace, it would take no more than another fortnight to finish planting the entirety of the 5,000 acres of potatoes. Ding! The construction of the military training ground is complete. Data is being imported. Importing militia training content. Importing infantry training content. Importing archer training content. Data import progress. 10, 20, 30. The sudden system notification startled Surin momentarily. The military training ground was completed? He quickly accessed the system interface to investigate. Military training ground. This facility trains qualified soldiers for the territory. Every soldier trained here is a competent warrior, crucial for the defense of the territory. Having undergone rigorous military training, they can become elite soldiers with further refinement. Soldiers form the foundation of the Lord's dominion over the territory. Weapon proficiency 2. Training time reduced by 20, discipline 2, morale 15, territorial stability 15. Seeing the attributes of the military camp, Surin felt a surge of joy. With the training ground established, he could continuously produce competent soldiers, provided there were sufficient funds and subjects, as training soldiers incurs expenses. Currently, the military camp could only train 3 types of troops: barbarian soldiers, spear-wielding infantry, and archers. Among these, the training cost for spear-wielders was the lowest, at 1 gold NAR, while barbarians required 3 gold NARs, and archers needed 2 gold NARs. However, only barbarians could enlist as barbarian soldiers. As for cavalry, crossbowmen, and heavy infantry, they remained in an unlocked state. The simplest way to unlock these troop types was to acquire the corresponding troop tokens. Without them, one would need to recruit a hero capable of training those specific units. Of course, these actions would only apply to standard troops, as special troop types necessitated the possession of troop tokens for training. Surin yearned to establish a formidable knightly order, yet given the current circumstances, this ambition appeared quite distant. The military camp was situated to the west of the territory, outside the city walls. The walls Surin was constructing were, in fact, the inner city of the town. The official establishment of the outer city and its walls would occur once the population of the territory increased next year. While Surin intended to reserve the inner city as his personal domain, the military camp, spacious in its expanse, is divided into 4 sections: barracks, warehouses, training grounds, and parade grounds, with the training and parade grounds occupying a substantial 70% of the entire camp. Currently, the training area is adorned with a few archery targets and straw dummies, alongside various weaponry intended for training purposes. Given his remarkable strength, his weapons must be robust and durable. For instance, while a spear made of ironwood feels excessively light in his grip, he opts for iron spears, which, despite their sturdiness, are still subject to his formidable prowess. The reason for his preference for spears lies not only in their aesthetic appeal but also in the inherent template of his system, which allows him to maximize his potential solely through the use of spears. As for the so-called luck of the spear wielders, Su Luan remains unaware of any such fortune. Although in truth, his luck is quite favorable, attributed to his inheritance of Yunji's template. An old saying goes, in the world of spear wielders, luck is shared equally. Yet Zhao Zilong alone possesses 12 portions, while the others owe 2. Presently, Su Luan embodies that 12 portions of luck. The notion of spear wielders being unfortunate holds historical validity. Upon perusing historical records and classical tomes, one discovers that those wielding long spears often met grim fates. Han Xian, the Marquis of Huayin, rose to prominence only to meet his demise by the hands of a mob. Sun Tzu, the little overlord, suffered grievous wounds from an ambush orchestrated by thieves, ultimately succumbing to an infection. In the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, he was portrayed as being cursed to death by the sorcerer Yu Ji, invoking pity for the unfortunate De Qiao. Ma Chao, one of the 5 tiger generals, met an untimely death in his prime, while Zhang Fei fell victim to betrayal. Slain in his sleep, Luo Cheng from the Sui and Tang dynasties was ensnared and pierced by a multitude of arrows. The Yang family generals, famed for their unparalleled spear techniques, faced tragic ends, leaving their household in mourning. Lin Chong, known as the Leopard Head, led a life of toil and heartache, ultimately dying in humiliation at Liuhe Pagoda. Su Ning, a leader among the first to sacrifice at Liangshan, and the national hero Yu Fei, met untimely ends due to baseless accusations. These vivid examples remind us that the fortunes of spear wielders are indeed meager. In stark contrast, Zhao Zilong, who fought countless battles yet lived beyond 80 years without illness or disaster, stands as a testament to better outcomes. His legendary act of single-handedly rescuing his lord is nothing short of miraculous, earning him the title of the True Master for 42 years and showcasing his divine prowess. Thus, Yun Gu's 12 portions of luck are firmly rooted in historical precedent. In pursuit of crafting his weapon, Su Lun naturally seeks to utilize the finest materials available. Presently, the best material in the blacksmith's forge is the highly refined iron. In addition to this, he also retrieves 2 pieces of exceptional iron rewarded by his system, which surpass the quality of the blacksmith's finest iron. Had he possessed sufficient quantities of this exceptional iron to forge a spear, he would have utilized it entirely. However, he must now amalgamate it with the refined iron for the crafting process. Chapter 40. The Hunt Bruce's craftsmanship could only be deemed satisfactory. It paled in comparison to the true masters, even more so when juxtaposed with the skills of the dwarves. Nevertheless, Surin did not demand the forging of an extraordinary weapon. Durability and resilience sufficed. Thus far, none of the adversaries he had encountered posed a genuine threat. After a day's toil, Surin's new weapon was finally complete. Refined steel spear, an exceptional weapon forged primarily from fine iron, renowned for its sturdiness and sharpness. Armor-piercing 1, sturdiness 1, sharpness 1. He hefted the refined steel spear, which, crafted entirely from metal, weighed over 40 pounds, categorizing it as a heavy weapon. Exceeding 3 meters in length, it was clear that without considerable strength, one could scarcely wield this armament. Positioned downwind, Surin observed a herd of gazelles. These creatures were notably vigilant, always maintaining a sentinel to safeguard against threats, a testament to their survival in the wilderness. Gazelles typically formed herds ranging from 10 to several dozen, and their swiftness rendered them difficult to capture. Even horses and hunting dogs struggled to keep pace, let alone the goblin dog-headed creature. The most effective strategy for hunting gazelles was to ambush and encircle them. Around this herd, within a kilometer radius, more than 30 barbarians had formed a tightening perimeter. Unbeknownst to the gazelles, the encirclement began to close in. Oblivious to the impending danger, the gazelles continued to graze leisurely, while a few 3-month-old fawns frolicked around their mother. Attack! A thunderous roar erupted as the barbarians hidden in the underbrush sprang forth, swiftly charging towards the unsuspecting gazelles. Chaos ensued within the herd as several gazelles scattered in all directions, yet their fate was all but sealed against the prepared hunters. Minutes later, the 30-odd barbarians returned jubilantly to Surin, bearing their quarry. We captured every last one. Not a single one escaped. Did any of the does or fawns sustain injuries? Surin inquired, contemplating the potential of raising gazelles within his territory. None were harmed. As instructed, we were exceedingly cautious, one barbarian replied, lifting the captured gazelle in triumph. What followed was the preparation of water for slaughtering the gazelles, draining their blood, and skinning them. Surin made sure to reserve some blood for a hot pot feast that evening. The barbarians expertly eviscerated the gazelles, meticulously dividing the meat, ensuring that no valuable offal was discarded. After cleaning, the entrails were placed directly into the pot for cooking. Surin had also instructed Bruce to melt down several bronze weapons, crafting 2 bronze hot pots. Having spent a considerable duration in the wilderness, he had yet to indulge in a proper hot pot meal. With the foundation of his territory firmly established, Surin could no longer resist the temptation of a hearty feast. The hot pot broth is meticulously simmered with beef tallow, infused with an array of spices including chili peppers and Sichuan peppercorns, while the stock is derived from boiling beef bones. Despite the humble conditions, the aroma of the broth made from wild buffalo bones is simply exquisite. These bones have been gently stewed for an entire day, allowing the marrow's rich oils to emerge. A sumptuous lamb hot pot in the evening has brought Su Luan immense joy, after enduring a monotonous diet of potato and fish chunks, or fried potatoes and fish. The thought of another month of such fare was nearly unbearable, to the point where he felt like gazing up at the stars in despair. Now, Indulging in a delectable lamb hot pot feels like sheer bliss. However, Su Luan's own lordly castle is nearing completion, albeit in a simplified form. Had he pursued his ideal construction plan, it would have taken a year and a half to finish. As for the temple within his territory, Su Luan has not embarked on its construction. In the Holy Louis Empire, the establishment of temples is mandatory. Every city boasts one, and even villages have churches. Given the extraordinary influence of the church. In contrast, the Kingdom of Florence embraces multiple faiths, with temples present in cities, yet the power of religion is not as formidable. Even if a temple were erected in Su Luan's desolate territory, it is unlikely that any priest would come to serve there. Temples offer their own advantages, particularly the beneficial healing spells of the temple priests. From the outset, Su Luan had no intention of constructing a temple, as it is an extravagant endeavor. The finest materials for such a structure are marble, which is scarce in the northern wasteland. However, once his territory flourishes, it is certain that the church would seek to establish a temple there. At that time, it would hinge on mutual negotiations. After the completion of significant buildings in his territory, Su Luan directed the construction of drainage systems in the town, which would also encompass future public restrooms and bathhouses. Chapter 41. Bows and arrows. The sanitation of the town is of utmost importance. Previously, the barbarians paid little heed to personal hygiene, but under Surin's insistence, they were compelled to attend to their cleanliness. These barbarians, typically sporting medium to long hair, often neglected their tresses, resulting in unkempt and filthy locks. Harboring lice and exuding an unbearable stench, Surin commanded the goblin slaves to excavate a large pit, into which lime was scattered, and the waters of the Red Sand River were diverted. He personally ensured that all the barbarians were unceremoniously tossed in, forbidding their emergence for no less than half an hour. After several rounds of enforced measures, Surin finally instilled a sense of hygiene among these barbarians. Many, disheartened by the prospect of Surin's reprimands, opted to shave their heads entirely. Consequently, within the encampment, apart from the women, 8 out of 10 male barbarians now sport bald heads. All the barbarian warriors are bald, and Surin's elite guard consists of these muscular, shaven-headed men, exuding an imposing presence. During a hunting expedition, the barbarian hunters inadvertently captured several wild horses. Surin endeavored to train these untamed creatures, yet their wild nature proved challenging, and the absence of qualified horse trainers hindered progress. While some mercenaries possessed riding skills, their training methods were rather rudimentary. Unwilling to abandon the prospect of cavalry and lacking suitable candidates, Surin resolved to construct a stable for the wild horses, hoping that by the following year, a few foals might also grace the enclosure. Thanks to the bowman's insignia, Surin was able to train archers, and a shooting range was established within the military camp. At present, the territory requires a contingent of archers to bolster its ranged capabilities. The quality of archers is significantly influenced not only by the individuals themselves, but also by the weaponry. Crafting a superior bow and arrow is no simple feat. It involves meticulous selection of materials and intricate craftsmanship. For instance, the bow's core requires the finest wood. Due to time constraints, the bows produced in the blacksmith's forge, though functional, lack the necessary range and power. Nevertheless, they suffice for training purposes. The selection of archers was made from among various mercenaries, whose overall skills were moderate. Yet they had some experience with different weapons. Surin allocated the shooting range within the barracks for their practice. The riverbed of the Red Sand River is strewn with fine red sand, which Surin deemed suitable for laying down the training grounds. The barbarians, brimming with energy, frequently engaged in wrestling when devoid of tasks. Once the military training grounds were completed, the barbarians, filled with enthusiasm, took to brawling there in their leisure time, transforming the area into a veritable arena. With the territory lacking in entertainment facilities, these barbarian contests became quite popular within the camp, and Surin allowed them to continue unabated. Most of the trees in the northern plains are coniferous, and while pinewood possesses moderate resilience, it is not the ideal material for crafting bows and arrows. In the Kingdom of Florence, the most commonly utilized materials for crafting bows are oak and teak. Once these woods are seasoned, they yield resilient bow bodies that are resistant to deformation and possess considerable range, making them standard equipment for the kingdom's military. However, despite the commendable quality of Florence's bows, they pale in comparison to those of centaurs and half-elves. The effective range of the kingdom's longbow is approximately 100 meters, with some exceptional archers capable of hitting targets at 120 meters. In contrast, the centaur's bow boasts an effective range of 150 meters. and in some cases, even 200 meters, a feat mirrored by the half-elves as well. This superiority can be attributed not only to their more advanced bow-making techniques but also to the quality of the materials used. Centaur longbows are crafted from yew wood, complemented by their unique bow-making skills, while the half-elves employ a special plant cultivated specifically for their bows. Yew wood is notably expensive, thriving only in the depths of the northern wastelands, characterized by its durability, high elasticity, and excellent workability. The quantity of yew wood acquired by the Kingdom of Florence each year is minimal, with the majority procured through trade with centaur tribes. For Surin, the quest to obtain such wood is fraught with difficulty, necessitating a journey through the wasteland to the northern reaches for a chance to find it. Although humans have contemplated transplanting yew trees, they only succeeded in establishing a small number with the aid of wizards. However, once transplanted to human territories, the quality of the wood deteriorated significantly. Compared to the centaur's yew wood, which is softer by a third, it fails to match even the quality of oak or teak. Despite the higher cost than oak or teak, the resulting quality is merely comparable, leading to yew wood being quickly forgotten and neglected. For Surin to cultivate a cadre of archers, sourcing suitable wood is imperative. Unfortunately, oak and teak thrive in warmer climates, while his domain lies too far north, rendering them susceptible to the harsh, protracted winters that would render them lifeless. Of course, if Surin were sufficiently affluent, he could procure wood directly from the system's marketplace, which has offered an array of weapons since the establishment of the blacksmith's workshop. However, the prices within this marketplace are exorbitant. A barbarian's two-handed axe costs 150 gold dinars, while having one crafted at the blacksmith shop would only set him back 20 dinars. A short bow demands 40 dinars, and a longbow commands a staggering 100 dinars. Presently, Surin finds himself in a dire financial situation, unable to muster even 100 dinars, rendering him arguably the most impoverished lord in the entire Kingdom of Florence, thereby making such prices utterly unattainable for him. Chapter 42. The Goblin Servants. With the addition of 500 human slaves, Surin's workforce was finally alleviated, allowing for an expansion of agricultural endeavors. All 500 slaves were dispatched to cultivate the land, and this time, Surin intended to plant far more than the initial 500 acres. He aimed to cultivate as much farmland as possible, for an abundance of grain is undoubtedly a boon. The return of the merchant caravan provided Surin a reprieve from his quest for suitable materials for crafting bows and arrows, redirecting his focus back to the development of his territory. The significant increase in population rendered the land more prosperous. A fortnight after the last departure of Owen's caravan, they traversed Surin's territory once more. However, due to the earlier issue of the barbarian escape, Owen directly approached Surin, demanding compensation. Surin, however, refuted any responsibility for the escape, asserting that the fleeing barbarians were not under his charge. To prove his innocence, Surin invited Owen to inspect his barbarian guards, but the inspection yielded no results, leaving Owen to depart in a state of exasperation. Surin observed that Owen's caravan now boasted numerous longbows, each measuring nearly 6 feet in height. Their limbs adorned in a rich purple hue, these were the famed centaur longbows, and their quantity surpassed 50. It appeared that Owen had achieved considerable success this time. These centaur longbows could fetch over 3,000 gold coins in human territories, and due to their rarity, they would be sold almost instantaneously upon arrival. A battalion equipped with these longbows would undoubtedly instill dread in any assailant. Regrettably, Surin lacked the funds to procure them, suppressing his urge for acquisition with remarkable resolve as he arranged for Owen's caravan to depart. As days turned into weeks, the territory underwent continuous transformation. The emergence of newly cultivated land inevitably encroached upon the habitat of the indigenous tribes of the wasteland, posing a threat to the surrounding barbarian factions. Following the defeat of a mid-sized wolfman tribe, a fleeting peace settled over the territory. However, such tranquility was not destined to endure. The human incursion resembled a young crocodile infiltrating a small pond. Though still in its infancy, should this crocodile grow, it would devour the entire pond's inhabitants. Confronted by the pressures of humanity, and after over a month of turmoil, the surrounding barbarian tribes finally reached a consensus, uniting to form a formidable army aimed at expelling the humans from their domain. The remaining 2 wolfman tribes, alongside a greater number of goblins and kobolds, prepared to forge a powerful alliance. In the wilderness, the laws of survival dictated that the weak would invariably succumb to the strong. Alliances among tribes were a rarity, only formed in the face of a shared threat. Following the conclusion of the previous battle, Surin reinstated the watchtowers in his territory, augmenting their number while vigilantly monitoring the activities in the vicinity. Floral, a goblin, more specifically. The chieftain of a minor goblin tribe was captured during one of Surin's campaigns to cleanse the wasteland, and his entire tribe was taken as slaves. It is truly astonishing that the leader of the goblin tribe, Floor, has managed to learn the human language. Although his speech is halting and tinged with a peculiar accent, he has undeniably succeeded in mastering human communication. Upon acquiring this skill, Floor took the initiative to offer his services as a translator and expressed his willingness to submit to Surin. He believes that becoming a servant to Surin is not an unfavorable fate. At least Surin would provide them with sustenance, sparing them from the pangs of hunger. Goblins in the wastelands often find themselves enslaved by various formidable tribes, including trolls, werewolves, and lizardmen, who exploit them as mere cannon fodder or food reserves. In contrast, the condition of slaves among humans is akin to paradise. While they still endure punishment, they are not arbitrarily killed, and diligent labor is rewarded with meager rations, which, though scant, is preferable to starvation. Although Surin has resided in this world for a decade, he retains many values from his previous life. Yet he does not seek to challenge the traditions of this realm. He opposes slavery, the exploitation of the nobility, and religious oppression. But as an adult and a beneficiary of the system, he does not dare to pursue any radical measures for the liberation of slaves. Nevertheless, he does not impose cruel oppression on slaves as many of his contemporaries do. For instance, regarding the goblin and gnoll slaves, as long as they do not rebel, Surin refrains from allowing their indiscriminate slaughter, and they are rewarded with food for their hard work, albeit in limited quantities. Surprisingly, this minimal expectation is regarded as a boon by Floor, who extols the advantages of being a servant to Surin to the other goblins, praising Surin's benevolence. Even more astonishing is the fact that this goblin named Floor has been recognized by the system. Goblin servant, Floor, goblin leader. Master, Surin, loyalty, 100. Once a goblin leader. While most goblins are rather dim-witted, there are always exceptions. As an astute goblin, he has diligently learned the human language, choosing to pledge his loyalty to humans for the sake of survival. Leveraging his status, he easily gains the trust of his fellow goblins. Skills. Insight 2, Goblin Favorability 20. With this goblin servant, the goblin slaves have become increasingly docile. Surin assigned all previous goblin overseers under Floor's command, resulting in an unexpected enhancement in the efficiency of their labor. Remarkably, those goblin overseers have been recognized by the system as soldiers. Goblin Overseer, a formidable goblin, having chosen to serve a human lord for a better life. Strength, 4, Constitution, 3, Agility, 5, Spirit, 3, Charisma, 3, Skills, Whipping, Insight. Though their combat capability is minimal, hardly surpassing the weakest of warriors, they still possess their own utility. Upon discovering this situation, Surin instructed them not only to supervise the goblin slaves, but also to gather intelligence regarding the surrounding tribes in the wilderness. Due to his identity as a goblin, he seamlessly gained the recognition of the wild tribes, effortlessly infiltrating these savage clans to gather intelligence for Surin. For these unruly wild races, the presence of an additional goblin slave was scarcely worth noting. With the insights provided by these goblin slaves, Surin finally acquired a more accurate understanding of the other tribes in the vicinity of his territory. Chapter 43. The Alliance. Is it true that those tribes have united to launch an assault on my territory? Surin inquired, his demeanor unperturbed by the news relayed by Floor. Indeed, my lord, Floor replied respectfully, prostrating himself on the ground. Rise. If this proves accurate, you shall be commended, Surin stated, casually placing the wooden piece upon the table. Thank you, my lord, Floor exclaimed, brimming with excitement, even preparing to kiss Surin's boots. Johnson. Dispatch a few men to scout the perimeter of our territory and ascertain whether the wargs, goblins, and kobolds are indeed gathering, Surin commanded. At once, Chief. I shall make the necessary arrangements, Johnson replied, turning to execute his orders. Once the arrangements were made, Surin summoned the remaining members of the barbarian guard, canceling all their leaves. Even the women and children among the barbarians were issued weapons. Although they were labeled as women and children, their combat prowess was formidable. Those aged 14 or 15, despite their youthful appearances, could easily be mistaken for adults. As barbarians, their physical capabilities surpassed those of the average Florentian, and in some cases, they were even stronger. Surin did not intend to send these women and children into battle. The weapons were provided for the purpose of maintaining order and defending the city. He was determined not to adopt a passive defense. The territory had only recently been developed, and allowing the wargs, kobolds, and goblins to attack would undoubtedly devastate the newly cultivated farmland outside the territory. The blacksmith shop by the river would likely fall as well, an outcome Surin could not endure. Having invested thousands of kinner and devoted considerable time to this endeavor, the prospect of loss was maddening. The standard equipment for the barbarian guard was quite substantial. Acquiring a full set in Cult City would cost no less than 300 kinner. The most expensive piece was the half-plate armor, crafted from refined iron, fetching at least 150 kinner. Altogether, this complete set weighed over 100 pounds, making it cumbersome for most. Yet, those barbarians donned it with ease, moving as if they were clad in leather. 30-odd barbarian warriors, clad in iron armor and wielding formidable axes, stood together, each towering over 2 meters. An palpable aura of menace enveloped them, enough to terrify the faint-hearted. Aside from the barbarian guard, Surin had only prepared a few axes and spears for the other barbarians. With armor primarily consisting of leather, featuring iron plates only at vital points. The quantity of leather armor was limited, mostly replaced by the upgraded gear of the guard. Though the mercenaries had become freemen within the territory, they still grasped their weapons in times of crisis. These individuals were seasoned veterans, while their skills were average. They remained capable of protecting the home front. Johnson took a bite from a flatbread, crafted from fine wheat flour and rolled with roasted duck meat, which instantly delighted his palate. He devoured the roll in mere moments. The taste of this roasted duck pancake is simply exquisite. Surin, disregarding the food enthusiast, picked up his chopsticks and savored a piece of boiled lamb with great delight. What is the situation? Observing Johnson relishing his meal, Surin could not resist taking a pancake for himself, wrapping it around some roasted duck, pressing it firmly before taking a hearty bite. The tribes are still vying for dominance. Johnson scoffed, remarking that these races in the wilderness are nothing but brigands and bandits. It would not be an easy task to make them obey collectively. None of them are willing to suffer losses, and attempting to unify them without some internal strife would be futile. Indeed, they are a rabble, Surin inquired. How many of them are there? The camp is too chaotic to ascertain their numbers, but I estimate at least 5,000. Johnson replied as he took another bite of his pancake. 5,000? These worthless rascals truly underestimate us, thinking that sheer numbers will secure victory? Surin sneered. However, we must remain vigilant. Even a lion exerts full effort when hunting a rabbit, especially in battle. We should stay alert. Your wisdom is unparalleled. Johnson flattered him obsequiously. By the way, do you recall the location of the coalition of those tribes? Of course, I made sure to have Floor guide 2 goblins to keep watch there. That is good. Surin nodded, continuing to eat. After our meal, we shall set off immediately. After dining, Surin led his barbarian guard under the cover of night, departing the camp. The nights in the wilderness are still quite cold, prompting Surin to tighten his attire. Those accursed wilderness tribes. Would it not be better for them to mind their own business instead of seeking trouble with me, forcing me to travel at such a late hour? Surin felt somewhat discontented. As a nobleman, particularly one with dominion, he lamented not being able to sleep on a sumptuous velvet bed at night, with no charming maidens to warm his sheets, but rather trudging along with a band of rough men. His situation was quite dismal. Absent was the velvet grand bed and the charming warm bed maidens. Instead, he had 35 towering, muscular bald giants. Warm sheets? Unless one wished to experience the embrace of a multitude of burly men. Chapter 44, Night Raid Beneath the Twinkling Stars. A group traversed the desolate wilderness. The encampment of the Wildling Alliance lay to the east of Surin's territory, over 80 miles from his camp. Given the pace of the wolfmen, it would take them 2 days to mount an assault on Sorin's lands. However, for the barbarians and Surin, traveling light would allow them to cover the distance in merely 3 hours. The region was abundant with oil pine, a species that thrives in colder climates, its resinous trunk making it an ideal material for torches, an essential tool for home, travel, and even for nefarious pursuits. Numerous creatures of the night dwelled in the wilderness, yet upon sighting Surin and his companions, they scuttled away. After 6 hours of travel, they arrived at a point 3 kilometers from the Wildling Alliance's encampment at 2 in the morning. Master, you have finally arrived. A figure dashed forward and collapsed at Surin's feet. It was Floor. Rise. What is the situation at the Alliance's encampment? Surin inquired. Master, there was some commotion in the evening. 2 tribes' wolfmen were fighting over provisions. What is the current situation? The encampment is now at rest, Floor replied. Surin nodded. It was indeed 2 in the morning, a time when most people were in deep slumber. He decided to let the barbarian guards rest nearby and stealthily made his way with Floor toward the Alliance's encampment. The 3 kilometers passed swiftly, and upon reaching a tree outside the encampment, Soren concealed himself to observe. The camp was rudimentary and chaotic. It could be said that even a novice commander would have established a more organized base. What left Soren speechless was the absence of sentinels in such a sizable encampment. No, rather, the guards, goblins and kobolds, were sound asleep. From several meters away, Soren could hear the goblin's rhythmic snoring. "Everyone, don your gear. We are about to engage in battle," Soren declared as he retrieved his long spear from his storage space. The 35 barbarian warriors promptly sprang into action, donning their armor. In under 5 minutes, they were fully equipped, each one a formidable warrior ready for combat. "Leader, we are prepared. Give the command," Johnson said, his hand caressing the gleaming edge of his axe, his eyes alight with anticipation. "Indeed, leader, we can hardly wait. My axe is eager for blood. This time, we shall strike with ferocity." The barbarian warriors chimed in, eager for the fray. "Come down," Soren admonished, pushing Johnson aside. "There are only 36 of us, and that encampment boasts at least 5,000 goblins, kobolds, and wolfmen, along with trolls. Charging in recklessly will yield few kills. You would tire yourselves out before you could even make a dent. Use your brains. Then what do we plan to do? Are we simply aiming for a quick strike and retreat?" Johnson cautiously queried. "Fool," Soren shot him a look before continuing. "Do you see those torches? One person takes a few torches. Once we infiltrate, do not linger. Set the entire camp ablaze." "Understood, Chief. Gather the supplies. Let us commence." Soren gazed at the massive encampment several kilometers away. The barbecue soiree had begun. May you all relish it. The wilderness night was profoundly tranquil, occasionally pierced by the howling northern winds. The temperature plummeted, causing even the night watch goblins and kobolds to retreat into the corners to slumber. At that moment, a rustling sound emerged from the dark underbrush outside the encampment, and soon, shadowy figures began to emerge from the darkness. These silhouettes towered over 2 meters, clad in heavy armor, wielding colossal axes that gleamed with a chilling light. They remained silent, akin to a horde of demons clawing their way from the abyss. "Light the torches and charge with me." The torches, crafted from oil pine, ignited with ease, and upon nearing the candle flame, they erupted into a blaze of fiery orange within seconds. As they burned, they crackled and popped, filling the air with a rich scent of pine resin. With all 36 torches ablaze, Soren commanded the barbarian guard to form a cone-shaped formation and charge toward the camp. Encumbered by weapons and armor weighing 100 pounds, the 30-odd barbarians surged forward, exuding a momentum akin to an avalanche. Their heavy footsteps startled the nightwatch goblins and kobolds awake, realizing the presence of enemies. These hapless creatures cried out in panic, but it was already too late. The wild tribes had not anticipated Soren's stealthy night raid. The camp's defenses were merely a haphazard arrangement of unfortunate souls, rendering them vulnerable to a swift assault. Soren reached the entrance of the encampment, brandishing his spear. He smashed the gate to smithereens, followed closely by over 30 barbarians. In their wake lay a scene of carnage. Following Soren's directive, the group refrained from engaging in prolonged skirmishes with the monsters. Upon breaching the encampment, the barbarians ignited a frenzy of fire. The allied tribe's encampment quickly transformed into a sea of flames. The construction of the encampment was rudimentary and chaotic. As more flames erupted, the tents, coated in waterproof grease, ignited at the slightest touch of a spark. Moreover, the encampment's neglect in clearing away underbrush allowed embers to easily ignite the dry grass, rapidly escalating the inferno. Faced with this dire situation, numerous goblins and kobolds began to scatter in panic. Their flight incited even more goblins and kobolds to flee. The command structure among these wild tribes was already flawed, and in the ensuing chaos, their leaders found themselves incapable of controlling their respective forces. Some werewolves attempted to rally their troops, only to be met with swift retribution as barbarian warriors hurled their axes, cleaving their heads in two. Against the unresisting monsters, they did not pursue to the end. Instead, they drove them back, inciting further chaos. Those who dared to resist faced swift annihilation. All to instill the greatest terror among these wild races. Escape offered a chance at survival, while rebellion was a certain death. Originally, the army composed of these wild tribes exhibited a lack of discipline, resembling a disorganized mob. Following a sudden nocturnal assault, they descended into an even greater state of chaos. Chapter 45. This is the final testament of your life. The night was ablaze with flames and the cacophony of battle. The denizens of the wild tribes were utterly oblivious to the extent of their enemies. Amidst the chaos, some individuals seized the opportunity to exact revenge upon others. It is essential to understand that although these tribes had formed a coalition, it did not signify harmony among them. Rather, a deep-seated animosity permeated their interactions. Taking advantage of the tumult, they turned upon their long-standing foes, resulting in widespread disorder within the camp. The sounds of conflict echoed everywhere as Surin, leading a phalanx of barbarian warriors, surged through the camp like a razor-sharp blade, sowing chaos in their wake. Whenever he detected signs of gathering among the wild tribal forces, Surin would charge forth, scattering and annihilating them. In light of such circumstances, the goblins and gnolls, who could only thrive in favorable conditions, began to flee. Conversely, the larger goblins attempted to regroup and mount a counterattack. However, as soon as they gathered, before they could form ranks, Surin and his barbarian warriors overwhelmed them with ease, akin to chopping through vegetables. The fully armed barbarian guard bore burdens exceeding 100 pounds, yet they charged forth with unyielding vigor, rendering them invincible. The cumbersome equipment that would incapacitate an ordinary person appeared lightweight upon their formidable frames. Under the sharpness of their massive axes, no foe stood a chance. Be they large goblins or gnolls, all were equal before the might of the axe. These barbarian warriors, adorned with horned helmets, resembled demons emerging from a hellish battlefield. Their armor drenched in blood, leaving a gruesome path of carnage in their wake. Although Surin's momentum was swift, the encampment of the tribal coalition was vast, and a mere 36 warriors were insufficient. Despite Surin's relentless charge, some gnolls and large goblins managed to regroup. With a heavy spear in his grasp, Surin wielded it with dexterity, the piercing sound of its passage slicing through the chaos of the battlefield. Rows of enemies were swept away, their broken bodies a testament to their grim fate. As he pressed forward, he suddenly sensed a lightness in his spear. Glancing back, he found no enemies remaining upright around him. Before him, amidst the tumultuous battlefield, a vacuum emerged, and across the expanse, a towering gnoll, exceeding 2.5 meters in height, glared menacingly at him. This gnoll brandished a flail, its handle measuring 0.5 meter, affixed with a chain of equal length, culminating in a massive iron ball encrusted with deadly spikes, now drenched in crimson blood and flesh, evoking dread at a mere glance. Unlike its counterparts, this gnoll donned a suit of fine iron armor, and surrounding it were over 100 other gnolls, similarly clad in armor. However, their armor appeared rudimentary and cumbersome, composed of disparate parts, spiked shoulder pads, heavy breastplates, and rough, clunky bracers. The equipment, though unsightly, is evidently cast, yet this does not hinder its functionality. The wolfmen, having mastered the art of forging, are unable to craft complete armor and resort to rudimentary smelting techniques. Surrounding this group of wolfmen are a dozen corpses resembling tattered rags, undoubtedly slain by their chain flails. Upon sighting Surin and his companions, the leading wolfman let out a roar that resonated above the cacophony of the battlefield. Humans! The towering wolfman's blood-red eyes bore into Surin with murderous intent, swinging the heavy chain flail in his grip, the iron ball slicing through the air. The sharp sound of it cutting through the atmosphere instilled terror, leaving no doubt as to the devastating power it would unleash. Before you stands the abyssal demon, the king of the wolfmen, the master of the realm of Yennegill, a formidable offspring of the demonic lord Yennegill, the crusher of skulls, Hawk. Damn humans! How dare you invade the territory blessed by our great king of the wolfmen? I shall shatter your skulls and offer them as sacrifices to the wolf king. Such potent offerings will surely grant me even greater power from him. Have you finished your lamentations? Surin's wrist quivered as his steel spear trembled slightly, the blood on the weapon sliding off to reveal its gleaming surface. This may be the last words of your life. I implore you to cherish them. As Surin spun the spear upright, arcs of electricity danced around him, swiftly converging into a radiant display on his form and weapon. He stood at the forefront of the conical formation, reminiscent of a god of thunder. The morale of the barbaric warriors surged behind him, their faces filled with reverence for Surin, who appeared divine. Wolfman warriors, seize your weapons, crush their skulls, and offer them to the deities. The crusher of skulls, Hog bellowed, a peculiar energy radiating from him, soon enveloping the surrounding wolfmen. Divine art, bloodthirsty frenzy. Instantly, the eyes of hundreds of wolfmen turned bloodshot, their bodies swelling as if inflated, veins bulging prominently, and their frantic breath igniting a restless fervor within them. The armor, once fitting, began to split at the seams. The leading wolfman grinned wickedly, then pointed his chain flail at Surin before charging forth with a howl. Thunderous spear. Surin's voice cut through the battlefield with clarity, unleashing a torrent of lightning from his being, accompanied by the crackling sound of bones. His stature surged to an impressive 2 meters and 20 centimeters. arcs of electricity leaping around him. Amidst thunder and fire, Surin advanced relentlessly like a bulldozer, the wolfmen unable to impede his progress, not even managing to slow him down. Whirling cherry blossom. In an instant, first streams of formidable energy manifested as a long spear twirled, accompanied by a surge of thunderous light that erupted in all directions. These streams of energy, akin to countless sharp blades, paralyzed the surrounding werewolves with electric brilliance, subsequently piercing through their forms. One by one, the bodies of the werewolves transformed into charred remnants at the sites of their severed wounds, creating a vacuum of 4 meters in radius around Surin. Chapter 46. The Sea of Flames. The immense casualties failed to instill fear in the wolfmen. Imbued with bloodthirsty fury, their rationality had plummeted to its nadir. Devoid of trepidation as they charged relentlessly towards Surin. Confronted by the frenzied wolfmen, the barbarian guard exhibited no intention of retreating. Having long lost count of the number of wolfmen they had slain, upon witnessing their provocation, Johnson bellowed in fury, "Go berserk!" Surin's formation was immediately shattered by the tightly knit ranks of wolfmen. The barbarian guard, rallying behind him, erupted in furious roars as their muscles bulged. A surge of formidable strength coursing through their bodies, rendering their gear significantly lighter in that instant. The berserk barbarian warriors wasted no time. Surging through the breach Surin had created. From the outset, the battle escalated into a ferocious clash. The barbarian warriors wielded their double-headed axes with ferocity. Effortlessly cleaving through the wolfmen's defenses, their heavy armor offered little protection as blood and entrails scattered. Within mere moments, the wolfmen suffered grievous losses. Witnessing the slaughter of numerous wolfmen while the humans sustained only minor injuries, Hog could no longer restrain himself and charged forward with a roar. His heavy flail swung violently, colliding with a barbarian warrior's axe, the clash reverberating through the air. The barbarian's axe was sent flying, only to be struck by Hog's hammer against his breastplate, sending him careening backward. Fortunately, the breastplate forged in the blacksmith's workshop was of exceptional quality. The tempered iron only sustained slight deformation. Having felled the barbarian warrior, Hog showed no inclination to relent, arcing the flail once more toward him. At that moment, a battle axe swept in, not only deflecting the flail but also continuing its trajectory toward Hog. With a swift motion, Hog pivoted his arm, redirecting the flail back at Johnson, and once again, metallic clashing resonated as the massive axe and flail collided. Johnson wielded his battle axe with the grace of a windmill, the sound of metal striking metal echoing incessantly. Hog swung his flail in wide arcs, piercing the air with a haunting whistle. Yet after each impact, he was forced to retreat, his expression growing increasingly furious. Though the flail was indeed a heavy weapon, it proved disadvantageous in this relentless exchange of blows. Previously, he had relied on his strength to overpower opponents. Yet today he found himself on the defensive. Under the barrage of attacks, Hog's form was driven backward, leaving a trail of deep footprints in the earth. Surin swept through once more, sending several wolfmen hurtling away with his formidable strength, distorting their bodies. After dispatching these foes, he turned to see the barbarian guard engaged in a fierce extermination of the remaining wolfmen, while Johnson relentlessly compressed Hog's dwindling space for survival. Following this trajectory, it was evident that the battle would soon reach its conclusion. Disregarding Johnson's battle, it belonged solely to him. As the chieftain of the barbarians, he was required to wield his formidable strength to vanquish his foe, thereby upholding the honor of his tribe. The adversary, a werewolf suspected of possessing the diluted bloodline of the Wolf King Janag, was a testament to his valor. Surin glanced around. The camp remained in a state of chaos, though the absence of the barbarian guard's fire suppression had noticeably slowed the spread of flames. Meanwhile, several minor tribal leaders seized the opportunity to rally their defeated warriors. Withdrawing the wind dragon flag from his storage, Surin enveloped himself in swirling air elements. Taking a deep breath, he infused the banner with his magical energy, summoning a tempestuous wind that suddenly swept across the wilderness. The northern wind howled, sweeping across the battlefield, soon followed by a more ferocious gale. Wind dragon tornado. The howling northern winds spiraled, forming 2 towering tornadoes within mere moments. These tornadoes rapidly traversed the battlefield, lifting everything in their path, including goblins, dog-headed creatures, werewolves, and even flaming tents, into the air. They hurled them skyward, shredding tents into countless fragments that, ignited by the flames, cascaded down like fiery embers. In a matter of minutes, the entire camp was engulfed in flames. The 2 tornadoes wreaked havoc, lifting vast plumes of fire. With the wind fueling the flames, the fire spread rapidly. transforming the tornadoes into fiery whirlwinds. Countless goblins, werewolves, dog-headed creatures, and even trolls who were unable to flee were ensnared, perishing in mere breaths as the flames consumed them, their oils providing further sustenance to the inferno. The fire whirlwind swept across the battlefield, targeting tribal leaders who had intended to regroup their soldiers. With a sweeping motion, the fiery tornadoes engulfed all warriors along with their chieftains, leaving behind only eerie silence after their cries. Flames cascaded from the fiery whirlwinds. The werewolves, clad in thick fur, ignited easily upon contact with the fire, each one transforming into a living torch. The camp, already rife with disarray due to the tribal factions' disunity and the nighttime assault, finally collapsed entirely. The tornadoes ravaged for approximately 10 minutes before gradually dissipating. Johnson raised the ghastly head aloft, letting out a furious roar to the heavens. What a pointless outburst! Surin grumbled, rubbing his ears, and promptly kicked him, sending him rolling. Get to work, clear the battlefield, and tend to the wounded. Johnson, chastened, hurried off to fulfill his duties. With the demise of Hog, the most formidable werewolf tribe of the coalition had been eradicated. The remaining werewolves that managed to escape would likely flee the region immediately, marking this land as Surin's domain. With the flames raging, Surin chose not to pursue the fleeing creatures, turning instead to lead the barbarian guard away from the inferno. As for capturing prisoners, Surin's contingent comprised fewer than 40 individuals. In such a chaotic battlefield, there was simply no time to seize those captives. At this moment, among the camp's denizens, goblins, kobolds, and wargs, most had either fled or perished in the inferno, with a small fraction meeting their demise at the hands of Surin and his companions. With this nocturnal assault, the tribes in the surrounding wilderness were obliterated in an instant. Chapter 47. A grand victory. Congratulations, esteemed host, on achieving an epic triumph. Under your strategic command, a small contingent of 36 valiant warriors successfully executed a nocturnal assault and ignited a ferocious fire attack against the coalition of wild tribes. You have attained a resplendent victory, vanquishing all surrounding wilderness tribes and securing rightful ownership of this untamed land. Your renown begins to spread far and wide. Several minor tribes now regard you with trepidation, and your accomplishments have drawn the attention of other tribes, earning you a prestige rating of 3. The battle concludes. You have slain 375 adversaries, with 3 of your barbarian comrades sustaining injuries. You have garnered 743 experience points, leading to an elevation in your level and the acquisition of the talent Iron Will. Congratulations, esteemed host. You have also received 2 points to allocate freely, in addition to 2 skill points. Furthermore, you have obtained a golden treasure chest. Congratulations, esteemed host. For the 3rd consecutive time, you have triumphed against overwhelming odds, defeating foes numbering 100-fold your own forces. You have earned the achievement title, 1 against 100. With this title, both you and the heroes under your command will enjoy a permanent morale boost of 10, along with a leadership enhancement of 10. In this battle, you have received 30 units of refined iron and acquired the skill Crimson Flame. You allocate the 2 attribute points to strength, elevating Surin's power to 33. Name, Surin race, human level, LV 17, 8, 241 17. 000, strength, 33 agility, 29 spirit, 24 constitution, 29 charisma, 19 skills. Minor, no need to elaborate on existing skills. Iron Will. The harsh environment has fortified your resolve. Your susceptibility to illusion spells is diminished, granting you a 5 to willpower saves. Surin glanced at his attribute panel. The rewards from this battle were considerable. In addition to his foundational attributes, he had obtained an achievement title, along with a dual enhancement of morale and leadership by 10, thus augmenting the overall capability of his forces, a highly cost-effective advantage in the long term. The Crimson Flame skill awarded by the system is also commendable, enabling the conjuration of flames over a designated area, although its effect is somewhat limited, covering merely a few dozen square meters. After contemplating the allocation of his 2 skill points, Surin decided to upgrade his Thunderous Gun to the Thunderous Lightning Gun, which boasts greater attribute bonuses and enhanced lightning damage. Having utilized his attribute and skill points, Surin meticulously washed his hands with water, inhaled deeply, and opened his storage space. Inside, he found a considerable accumulation of items, including the previously mentioned refined iron and a resplendent golden treasure chest. This marks the 2nd occasion Surin has opened a golden treasure chest, having gained some experience. He proceeded to unveil it. As the golden luminescence dissipated, a palm-sized token materialized before him. Congratulations, esteemed host. You have acquired a recruitment order. Recruitment order. This is a token imbued with miraculous abilities. Upon use, it allows you to recruit personnel for your domain, with the effectiveness varying based on the surrounding conditions of your territory. Upon witnessing the attributes of the recruitment order, Surin's expression radiated joy. This was indeed a timely boon. He had been grappling with the challenge of recruiting additional personnel, as although his territory boasted a burgeoning population, the number of free citizens remained woefully inadequate. Relying solely on slaves was not a sustainable solution. Upon picking up the recruitment token and toying with it for a moment, Su Luin noted that the material of the token was neither metal nor wood, but something rather peculiar. One side bore the inscription of the character, while the other depicted a figure. After contemplating it for a while, Su Luin decided to utilize the recruitment token. A flash of ethereal light occurred, and the token vanished from sight. The system informed him that for the subsequent month, the allure of his territory would significantly increase for other intelligent races surrounding it, excluding hostile beings such as goblins, gnolls, kobolds, trolls, and others. Was that all? Su Luin waited in vain, with not a single soul appearing. Would the absence of humans around his territory mean no recruits could be drawn in? System, speak to me. You deceitful entity, my territory lies in the wilderness. Where am I to find free folk? This is a tremendous loss. Upon hearing the system's notification sound, Su Luin's expression darkened instantly. System, you are a counterfeit. Compensate me with my golden treasure chest. Seeing no one materialize, Su Luin repeatedly called out to the system. But his mental inquiries received no response. After much futile effort, he reluctantly accepted his predicament. The raging inferno continued to burn until past 10 in the morning, leaving the original coalition camp of tribes utterly obliterated, reduced to a charred expanse. Additionally, countless corpses had been reduced to cinders. Su Luin, accompanied by the barbarian guard, commenced their withdrawal. Only a few had sustained injuries in the early morning skirmish, the most grievous being a warrior who had been struck and flung by the gnoll leader, Hog, resulting in a broken rib. Su Luin employed a healing spell upon him, enveloping him in vibrant green life energy, swiftly restoring his injuries. Due to the nature of the battle, which involved a night raid and arson, the spoils were not particularly abundant. They salvaged a few hundred pieces of iron armor and weaponry from the gnolls, with the finest set belonging to their leader. Although the conflict had claimed over 2,000 enemy lives, many more had undoubtedly escaped. Ultimately, Su Luin's forces managed to capture just over 200 prisoners, destined to toil as laborers in the encampment. Upon learning that Su Luin had routed the coalition of tribes encircling the wilderness, sending them into disarray, the entire territory erupted in excitement. Su Luin, equally exhilarated, promptly declared a victory feast for that evening. He instructed his subordinates to retrieve ale and stored jerky from the warehouse, and directed the barbarians to slaughter several gazelles. Having vanquished all tribes in the surrounding wilderness, Su Luin finally established a firm foothold in this untamed land. With the territory secured, he began to contemplate its future development. As a pioneer, it was imperative to ensure a sufficiently robust military force, which would require substantial financial backing. In previous endeavors, there had been nobles with formidable military might who had similarly defeated the tribes around the wilderness, yet few managed to maintain their hold for long. Sustaining a powerful army in the wild was an expense that would even make an earl wince. Chapter 48. Iron, or the annual expenditure for a single cavalryman, amounts to 70 gold dinars, with at least 10 dinars allocated for the upkeep of his steed, and another 10 for weaponry and armor. In the Kingdom of Florence, the monthly salary for a cavalry soldier is 1 dinar, totaling 12 dinars over the course of a year. Furthermore, each cavalryman requires a minimum of 2 aides, whose costs, while not as substantial as those of the cavalry, still accumulate to a considerable sum over the year. This calculation excludes the value of the horse and its depreciation. A suitable warhorse commands at least 30 dinars. The frequent injuries sustained by these steeds during combat represent yet another significant expense. Moreover, as one ventures to expand territories, the initial supplies must be transported from the homeland, resulting in the overall cost for a cavalryman far exceeding 70 dinars, at times even doubling that amount. Thus, maintaining a nightly order of 1,000 men during territorial expansion necessitates a basic expenditure of 100,000 dinars. This figure pertains solely to military expenses. The subsequent costs of developing the territory, recruiting soldiers, or purchasing slaves are equally daunting. Therefore, while the notion of territorial expansion may appear to be a matter of great honor, the reality reveals that without substantial financial backing, progress is nearly impossible. Of course, there are instances where the costs of territorial expansion are not excessively high. However, these territories are predominantly situated near human cities, with few surrounding wilderness tribes that are weak and scarce. It suffices to maintain a modest military to ensure protection, and the logistics of supply transport are notably shorter. For those territories closest to the Blackstone City, a mere 50 miles away, the related expansion permits are also limited, encompassing only a radius of 10 miles. Although the advantages of proximity in territorial expansion are numerous, the size of such territories tends to be small, and more crucially, they are often devoid of mineral resources. Valuable ores, having been discovered in nearby urban areas, are scarce. Conversely, while Surin's lands may be distanced, they impose no restrictions on area, theoretically. As long as one possesses sufficient strength, one may continue to expand outward. However, the stark reality is that most struggle to maintain their territories, let alone expand them further. Are there successful endeavors? Certainly. Some fortunate souls, through sheer luck, stumble upon gold or silver mines during their territorial endeavors, which attracts a plethora of nobles or merchants eager to support them in constructing the territory and supplying resources, all in exchange for mining rights. Others, blessed with a protagonist's fortune, may discover mithril deposits within silver mines, garnering substantial backing from wizards. Mithril, a crucial magical metal, is exceedingly rare. During the Second Era of the Elven Age, it was considered a precious resource, with many powerful magical artifacts crafted by elves utilizing mithril. The distribution of mithril is entirely erratic, and the currently discovered reserves are minimal. The majority of mithril mines are companion ores of silver mines. Should a mine yield an ounce of mithril annually, it could be deemed profitable. However, such occurrences are exceedingly rare. Many mithril-producing mines yield only 3 to 5 ounces over the course of an entire year. If Surin's territory were to uncover mithril within 3 days, a cadre of wizards would arrive to assist him in expanding his dominion. They would provide resources aplenty, gold coins in abundance, and some wizards might even lend their personal aid. However, mithril is a substance that is as elusive as it is desirable, and Surin hardly considered himself fortunate enough to possess such luck. At this juncture, it was imperative for the territory to swiftly identify a source of profit, whether it be a gold mine, silver mine, or even copper and iron deposits. Alternatively, discovering other resources within the territory could also serve to attract merchants for trade. With merchants, Surin could procure various supplies, levy taxes, and thus generate revenue for the territory, which would enable gradual development through these resources. After addressing external threats, Surin set out with several barbarian warriors to scout for minerals, with his sights set on iron ore. During skirmishes with gnolls, goblins, kobolds, and trolls, Surin noted that these wild tribes possessed a limited quantity of iron tools. Although these implements were rudimentary, poorly crafted, and even contained unrefined slag, they were indeed iron. Not long ago, Surin had interrogated captured foes and gleaned the general location of an iron mine. He, along with a few barbarian warriors, prepared to seek out this mineral. It is worth mentioning that Surin's barbarian guard had all advanced to the rank of barbarian warriors, with a significant portion attaining the status of barbarian axe warriors, each capable of overwhelming knight-class opponents. According to the information provided by the gnoll captives, the iron mine lay to the northeast of the territory, approximately 50 miles from their camp. Surin and his companions moved swiftly, reaching the target area within 2 hours. To Surin's surprise, the iron mine was easy to locate. A few laps around the vicinity led them directly to it. The mine was situated atop a small hill, sparsely vegetated and barren. Upon closer inspection, they discovered numerous excavation marks on the opposite slope. Upon their arrival, they also stumbled upon a gathering of kobolds, and the serendipity of discovering a mine accompanied by miners was not lost on Surin. Casually, Surin picked up a stone from the ground. It felt notably heavy in his hand, its reddish-brown exterior unmistakably indicative of iron ore. Judging by its appearance, the quality of this iron ore seemed quite commendable. To his astonishment, this was indeed an open-pit mine. Observing the mining site before him, Surin felt a surge of excitement, for open-pit mines differ greatly from others. Some deposits, although rich in quantity, present formidable challenges for extraction or may even be buried deep within mountains or subterranean layers, necessitating the construction of tunnels. In contrast, the open-pit mine before him required no such tunneling. Extraction could commence directly. Chapter 49. Population issues. The cost of open-pit mining is remarkably low. and it is significantly safer compared to underground mining. Should this mine be located within the realm of the Kingdom of Florence, it would undoubtedly incite a frenzy among the surrounding nobility. Although it is merely an iron mine, its minimal investment yields a profit surpassing that of an average silver mine. After confirming the mine's location, Surin consulted the strategic map to ascertain the route to his territory, preparing to identify the most direct path. Soon, Surin discerned an intriguing feature on the map. Approximately 1 kilometer from the mine, a river meandered through the landscape. Upon closer inspection, he noted that this river varied in width from 8 to 13 meters, with a depth of 2 to 3 meters and a moderate flow, characterizing it as a typical small river. The advantages of water transport over land transport are numerous, including greater capacity, speed, and lower costs. Although the river, at 3 meters deep and 8 meters wide, could not accommodate large vessels, it was entirely sufficient for transporting iron ore. The mining operations would also employ slaves, further minimizing costs. Additionally, Surin's territory had already adopted water-powered forging machines, further reducing labor expenses. As for the costs associated with smelting ores, they were likewise minimal. The wilderness was replete with trees, and logging could similarly utilize slave labor. Consequently, the cost of forging a piece of refined iron was astoundingly low. For instance, the armor crafted for Surin's barbarian guard would have cost at least 200 gold dinars in the city of Kalt. However, within Surin's territory, the total expense for this set of armor amounted to no more than 30 gold dinars. After excluding costs related to manpower for ore collection and transportation, the most significant expense, forge costs, was mitigated through the use of water-powered machines. The new type of blast furnace employed in the territory not only increased output but also further diminished costs. Thus, the final minimum cost of this armor was remarkably low. Even if Surin sold each set for 150 gold dinars, he would effortlessly secure substantial profits. And such an attractive price would undoubtedly entice merchants to brave the journey for trade. With a decision made, Surin chose not to linger any longer. He instructed 2 barbarian warriors to oversee the construction of shelters for the goblins, while he made his way back to the territory. Currently, the territory boasted a population of 1,500 slaves, comprising goblins, kobolds, and gnolls. Among them, goblins were the most numerous, exceeding 700, followed by over 500 kobolds, with the remainder consisting of large goblins and gnolls, totaling around 200 individuals. Although the kobolds were not particularly strong, they excelled at mining. Surin planned to dispatch all 500 kobolds to the mine, complemented by the 200 existing kobolds already at the site, resulting in nearly 800 kobold miners, which would suffice. Additionally, a team would need to be assembled to safeguard the mine. However, this decision would render the territory, previously abundant in population, considerably more scarce. As the territory has developed, Surin has come to realize that his barbarian guard is somewhat understaffed. The scarcity of freemen within the domain hinders the recruitment of human soldiers, while a portion of the barbarian children may serve in the reserves, with many barbarian youths reaching adulthood in the coming year. Nevertheless, this is but a distant solution to an immediate dilemma. Once the weapons are forged, he intends to have Jean transport them to Kalt City for sale. Given the low production costs here, even with a reduced price, he can still reap substantial profits. With the funds acquired, he plans to purchase serfs or other slaves from the market, thereby addressing the population deficit in his territory. In addition to this, Surin aims to promote his domain in the surrounding cities, enticing those seeking land to come and become freemen. The population near Kalt City has surged due to decades of peace, resulting in many individuals being born without land. It is important to note that in this world, property inheritance rights are typically granted to the eldest son, leading other sons to venture out on their own upon reaching adulthood. This situation has resulted in many lacking farmland and funds, compelling them to seek work in the city. The majority of mercenaries belong to this demographic. Those who possess farmland are unlikely to migrate, as Surin's territory holds little allure for them. Only those who possess nothing would dare to risk traversing hundreds of miles of wilderness to settle in Surin's domain. Surin's target is precisely these individuals, aiming to recruit them as freemen. Although most of them are assetless, as long as they commit to diligent work within the territory, Surin will provide them with wages to establish their livelihoods. Alternatively, he may offer a payment plan for the sale of farmland. In fact, Surin is already contemplating granting freedom to his serfs, though he will not act on this immediately. He intends to allow these slaves to work for several years before gradually abolishing their status, thereby elevating them to freemen. Although it may seem that releasing slaves is a loss for Surin, the reality is far more complex. While they remain enslaved, their motivation to work diligently is minimal. Even if coerced, their efficiency remains low. Thus, while it may save money, the value generated is limited. However, if Surin promises them freedom in exchange for several years of dedicated service, their motivation will undoubtedly experience a remarkable surge. In a few years, once these slaves have transitioned into freemen, their desire for a better life will drive them to work even harder, consequently contributing to Surin's tax revenue. In this regard, the value they create will far exceed that of their previous status as slaves. Naturally, Surin did not embark on this approach from the outset, especially considering the stronghold of traditional power in this world. He intends to wait until he has grown stronger before implementing such changes. In the southern regions, he might have to consider the influence of neighboring territories. However, in the northern wastelands, where the emperor is far removed, such concerns are largely negligible. Chapter 50. Arrival high above the icy peaks of the Ladas Mountains, located approximately 300 kilometers north of Sullen's domain. The frigid winds from the polar ice fields howled mercilessly. The landscape was a desolate expanse of snow and ice, with flurries of snowflakes dancing through the air, and the biting wind swirling countless ice crystals into small tornadoes. Suddenly, a nearly 1-ton adult bison was hurled over the edge of a cliff, and as a fierce gust swept through, a massive dark silhouette descended from the heavens. With a grayish-white body adorned with a pair of fleshy wings, its razor-sharp claws, akin to forged steel, effortlessly carved deep gashes into the rock, which was frozen solid like iron. Its appearance bore a striking resemblance to the pterosaurs of the dinosaur era, though it was considerably larger. Any adventurer versed in monster identification would instantly recognize it as an ice-winged pterosaur. The ice-winged pterosaur, a type of cold-blooded subdragon, resembled its pterosaur relatives but lacked the elongated dragon scales, possessing only a layer of dragon skin due to its impure lineage. They boasted powerful hind limbs, while their forelimbs were intricately connected to the wing bones, making terrestrial movement quite cumbersome. The bison, now frozen stiff, did not deter the appetite of the pterosaurs. A female, slightly larger than the male, was voraciously tearing into the tenderest parts of the bison with her sharp teeth. This female exhibited some difficulty in movement, her abdomen noticeably distended, indicating that she was nearing the time to lay her eggs. The reproduction of dragon species is notoriously challenging, with pterosaurs typically laying eggs only once every 3 to 5 years, producing 3 to 7 eggs per clutch. A resonant dragon call echoed through the air, accompanied by the sound of flapping wings, as several ice-winged pterosaurs descended upon the surrounding cliffs. As dawn broke, with the first rays of sunlight streaming into his chamber, Sullen awoke promptly. Rubbing his forehead to dispel the remnants of sleep, he donned his attire and, yawning, exited his room. Breakfast consisted of oatmeal, enriched with jerky and wild vegetables, perfectly cooked to awaken his palate with its rich aroma. Sullen savored 2 bowls in quick succession before patting his belly and departing the dining hall. After his morning meal, Sullen proceeded to inspect the various construction sites within his domain, attending to several matters before embarking on a patrol outside the territory. Due to the impending mining operations, the number of slaves cultivating the land outside the town had significantly diminished, but over 6,000 acres had already been cleared, with hundreds of serfs diligently planting potatoes. After surveying the territory, Sullen made his way to the mine. This time, he opted for a boat, as the port on the Whitewater River was completed just yesterday. Boarding the vessel at the port, he could drift downstream, reaching the vicinity of the mine in merely half an hour. Suddenly, as he prepared to disembark, a loud shout pierced the air. Sullen looked up to see a plume of smoke rising from a distant watchtower against the azure sky. A signal fire, indicating the presence of over 100 individuals. To his surprise, it appeared that a tribe had come to offer their provisions. Upon witnessing the smoke signals, Surin chuckled softly, remarking that their region was in need of more slaves, whom they could capture for mining purposes. The nearby barbarians instinctively drew their weapons, their gazes fixed eagerly on the source of the smoke. "Let us proceed directly," Surin declared, brandishing his spear and leading a few of the barbarians in that direction. Before long, they arrived at the watchtower, perched atop a mound of earth, granting an unobstructed view of the surroundings. As Surin peered into the distance, he discerned a group of approximately 100 dark figures ambling leisurely toward their location. Shielding his eyes from the sun, he scrutinized them closely, realizing that these silhouettes were not the goblin-like creatures he had anticipated, but rather humans. As time slipped away, the figures drew ever closer, and soon Surin could see them clearly. They were indeed members of the Northern Barbarians, a collective term used by the Kingdom of Florence to describe the human inhabitants of the northern wilderness. Much like the barbarians under Surin's command, these northern barbarians primarily lived in tribes, characterized by their towering stature and a lifestyle that was semi-nomadic and semi-agricultural. Each tribe could be considered a distinct race, with the exact number of races remaining an enigma. Under Surin's watchful gaze, the group of northern barbarians halted about 300 meters from the watchtower. To Surin's astonishment, one of them approached, brandishing a white flag atop a long spear. Just then, a notification chimed. "Congratulations, host. A group of northern barbarians wishes to join your ranks. Inspired by your valor." Surin's eyes widened in surprise. He had almost forgotten about the effects of the recruitment order, not anticipating its actual efficacy. "Head, that individual is approaching. Should we prepare for battle?" One of the eager barbarians beside him suddenly inquired. "Stand down," Surin commanded, halting the restless warriors behind him, and turned his attention to the approaching figure. "Do not be alarmed. I am Jusher, the chieftain of the Great Bear clan, and I come in peace." "I seek an audience with Lord Surin," the man proclaimed, placing his right hand over his chest and bowing respectfully. This Jusher, a northern barbarian, bore tattoos depicting a great bear. As the chieftain, he was the mightiest warrior of the Great Bear tribe, standing an impressive 2 meters and 3 centimeters tall. His physique robust and well-proportioned, exuding an aura of strength akin to that of Dwayne Johnson. However, his attire appeared tattered and primarily crafted from animal hides, looking quite unkempt. It was evident that these people led a harsh existence. "I am Surin. What brings you here?" Surin responded, descending from the watchtower. His hands empty and his demeanor relaxed as he approached. Chapter 51. The Icy Winged Dragon. "Are you Sir Surin?" Giant Stone gazed at Surin with a hint of astonishment. Never having anticipated that someone of such modest stature, below the average height of their tribe, could indeed be Surin. "I trust no one would dare impersonate me," Surin shrugged. His curiosity piqued about how the recruitment order had managed to bring them here. "Esteemed Lord Surin, I extend greetings on behalf of the entire Great Bear tribe," Giant Stone hastily proclaimed. "There is no need for formalities." Surin waved his hand dismissively and inquired, "Are you planning to migrate?" Giant Stone, feeling somewhat awkward, hesitated before continuing. "Lord Surin, our Great Bear tribe wishes to join your domain, to pledge our loyalty, and to become your subjects. We humbly request your acceptance." As his words echoed, Surin's ears were met with the familiar sound of the system notification. "The Great Bear tribe pledges loyalty to you and requests to join your territory. Do you agree?" "Ah, splendid. Welcome to our ranks," Surin responded without a moment's hesitation upon hearing the notification. Shortly thereafter, a new troop appeared on his system panel. Great Bear Tribe, Northern Barbarians. Population, 153, Loyalty, 85, Morale, 70. Below this, further detailed statistics revealed that among these savages were 38 warriors, the strongest being a level 3 barbarian warrior, reminiscent of the formidable Johnson from earlier. The remainder consisted of level 2 barbarian warriors, while the rest were the elderly, women, and children. With the addition of the Great Bear Tribe, Surin's military strength had effectively doubled. While the newly arrived warriors appeared somewhat lacking in prowess, Surin was not overly concerned. Once they engaged in a few battles, their ranks would surely rise in level. Though he had expanded his heavy infantry forces, Surin yearned for an archery contingent. The singular nature of his forces rendered them vulnerable to targeted assaults, especially against cavalry or the more troublesome mounted archers. In such encounters, they could neither outrun nor effectively pursue the enemy, resulting in them being forced to endure attacks. Thus, diversifying his military to incorporate various troop types was the wisest course of action. Subsequently, Giant Stone led over 100 individuals into Surin's territory. After a brief exchange of instructions, Surin guided them towards the town. Upon returning to his domain, Surin arranged for provisions while engaging in conversation with Giant Stone. Following their dialogue, he gleaned a general understanding of the Great Bear Tribe, originally residing to the northeast of Surin's territory near the Latas Mountains. The Great Bear Tribe had recently faced a dire threat. A horde of icy winged dragons had nested within the mountains, claiming the area as their hunting ground. In the face of the icy winged dragons, the Great Bear Tribe found themselves powerless to resist and were compelled to migrate southward. During their journey, they had heard tales of Surin's renown and, upon learning of the formidable barbarian warriors under his command, decided to seek an alliance with him. In the past, there were indeed barbaric individuals who aspired to join the Kingdom of Florence, yet few succeeded in their endeavors. Despite their considerable strength, these barbarians were ill-suited for recruitment as soldiers, which resulted in a scarcity of lords and cities willing to accept them. Upon hearing of a group of ice drakes residing in the Lotas Mountains, Surin was taken aback, for although ice drakes are not pure-blood dragons, their might remains formidable. In this world, any creature with even a tenuous connection to dragons possesses significant power. Even the so-called weakest dragonkin, the draconic goblins, rival the strength of a barbarian warrior. The draconic goblins typically wield at least one spell, predominantly the fireball spell. While in previous games, fireball spells were commonplace in this realm, they represent a genuine third-tier evocation skill capable of devastating even the finest armor forged in Surin's territory, potentially rendering it irreparably damaged. Ice drakes are even more formidable. The tempestuous tiger that Surin had previously slain would appear inconsequential in the presence of an ice drake. These drakes inherit the breath weapon of pure-blood dragons, which, though not as potent as that of true dragons, is still formidable. However, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that ice drakes can fly. As long as they remain airborne, one can only passively endure their assaults. As for arrows, they are akin to mere tickles against the resilient hides of ice drakes, utterly incapable of breaching their defenses. Only specially designed crossbows firing unique bolts pose a threat to them, yet if the distance is too great, even crossbows lose their efficacy. In terms of sheer destructive power, ice drakes may not necessarily eclipse the might of land-dwelling dragons. Indeed, when land-dwelling dragons gather in sufficient numbers, their unleashed power can be astonishing. But, alas, the ice drakes possess the advantage of flight. Upon learning of the ice drakes in the Lotas Mountains, Surin began to contemplate the possibility of capturing one. The prospect of acquiring one as a mount was enticing, not only for its commendable combat prowess but also for its ability to soar through the skies. He recalled that the Kingdom of Lorentz sought to establish a dragon rider order. Yet to this day, the number of knights in that order had not exceeded 50. Though ice drakes are classified as lesser dragons, their value remains high. Their hides can be fashioned into dragon hide armor, which rivals iron armor in defensive capabilities while being remarkably lightweight. Dragon blood is also a premium magical material, and the remaining entrails are essential for concocting various potions. An intact ice drake carcass could fetch a price of at least 10 to 20,000 gold dinars. As for dragon eggs, their worth is difficult to ascertain. If a method for taming lesser dragons exists, such an egg would command a fortune, yet without such means, its value diminishes considerably. Although lesser dragons lack the ancestral powers of true dragons, they still retain some genetic memories worth preserving, making the taming process exceedingly challenging. According to Gushi, the group of ice drakes lies no more than 200 kilometers from his territory, a distance that allows an ice drake to reach his location in merely an hour of swift flight. Thus, it can be said that Surin currently resides within the hunting grounds of the ice drakes. If it were only him, the frost pterosaur would pose no significant threat. He was utterly confident in his ability to vanquish it should it dare to attack. However, within the territory, apart from Johnson, no one else could contend with the frost pterosaur. Even Johnson could only adopt a passive defense due to the lack of ranged attacks, leaving the territory at a disadvantage when facing such a colossal flying beast. It appears that the urgent need to construct several crossbow carts has arisen. Surin contemplated inwardly, recalling that the previous battle had rewarded him with 30 pieces of refined iron, which would be just sufficient for the creation of the crossbow carts. Chapter 52. Jewelry. Surin reclined in a rocking chair beneath a tree, absent-mindedly cracking sunflower seeds. Not far away, a fierce duel unfolded in the training grounds, where two barbarian warriors faced off in an oddly surreal spectacle. The battle was overwhelmingly one-sided. This outcome was to be expected, as one combatant hailed from the newly joined bear tribe, a mere level 2 barbarian warrior, while the other was a level 4 barbarian, a mighty axe warrior. The disparity between their levels was striking. With a resounding thud, a figure crashed to the ground, determining the victor. This bout was not orchestrated by Surin. Rather, it was a request from Jusher, who wished to demonstrate the valor of the bear tribe's warriors. Initially, Surin had attempted to dissuade him from the duel, expressing his confidence in their bravery. However, Jusher perceived Surin's reluctance as insincerity and insisted vehemently on the contest against Johnson and his allies. Reluctantly, Surin acquiesced, and the ensuing events left Jusher nearly convinced they were battling frost giants. The young men from his tribe appeared as helpless as toddlers just learning to walk, utterly outmatched. Yet, having initiated this farcical encounter, Jusher was compelled to see it through to its conclusion. Once the last warrior was tossed from the arena, the mock battle finally came to an end. Observing Jusher's despondent demeanor, Surin felt a pang of guilt. Had he been too harsh? Just as he contemplated offering some words of comfort, Jusher promptly whisked Johnson away for a meal. The arrival of over 100 warriors from the bear tribe had doubled the number of fighters in the territory. Yet this influx brought with it a renewed strain on food supplies. These barbarians possessed insatiable appetites, consuming nearly 2 to 3 times the amount of an ordinary person in a single meal. After extensive hunting, the local game had grown wise, instinctively avoiding Surin's domain. Consequently, aside from daily fish catches, the availability of wild game dwindled. The long winters of the northern plains stretched for at least 4 months, necessitating that Surin prepare ample provisions for the harsh season ahead. With no food to be found in the wilderness, he would have to venture to Cult City to purchase supplies. Acquiring food required kinner, and the territory was currently in dire financial straits, devoid of funds for such purchases. Thus, Surin began to rummage through his possessions, searching for items that could be traded for money. He discovered a box containing over a dozen low-quality gemstones. Spoils from previous battles, their worth varying. Selling them would yield a maximum of 300 to 400 kinner. He also had some weapons and armor left over after equipping the new arrivals, which, if sold in total, could fetch around 1,000 kinner. Outside the town, 5,000 acres of potatoes had been planted, requiring 3 to 4 months to mature. Only at that time would the territory have sufficient food supplies. Therefore, Surin needed to prepare for at least 4 months of sustenance. However, the current food reserves would last no more than a month and a half, leaving a shortfall of 2.5 months. As he idly toyed with the gemstones in his hand, Surin suddenly conceived the idea of transforming these stones into jewelry. After all, the profit from selling finished products would far exceed that of raw materials, potentially yielding returns several times greater. Desire to create should be embraced. Surin had previously encountered numerous exquisite jewels in the possession of his frugal father. To be candid, the craftsmanship of jewelry in this world left much to be desired. Characterized by monotonous designs and an aesthetic that could only be described as crude, a stark contrast to the treasures he had beheld in his former life. After enlisting the help of several artisans, Surin entrusted them with the task of polishing the gemstones. He then retrieved a piece of parchment, commencing the design of the jewelry. Considering the artisan's limited skill set, Surin refrained from crafting overly intricate designs, opting instead to sketch a few simplified shapes from memory. To facilitate the creation of this collection, Surin melted down his scant reserves of dinars into gold ingots, which were subsequently handed over to the craftsmen for their labor. Recognizing that gold is relatively malleable, he instructed them to incorporate other metals to enhance the jewelry's durability, though he would never admit to any inadequacy in the gold itself. After several days of diligent work, the jewelry designed by Surin was finally completed, with the crowning achievement being a pair of exquisite bracelets. The finest gemstones in the treasure chest, a ruby and a sapphire, were embedded in these remarkable pieces, which were inspired by the image of a phoenix. Surin adapted some designs he had seen in his previous life, ultimately creating bracelets that could be regarded as true masterpieces. The 2 gemstones were meticulously polished and set within the bracelets, while smaller cut stones adorned the eyes and tail, with the largest gem prominently featured on the body. "My lord, these bracelets are simply stunning. They are akin to artworks that could only be crafted by elves," exclaimed the newly minted jewelry master, the sculptor Curry, with palpable admiration. "Indeed, my lord, these bracelets are breathtaking. Your design is magnificent," the artisans chorused, struggling to find adequate words to express their awe for the exquisite jewelry. "Wait, what did you just say?" Surin suddenly interjected. We were saying how beautiful the bracelets are," the artisans replied, glancing at one another in confusion. "No, I mean the part before that." Surin shook his head and continued. "Artworks that could only be crafted by elves." One of the artisans ventured cautiously. "Exactly." Surin clapped his hands in excitement. "Elven masterpieces." He then eagerly departed with the splendidly crafted jewels in hand. "Elven masterpieces?" The artisans exchanged glances before returning to their tasks. "What do you think of these pieces?" "Astoundingly intricate and exquisitely refined." Jean marveled at the jewelry, expressing his admiration. "These are creations of the elves," Surin stated with calm assurance. "What?" Jean inquired, somewhat perplexed. "I mean, we should proclaim these jewels as elven masterpieces." Surin emphasized the word elven. But. Jean's expression betrayed his hesitation. "There is no but. This is indeed an elven masterpiece. Such exquisite jewelry could only be crafted by elves. Wouldn't you agree?" Chapter 53. The Crossbow Cart. Jean, do not feel pressured. "Let us assess these exquisite pieces of jewelry with impartiality," Surin remarked, lifting a piece of adornment before Jean. "Indeed, these jewels are the most exquisite I have ever encountered." Jean nodded in agreement. Then it is settled. Such splendid adornments merit a just valuation, Surin replied, gesturing with his hands. As for authentic elven-crafted jewelry, how many individuals have actually laid eyes upon such treasures? Surin continued, holding up a pair of bracelets shaped like a phoenix. If few have witnessed them, what is there to worry about? You can simply claim they were unearthed from ancient ruins and, with a bit of guidance, given the magnificence of these pieces, people will naturally believe. Why does Surin insist on associating these jewels with the elves? The reason is straightforward: the price. In the realm of humanity, nobles greatly covet items left behind by elves. Thus, anything connected to them can fetch at least several times its original worth. The second wife of that inexpensive old fellow brought with her a necklace, purportedly crafted by elven hands, which her father, the Marquis Osborne, had prepared as a wedding gift. Surin had seen it on several occasions and, to be frank, the craftsmanship was indeed exquisite, though comparable to the jewelry in his possession. Jean, displaying his acumen for commerce, swiftly devised a narrative following Surin's prompt. After Surin filled in the gaps, a compelling tale was woven. Originally, these beautifully crafted pieces would command a price of just over 1,000 golden AR, but with the elven connection, they could easily sell for 5,000 golden AR. Such an amount, entirely converted into provisions, would be sufficient to ensure his territory weathered the harsh winter. Once this matter was settled, Surin turned his attention to another looming crisis facing his domain. Typically, Icewing dragons do not attack humans, for the risk outweighs the reward when compared to the wild buffalo, giant horned deer, and gazelles roaming the plains. Thus, for the moment, his territory remained relatively safe. However, as winter approached and the animals became scarce, the likelihood of the Icewing dragons turning their attention towards humans increased. Surin could not rely on the unpredictable nature of the dragons for the security of his lands. Therefore, the most prudent course of action was to construct a crossbow cart. Previously, Surin had crafted one and was quite familiar with its structure. More importantly, he had since acquired mechanical control and a wealth of mechanical knowledge, which allowed for several enhancements to the design. In this world, crossbow carts exist under various names such as ballista or giant crossbow. They are fundamentally the same apparatus. The crossbow cart is complex in design and cumbersome to operate, requiring 8 to 10 individuals to function effectively. Its range can extend up to a kilometer, yet at such distances, its potency diminishes significantly, not to mention its accuracy. In reality, the effective range lies between 400 to 600 meters, and accuracy, as always, remains a challenging aspect to guarantee. This crossbow cart boasts formidable power, utilizing 2-meter-long spears as weaponry capable of penetrating earthen city walls from a distance of 400 meters, and even breaching stone walls by over a foot. Not even the chilling Icewing dragons can escape unscathed when struck by this formidable contraption. However, despite its impressive capabilities, this weapon is not without its numerous shortcomings. Firstly, the reloading speed is sluggish, requiring a team of robust men to operate it in unison. Secondly, its accuracy diminishes significantly beyond 200 meters, rendering the bolts nearly ineffective. Thirdly, transportation poses a challenge, as the crossbow cart is heavy and generally fixed to the city walls. Fourthly, maintenance is arduous. The bowstring is crafted from specially made materials, ideally the tendons of high-tier magical beasts, which are scarce and costly. Consequently, most crossbow carts utilize specially processed ox tendons, twisted and combined with silk and steel wire, resulting in a bowstring that has a short lifespan, necessitating replacement after merely 6 or 7 uses. Additionally, there are other drawbacks. However, after Surin's modifications, many of these issues have been ameliorated, though not entirely resolved. The most notable improvement is the accelerated reloading speed, achieved through the incorporation of pulleys and leverage, simplifying the operation of the crossbow cart. Furthermore, components crafted from high-quality steel have rendered maintenance more manageable and extended the cart's lifespan, albeit at the cost of increased weight. Surin meticulously divided the design of the crossbow cart into various parts, commissioning local blacksmiths to fabricate them according to his blueprints. He personally assembled all components, ensuring that the craft's intricacies remain known solely to him. The bowstrings are fashioned from the primary tendons of the Wrathwind demon tiger. After special processing, the 20-meter-long tendons yielded 16 bowstrings, with Surin planning to construct 8 crossbow carts, equipping each with 8 bowstrings while reserving the remainder for future use. These 8 crossbow carts were strategically placed around the town, with Surin constructing 8 elevated platforms for their installation. With their presence, even an assault by Icewing dragons would require careful consideration. The development of the territory continues to progress methodically, with the first batch of iron ore extracted from the mines transported to the port via waterways. Although navigating upstream is slow and requires rowers, it remains significantly faster than overland transport. Surin is acutely aware of the conditions of the roads in the wilderness. In comparison, a ship can carry ore equivalent to several carts in a single trip. Upon docking, the goblin slaves who had been waiting eagerly commenced unloading the ore, which would soon be sent to the blacksmith's furnace. By the day after tomorrow, the first batch of iron tools produced from the mined ore is expected to be ready. Chapter 54, Agriculture Ding. The host's farming data has been successfully loaded. As the cultivated farmland outside the town reached 10,000 acres, a prompt echoed in Su Luan's ears. Upon accessing the system panel, a plethora of data was clearly displayed: the amount of land cultivated, the area under development, and the current status of the farmland: drought, pestilence, disease, normal, and flourishing, among other conditions. With this agricultural system, Su Luan's grip on his territory has intensified, allowing him to devise various solutions based on the state of the fields. The system automatically categorized the farmland into 3 tiers: upper, middle, and lower, according to its fertility. Of the 10,000 acres, a portion has already been allocated to the barbarians and the town's citizens, while Su Luan plans to set aside 5,000 acres for sale. However, due to the limited population in the territory, he intends to wait until the populace reaches a certain threshold before proceeding with the sale. According to data from the Kingdom of Florence, a household of 4 requires at least 10 acres of land to sustain itself, though the practical necessity is closer to 15 acres, given the limitations of agricultural technology and the instability of yields. Furthermore, for gluttonous barbarians, the required acreage would need to be doubled. Su Luan originally constructed this territory with a population scale of 5,000 in mind, thus necessitating at least 20,000 acres of farmland. Additionally, as he also needs to support a military, the amount of farmland required would naturally be greater, prompting him to prepare for the cultivation of 30,000 acres. The land he occupies, if fully developed, could yield at least 100,000 acres, ample to support the initial expansion of his territory. With farmland comes food, with iron mines come weapons. It can be said that the foundational conditions of his domain are exceptionally favorable. Had this land been within the Kingdom of Florence, it would have long been claimed by others, leaving no room for him. At present, the sole commodity of the territory is weaponry, which carries significant political implications in trade. While small-scale sales are manageable, large-scale transactions require the consent of several prominent nobles from the north. As such, dealings would fall under the realm of arms trading, a significant concern prior to his arrival in this world. To develop his territory, Su Luan must thoughtfully seek out trade opportunities. The wilderness is rich in timber resources. However, during this era, humanity's utilization of the surrounding natural environment remains rather limited. Virtually all city outskirts are lined with forests, and unless the timber serves a unique purpose, transporting it to Cult City yields meager profits. The northern wastes encompass a vast region, reportedly many times larger than the entirety of the Kingdom of Florence. This area is home to a myriad of wild tribes. With the northernmost point marked by polar glaciers, the coldest region on the continent, rumored to be inhabited by frost giants and dragons. To the east of the northern wastes lies a great sea, while to the south are Florence and the southern kingdoms, and to the west, it borders the Death Desert. Su Luan's current location remains at the periphery of the northern wastes, a term coined by the southern kingdoms. In reality, it ought to be referred to as the endless wastes. In this vast wilderness, mountains, rivers, forests, grasslands, and even swamps abound, each nation yearning to claim it as its own. However, despite the passage of centuries, little progress has been made. Do not be misled into thinking that the wilderness is inhabited solely by creatures such as werewolves and goblins. They occupy the lower echelons of the food chain. It is the barbarian tribes, ogre clans, centaur factions, along with half-elves and orc tribes, that constitute the middle tier of this boundless expanse. Beyond these, numerous unknown perils lurk in the region, as the wilderness teems with magical beasts. The Fury Wind Tiger, slain by Surin during his last encounter, ranks merely at the bottom among advanced magical creatures. It is the Ice-Winged Dragon that stands as a formidable beast, and legends whisper of some concealed areas in the wilderness where legendary creatures reside, beings capable of rivaling pure-blood dragons. Should a diamond ape or a hydra suddenly emerge from the depths of the wilderness, Surin would not be taken aback. Currently, Surin and his company were surveying the surrounding wilderness, seeking resources for trade within their territory. Should fortune favor them with the discovery of a gold mine, it would provide ample funding for the development of their domain. Alas, such a treasure remains a distant dream. It is already noon. Let us take a moment to break for a meal, reminded a nearby barbarian warrior. Indeed, it was midday. Surin glanced at the sky and replied, "Let us hunt for some food in the vicinity. We shall continue our search once we are well fed." Ascending a slight elevation, the group kindled a fire for cooking. 2 barbarian warriors ventured forth to hunt, while the others stood guard. Surin, meanwhile, opened the strategic map within his system to make annotations. Over the past few days, he had indeed uncovered some resources, though none were particularly promising for development. His territory lacked gold mines. And while the discovery of a salt mine would be a lucrative venture, salt being an essential seasoning for humanity, it remained elusive, as he had yet to find any salt lakes or deposits. A tantalizing aroma wafted through the air, drawing his attention. Upon looking up, Surin realized that lunch was ready. Setting aside his thoughts, he retrieved his utensils to indulge in the meal. The main course consisted of a roasted yellow goat, perfectly charred on the outside while succulent within, adorned with a layer of special seasoning. After savoring a generous portion, he also ladled a hearty bowl of fish soup from an iron pot, which contained not only fish but also chunks of what appeared to be some kind of tuber. Having relished the roasted meat, Surin filled another large bowl with fish soup, indulging in the delightful flavors. However, as soon as the soup touched his lips, his expression shifted dramatically. He quickly took several more sips, as if to confirm something. "Robin, who prepared today's soup?" Surin exclaimed with surprising enthusiasm. "What is it, Chief? Is there an issue with the soup?" Robin's countenance changed, and he scanned the surroundings warily. "There is no need for concern. The soup is perfectly fine," Surin quickly reassured him, noting Robin's tense demeanor. "In fact, it tastes marvelous. I merely wish to know who crafted it." "Ah, I see. Today's soup has been prepared by Bard, who is currently on guard. I shall summon him at once." Shortly, Robin arrived with a barbarian warrior in tow. "Are you Bard?" "Indeed, I am Bard," he replied eagerly, having joined the territory alongside the stone chief. Surin nodded and gestured towards the bowl of soup. "Did you make today's soup?" "Yes," Bard affirmed. "What method did you employ to render it sweet?" Surin inquired with keen interest. "Ah, you must be referring to the sweet root," Bard exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. Chapter 55, Beets and White Sugar Beetroot? Surin paused momentarily, then inquired, "Where did you find it, and is there more?" "Over there on that earthen slope. There's quite a bit still remaining," Bard indicated, gesturing towards the nearby rise. The two approached the slope, which was adorned with a lush expanse of greenery, reminiscent of the radishes planted in Surin's former homeland. "My lord, this is the very beetroot my mother discovered during our time in the Great Bear tribe," Bard said, as he unearthed a beetroot and presented it to Surin. Taking the beetroot into his hands, Surin brushed off the soil. The root resembled a stout, squat radish, tapering to a point at the base, with a reddish skin. After washing it thoroughly, Surin sliced off a small piece and tasted it. An overwhelming sweetness flooded his mouth. "How delightful!" Surin exclaimed, astonished by the high sugar content of the beetroot, which surpassed even that of the sugar cane he had consumed in his previous life. Initially hesitant after sampling the beet soup, he now confirmed that these roots indeed resembled the beets of his past, widely cultivated in the northern regions. Beyond serving as a vegetable, their primary purpose was to be processed into sugar. In antiquity, sugar was regarded as a luxury, far more expensive than salt. The methods of obtaining sugar were limited. Aside from certain fruits, it was primarily derived from honey. Without railways, automobiles, or even highways, and given the perishable nature of fruits, acquiring them was no simple task. During his time in the southern city of Kalen, the market offered little more than local fruits and dried goods from the desert kingdom, such as jujubes and raisins. While white sugar and honey were available, the quantity of white sugar was scarce and exorbitantly priced, transported from the south in meager amounts each year. The sugar extraction techniques of this era were rather primitive, utilizing sugar cane in the south to produce a reddish-brown sugar, while white sugar was even rarer. The discovery of beets in Surin's territory promised the potential for large-scale cultivation, ensuring a significant annual production of white sugar. Although not a necessity compared to salt and more of a luxury, white sugar was a staple for the nobility. In truth, the distinction between white and brown sugar was minimal, with their sugar content being quite similar. However, the flavor profile of brown sugar was less appealing due to its slight bitterness, resulting in a considerable price disparity. Nobility would only entertain guests with white sugar, as serving brown sugar would bring ridicule within aristocratic circles. It was said that the white sugar produced by the southern city-states was created with the aid of sorcery. In most other regions, white sugars were similarly derived. Yet, Surin was aware of a method to transform brown sugar into white sugar. The difference in color stemmed from impurities within the brown sugar. By eliminating these impurities, brown sugar could be refined into white sugar. In this era, humanity has yet to discover effective methods for removing impurities. Yet Surin possesses a simple and efficient technique to filter out the impurities from brown sugar. Gather everyone and collect the sugar beets, Surin commanded, setting down the beet he held. Upon returning to the town, Surin promptly summoned several craftsmen to prepare for the creation of various sugar extraction tools. The process of sugar extraction is not overly complex, under Surin's guidance. The craftsmen quickly fashioned a sugar machine, which was essentially an improved oil press. After washing the sugar beets and cutting them into small pieces, they were placed into the machine for juicing. As the machine whirred to life, a stream of red liquid soon flowed forth, rich in sugar content. The conventional method involves filtering visible impurities from this liquid and then heating the sugar water to obtain sugar. With 2 barbarian warriors turning the machine, sugar water flowed steadily, rapidly filling a bucket. Surin dipped his hand into the syrup and tasted it, savoring its intense sweetness. However, this process yielded only brown sugar to produce white sugar. A different filtration method was necessary. He planned to employ activated carbon filtration. Recalling from his school days that activated carbon is a widely used filtering material known for its excellent filtration capabilities. Yet, though Surin was aware of its efficacy, he was uncertain about the method of its production. Time had dulled his memory of the details he had once learned. But he did remember that activated carbon is derived from wood through a carbonization process. While he did not recall the precise method for making activated carbon, he was familiar with the production of charcoal, which was utilized daily in the steel-making processes within his territory. Though charcoal does not filter as effectively as activated carbon, it can still serve the purpose, requiring only a few extra filtering stages. He instructed someone to transport a cartload of charcoal from the kiln and directed the workers to crush the charcoal into fine particles, subsequently washing these particles with clean water. As he oversaw the barbarian warriors extracting the sugar water, he simultaneously guided others in preparing the charcoal particles. After thoroughly washing the charcoal, it was dried, resulting in a pile of small black granules. Next, Surin poured these black charcoal particles directly into the red sugar water and began to stir. The moment of witnessing a miracle had arrived. As he stirred, the originally reddish-brown sugar water gradually lightened in color, soon becoming crystal clear. The nearby barbarian onlookers stared in bewilderment at Surin's actions, unable to comprehend why the addition of the dark particles transformed the sugar water into a transparent liquid. Seeing the sugar water turn clear, Surin could not suppress a grin, realizing his method had succeeded. "Hurry up and work. No sneaking tastes," he admonished when he noticed the 2 barbarians stealthily dipping into the bucket to scoop a spoonful of sugar water, quickly drinking it down. Surin raised a spoon and playfully tapped their heads twice. The 2 barbarians chuckled foolishly before returning to their tasks. Chapter 56. The Sugar Workshop. Once the syrup became clear, Surin ceased to stir, allowing it to settle before filtering out the charcoal. The syrup contained approximately 20 liters, and to transform it into sugar, it required heating to evaporate the moisture. As the water content diminished to a certain extent, crystals would precipitate. Surin procured an iron pot, poured the syrup within, and ignited the flame to simmer it slowly. As the temperature rose, the moisture began to evaporate. The process of boiling the sugar was slow, and after a while, Surin found it rather tedious. Fortunately, his method was sound. After about an hour, white granular substances began to appear at the bottom of the pot. Upon witnessing these white granules, Surin's spirits soared. As the white sugar emerged, the crystallization accelerated, with flames licking the pot and the syrup frothing, revealing an increasing number of white crystals. Nearby, a barbarian warrior smacked his lips in confusion, questioning how the syrup could freeze when boiling. "Fool, if you don't understand, it's best to remain silent." Surin shot him a glare. As time passed, the syrup dwindled while the accumulated sugar grew. After a little more boiling, when no further crystallization occurred, Surin finally filtered out the white sugar. The remaining syrup was essentially waste honey. Despite its high sugar content, it was technically unextractable. However, some individuals discovered that this waste honey could be utilized for brewing, giving rise to a novel type of rum. Using cotton cloth, he filtered out the waste honey, revealing a mound of pristine, white granules resembling sand or snow, pure white sugar. The surrounding barbarians, unfamiliar with the principle behind it, gazed in astonishment at the sugar. "Try it," Surin said, crossing his arms and nonchalantly tilting his chin. Yet, given their lack of exposure, his demeanor was likely lost on them. These wild barbarians had never even heard of white sugar. "It looks like ice crystals," one barbarian remarked, extending a finger to dip into the granules before tasting it. Exclaiming in surprise, "It's sweet." "Is this sugar?" "Of course. What else would syrup yield?" Surin retorted, playfully tapping the barbarian's head with a spoon. "Then we will have sugar to eat from now on?" The barbarians exclaimed with excitement. "All you think about is eating. This is a commodity for trade." Surin mused as he examined a handful of sugar. Compared to the white sugar he had tasted in his past life, this batch appeared slightly yellow, likely due to the less effective filtration of the charcoal. Nevertheless, the quality of the sugar was quite commendable. Surin collected the sugar and weighed it, totaling just over 3 pounds. From the 20 liters of syrup, approximately 40 pounds, he had produced 3 pounds of white sugar, a yield that left him quite satisfied. Employing this rather rudimentary method to produce white sugar, achieving 3 pounds is already considered a significant accomplishment. As Surin is aware, the sugar extraction process of this era yields only 5 to 7% efficiency, and the sugar produced is primarily brown. A notification chimed, congratulating the host for successfully crafting white sugar and acquiring the sugar-making technique. It further congratulated the host for obtaining 3 technological skills, thereby unlocking the technology section. Data updating. Update complete. Just as he sealed the white sugar for preservation, the system's prompt echoed in his ears. Opening the system interface, Surin swiftly discovered a technological section within the town interface. Upon accessing it, he found 3 skills: iron smelting, agriculture, and sugar production, each accompanied by detailed steps and key points clearly outlined. Following these production steps, it was entirely feasible to establish a workshop. Upon seeing this, Surin promptly set about constructing the workshop based on the provided steps. The sugar-making workshop required approximately 1,000 square meters of space. Such an important establishment could only be built within the town. Surin designated a plot of land near his lord's castle and directed the slaves to commence construction. The sugar workshop did not entail overly complex machinery, and the construction difficulty was relatively low. As Surin oversaw the building of the workshop, he dispatched a considerable number of laborers to the wilderness to gather sugar beets, until the sugar beets within his domain were harvested. The necessary raw materials for the workshop could only be sourced from the wild. Fortunately, the wilderness was vast, although the areas where sugar beets thrived were limited. The sheer expanse allowed for a noticeable increase in the quantity of sugar beets in the warehouse each day. The construction of the sugar workshop progressed swiftly, and within 2 days, it was completed. Sugar workshop. This is a simple handcrafted workshop capable of producing white sugar, rock sugar, and various other sugar types. Sugar quality, 1. Sugar yield, 1. Given the simplicity of the sugar-making process, it was prone to leakage if not properly controlled. Surin divided the processes, assigning each individual a specific task. While the critical step of removing impurities with charcoal was entrusted to 2 slaves, both with a loyalty rating of 100. This process was conducted in a separate room. And once the impurities were removed, the syrup would be transferred to another workshop for further processing. In addition to these measures, Surin erected a partition wall outside the sugar workshop, prohibiting anyone other than the workshop workers from approaching. Moreover, he stationed 4 barbarian warriors outside the workshop to ensure its security. Although there were currently no outsiders in his territory, once he began selling the white sugar, it would be long before his domain attracted the attention of those with ulterior motives. The profit from white sugar was not insignificant. In fact, it was exceedingly high, with a pound of white sugar easily fetching hundreds of dinars in the city of Kalt. Based on the sugar workshop's monthly output of 500 pounds, Surin would earn a profit of tens of thousands of dinars each month, rivaling the annual tax revenue of some small towns. Naturally, this scenario represents the most favorable outcome. In reality, as Surin commences the large-scale sale of white sugar, the price of white sugar is bound to decrease, for indeed, rarity dictates value. Chapter 57. Inspection. The extensive sale of white sugar inevitably leads to a decline in its price. However, if Surin limits the monthly distribution, such fluctuations can be mitigated. Given the consumption pace of the nobility, the hundreds of nobles in Kart City could easily deplete several hundred pounds of white sugar. Previously, this elite class utilized white sugar primarily for entertaining guests, resorting to brown sugar and honey for regular use. With the advent of white sugar, the reliance on brown sugar is likely to diminish significantly. In the entirety of the north, there are several major cities and numerous smaller ones, along with hundreds of towns. The exact number of nobles within these regions remains unclear to Surin, but the output of his sugar workshop is insufficient to meet the demands of these markets. Convincing them to abandon their habits is a formidable challenge, unless Surin's territory possesses substantial strength, such as a formidable army. Only through overwhelming power can he deter those with ulterior motives. While Surin is indeed powerful, he is not invincible. With the establishment of the sugar workshop now complete, sugar production has officially commenced. Surin has assigned 20 serfs to work within the workshop. Trucks laden with clean sugar beets are transported here, where they are sliced into smaller pieces and fed into the juice extractor. As the workers operate the machinery, a deep crimson beet juice is pressed out and flows through specially designed pipes into wooden barrels. Soon, a barrel of beet juice is filled, and this juice is then sent to another room for further processing. Once the procedure is complete, the purple liquid transforms into a transparent substance. Observing the workshop's orderly operation, Surin is relieved to see white sugar being produced in no time. The quality of this batch of white sugar is exceptional. Each crystal appears crystalline and translucent, surpassing the quality of the previous batch. Surin recognizes this as a unique effect of the workshop. Upon weighing the sugar, he notes an improved yield. With the sugar workshop functioning smoothly, Surin finally breathes a sigh of relief. In addition to producing white sugar, the workshop generates considerable byproducts, the most abundant of which is beet pulp, left over after juicing. After processing, this pulp can be utilized as animal feed, perfectly complementing the livestock raised in the territory. As for the residual syrup from the sugar boiling process, Surin intends to use it for brewing. Given the high market value of alcoholic beverages, successfully brewing could provide a steady income for his domain. However, the territory currently lacks skilled brewers, so Surin must store the syrup for the time being. On his next trip to Cart City, he plans to have Jean procure a few slaves with brewing expertise. Thus, he must await the first harvest of beets in his territory to acquire more seeds for extensive cultivation. In the meantime, apart from inspecting his domain, Surin is also engaged in the search for sugar beets. Before long, the beets in the vicinity have been largely collected, necessitating a venture beyond the borders of his territory to gather more. Exploring beyond the territory requires Surin to lead the expedition. With the strategic map provided by the system, it automatically records the locations he has visited. Thus, after traversing an area, a corresponding map is generated on his strategic map. Surin, accompanied by a band of barbarian warriors, scoured the plains, drawing near to the Ladas Mountains. Not long ago, they had discovered a small patch of beets on a nearby slope. After harvesting the beets, Surin and his companions pressed on. As they approached the mountains, Surin intended to scout the area before departing, considering their proximity to the Frostwing dragons. Upon passing through a thicket, a concealed valley suddenly unfolded before them. The valley, though modest in size, was lushly adorned with verdant trees, and a stream meandered through it. The midday sun was unrelenting, causing the metal armor of the barbarians to become uncomfortably warm. Surin decided to lead them into the valley for respite. Following the stream, they soon arrived in the valley where the towering peaks provided considerable shade, dimming the light within. They gathered by the water's edge to cleanse themselves. The barbarian warriors shed their armor and leapt into the stream to wash off. Surin ventured upstream, cupping the cool water in his hands to refresh himself. The stream, fed by the melting snow from the mountains, was icy, instantly alleviating the heat from his body. After refreshing himself, he filled his water pouch with the clear liquid and began to survey the valley. At that moment, his gaze halted abruptly. There, at the base of the valley, stood a stone sculpture against the grayish-blue rock wall. Years of erosion had rendered the statue's surface indistinct. It appeared to be several centuries old. Though not a historian, Surin could not discern the style of the statue, yet its presence indicated that this valley had once been inhabited. Raising his eyes to examine the valley, Surin noted that there was only one narrow exit, while the interior space was quite expansive. If the entrance were secured, the valley would be remarkably safe. The land within was flat and fertile, suitable for cultivation. Surin estimated that at least 5,000 acres could be cultivated, and with the stream flowing through, sustaining thousands of people would pose no challenge. Approaching the statue, Surin sought additional clues and soon discovered a large door concealed by vines on the rock wall behind the statue. The door, made of metal, appeared heavy and was rusted with age. When he knocked upon it, no hollow sound echoed back, indicating its substantial thickness. Such a formidable door likely had a mechanism for control. Otherwise, few could manage to move it. Surin called the barbarian warriors over to assist in the search, his curiosity piqued by what lay beyond the iron door. Chapter 58. The ruins. Is there truly a switch to open this door? Baron queried as he knocked upon the large portal with his axe, a dull thud reverberating from within. The group had searched the vicinity for quite some time, yet had failed to uncover any mechanism capable of unsealing the grand entrance. Step back a bit, Surin instructed, waving his hand. He was poised to forcibly breach the door. Observing the marks upon it, he surmised that the internal mechanism might long have been damaged. Even if discovered, it would likely be inoperative. Surin extended his hand, pressing it against the rusted iron door, his muscles taut with exertion. The heavy doors emitted a grating, screeching sound as they began to shift, inch by inch. A cloud of dust cascaded down from above, and the formidable iron doors slowly commenced their opening. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of metal fracturing echoed from behind the door, and the thick stone barrier steadily creaked open. As the doors parted, Surin exhaled in relief, rubbing his arms. A fetid, decaying odor wafted forth from within. He hesitated to enter immediately, uncertain whether the air inside had become toxic over the years. Summoning a few whirlwinds, he sent them into the doorway, quickly dispersing the noxious air. After 2 or 3 exchanges, the atmosphere inside normalized, prompting 2 of the barbarians, armed with freshly crafted torches, to step cautiously inside. Upon entering, the light diminished significantly. Under the flickering glow of the torches, they discerned the corridor before them, a passage approximately 4 meters wide and 3 meters high, flanked by rows of bronze wall sconces. The corridor was shrouded in darkness, its destination unknown. Venturing deeper, Surin soon beheld a decayed corpse, reduced to a mere pile of bones. Judging by its attire, it appeared to be that of an adventurer. The clothing had become tattered, with several broken arrows embedded in its chest. This unfortunate soul likely triggered a trap within the corridor and met a grim fate. A cursory search revealed nothing but a rusted weapon. No other artifacts adorned the skeletal remains. Just as the group prepared to advance further, the long-dead skeleton astonishingly began to rise. Undead? Surin was not taken aback by the sight of the reanimated skeleton. He had sensed the heightened negative energy upon entering the corridor. Prolonged exposure to such an environment greatly increased the likelihood of corpses awakening as undead. The skeleton's eyes did not ignite with the fire of a soul, indicating it was merely a lowly skeletal minion. Such rudimentary undead were easily vanquished with courage. Even a farmer could shatter it. Being a creature of the undead, it was acutely attuned to the presence of the living. The moment it stood, it brandished its rusted weapon, attempting to strike Surin. However, it did not have the opportunity to attack, for a massive axe swept through the air, shattering the skeletal structure into fragments. Bones scattered, leaving only a skull at their feet, which was promptly crushed beneath a steel boot with a resounding crack. Be cautious. There may be more traps within, Surin warned, and the group proceeded deeper into the unknown. In truth, when it comes to the exploration of such ancient ruins, the presence of a rogue is most advantageous. These thieves possess an intimate familiarity with various traps and mechanisms, making their dismantlement a relatively straightforward task. Among Surin and his companions, aside from the barbarian warriors, he was the only one capable of employing brute force to overcome obstacles. Fortunately, this ruin had already been previously explored. Many traps could not be re-triggered, with only a few intricately designed and costly mechanisms capable of resetting after activation. As they ventured deeper into the passage, an increasingly ominous aura enveloped them. Soon, Surin encountered 3 decayed skeletons, their remains reduced to brittle bones. One skeleton bore 3 fractured ribs, likely the result of blunt force trauma, while the other 2 were riddled with at least 10 arrows. A cursory examination revealed several silver coins and some decayed parchment, the latter having deteriorated over time to the point of illegibility. It seemed these corpses had not risen as undead. Surin surmised that the extent of their skeletal damage was too severe for such a transformation. Clearing the remains aside, the group pressed onward. At that moment, a series of creaking sounds echoed through the empty corridor, reminiscent of rusted hinges groaning open. Suddenly, a shadow surged towards them from the front, prompting the foremost barbarian warrior to raise his double-headed axe, its broad blade resembling a shield that shielded much of his body. The shadow collided with the axe with a resounding thud, causing the barbarian to stagger backward. Surin then discerned that it was a wooden post, as thick as a bowl's rim, its front wrapped in a layer of copper. Despite its wooden composition, the force of impact was still formidable. Realizing that the fractured ribcage of the earlier skeleton had been caused by this trap, Surin was astonished that it remained functional after centuries. As the wooden post readied for another strike, a nearby barbarian warrior swung his axe, delivering a tremendous blow that severed the iron chain holding the post, which then lost its balance and crashed against the adjacent wall. With the trap dismantled, Surin inspected the barbarian who had been struck. Though he had been forcefully impacted, he had managed to block the blow with his axe beforehand, and coupled with his armor, this robust warrior emerged unscathed, albeit somewhat disheveled from the fall. Following this encounter with the trap, the team exhibited increased caution. The dismantled post was repurposed as a tool for scouting ahead. Remarkably, the ruins were well preserved, and the group soon encountered numerous traps, such as a pressure plate that triggered a volley of crossbow bolts and a floor that suddenly opened to reveal a hidden array of blades. However, these traps proved ineffective against Surin and his companions. Their superior equipment and quick reflexes easily deflected the arrows. As for the pitfall traps, they were directly triggered by the heavy wooden post. In the ensuing journey, Surin, having encountered no further corpses, concluded that the 3 remains previously discovered belonged to the last few members of this ill-fated adventurers' party. Perhaps there were survivors who, upon witnessing the grievous losses among their comrades, had chosen to abandon their quest and depart. As they continued forward, ruthlessly dismantling various traps along the way, Surin and his companions maintained a brisk pace. After several more minutes of progress, a stone door emerged once more before their eyes. Chapter 59. Exploration of the ruins. Upon encountering the stone door, Surin did not hasten to approach. This could be deemed the final barrier of the passage, and he harbored no illusions that the architects of these mechanisms would have overlooked this place. On the contrary, it was certain that more perilous and insidious traps were laid here. He rolled a heavy wooden stake forward, and immediately, the sound of mechanisms echoed as a flurry of arrows suddenly shot forth from the walls surrounding him. The walls on either side continuously unleashed a barrage of arrows, leaving no corner of the passage untouched, with powerful shafts embedding themselves deep into the stone. After a considerable wait, the relentless rain of arrows finally ceased, leaving the passage in disarray, littered with broken shafts. Only when the onslaught had halted did Surin step forward, casually picking up a broken arrow. Despite its damaged state, the arrowhead gleamed ominously, indicating that these crossbow bolts possessed significantly greater power than those prior. At such close range, even the iron armor of a barbarian would be perforated. Disposing of the arrow, Surin approached the stone door. Just as he prepared to push it open, he sensed a faint magical disturbance. Without a moment's hesitation, he commanded the wind element to manifest a swirling wind shield before him, employing not a formal spell, but rather a technique derived from the wind dragon banner, a mastery over the wind element. As the wind shield materialized, a surge of green liquid erupted forth. Upon contact, the shield spun rapidly, deflecting the corrosive fluid against the surrounding walls. The instant the liquid met the stone, it released a plume of white smoke, rapidly eroding the rock and creating numerous hollows. The liquid arrived as swiftly as it departed, dissipating after merely 2 seconds. Observing the pockmarked condition of the wall, Surin felt a wave of relief wash over him. Clearly, this was a magical trap. The liquid was a witch's acid spray. Its corrosiveness surpassed that of concentrated sulfuric acid, rendering metal armor utterly inconsequential. Evidently, the creators of these traps were well aware of the vulnerabilities of arrow traps, and to counter the metal armor, they had specifically devised a strong acid trap. Thus, even if one were to shield themselves with armor, it would be rendered as ineffective as paper before such potent acid. Fortunately, Surin's quick reflexes spared him from harm. Otherwise, while he might have evaded this strong acid, the barbarian warriors would have suffered grievously. Once the acid trap was triggered, this magical trap was rendered inactive, further piquing Surin's curiosity about what lay beyond the stone door. Discounting the acid trap, the cost of merely the crossbow traps would easily amount to hundreds of gold nars, not to mention the additional magical traps. What treasures could possibly be concealed within? After confirming that there were no further traps on the stone door, 2 barbarian warriors stepped forward, prepared to push it open. A chilling gust swept through the stone door, followed by a shadow erupting forth from within. The silhouette was indistinct, exuding a menacing aura. Sensing the presence of something, the 2 warriors struck forward without hesitation, and upon contact with their weapons, the shadow dissipated in an instant. A specter? The barbarian warriors exchanged glances, their expressions mirroring a shared apprehension. According to scientific explanation, this is a violent oxidation reaction that occurs when a century-old dye meets the air. What a ghost! Surin waved his hand dismissively, earnestly elaborating as he recalled scenes from grave-robbing films he had seen in a previous life. Although the nearby barbarian warrior could not comprehend Surin's words, he nodded in understanding. However, Surin seemed to have overlooked one crucial point. This world possessed extraordinary powers. Cackling sounds echoed eerily around them. What did that last voice say from a scientific perspective? A nearby barbarian warrior inquired, leaning in. You've taken a wrong turn, brother. Surin noted this oblivious barbarian in his mental ledger. Science, indeed. This is a ghost. After casting a glare at him, Surin began to scan the surroundings, attempting to locate the ghost's hiding place. At that moment, a specter suddenly manifested, followed by a piercing wail that erupted in everyone's ears. Surin felt as if his head had been struck fiercely with a hammer, his mind becoming momentarily foggy. Fortunately, the sensation was brief. In an instant, Surin regained his composure, his spear shimmering with arcs of lightning as he swept it horizontally through the ghost. The lightning surged, enveloping the apparition. In an instant, a chilling scream resonated, and the ghost's already ethereal form rapidly dissipated, ultimately vanishing without a trace. Rubbing his slightly swollen temples, Surin acknowledged the lingering effects of the ghost wail. Although such an attack appeared to harm enemies through sound, easily thwarted by covering one's ears. This was merely a fade. The wail of the dead belonged to soul magic, exerting its influence directly upon the soul, effectively rendering physical defenses irrelevant. Ghosts were particularly hostile toward pure physical practitioners. Their intangible bodies were nearly immune to 90% of physical attacks, with only holy water or magical assaults proving effective against them. Coupled with the wail of the dead, such entities were veritable harbingers of doom for novice practitioners. Baron, how are you faring? Surin inquired, observing the somewhat disoriented barbarian warrior. I'm all right, just a bit of a headache. The barbarian grunted, massaging his head. These robust barbarians possessed strong souls, enabling them to recover swiftly from soul attacks. However, those with weaker constitutions, lacking appropriate defenses, might not only succumb but risk becoming imbeciles. Seeing that the barbarian warrior was largely unscathed, Surin approached the spot where the ghost had been vanquished, discovering a piece of black, translucent crystal where the apparition had dissolved. This was a fragment of the ghost's soul. Upon death, undead beings had a certain probability of dropping such items. It was said to be a manifestation of psychic energy, a form of magical material that could be sold to wizards for gold. Detected soul energy, would you like to absorb it? Just as he casually picked up the shard, a prompt resonated in his ear. Surin's heart stirred, and he chose to absorb it. As the energy was drawn away, you accumulated 2,700 experience points. Quite impressive. Surin's eyes sparkled. Having just vanquished that ghost, he had already earned 500 experience points. To his astonishment, absorbing the soul crystal yielded an additional 2,700 experience points, far surpassing the meager gains he had previously acquired while patrolling the wasteland and exterminating those goblins. With the energy completely extracted, the once black soul fragment had transformed into a pallid gray, appearing decayed and withered. A gentle touch caused the soul fragment to shatter into countless particles, which then dispersed into the wind, vanishing without a trace. Chapter 60. The Clawed Demon. After confirming that there was nothing else, Surin fully pushed open the half-ajar stone door, allowing flickering flames to illuminate the interior. Only then did the group discern the scene within. It was a stone chamber of approximately 200 square meters, presumably a laboratory. Against the wall stood a bookshelf. But due to the passage of time, when Surin reached for a book, it crumbled into fragments as soon as he touched it, akin to withered leaves. These volumes, having endured the ravages of time without any protective measures, were utterly destroyed. A thick layer of dust blanketed the room, and numerous cobwebs adorned the corners, rendering it a picture of desolation. On the opposite side of the chamber lay several stone tables, cluttered with various items, some dilapidated glass vessels, oddly shaped bottles, and sealed containers holding a translucent solution, within which floated the dismembered limbs of unknown creatures. On some tables rested several unidentified skulls, specimens of animals, desiccated bat corpses, and a dark, rotting mass of indeterminate origin, making the entire room resemble a sinister sorcerer's laboratory. Is this an abandoned wizard's laboratory? Upon witnessing this scene, Surin's face lit up with astonishment. It is often said that knights are noble professions. However, in truth, wizards are the true aristocrats, provided one is not a necromancer. Other wizards enjoy noble status within human realms. Should they choose to align with the kingdom, they could instantly attain the rank of a powerful count. Thus, there exists a saying, all wizards are nobility, yet not all nobility are wizards. Each wizard is a wealthy individual. This profession is notoriously costly, yet its potential for income is equally remarkable. A low-tier magical scroll can easily fetch hundreds or even thousands of gold nars. and potions crafted by wizards for healing or physical enhancement command substantial prices. Furthermore, wizards are among the few in this world capable of forging extraordinary weapons or equipment. Discovering an unexamined site suspected to be a wizard's relic undoubtedly implies immense value. Realizing this was a wizard's laboratory made Surin even more cautious. Wizards are not to be trifled with. To safeguard against disturbances, they often lay numerous spells. Who knows what enchantments might be concealed within this laboratory? Therefore, exploring a wizard's relic necessitates utmost vigilance. Surin paid no heed to the evidently damaged items and carefully examined others. Many glass vessels on the nearby stone table were empty. Although some bottles were corked, the liquid within had evaporated, leaving only faint traces at the bottom. Some sealed containers retained a dark liquid. However, Surin possessed no knowledge regarding these suspected magical potions. Given the length of time they had been sealed, who could ascertain if these potions had expired? Moreover, the myriad types of magical potions made it perilous to consume any without understanding their effects. One could easily meet an untimely demise without comprehending how it transpired. Some biological limbs, having been sealed and soaked for an extended period, had become swollen and blackened, effectively losing their potency. Surin, after thoroughly rummaging through the stone tables, found little of value. Departing from the stone tables, he began to search the nearby cabinets, which were divided into numerous compartments of varying sizes. If not for the current state, it seemed these cabinets once housed a multitude of items, yet now the majority of the compartments lay barren. Amidst a pile of refuse-like objects, Surin finally stumbled upon a relatively intact crystal vial, lifting it with care. The vial was well preserved, containing a translucent, pale red liquid, and was ensorcelled with a layer of enchantment, indicating it was likely a precious potion. However, Surin possessed limited knowledge regarding sorcery and could not ascertain the nature of the potion. Stowing the crystal vial away, Surin proceeded to search the next cabinet. Yet, upon opening it, he felt a faint surge of magical energy activate instantly. Alarmed, he realized it was a magical trap and quickly called forth a wind shield for protection. The other barbarian warriors swiftly dispersed, their senses keenly attuned to the surrounding environment. To Surin's astonishment, the anticipated corrosive acid, lightning, frost, or flames did not materialize. Just as he exhaled in relief, a spell's luminous aura illuminated the room, and in the next moment, an oval portal of light manifested within. This portal flickered with a dark red glow, revealing a swirling vortex that instilled discomfort at first glance. Before curiosity could fully take hold of the onlookers, the teleportation was complete, and a towering figure, standing at least 3 meters in height, emerged within the stone chamber. Its massive form, robust limbs, dark red scales, and grotesque head adorned with 6 eyes, void of a nose, replaced by black hollows, was crowned by a mouth that dominated half its visage, filled with sharp, menacing teeth. Each muscular arm bore 3 gleaming, side-like claws, and with its arrival, the air was thick with the scent of sulfur. Though Surin had never encountered such a creature, he immediately recognized it as a type of mid-tier demon known as a claw demon, distinguished by its signature claws. Ding. Detected abyssal supernatural creature, claw demon. Claw demon, abyssal demon, tier 3. Strength, 21, agility, 18, constitution, 19, spirit, 12, possesses spell-like abilities. Skills, bite, continuous attack, pounce, haste, curse, etc. Special abilities, demon skin, toughness, regeneration. As the system notification echoed, Surin was presented with a glimpse of the claw demoness attributes. This creature, classified as a mid-tier demon, corresponded to a tier 3 practitioner in the human realm, akin to a knight commander. However, even a knight commander would likely meet defeat in a direct confrontation with such a demon. Demons are not merely formidable in physical strength, they also possess quasi-magical abilities, making them rather challenging adversaries. However, this particular demon, despite its considerable prowess, finds itself unfortunate in the presence of Surin. With a resounding roar, the recently teleported clawed demon, upon surveying its surroundings, becomes exhilarated. Upon realizing that it is surrounded by mere humans, it can hardly contain its eagerness to indulge in a feast. Once it has firmly planted its feet, the demon channels its robust energy into a powerful leap towards Surin, who appears frail and vulnerable, igniting the demon's anticipation to sample the essence of humanity. Chapter 61. Resolution. The towering clawed demon lunged at him, its talons slicing through the air and delivering a sharp gust that stung his face. Surin, Intrigued by this abyssal creature he encountered for the first time, refrained from vanquishing it immediately. With a swift movement, he evaded the demon's assault. Crash! The heavy stone table shattered under a single blow from the demon, which then darted forward, relentlessly pursuing Surin. However, its speed was noticeably inferior to his own. Each time the demon drew near, Surin effortlessly sidestepped its attacks, creating a scene that was both perilous and exhilarating. Nearby, the barbarian warriors surged forward to intervene, but Surin swiftly halted them. It would be sheer folly to engage a mid-tier demon when faced with a group of 6 barbarian axe-wielders. Even a creature of such stature would not withstand their onslaught for more than 3 minutes. Realizing it could not catch Surin, the clawed demon's 6 eyes glimmered with a malevolent crimson light, and then a dark red aura enveloped it. Suddenly, its speed surged, and the confined stone chamber offered little room for maneuvering. Though it still paled in comparison to Surin's agility, it was now capable of launching an attack. Standing at 3 meters tall, the clawed demon exuded an intimidating presence, its razor-sharp claws capable of cleaving through stone as effortlessly as slicing tofu. Its dual claws struck relentlessly, a testament to the demon's instinctive prowess honed from perpetual battles in the abyss. Within the depths of the endless abyss, this clawed demon ranked as a lesser entity, overshadowed by higher-tier demons, demon generals, demon lords, and abyssal deities. The most formidable of the abyssal gods were rumored to rival the very gods themselves. A powerful surge of electricity coursed through its body, paralyzing it, and Surin seized the moment, driving his spear through its skull. The demon, newly descended from the abyss, had scarcely begun to savor the splendor of the material realm before it met its demise. Congratulations, host, on slaying the abyssal demon, clawed demon. You have earned 15,000 experience points. Your victory over this demon has spread your renown across the wasteland, garnering the enmity of other demons. Congratulations, host, your level has increased. You have gained 2 free attribute points, 2 skill points, and a golden treasure chest. In this battle, you have acquired a tome on forging. With a casual gesture, Surin allocated the 2 attribute points to strength, resulting in a transformation of his attributes. Name, Surin race, human level, LV 18, 2107 18,000, strength, 35 agility, 29 spirit, 24 constitution, 29 charisma, 19 skills. NA traits. A flash of golden light enveloped him as the golden treasure chest vanished, replaced by a luminous orb. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the anti-magic skill. Anti-magic. After integrating with the rules of this world, the originally Sealing General's technique, skill has mutated into a new skill. Anti-magic, beginner when activated. It can sever the energy link of a being or individual whose level does not exceed yours. Note, if the caster's level is surpassed, the skill is rendered ineffective. This skill does not affect legendary tier entities. Upon discerning the true nature of this skill, Surin felt a twinge of disappointment. The ability proved ineffective against those of greater strength, thereby diminishing its overall utility. Moreover, it bore no effect on legendary tier beings, a fact that aligned with his expectations. For legendary wizards have already grasped the rules of this world. For those formidable individuals who have engaged with the world's regulations, the concept of magic suppression loses its significance. Although this magic suppressing skill possesses considerable limitations, it does not render it entirely useless. On the contrary, its potency is formidable. Surin lacked a clear understanding of his current prowess, yet he estimated it to be nearing the legendary threshold. Consequently, any spellcaster or magical entity beneath that level would find themselves rendered mute in his presence. After investing 2 skill points to master the art of magic suppression, Surin turned his attention to the ill-fated claw demon. Despite being a mid-tier demon, it still bore valuable possessions. The demon's skin, renowned for its strength and resilience, was said to rival that of dragons. While the claw demon's hide may not possess such formidable qualities, it still constituted a commendable form of leather armor. The most valuable asset on the claw demon was undoubtedly its pair of claws, classified as extraordinary items. With the skillful hand of a talented wizard, these claws could be crafted into exceptional weapons with sharpness and armor-piercing capabilities. Retaining the claws and demon hide, Surin discarded the remainder of the corpse. Although demon carcasses serve as magical materials, they are not easily marketable, and lacking the proper channels, he deemed it prudent to abandon them. Fortunately, the value of the claw demon's body was not particularly high. Otherwise, he would have felt a pang of regret. After dealing with the claw demon, Surin resumed his search for valuable items within the stone chamber. Having confirmed the absence of other traps during the recent skirmish, he quickly scoured the chamber, yet found no further treasures. With no spoils to show for his efforts, Soren shifted his gaze towards another grand door within the chamber. As a wizard's laboratory, it was improbable that this was the sole stone chamber available, and wizards often constructed vaults to house their treasures or magical artifacts. This particular wizard was no exception. Approaching the grand door, Soren cautiously pushed it open. It bore no mechanisms. After a brief moment of waiting and perceiving no unusual occurrences, he raised his torch and ventured inside. The interior stone chamber revealed a bedroom, which, aside from a few beds and similar furnishings, yielded no further discoveries. Perhaps these beds were once crafted from velvet and silk, but after centuries, they had deteriorated into fragile remnants. Passing through the bedroom, Soren continued to explore the other rooms, soon stumbling upon the kitchen, training grounds, and library. Yet, the findings remained scant. Only in the library did he uncover 2 undamaged tomes. These books had undergone special preservation treatment to withstand the ravages of time, one titled Demon Identification and the other Anatomy. Chapter 62. The Deception. Suruin casually flipped through the pages, discovering that they contained numerous dissections of demon corpses. It became evident that the wizard who once constructed this laboratory had delved into a considerable amount of forbidden knowledge, elucidating why such a peculiar location was chosen for the laboratory. After searching through several rooms, Suruin turned his gaze toward the remaining door. Based on the layout of the laboratory, this door was likely the entrance to the wizard's treasure vault, being potentially the greatest treasure within this laboratory. Suruin had intentionally left it for last. Upon reaching the entrance to the vault, he was unexpectedly met with the absence of any magical traps. All that was required was to push open the heavy stone door. As it swung ajar, the anticipated mountain of gold coins did not materialize. Instead, the vault appeared starkly empty, as if it had been meticulously cleaned by a goblin. Suruin's expression darkened as he surveyed the desolate chamber, utterly unable to fathom the absence of even a single coin. Undeterred, he speculated whether this vault was merely a ruse, with the genuine treasure concealed within. Soon enough, he discovered that there were indeed peculiar elements within the vault, such as the seemingly chaotic lines etched into the floor and the numerous magical runes inscribed throughout the chamber. However, as Suruin was not a wizard himself, he found himself perplexed by these inscriptions, feeling as though he had comprehended only a fraction of their meaning. "Look, there are words carved here," a barbarian warrior exclaimed, pointing at a statue on the vault's wall. "What words?" Suruin inquired as he approached. "I can't read them," the barbarian warrior replied indignantly. "I have long urged you to learn, yet you remain illiterate." Suruin felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He shoved the warrior aside and began to examine the inscription on the statue. "You shall gain nothing but death." "Damn it." Suruin slammed his palm against the statue in exasperation. This accursed individual had done this on purpose. The laboratory was clearly abandoned by its creator, designed to ensnare the unwary. Suruin finally grasped why the laboratory remained so intact while its contents were woefully scant. Upon reading those words, he understood that the wizard had explicitly intended to deceive him. It was akin to laboriously searching for treasure, only to find an empty chest left behind by the treasure's guardian, leaving anyone infuriated. At that moment, Suruin comprehended that he had been outwitted by the laboratory's enigmatic master, that nameless wizard who had deliberately constructed this space as a trap. The thought darkened Suruin's countenance. This embarrassing history must remain concealed from others, and he sternly warned the barbarian warriors not to speak of it, lest he be forced to silence the loose-lipped one among them. As Suruin's hand struck the statue, a subtle magic was activated, causing ethereal lights to shimmer across the central floor of the vault. The magical fluctuations quickly captured Suruin's attention. Was this yet another summoning array? The infernal sorcerer could not possibly conjure something more original? As the dimensional gate rapidly took shape, Suruin flexed his wrist. The summoning array appeared at the perfect moment, just as he sought an outlet for his pent-up frustration, presenting him with a living target. A deep crimson light enveloped the space, and a mysterious vortex emerged within the treasury. In the next instant, a voluptuous and alluring female entity materialized before Suruin. This enchanting creature possessed a pair of demonic wings and delicate, pointed horns adorning her head. Her beauty was captivating, and her attire was audaciously minimal. Barely more than the most provocative bikini, 2 small pieces of fabric scarcely larger than coins shielded her modesty, while below, mere strands of string held everything together. She was the very embodiment of desire, seemingly capable of fulfilling every whim. At that moment, a fire ignited within Suruin, his gaze towards the female entity brimming with fervor. Was this the material plane? What extraordinary fortune! A sultry, languorous voice echoed, sending shivers down Surin's spine as if a delicate hand were teasingly plucking at his heartstrings. And so many robust males, are you willing to serve me? The seductive voice whispered again, stirring an inner impulse urging him to acquiesce. Struggling to suppress the urge to comply, Surin summoned the power within him, a surge of electricity coursing up his spine. In the instant the current flowed through him, his previously dazed expression transformed into one of sharp clarity. A succubus. Upon regaining his wits, he immediately recalled the origin of the being before him. Legends spoke of demons birthed from human female souls, embodying all the virtues of womanhood, often regarded as the ultimate companions by men, though most who encountered them became their slaves. Ah, you have managed to resist, the succubus mused, somewhat surprised. She had assumed that among the 7 human males in the room, the one with the most diminutive stature would be the weakest. Yet this seemingly frail individual had eluded her enchantment. I find you increasingly intriguing. Seize him. Noticing Surin's gaze, the succubus smiled faintly, and with a crack of her whip, the previously ensnared barbarian warriors surged towards him. Your turn, Surin declared, dispatching the barbarian foes with ease, his attention shifting back to the succubus. Realizing the ease with which he had vanquished her minions, she recognized that her initial assessment had been flawed. This human was far from the weakest. He was akin to a humanoid tyrannosaurus. Cursed fate! How unfortunate was she, having finally reached maturity and found herself in the material plane, only to encounter such a monstrous being. The succubus, Chris, lamented her ill fortune. Chapter 63, The Heroine. Chris. 1. The succubus was not particularly formidable in terms of brute strength. She preferred to avoid direct confrontation. However, this did not imply that she was incapable of combat. After witnessing her enchanted subordinates being subdued, the succubus was compelled to intervene personally. With a whip adorned with barbs, she lashed out towards Surin. For every succubus was a master of the whip and well-versed in the art of binding. Yet, upon encountering Surin, she realized she had met her match. Surin effortlessly deflected the succubus's whip with his spear, executing a sweeping motion that forced her to evade swiftly with a flap of her wings. Despite her rapid retreat, the crackling lightning emanating from the spear grazed her, causing a brief tingle in her arm before she regained her composure. In that fleeting moment of contact, Chris discerned that she was outmatched, and thoughts of escape began to form in her mind. With a flick of her whip, she prepared to initiate a high-level teleportation spell. As energy began to coalesce, Surin sensed her intentions. Without hesitation, he cast a counter spell, interrupting her incantation. Chris felt as though an invisible barrier enveloped her, severing her connection to the surrounding energies and abruptly halting her teleportation. The forced disruption of her spell inflicted a painful backlash, even though the source of her magic stemmed from her innate abilities. Seeing that the succubus's spell had been thwarted, Surin wasted no time and swiftly appeared beside her, sweeping his spear to knock her from the air. The lightning coursing around the spear rendered her incapable of resistance. Please don't kill me. I surrender, Chris cried out after being struck, casting a pleading gaze at Surin, her body adopting an alluring posture that showcased her innate advantages. Surin refrained from striking again. He had intended to capture the succubus alive, intrigued by the abyssal demons and eager to study their vulnerabilities. Surrender is acceptable. But how can I trust that you won't betray me? After all, demons are known for their lack of credibility, Surin mused, stroking his chin while twirling the spear, its tip brushing against her form in a teasing manner. My lord, I can offer you a pact. Once bound by a contract, you need not fear betrayal. Chris replied with a beguiling smile, well aware that Surin was not a wizard, making the formation of such a pact a challenge. A contract, indeed, is a clever solution. Yet, I am not a wizard, and I cannot seem to find one here, Surin lamented. Upon hearing that no wizard was available, Chris felt a sense of relief wash over her. The succubus's abilities were limited and seemingly ineffective. If a wizard was unattainable, perhaps it was best to eliminate her instead. Shaking his head, Surin raised his spear, preparing to strike. Please, my lord, do not kill me. I will remain loyal. Never betray you. I can dance, warm your bed, please, I beg you. Chris, sensing the chilling aura surrounding her, hastily pleaded for mercy. Unwavering loyalty? Surin chuckled inwardly. To trust a demon's assurances would be folly. His intention was to persuade the succubus to willingly join his ranks, if only temporarily. At last, the familiar prompt echoed in his ears. Ding. The succubus, Chris, has applied to join your team. Do you agree? Agreed. Upon his consent, Chris was added to his system. Upon examining her attributes, he noted with dismay her loyalty level was a mere 55. Such a low figure indicated her potential for treachery at any moment. Nevertheless, Su Luan had no intention of granting her that opportunity. The succubus, Chris, gazed at Su Luan with pitiful eyes, devoid of the initial allure and seduction she had exuded. She lamented her misfortune. As a newly matured succubus, she had planned to enchant a few dim-witted florimans to serve as her subordinates. However, upon venturing out, she was unexpectedly summoned by a summoning spell, which brought her here. Although arriving in the material plane was preferable to a realm rife with molten lava and destructive demons, her excitement was swiftly quenched when a human gave her a harsh lesson, leaving her a captive. Yet, she resolved not to surrender easily, relying on her charm. She intended to make him submit to her whims. After confirming Chris's inclusion, Su Luan finally lowered his spear. He felt a sense of satisfaction regarding the succubus's addition. The day's battle had unveiled the weaknesses of the barbarian warriors, and he planned to provide them specialized training, with Chris serving as the instructor. Additionally, Chris would also take on the role of the Lord's personal maid. As a formidable noble with dominion, how could he be without a devoted attendant? Her presence certainly improved his circumstances. As for whether Su Luan was attracted by Chris's beauty, he would never confess to such superficiality. Am I, Su Luan, such a shallow person? Yes, he was indeed that shallow. After Chris joined the team, Su Luan retrieved the self-created hero template from his storage, which was the very source of his confidence to accept the succubus without signing a contract. The self-created hero template could elevate an ordinary member of his faction to the status of a hero, granting them unique characteristics and skills. This item had no effect on existing heroes. However, it possessed one crucial attribute. Upon using the self-created hero template, loyalty was forcibly locked at a perfect 100. In other words, as long as Su Luan employed this item on Chris, she would be incapable of betraying him for life. This self-created hero template appeared as a fist-sized orb of light, seemingly weightless, yet it captivated the attention of all in its presence. Come here, Su Luan beckoned the succubus. Chris hesitated momentarily but ultimately approached obediently. With a gentle tap on the orb, he chose to apply it to the succubus, and in an instant, the orb shattered into countless starlit fragments, enveloping Chris completely. Ding! You have used this self-created hero template on the succubus, Chris. Initiating self-created hero activation, selecting hero traits, talents. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Luan chose the alluring enchantment. For how could a succubus be deemed such without the talent of seduction? Upon detecting the presence of the charm ability, the enchantment talent seamlessly merged and ascended into advanced allure. Hearing the system's notification, Su Luan let out a quiet sigh of relief. It seemed his assumptions were indeed correct. Next came the selection of skills, which were plentiful. Su Luan opted for a summoning spell. Upon detecting the target's possession of summoning magic, the summoning skill merged and upgraded to advanced summoning. Countless stars flowed into Chris's form, and this phenomenon continued for several moments before it finally subsided. As the ethereal light dissipated, Chris's figure became distinctly visible. Chapter 64. The hero, Chris, too, my master. Chris's dulcet voice resonated in his ears, its mere sound eliciting a sensation akin to being delicately scratched by a cat's paw. How do you feel? Soren inquired with a smile, his gaze fixed upon the increasingly enchanting Chris. Grateful for her master's benevolence, Chris felt as though she had been granted a new lease on life. She gracefully bowed to Soren, her form curving into an alluring silhouette, igniting a fervent desire within him. Noticing Soren's intense gaze, Chris instinctively smiled, adjusting her posture to appear even more enticing. Let us compose ourselves, Soren urged, suppressing the flames of his heart, before producing a spare garment for Chris to don. This little enchantress was irresistibly captivating in every movement. Should she continue to dress so lightly, he feared he might lose control. Moreover, now that she had become his prized possession, it was only fitting that she refrain from such revealing attire, save for their private moments together. As you command, my master. Chris replied, accepting the clothing he offered and adorning herself with it. After becoming a hero, Chris had transitioned into a human form. Her small horns and wings vanished, rendering her indistinguishable from humanity. Compared to her former self, Chris had grown even more exquisite. Her previously alluring visage now radiated an extraordinary charm, her movements imbued with a unique grace. Her features were finely sculpted, her eyes a captivating deep red, skin porcelain-like, and her flowing black hair cascading down to her waist, evoking a sense of heart-fluttering enchantment. The ample robe she wore failed to conceal the alluring contours of her figure, although the loose garment resembled an old nightgown. Chris ingeniously cinched it with a ribbon around her waist, transforming the once unflattering attire into something charming. The astonishing curves above her waist elicited longing glances. Tapering to a slender waist, accentuating her graceful lines and long legs, artfully delineating her entire form. Her delicate waist exuded an astonishing beauty that instantly reminded Soren of a creature, a snake, embodying the essence of a true water snake waist. Once dressed, Chris extended her arms behind her, her bosom thrusting forth in an astonishing arc, while she elegantly swept her dark tresses aside. Every gesture seemed to emanate an innate allure. "My master, I am ready," Chris announced, securing her hair with a ribbon and tilting her head adorably. As the enchantment was lifted, the barbarian warriors finally regained their senses. Their faces flushed like that of a pig's liver, clearly embarrassed by having fallen under Chris's enchanting spell. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully subduing the succubus Chris and acquiring the first self-created hero. The host is awarded 2 charm and 1 silver treasure chest. Soren opened the system panel, revealing a section dedicated to heroes. Upon opening it, 3 names were listed. The first was Johnson, the second was The Rock, and the third was Chris. Clicking on Chris's name, her attribute panel appeared before him. Name: Chris, adult, loyalty, 100, locked, race, succubus, abyssal demon. High-ranking demon. Rank: elite succubus strength, 16 agility, 21 spirit, 25 constitution, 20 charm, 28. Succubi are inherently blessed with stunning beauty, and their allure is remarkable. Effective not only on the opposite sex but also capable of effortlessly winning the favor of others. Negotiation 5, leadership, 50 traits, talents superior enchantment, resilience. Minor damage reduction, for damage of 10 or less, dark vision, 20 meters, resistance to poison, strong acid, ice, and fire, 15, spell resistance, 20, telepathy, 30 meters. Skills: advanced summoning, advanced teleportation, energy absorption, linguistic proficiency, reconnaissance, suggestion, spell-like abilities, dance, level 14, negotiation, level 12, deception, level 12, ropes, binding. Level 8, training, level 7. Superior enchantment. Upon use, it can charm a single target or multiple targets, and if the target fails their willpower check, they will become her slave. Advanced summoning. Can summon 1 high-ranking demon or 5 mid-ranking demons to fight on her behalf. Weapon proficiency. Sword weapons, 83, whips, 178. Upon viewing Chris's attribute panel, Soren was equally astonished. He had not anticipated such a wealth of abilities within Chris. Beyond her fundamental skills, Soren also discovered intriguing aspects, such as her proficiency in dance and rope handling. Judging by Chris's attributes, she leans towards an agile archetype. Her strength is not as formidable as that of a barbarian warrior, yet her charm soars to an astounding 28 points, which could be deemed catastrophic. Initially, while Chris's charm was high, it peaked at merely 22 points, but following her ascension to hero status, all her attributes saw a notable enhancement, with charm experiencing the most significant increase. With her elevated charm, her beauty naturally intensified, and the efficacy of her superior enchantment became unparalleled. Should she attempt to use it on Soren once more, it is likely he would find it difficult to withstand. After reviewing Chris's attributes, Soren opened the silver treasure chest he had just received. A flash of ethereal light enveloped him, and the system's notification chimed in his ear, congratulating the host on acquiring a black-maned horse. The original silver treasure chest vanished, replaced by a doll-like black horse. Black-maned horse. Mount. Upon use can summon a black-maned horse. Speed 3. Without summoning the black-maned horse, Soren beckoned his companions to depart from the laboratory. As they left, he kindly reset the door and repaired any undamaged mechanisms, restoring several reparable devices, and even cleaned the traces on the ground, striving to restore the site to its former glory, allowing the ruins to quietly await the next adventurer's arrival. After spending some time addressing these matters, Soren finally departed with the barbarian warrior and his personal maid. He retrieved the black-maned horse from his private space and chose to summon it. A flash of ethereal light occurred, and a majestic black warhorse appeared before him. The warhorse, with its elongated limbs and elegantly contoured muscles, boasts a coat as smooth as satin, and its expressive gaze unmistakably signifies its noble lineage. The barbarian warriors exhibit a fleeting curiosity towards the sudden appearance of the steed, yet their interest wanes swiftly. In contrast, Chris gazes into Soren's eyes, her expression brimming with vitality. With a decisive grace, he vaults onto the horse and, with an effortless reach, draws Chris up onto the saddle beside him. The astonishing resilience he feels in his arms causes Surin's heart to quicken involuntarily. Chapter 65. Daily Life in the Territory. My lord, is this truly your domain? Chris nestled in Surin's embrace, lifting her head to inquire. Is it too small for your liking? Surin gazed upon the town he had constructed, a swell of pride filling his heart. It is quite splendid, Chris praised, her keen perception allowing her to discern how to best please her master. My lord, your most devoted servant welcomes you back. At that moment, a goblin hastened forward and knelt. It was the goblin Tink, Flower. My lord, all the beet seeds have been sown. Baron, present him with the beet seeds we collected. Surin instructed Baron to hand over the seeds for planting. The night passed without incident, and a substantial amount of text is omitted here. Upon awakening the next day, it was already noon. Naturally, Chris was growing rapidly, her innate talent shining through. My lord, you are awake. Surin's movements roused Chris, the succubus maid draped over his back with her arms wrapped around his neck. The sun has already ascended. It is time to rise. Surin gently patted Chris's flawless skin. Chris quickly assumed her role, assisting Surin in donning his attire. After 10 years in this world, Surin finally experienced the noble's privilege of having his garments laid out for him. Even washing his face and brushing his teeth were attended to by Chris, who introduced him to facial cleanser. He had to admit, it left his skin feeling remarkably smooth and radiant. Dressed and refreshed under Chris's care, they proceeded to the dining hall for breakfast. The morning fare consisted of porridge, eggs, and white bread. Although referred to as eggs, they were in fact waterfowl eggs, for the marshlands teemed with waterbirds, yielding a plentiful supply daily. The breakfast was prepared by a robust matron, reputed to be the finest cook in the entire territory. Though Chris was a succubus, she differed greatly from other denizens of the abyss. In that realm, succubi were among the few demons possessing notable intelligence. Ordinary demons, even those who achieved high ranks or legendary status, often remained reckless and impulsive, disinclined to engage their intellect until they ascended to demon lord status. Succubi were among the rare demons who enjoyed employing cunning and subterfuge, much akin to devils. Surin entrusted many matters of the territory directly to Chris, confident in her unwavering loyalty, which reached a staggering 100 points, alleviating any concerns of betrayal. Chris exhibited considerable interest in managing the affairs of the territory, while Surin found himself weary of the daily minutiae. Thus, he delegated these responsibilities to Chris, who from this day forth would serve as his personal maid and the territory's steward. There were 20 carts, accompanied by a merchant caravan. Surin paused in surprise, then rose to head outside. Joined by the Lord's guard, he made his way to the town market. Approaching, he spotted numerous goblins and gnoll slaves busily unloading grain from a distance. Upon seeing Surin's arrival, Jean, who was overseeing the unloading of goods, hurried over. Was the journey smooth? The journey has been relatively smooth, thanks to the protection provided by Lord Johnson and the giant. All the miscreants have been dealt with by them. 50,000 pounds of grain is quite sufficient, and as for the slaves, they will merely supplement the population of the territory. Surin is indifferent to the issue of slavery, as his domain is in dire need of inhabitants. Among this batch of slaves, there are 10 skilled in winemaking, and they have brought their families along. Would you like to meet them, my lord? That caravan belongs to the Lark Trading Company. The supplies I procured were from them. Upon learning of your successful territorial expansion in the wilderness, they chose to accompany our caravan, hoping for collaboration with us. Jean pointed toward the nearby caravan as he explained. If they wish to engage and trade with us, then let us meet them, Surin replied with a nod. Soon, Jean brought over a middle-aged man in his 40s. Good day, Lord Surin, the man greeted with a bow. Good day. You are the representative of the Lark Trading Company, I presume? Surin responded with a smile. Indeed. My lord, I am Robert, the representative of the Lark Trading Company, the merchant replied respectfully. Your warriors are exceptionally fierce and formidable. Of course, they are the finest warriors, Surin remarked as he led Robert to the reception room within the market, where a servant served tea. What business does the Lark Trading Company wish to conduct with us? Surin inquired. I have heard that your territory produces fine iron weaponry, and I wish to procure a batch. Naturally, if you require anything, you may place an order with us. The Lark Trading Company has trading posts throughout the Kingdom of Florence and can provide you with various goods, Robert replied with deference. You wish to purchase weapons? That is agreeable. The pricing and styles will be discussed shortly. Surin nodded in approval of their trade. Thank you for your generosity. We have prepared 2 carts of grain as a gift for you, which we hope you will accept. Robert lowered his stance. evidently having witnessed the might of Johnson and his band of barbarian warriors on the road. Lord Suruin, our caravan has also brought other goods. Do you see anything you might require? Please compile a list of your goods and send it to me, should I find something of interest. I will dispatch someone to make a purchase, Suruin replied with a nod. Chapter 66. Jinbei Fort. Suruin did not directly present the white sugar for trade with the Lark Chamber of Commerce. In his perception, white sugar was merely an extravagant luxury. Unlike common salt, the absence of sugar did not significantly affect the lives of ordinary folk, rendering it a delicacy primarily reserved for the nobility. The cargo brought by the Robert caravan comprised various daily necessities, including a modest assortment of food, as well as alcoholic beverages and tea. Their arrival alleviated numerous challenges within the territory. When Suruin embarked on the venture to establish his domain, limited funds constrained him to procure only the most urgent supplies, leaving many other essentials unacquired. Take clothing, for instance. The barren land yielded no garments, leading many to don leather attire once their clothing became tattered. Such attire, while sturdy, was also odorous and uncomfortable. Prior to his journey here, Robert had taken the initiative to consult Jean regarding the conditions of Suruin's territory, allowing him to prepare goods that were, naturally, in high demand. Robert harbored a keen curiosity about Jinbei Fort, this modest town situated over 300 miles from Haishi City. In his experience, few frontier settlements ventured so deep into the wilderness managed to endure beyond 3 months. Even among those rare few that did persevere and ultimately establish a foothold, most were burdened with insurmountable debts, necessitating substantial annual investments. Maintaining a regular army of over 1,000 men in the wilds was exceedingly costly. However, Jinbei Fort presented a different story. Upon arrival, Robert's first impression was one of cleanliness and order. Indeed, cleanliness and orderliness stood out starkly, even in the royal city of Florence. Aside from the noble and affluent districts, public indecency was a frequent occurrence, and the streets were often muddied, with the occasional unwelcome descent of human waste from above. This town was surprisingly immaculate, with tidy streets laid with cobblestones, some areas even employing flagstones as pavement. Not a scrap of refuse marred the thoroughfares, and passers-by refrained from littering, including the goblin and werewolf slaves. It was later revealed that such cleanliness was a mandate from Lord Suruin, with severe penalties for infractions, including shackling and enforced street cleaning under supervision. Those caught relieving themselves inappropriately faced hefty fines and labor, and persistent offenders risked corporal punishment and confiscation of their tools. At every street corner, restrooms were available, and all were required to use them. Beyond the pristine environment, numerous regulations governed daily life. For instance, roads were bisected, and all pedestrians were expected to keep to the right. The town, though modest in size, was remarkably orderly, with several thoroughfares segmenting it into distinct areas. And the architectural style of the houses exhibited a uniformity. While their exteriors lacked aesthetic appeal that conveyed a sense of neatness, some residences were already occupied. Yet many remained uninhabited. Each dwelling, though modestly sized with merely 3 rooms, was thoughtfully designed. Those facing the street were predominantly 2-story structures likely serving as shops, complemented by drainage ditches along the roads and dedicated sewage systems within the homes. To the south of the city, the population is more abundant, while other areas appear rather desolate, with numerous vacant plots enclosed by fences, seemingly reserved for future development. The military encampment near the town is off-limits to outsiders, as is the Lord's residence, yet the square allows for unrestricted movement. Compared to other towns, this settlement not only has a sparse population but also possesses a disturbingly minimal military presence. For a frontier town striving to establish itself in the wilderness, a regular army of at least 800 is essential, yet this town boasts fewer than 100 barbarian warriors. Despite their formidable prowess, such a meager number is woefully inadequate. In the event of a large-scale battle, sheer numbers could easily overwhelm them. Nevertheless, this town continues to thrive, prompting curiosity about their hidden strengths. The barbarian warriors indeed exhibit considerable skill. The warrior named Johnson encountered on the way likely possesses the strength of a knight commander. It is astonishing that such a remote locale harbors an individual surpassing the rank of knight, a figure who, if willing to pledge allegiance to the kingdom, could potentially attain the title of a viscount. Even more astonishing is the presence of a vast population of slaves in this town. In addition to the serfs, there are over 1,000 goblin, kobold, and werewolf slaves, whose numbers far exceed that of the town's free inhabitants, and remarkably, none have attempted to escape. The free populace is scarce, with the majority being the Lord's property, yet these slaves differ significantly from those in other cities. In many places, slaves exhibit little enthusiasm for labor, often requiring overseers to wield whips to motivate them. Conversely, here, the slaves work diligently without the need for coercive supervision. Upon discovering this phenomenon, Robert was taken aback and, after inquiring with several individuals, learned that the Lord of Suluin had promised that any slave who diligently served the territory for 5 years would be granted freedom, transforming them into a free citizen. Robert was astounded by this revelation. After all, slaves are considered personal property. Is diligent work not achievable through the overseer's whip? Why would one seek to emancipate slaves? Is he merely overly generous with his wealth? This approach baffled Robert entirely. Moreover, a contribution system has been established for these slaves, allowing them to earn points through diligent work or by enlisting in the military and participating in battles. Only upon accumulating sufficient points can a slave attain freedom. In truth, Suluin's motivation for such measures lies in the desire to augment the number of free citizens in the town. If slaves were to realize that they would remain enslaved indefinitely, one could hardly expect them to labor with any sincerity. By employing this method, Suluin has successfully galvanized the enthusiasm of these slaves. Even after 5 years, once these individuals regain their status as free citizens, they find themselves devoid of resources and must continue working for Suluin to earn their livelihood, merely exchanging one form of exploitation for a more insidious one. Apart from these, what intrigued Robert the most was the workshop in the city, where by the riverside outside the town stood a blacksmith's forge, a place dedicated to the crafting of weaponry. However, when Robert attempted to enter, he was promptly halted by a guard. Similar establishments existed, one of which was located beside the Lord's castle, also guarded by formidable barbarian warriors. Chapter 67. Trade. Robert refrained from probing into the secrets of the town. The ability to establish a foothold here while subjugating a multitude of goblins and werewolves led him to believe that he was no mere character. If curiosity were to unveil his secrets, he doubted he would emerge unscathed. It is worth noting that each year, a significant number of merchant caravans vanish into the wilderness. Out of 10, at least 8 meet such a fate. In the desolate expanse of the northern plains, once one perishes, there is no need for the obliteration of the corpse. The goblins, kobolds, and werewolves of the wild would obliterate all traces without a trace of remorse. To Robert's astonishment, the territory was managed by none other than Suluin's personal maid, who possessed an extraordinary beauty. He vowed that she was among the most exquisite women he had ever encountered in his lifetime. Furthermore, he found it astounding that he had negotiated the trade of supplies with her at the most minimal price. During the negotiations, he felt entirely led by the nose, ultimately agreeing rather muddle-headedly to the terms. By the time he regained his senses, the goods had already been exchanged. Suluin reclined in a rocking chair, savoring the red tea she had just procured from Robert. Clarice, adorned in a black and white maid's outfit, knelt gracefully to Suluin's right. The loose-fitting attire did not appear cumbersome on her. Her tall and slender figure subtly hinted at elegance beneath the skirt, while her fair skin resembled fine jade, exuding an air of sophistication akin to that of a cultured noble lady. Is this all the information on Robert? Suluin took a delicate sip of her tea, chuckling softly. Indeed, my lady. Robert has even shared tales of his childhood mischief, such as spying on the neighbor's sister while she bathed. Clarice elegantly accepted the teacup and refilled it for Suluin. Now that we are aware of his background, let us proceed accordingly. Suluin contemplated. Aside from selling him some white sugar, instruct Jean to lead a caravan to Cult City. I wish to spread the word of white sugar to a broader audience. As you wish, my lady, Clarice replied with utmost respect. Suluin observed Clarice with keen interest, noting her adaptability. It seems you have adjusted quite well. Do you like it, my lady? Clarice tilted her head, a charming smile gracing her lips. Quite so, Suluin responded with a smile. By the way, for the next tea preparation, refrain from adding milk and sugar. Clarice found Suluin's request somewhat perplexing. To be candid, when she first brewed the red tea, it had a somewhat bitter taste. For this reason, she had consulted Robert on how to properly enjoy red tea and, following the Florentine aristocratic method, added fresh milk and sugar to create a rich and sweet infusion. However, judging by Suluin's expression, it seemed she did not favor such a concoction. Clarice couldn't fathom what was enjoyable about the bitter brew, yet Suluin appeared to relish it. How much white sugar did you sell to Robert this time? Clarice inquired. What is our current stock of white sugar? Last night, the sugar workshop's warehouse contained 600 bags of white sugar, each weighing 2 pounds. I sold him 50 pounds at a price of 150 gold nails per pound. Suluin mused, setting down the teacup and stretching leisurely. The transaction has concluded. And Robert should bring some daily necessities next time: clothes, blankets, pillows, and such. If you require anything, feel free to instruct him to bring it along. Having spent 2 months in the wilderness, he almost forgets the luxurious velvet bed of his past. Now, with the sugar trade flourishing, he no longer has to endure discomfort. Furthermore, with Chris as the steward, Sullen has finally liberated himself from the tedious and repetitive labor. After listening to Chris's report, Sullen proceeded to the training grounds of the Lord's Castle, a facility he had specifically constructed for daily training sessions. Since arriving in this world, he has seldom interrupted his daily regimen. Although the experience points gained from these sessions are modest, they do enhance weapon proficiency. Within the system, once weapon proficiency reaches a certain level, one gains a lethal technique. These techniques possess formidable power and, unlike skills, require no mana to utilize, only a modicum of stamina. Sullen's highest proficiency lies with the spear, followed by the longsword, while his familiarity with other weapons is rather limited, as his energy and time are finite. It is impossible to master every weapon. In confined spaces or indoors, he prefers the longsword, yet his true expertise remains with the spear, as men naturally excel with it, benefiting from inherent talent. Moreover, mastering spear techniques proves doubly effective against female adversaries, as evidenced by Chris's current demeanor. Mr. Jean, has Miss Chris summoned me for a particular reason today? Robert grasped Jean's hand while discreetly slipping a heavy pouch into his other hand. Jean jostled the pouch, the delightful clinking of coins echoing from within, and his expression blossomed like a flower. Rest assured, my dear Robert, this is undoubtedly a fortuitous matter, and indeed, a significant one. After stowing the weighty pouch, Jean guided Robert to the Lord's residence. Throughout the journey, Robert pondered the nature of this fortunate turn of events, repeatedly on the verge of inquiring, only to be met with Jean's knowing smile and a shake of his head. Soon, they arrived at the grand entrance of the Lord's estate. Jean informed the barbarian guards at the gate, and, upon receiving permission, they entered the Lord's dwelling. Beautiful Miss Chris. Good afternoon, Robert greeted sincerely, now cautious not to underestimate the allure of this striking woman, whose previous dealings had left him with lingering trepidation. No need for formality, Mr. Robert, please take a seat, Chris replied with a smile, cracking her whip sharply, which summoned a barbarian girl to present 2 cups of tea. Thank you, Robert said as he settled into a chair, forgoing the tea to directly inquire. Miss Chris, may I ask what brings you to summon me today? Indeed, there are matters to discuss. Chris languidly reclined in her chair, her long, delicate fingers adorned with enticing crimson nails. You will discover the answer upon tasting that cup of tea. Although somewhat peculiar, Robert nonetheless lifted the teacup. The tea was a delicate shade of crimson, precisely the same variety he had sold not long ago. He gently blew on it before taking a sip, and a wave of sweetness surged upon his palate. Is that honey? Robert's eyes sparkled with intrigue. But no, honey possesses a subtle acidity. This tea is entirely sweet. Is it sugar? Indeed, Mr. Robert, it is sugar. Clara replied with a radiant smile. This is the very subject we wish to discuss today. What do you think? Are you intrigued? Chapter 68. Trade 2. Do you have white sugar here? Robert exclaimed in astonishment. Of course, Chris replied with a nod. You just had some a moment ago. Robert gazed at Chris in disbelief, to think that this remote frontier territory possessed white sugar. It was known that in the Kingdom of Florence, even the regions producing brown sugar were scarce, and white sugar was exceedingly rare. Yet here, in this small town with a population barely over 1,000, white sugar was being produced. Soon, Robert regained his composure, realizing that fortune was on his side this time. Collecting his thoughts, he continued, Miss Chris, how do you intend to trade this white sugar? Why don't you share your thoughts first? Chris replied, casually toying with the small whip in her hand without looking up. We are willing to purchase all the white sugar produced in your territory and can sign a contract. In the future, we will gladly buy all white sugar from Lord Surin's domain at a premium price, and for any supplies your territory requires. We will offer you a discount of 20%, Robert stated. All the white sugar? Chris shook her head. Robert, it seems your Lark Trading Company has quite the appetite. Do you seek to monopolize the white sugar trade? You should abandon that notion altogether. Robert was not surprised. Anyone with sense would not entrust all their white sugar to a single trading company for monopolization. Still, he felt a pang of regret. Then, how much white sugar can you sell to us? This time, we have 50 pounds available for trade, priced at 150 gold dinars per pound. Chris responded with a smile. 50 pounds of white sugar? Robert was taken aback. Although 50 pounds was not a large quantity, It was significant compared to the annual production of 60 to 70 pounds in Coulter City. This was a substantial increase. No, 50 pounds is too little. And the price is excessive. In Coulter City, the price for white sugar is only 80 gold dinars. At this rate, we would barely break even, if not incur losses. Robert shook his head. Mr. Robert, do you think I am unaware of the market price for white sugar? Chris shot him a glance and continued. 80 gold dinars is indeed the market rate, but that is the price for distributed sugar. You must know how much sugar is allocated, right? 30 pounds a year. And that is the total share for all the nobility in Calumet City. What about the rest of the sugar? Due to the low production of white sugar, in the Kingdom of Florence, half of the yield was directly allocated to various nobles. Each noble received a fixed share to ensure that every noble had some, and the price for distributed sugar was likewise fixed. With over 100 nobles in Calumet City, this paltry 30 pounds of sugar would mean that each noble received barely half a pound. Such a meager supply was clearly insufficient. To procure more white sugar, one would have to purchase it from the market, where prices soared, often doubling, and supply could not meet demand. Do you think we lack partners for cooperation? Once word of the white sugar spreads, other trading companies will undoubtedly flock to us, so recognize your position. The trade in white sugar commenced in Zimbabwe, with Jean leading a caravan to Calumet City. The development of the territory necessitated a substantial influx of resources and population, and Surin intended to rely on white sugar trade to achieve this goal. In truth, it is the establishment of stable trade that truly propels the growth of a territory. For instance, Surin's domain, once trade is established, will attract more caravans eager to engage in commerce. However, to reach Zimbabwe, these caravans must traverse perilous wilderness, thus necessitating the employment of guards, which would increase the size of each caravan to at least 100 individuals. The arrival of these people would stimulate local consumption, and it would not be long before various inns and taverns began to sprout throughout the town. The ensuing economic prosperity would naturally attract even more individuals, eager to establish their enterprises in this burgeoning locale, rendering the houses and lands previously constructed by Surin highly coveted. The influx of population would also provide a significant source of tax revenue for the territory, thereby establishing a virtuous cycle. Only through such means could this territory be deemed successfully established. At noon, the industrious populace, having toiled throughout the morning, took a respite. The women and children had prepared a sumptuous lunch, albeit the culinary skills of the barbarian women left much to be desired. Their forte lay in a haphazard stew, wherein assorted meats and ingredients were tossed into a large pot, seasoned with water and salt, and left to simmer. Fortunately, the predominant crop in the territory was potatoes. Otherwise, given the barbarian women's culinary prowess, the resulting dish would have been nothing short of disastrous. They concocted potato stews with fish, beef, and lamb, among others. The barbarian warriors had modest expectations regarding their meals, while the goblins and gnolls, as slaves, were grateful for whatever sustenance they received. Surin found himself yearning for the diverse delicacies of his previous life. 2 consecutive days of rain transformed the territory into a quagmire, with autumn rains bringing a chill to the air. Under the Lord's command, the serfs were diligently working the fields. The Lord's promise had rekindled hope among these serfs. As the impoverished of this era, their demands were quite minimal. Surin merely provided them with a glimmer of hope, and they were willing to strive for it. As long as they toiled, they could secure enough to eat. Although several individuals shared a single dwelling, the houses remained dry and warm, impervious to leaks during the rain, providing a modest shelter from the elements. Furthermore, the Lord had vowed that any who worked diligently for 5 years would earn their freedom. Continued labor would also yield rewards in the form of land and housing, a veritable boon for these impoverished serfs. In early autumn, following the persistent autumn rains, the oppressive heat dissipated significantly. The potato plants cultivated in the fields had begun to sprout, with the earliest batch already boasting vibrant green leaves. These potatoes would serve as the winter sustenance for Zimbabwe. Additionally, the territory's warehouses were stocked with dried salted fish, prepared specifically to supplement the meat supply during the winter, along with some already cured jerky. As autumn arrives, the weather suitable for drying fish becomes increasingly scarce. At this juncture, Zimbabwe has already been acknowledged by his system, which has also incorporated several resource points in proximity to his territory. On the strategic map of the system, the designated resources within Surin's domain are rather limited, consisting of timber, iron, ore, and fish. Any undiscovered resources have not been accounted for. Currently, the only commodities available for trade from the territory are various iron weapons and sugar, while timber remains impractical to transport from the distant Haishi city, rendering it a venture fraught with losses. Chapter 69, Crisis in the Smithy. A dozen apprentices were diligently forging ironware. Currently, there were 2 blacksmiths laboring there, crafting a batch of half-armor that would be sold as goods. This was among the highest revenue sources for the territory, second only to sugar. Robert's caravan was transporting 20 pieces of half-armor along with 40 battle blades and axes, and they had also gathered pelts to sell. Among these pelts were some particularly unique ones, those of works. The merchants of this era were undoubtedly unscrupulous, while Surin could not accept work pelts. Robert viewed them as easily marketable. These pelts were highly sought after on the black market, and the Werg's imposing height of over 2 meters made it simple to craft them into fine leather coats. The fact that they came from semi-intelligent beings only added to their appeal, simplifying the processing. No one cared that these pelts originated from such creatures. If Surin were to act with a bit more malice, he could have harvested 1 to 2,000 Werg pelts from those he had previously slain. Surin, accompanied by several barbarian warriors, headed northeast towards the iron mine. He had received a message the previous afternoon about Werg sightings near the mine. There were only 10 barbarian warriors guarding the iron mine, and they were unable to spare anyone to hunt down the Wergs. Although the addition of the giant bear tribe had doubled the number of barbarian warriors, there was still a shortage of manpower as the territory developed. With the advent of river transport, access to the mining area had become significantly easier. The number of warhorses within Surin's territory was minimal, making it impossible to establish a cavalry. Furthermore, the barbarian warriors, with their towering physiques and heavy weaponry, each weighed over 200 kilograms, rendering ordinary warhorses inadequate for long-distance endeavors. The boats glided smoothly down the Whitewater River, and half an hour later, the group disembarked at the dock of the mining site. A barbarian warrior awaited them at the dock. After a brief respite, Surin, along with 10 barbarian warriors, ventured into the wilderness to the northeast of the mine. 2 barbarian warriors wielded axes to clear a path, cutting down the dense underbrush that obstructed their way. The remaining warriors remained vigilant, observing their surroundings. The wilderness was lush, with tall grasses reaching 2 to 3 meters, providing excellent cover for ambushes. The barbarian warriors formed a protective circle around Surin, as this environment was particularly conducive to surprise attacks. The tall grass obscured visibility, and distant sounds indicated the presence of frightened wildlife. While the wilderness was teeming with animals, magical beasts were scarce, as most of them maintained their own territories. In this world, the earliest nobility among humans were all heroes from ancient times. They were heroes first and then became nobles. Nearly all lineages of pure-blooded ancient nobility descended from these ancient human champions. However, since the end of the Second Era, the number of nobles among humans began to increase, marking the emergence of kingdoms during that period. After advancing through the wilderness for approximately an hour, the terrain gradually transformed into sandy soil, signaling a shift in the landscape that was less hospitable to plant life. With the vegetation becoming sparse, Surin unexpectedly stumbled upon a valley. This valley appeared to be the most suitable abode amidst the desolation. If the Wergs truly resided in this area, it was highly likely they made their home within this very valley. The group continued toward the valley, and after about 10 minutes, Surin suddenly caught a whiff of a metallic scent in the air. The unmistakable stench of blood confirmed they had indeed found the right location. Upon detecting this odor, Surin signaled for the group to halt, instructing them to spread out and encircle the valley entrance, as he intended to capture the Wergs in one decisive sweep. As the barbarian warriors fanned out, Surin made a forward gesture, prompting the group to advance toward the valley's mouth. However, as they neared the entrance, Surin's expression shifted to one of perplexity. The valley was unexpectedly silent. A breeze blew through, carrying the scent of blood, yet there was no other indication of life within. Furrowing his brow, Surin commanded the group to remain still and sent a nimble barbarian warrior to cautiously approach the valley entrance before slipping inside. Moments later, the warrior emerged at the valley's mouth, gesturing for Surin and the others to enter. Upon crossing the threshold into the valley, the stench of blood intensified several-fold. With a frown, Surin pressed deeper and soon beheld a scene of utter devastation. This was indeed a gathering place for Wergs, and the scale suggested a population of at least 500, now completely annihilated. In the center of the valley, numerous bonfires flickered. Surrounded by a disturbing array of Werg remains, their flesh stripped clean, even the resilient skulls shattered, leaving nothing but empty cavities. Surin examined the remnants, noting dozens of discarded Werg corpses, and observed that there were few signs of struggle. Aside from the Werg's bodies, no other creatures lay dead. Clearly, the disparity between the two parties was vast, as the wargs had inflicted little to no casualties upon their attackers. It was also plausible that the assailants had carried away their fallen comrades upon departing. However, the evidence suggested this was a low probability. The attackers were evidently formidable. As many of the warg remains bore signs of severe crushing, injuries typically inflicted by blunt instruments, most likely the fearsome mace. The warg skulls exhibited similar signs of being crushed by immense force, a power that rivaled that of the barbarian guard. The attackers had consumed the warg's bodies. While numerous races in the wilderness practiced cannibalism, few possessed the overwhelming strength necessary to dominate wargs. Among these were swamp giants, frost giants, ogres, and others. Despite their diverse origins, they shared a common trait. They were all formidable adversaries. The swamp giants and frost giants belonged to the subcategory of giants. Powerful beings that thrived during the mythological era prior to the First Age, their strength rivaling that of the divine. However, with the conclusion of the mythological age, these formidable giants vanished from existence. Presently, the giants of this world predominantly possess only a diluted lineage of their ancestors, yet despite this, their might remains formidable. Chapter 70. The ogre the giant kin are numerous, encompassing a myriad of varieties such as sea giants, hill giants, frost giants, swamp giants, cloud giants, and many more. Among them, the disparity in strength is considerable. Yet, even the weakest of giants possesses power at least equivalent to that of a knight commander, with many varieties classified as knighted warriors. In comparison to humans, giants exhibit vastly superior physical prowess. Thus, even at the same level, humans find themselves outmatched by their colossal counterparts. However, under equivalent conditions, humans advance in strength more rapidly than giants. While the giants' formidable physiques bestow upon them immense power, they simultaneously impose limitations on their development. Frost giants inhabit the frigid northern mountains, and it is said that numerous frost giant tribes dwell within the polar glaciers. Swamp giants reside in marshlands, and given the boundless nature of the endless plains, it is only natural that swamps exist therein, though their precise locations remain unknown. In addition to these giant subspecies, ogres represent another formidable breed. An adult ogre can reach a height of 3 meters, boasting a robust physique that may exceed 300 kilograms in weight. The strength of such creatures is remarkable, rivaling that of giants. Ogres, too, live in tribal units and belong to a sentient race, albeit one with relatively low intelligence. Each ogre tribe possesses its own heritage. They are adept at forging weapons, crafting armor, taming wild beasts, and capturing other sentient beings as slaves. In the wilderness, an ogre tribe typically enslaves numerous goblins, kobolds, and gnolls, compelling them to mine, forge weapons, and serve as a reserve of food in times of scarcity. Despite the general low intelligence of most ogres, ogre shamans frequently arise within the tribes. These shamans possess heightened intellect and often serve as the rulers of their clans. Moreover, there is an exceptionally rare occurrence of two-headed ogres, whose power is significantly greater. They are born with innate magical abilities, and every matured two-headed ogre is a formidable spellcaster. Upon meticulously exploring the valley, Soren finally discovered several relatively clear footprints near the water's edge. The footprints were large, left by bare feet, resembling those of humans but measuring 2 to 3 times their size. In his mind, he began to surmise the events that had transpired here. A tribe of gnolls residing in this area was suddenly besieged one night by a host of powerful monsters. The gnolls attempted to resist, however, their efforts were swiftly crushed. In the face of an assault from a tribe of several hundred gnolls, the attackers suffered nearly no casualties. After vanquishing the gnolls, the assailants did not depart but instead held a gnoll barbecue in the valley, feasting upon the deceased and wounded. Following the slaughter, the attackers did not linger but instead escorted a multitude of gnoll captives out of the valley. As for their destination, Soren remained uncertain. However, such a formidable group of assailants poses a significant threat to Soren's territory. The valley is not too distant from Soren's domain, measuring merely 50 to 60 kilometers in a straight line, a perilously close proximity. Much like the frostwing dragons, which boast a predation range of up to 300 kilometers. These marauding wolfmen require a minimum of 50 kilometers of territory to ensure a sufficient food supply. From the evidence at the scene, it is evident that these attackers are carnivorous. Thus, should they establish a presence here, Soren's land would be in grave danger. Therefore, it is imperative to eliminate this band of assailants. After dispersing to search for clues, Soren settled at the mouth of the valley to await developments. Shortly thereafter, a barbarian warrior discovered some leads. The site of this discovery was not far from the valley, situated to the south, where the group soon observed numerous footprints leading southward. Without hesitation, they followed these tracks, and the sheer number of several hundred individuals trampled a new path, allowing Surin and his companions to advance with remarkable speed. After traversing this path for approximately half an hour, Surin suddenly spotted a flag, a structure hewn from stones, standing over a meter high, with a wooden pole embedded in its center, upon which a wolfman's skeletal remains were displayed. Beneath this stone mound, several sharp wooden stakes pierced the skulls of other humanoid creatures. Recognizing this emblem, Surin realized that the assailants were a band of ogres. The stone formation before him was a barbarian's marker, indicating that this territory belonged to the ogres. They were the sovereigns of this land, and any other races venturing here would be deemed invaders, just as Surin would erect watchtowers and stone milestone markers at the boundaries of his domain. So too would the barbarians leave their marks within their territory. The ogre tried, Surin mused, stroking his chin. It seemed he would soon have the opportunity to stretch his limbs. Ogres are notoriously unfriendly towards most races, as they relish consuming various sentient beings. In their worldview, trade is non-existent. They seize whatever they desire, viewing humans who enter their territory merely as sustenance. Surin examined the marker, noting that the soil was still fresh, suggesting it had been established not long ago. This ogre tribe must have recently migrated here, possibly having been defeated by other tribes, or perhaps their former territory could no longer support their growth. In any case, they had now encroached upon Surin's vicinity. The surrounding tribes had been nearly eradicated by Surin, and apart from him, no other tribe stood a chance against these ogres. Chapter 71. The Ogres, too, in the Wilderness. Myriad monsters abound. Even in the southern kingdoms, one can encounter goblins and gnolls in areas distant from towns. The reproductive capacity of goblins and gnolls is remarkably high. A single pair of goblins can yield a dozen to 20 offspring within a year, and gnolls exhibit similar traits. In contrast, a human warrior requires no less than 20 years to mature from birth to becoming a competent fighter. However, once trained, a cadre of elite human soldiers can effortlessly vanquish several times their number in goblins or gnolls. When it comes to ogres, humans find themselves at a distinct disadvantage. From birth, ogres consume meat, and their growth rate far surpasses that of humans. Were it not for the scarcity of food, their population could easily multiply several times over. It is precisely due to their limited numbers that humans have been able to ultimately drive them into the wilds. Surrounding a flagpole, Surin pressed onward towards the ogre encampment. The capture of numerous gnolls as slaves indicated that the ogres were likely to establish a tribal stronghold here. Upon entering the ogre-controlled territory, Surin and his companions grew markedly cautious. Ogres are not feeble like goblins, gnolls, or even gnolls. An adult ogre warrior can effortlessly dispatch a small squad of human soldiers, equivalent to the rank of a knight in human hierarchy. Standing over 3 meters tall, an adult ogre dons armor and wields a massive spiked club. While it may appear unsightly, its power is astonishing. Even knightly plate armor can be dented by a single blow, and a strike could easily result in broken bones and shattered sinew. The strength of an ogre warrior is even more formidable, and Surin could only speculate on the size of this ogre tribe. In the wilderness, land remains ownerless, yet conquering it proves to be an arduous endeavor. Even the city of Carent took centuries to expand its territory from a mere few dozen kilometers to the provinces of the north. This achievement was made possible only during the zenith of the Kingdom of Florence, leveraging the full might of the nation. Presently, the provinces of the north have not expanded outward for over a century. Nevertheless, the frequency of monster attacks in the wilds of the northern provinces far surpasses that in the southern provinces. The forests, mountains, and lakes within the territorial bounds teem with monsters akin to wild grass. Although they may be cleared, they inevitably re-emerge after a few months. As Surin and his party continued onward, they discovered an increasing number of traces left by the ogres, prompting them to reduce their pace. For an encounter with an ogre could occur at any moment. Before long, Surin spotted 2 ogres approaching, wielding spiked clubs and clad in rudimentary armor. Each stood approximately 3 meters tall, their skin a dusty yellow, adorned with tattered pelts. Their shoulders and wrists bore heavy armor, likely forged by their own hands, thick yet rudimentary due to their limited craftsmanship. Each piece of armor sported a 1-foot-long iron spike, and the spiked clubs they wielded weighed no less than 100 pounds. Their dark red surfaces marred with remnants of flesh. The intelligence of ogres is not particularly high. An adult ogre's cognitive ability is comparable to that of a wolf. However, To underestimate them as simpletons would be a grave error. These seemingly clumsy creatures possess formidable combat instincts, compelling even the most seasoned warriors to exercise extreme caution. As two ogres approached, Surin gestured for his companions to take cover in the nearby underbrush. Slowly retrieving his spear from his storage space, Surin adjusted his stance, while the other barbarian warriors lowered their breaths, fixated on the advancing ogres. The two ogres failed to detect any anomaly in their surroundings and soon arrived at the ambush site where Surin and his comrades lay in wait. With a swift motion, Surin thrust his spear forward, piercing the back of one ogre's heart. The grotesque armor adorning the creature offered no protection, as the spear effortlessly penetrated through the chinks. In an instant, the ogre was slain. The spear traversed through the heart and emerged from the front, as the massive creature, weighing over 400 pounds, was impaled as if it were a candied hawthorn. A torrent of dark red blood gushed from the wound, and with a sweeping motion of his spear, Surin sent the ogre's hefty body crashing towards another ogre that was charging forward, brandishing a spiked club. With a resounding thud, the foul blood splattered as the ogre's grotesque head rolled to rest at Surin's feet. Stepping on the fallen head, Surin shook his spear to dislodge the bloodstains. Directing the barbarian warriors to dispose of the two ogres' corpses, the group pressed onward into the wilderness. Surin was determined to locate the ogre's camp and obliterate it. He had no desire for such a ticking time bomb to remain adjacent to his territory. Without resolving the threat posed by the ogres, he suspected he would find little peace in sleep. After they had dealt with the ogre's remains, Surin and his party continued their journey, this time avoiding the paths laid out by the ogres and opting for a circuitous route. However, it was not long before they encountered another disturbance ahead. Works. A barbarian warrior spoke in hushed tones. Parting the wild grass, Surin soon spotted a small pack of works, a mere dozen in number, accompanied by 3 domesticated coyotes and several goblin slaves. The wargs appeared disheveled, devoid of any pups, and consisted entirely of adults. Clearly, they had survived a recent battle, emerging as the unfortunate remnants of a defeated faction. Recognizing the opportunity for experience, Surin wasted no time. He signaled to his fellow barbarians, who stealthily advanced. Charge! The barbarian warriors erupted from the underbrush, swiftly closing the distance of several meters. With their massive double-headed axes raised, they swung horizontally at the wargs' midsections. The sharp blades cleaved through flesh and severed spines, splitting the wargs in twain. The sudden onslaught of 10 barbarian warriors left the wolf-like creatures with no chance to retaliate. They were swiftly dispatched in mere moments. The remaining goblins and kobolds, gripped by terror, scattered in a desperate attempt to flee. Whoosh! A flurry of hand axes soared through the air, striking those unfortunate goblins and kobolds in their backs or heads before they could cover much ground. The razor-sharp blades penetrated deeply into their bodies. Thus, this skirmish concluded in the blink of an eye. Chapter 72. The Ogre. 3. Having concluded the battle and conducted a cursory cleanup of the battlefield, the group continued to follow the trail. In the ensuing journey, Surin did not encounter any more gnolls. Upon crossing a hillside, he finally beheld the ogre encampment in the distance. He lamented not having purchased a monocular telescope earlier. Gazing at the distant ogre camp, Surin felt a sense of helplessness. Although this world predominantly reflected a medieval standard, the presence of wizards invariably introduced peculiar innovations. For instance, glass, which had long been crafted by wizards for experimental vessels, was one such marvel. Telescopes also belonged to this category. A simple one cost around 20 dinars. Yet when imbued with special magical effects, the price could soar to several thousand dinars or more, especially with enhancements like eagle eye or dark vision. The ogre camp was established on a hillside, where numerous kobolds, goblins, and gnolls labored under the ogre's whips to construct the encampment. At the foot of the hill, towering gnolls felled trees, which were then roughly processed and transported to the camp. Thick logs were driven into the ground, while kobolds and goblins, under the lash of their overseers, cleared stones and piled them into a wall. It was evident that the ogres intended to construct a fortress here. Within the confines of the ogre camp, tendrils of black smoke rose as massive furnaces, even from a distance, revealed several towering ogres engaged in weapon forging. Although the craftsmanship of these ogre smiths was crude, the sheer strength of the ogres rendered their weapons sturdy and lethal, turning them into instruments of slaughter. Surin's expression grew grave as he assessed the scale of the encampment. There were at least 100 ogres within, and if fortune were to falter, the number could swell to 200. Coupled with the even greater numbers of goblins, gnolls, and kobold slaves, the overall might of the ogre camp was formidable. Many of the laboring slaves were pinned to wooden stakes, all too aware that any sign of laziness would provoke the wrath of the ogre overseers, whose powerful lashes could inflict grievous harm even on gnolls, while goblins and kobolds might lose half their lives in a single strike. The incapacitated slaves were not discarded, but rather slain by the ogres to serve as sustenance. These ogres were unconcerned about a shortage of manpower. Should the slaves perish in large numbers, they could simply capture more from the wilderness, where myriad monsters abounded. A tribe of 100 or 200 ogres was not to be trifled with, and more critically, such tribes often housed ogre shamans. It is essential to recognize that ogre shamans were not easily dealt with. Unlike many mages who possessed frail physiques, ogre shamans were formidable warriors with considerable magical prowess, simultaneously adept in both physical combat and spell casting. Although their repertoire of spells was limited, they could cast spells instantaneously without incantations, far surpassing the capabilities of ordinary human mages. Without specialized training and refinement, it is exceedingly difficult for human wizards to master the art of instant spellcasting. Ogre wizards favor melee combat, in addition to their magical prowess. They are skilled warriors. Furthermore, the intelligence of ogre wizards is remarkably high. While the typical ogre possesses an intellect around 5, barely surpassing that of a wolf, the ogre wizards stand in stark contrast, often boasting an intelligence exceeding 16. Stay hidden here. I will approach for a closer observation, Surin instructed, glancing around before directing his barbarian guard to remain behind as he ventured forth alone. Chief, you should stay. Let us scout instead. They protested in unison, well aware of the ogre's formidable strength. Despite having effortlessly dispatched 2 ogres earlier, they understood that in a direct confrontation, the ogres were no trifling adversaries. Enough. You shall all remain. I do not regard these ogres as a threat, Surin commanded with unwavering authority. Truth be told, should he unleash his full might, he could indeed triumph over these ogres, yet this was no mere game. The creatures would not flee. If they could not eradicate the ogres in one decisive strike, the roaming ogres would pose a greater threat to the territory. After all, it was impossible for him to patrol the land perpetually, and with such an expansive domain, there would inevitably be areas beyond his reach. Thus, the most prudent course of action was to eliminate all the ogres in one fell swoop. Surin sheathed his spear and swiftly vanished into the underbrush. Although ogres may appear clumsy, their speed is not to be underestimated. And the clan possessing an ogre wizard can unleash a bloodthirsty frenzy. This frenzy is far more terrifying than that of the barbarians. Though the aftermath of such a frenzy leaves them weakened for a longer duration, few can withstand its onslaught. Utilizing the concealment of the foliage, Surin soon found himself merely 200 meters from the base of the mountain. Approaching any closer proved challenging, as the ogres were far more professional than the jackals. The wild grasses near their camp had long been cleared. After observing for a while, a weight settled in his chest. The ogre tribe before him represented a formidable opponent. Here, alongside the ogre warriors, there existed a considerable number of ogre champions. These larger ogres wielded battle axes that dwarfed those of the barbarian warriors. Moreover, their battle axes were not only larger and heavier than those used by the barbarians, but they were also clad in wrought iron armor, equipped with throwing spears and hefty throwing axes. By human classification, these ogre champions had reached the status of great knights. The porcupine ogre stood an impressive 1 meter 30. With tough skin and thick flesh, bearing 2 sharp tusks in its maw and several spines protruding from its back. When it charged, it resembled a small bulldozer. Even the heavy cavalry of the human empire would hesitate to collide with such a creature. Chapter 73, The Ogre 4, Under the Cover of Night. Suluin circled the camp at the foot of the hill, gaining insight into the ogre's general situation before quietly departing. Upon returning to the previous earthen mound, the barbarian warriors eagerly approached him. Are we ready to engage? They inquired, their hands instinctively gripping their axe blades, brimming with anticipation. What has transpired, my lord? Chris, adorned in a striking black and white maid-esque dress that accentuated her statuesque figure, exuded a unique allure. As Suluin's chief maid, the succubus Chris was vibrant and energetic, now managing the affairs of the entire territory in Suluin's stead. Both the barbarians and other humans regarded her with deep respect. There is an ogre tribe encroaching near our territory, posing a significant threat to our safety, Chris stated as she assisted Suluin in removing his coat. The ogre tribe? Are you planning to drive them away, my lord? May I lend a hand? She inquired, hanging his coat on a rack. Yes, they have begun constructing their camp. And we must address this swiftly. If we delay for a few more days, they may fortify their position and launch an attack, resulting in substantial losses, Suluin replied, ruffling Chris's hair affectionately. Prepare everything for tomorrow. I will take you with me. Suluan held great regard for Chris, especially after her self-created hero template enhancement, which made her second only to him in strength within the territory. Her advanced charm abilities were immensely powerful, capable of bypassing even the most formidable defenses. Coupled with her skill in demon summoning, she was unafraid of any confrontation. When Suluan initially entrusted matters to Chris, some of the barbarian guards expressed dissent, prompting him to allow Chris to engage them in a contest. During one-on-one duels, Chris would summon 1 to 5 demons, positioning herself behind the resilient creatures while wielding her whip and casting spells to disrupt her opponents. None could withstand her might, not even Johnson. In the event of a brawl among the barbarian warriors, Chris's high-level charm could effortlessly turn a significant portion of them against their comrades, leading to their own downfall. Following this encounter, no one opposed her authority within the territory, and Chris proved to be not only formidable in strength, but also meticulous in managing the affairs of the land. Previously, goblins, kobolds, and gnolls had taken advantage of administrative oversights, but now they were disciplined under her command. A diligent maid capable of working by day and providing warmth by night was precisely what Suluan needed. As a succubus, Chris possessed an abundance of skills. Even Suluan, a seasoned veteran in his past life, was left in awe. In this world of extraordinary powers, she could perform techniques that were unattainable in his previous existence. With her pseudo-spell abilities, she had mastered a few minor spells of the transmutation school that enhanced their experiences, imparting valuable methods of power manipulation to Suluan. After a sleepless night, Suluan rose energetically the next morning, stretching his arms wide for Chris to assist him in dressing, followed by a simple breakfast. Around 8:30 in the morning, Surin arrived at the military camp in town with Chris. At that moment, all the barbarian warriors within the town had gathered in the training ground. Surin's barbarian guard consisted of 71 warriors. Apart from the 10 stationed at the mine and another 10 escorting Jean's caravan, only 50 remained in the territory. Surin intended to leave 10 barbarian warriors to guard the town, while he and Chris would lead the remaining warriors to eradicate the ogres. Besides the serfs, there were also 300 barbarian women and children in the town who had undergone basic training. Once the military camp was established, Surin had arranged militia training for all the inhabitants, enabling them to assemble a militia at the sound of the alarm. The barbarian militia was indeed far superior to that of Florence, although the female barbarians were not as physically robust as their male counterparts. Their ability to survive in harsh and perilous wilderness speaks volumes of their strength. After entrusting the safety of the territory to the boulder, Surin ascended the tower of his domain to dismantle the 8 ballistae stationed there, preparing to take them along for the upcoming assault. The ballistae were quite heavy, but fortunately, the barbarian warriors were robust, allowing them to manage the load collectively. Were it not for the strength of these warriors, transporting such equipment would have necessitated several carts. Once prepared, Surin and his entourage boarded a vessel at Whitewater Harbor, navigating downstream to the mine dock. Following reconnaissance from the previous day, the strategic map clearly marked the location of the ogre camp. Surin disembarked with his army and traversed the wilderness directly, after several purges of this area. The numbers of goblins and wargs had significantly diminished. Upon sighting Surin's troop from afar, the wargs and goblins turned tail and fled. Destroy it. Surin commanded the barbarian warriors to obliterate the battle standard along with the stone altar beneath it. With a resounding crash, the stone pile was toppled, and the flagpole was severed, allowing Surin and his forces to advance. Given the ogre's innate night vision, the likelihood of a successful night raid was low, placing the barbarians at a disadvantage in darkness. Hence, Surin resolved to confront them openly. With both him and Chris present, he felt confident of victory, even with numbers considerably fewer than those of the ogres. Although burdened heavily, the pace of the barbarian warriors remained steady. By midday, Surin had already caught sight of the ogre camp nestled on the hillside. He refrained from approaching any closer to avoid detection by the ogres. Long-distance marching under heavy loads would exhaust even the most robust of barbarians, so a moment of respite was warranted to rest and partake in a meal. Chapter 74. The Ogre, 5. After a hearty meal, once everyone had regained their prime condition, Surin commenced the assembly of the crossbow carts with the barbarian warriors. After dedicating half an hour to the task, all 8 carts were successfully constructed. Surin meticulously fine-tuned the crossbows, ensuring they were in perfect working order before setting out again. As they approached the ogre's encampment, it became increasingly challenging to conceal their presence. However, at this juncture, stealth was no longer necessary. Upon their arrival at the foot of the mountain, a pack of gnolls had already spotted their party. In the ogre's camp, a robust ogre shaman brandished a hefty spiked club, roaring, "Prepare for battle. All ogre warriors, assemble. You fools, the enemy is at our doorstep. Gather the slaves and arm them. Any who dare to flee shall be executed on the spot. Tell them that if they slay even one enemy, I shall grant them their freedom." With a thunderous roar, the ogres sprang into action. As the shaman issued his commands, all construction in the camp ceased instantly, and the ogres began herding the slaves into formation. Crude weapons were distributed among the captives, goblins, gnolls, and other creatures designated as fodder. These slaves, taken from tribes decimated by the ogres, were paralyzed by fear from their previous encounters and dared not resist, even with weapons in hand. Upon hearing that killing a single enemy could earn them their freedom, their previously dull eyes now fixated on the human army below. As a warlike race, the ogres prepared for combat with remarkable swiftness. All ogres, regardless of gender, donned their armaments. They were clad in heavy breastplates, cumbersome bracers, and spiked pauldrons, each wielding a spiked club or a massive axe. The ogre warriors also carried 3 javelins each, their faces adorned with unknown pigments, some even boasting horns and chaotic tattoos, with many others bearing bizarre markings. Warriors of the Warhammer tribe, who dares invade our territory? Tell me, what shall you do? Bellowed the shaman from his elevated platform. Smash their skulls, devour them, roared the multitude of ogres, causing the surrounding slaves to tremble in terror, some even dropping their weapons. Crack! The sharp sound of a whip echoed through the air. The hapless gnoll that had dropped its weapon was brutally lashed, leaving it nearly lifeless. As the surrounding slaves recoiled in fear, an armored ogre approached, swiftly dispatching the gnoll with a single axe blow before hanging its lifeless body upon a stake. Meanwhile, several other ogres flung open the cages within the camp, releasing a horde of massive porcupines, each weighing over 1,000 pounds. Their sharp tusks and spiny backs evoked a sense of dread. The ogres routinely drove their trained porcupines and slaves into battle as disposable cannon fodder. Utilize them to deplete the enemy's strength. They follow closely behind these expendable pawns. Should the opposing forces falter, these ogres will surge forward. And if the pawns suffer significant losses, they will first engage with their javelins. Surin observed the assembly of the ogre army, yet he did not quicken his pace. He continued to advance at his original speed, halting approximately 400 meters from the mountain's base. Ogres are creatures that favor offense, particularly when they perceive their adversaries to be vastly outnumbered, prompting a more aggressive approach. As anticipated, once the ogre army was fully gathered, they were led by an ogre shaman to the foot of the mountain. At the forefront were various slaves, followed by ogres herding hedgehogs, their disordered formation resembling a rabble. Yet one must not underestimate these pawns, for they could inflict significant damage if taken lightly. Boom! The resonant sound of war drums echoed, as a bare-chested ogre raised a pair of unknown creature's leg bones, striking the drum with fervor. The deep, penetrating rhythm reverberated across the battlefield. With the drumbeats, the ogres grew increasingly agitated. At that moment, the slave pawns appeared to be infused with newfound courage, brandishing their weapons and howling wildly. Surin furrowed his brow, for as the drumbeats commenced, he sensed a surge of magical energy. Though not particularly intense, it enveloped the entire battlefield. The ogre's behavior was likely a consequence of this rhythmic incantation. "Humans," bellowed the ogre shaman from atop a wooden platform. "This is the territory of the Warhammer tribe. How dare you attack the clan of the shaman Kalando? I shall slay you all and imprison your souls in the abyss until the end of time. Prepare yourselves," Surin coldly commanded, pulling the reins and advancing to the front lines. At this moment, he donned a beast-faced iron armor and wielded a lance over 2 meters in length. "Ogres!" Surin pointed his lance, declaring, "I care not who you are, Shaman Kalando. Depart from this land at once, or I shall annihilate you all." Lightning crackled around him, his voice resonating like thunder across the battlefield. The ogre shaman showed no signs of fear. "Humans, you have successfully enraged me. I shall personally sever your head and craft it into a drinking vessel." With his roar, the drumbeats intensified, quickening like a heartbeat, creating a suffocating pressure. All the slaves, driven by the ogres, charged towards the human formation, their eyes bloodshot and devoid of fear, howling as they advanced. The ogres brandished whips, urging a dozen massive hedgehogs towards the humans. These creatures, colossal in size, thundered forward with astonishing force. Their heavy footsteps echoed like distant thunder, trampling over some of the faster slaves, leaving a path of bloody corpses in their wake. "Chris," Surin shouted, Dressed in a striking black and white maid outfit, Chris approached, first offering a subtle smile to Surin before gazing upon the battlefield. Summon the demon. Suddenly, a dark crimson aura materialized at the heart of the arena. And in the next moment, a towering demon, standing an impressive 3 meters, emerged onto the scene, accompanied by 4 slightly smaller demons. A scholar of demonology would instantly recognize their species, the foremost being a berserker, a high-ranking demon, followed closely by 4 mid-tier serpent demons. The berserker, robust and formidable, has always been a pivotal force among demons, reveling in combat. Upon its arrival on the battlefield, it let out a fierce roar and charged towards the Wolfman slaves. Chapter 75, Fierce Battle. 1. The furious berserk demon, despite belonging to the higher echelon of demons, possesses limited intelligence, rendering it susceptible to the manipulations of succubi. Alongside the fluoro demons, they are among the most easily controlled high-ranking fiends. Upon perceiving the foes surrounding it, the berserk demon exhibited no trace of trepidation. Its towering physique and formidable strength allowed it to effortlessly rend the bodies of its adversaries asunder. A foul stench emanated from its form, a manifestation of its innate ability. A form of toxin that left any non-demonic creature in close proximity reeling, paving the way for the berserk demon to trample them mercilessly. The 4 serpent demons, slightly shorter than the berserk demon, bore a striking resemblance to Nagas, wielding swords forged from abyssal demon iron. As mid-tier demons, they sprout an additional pair of arms with each ascension. Thus, the more arms a serpent demon possesses, the more potent it becomes, with legendary tier serpent demons boasting as many as 8 arms. The serpent demons before us, however, were of the lower tier with merely 2 arms. Yet they maintained a distinct advantage over the expendable slave forces. Proficient in dual wielding, the serpent demons executed their strikes with remarkable speed, rendering the goblins and gnolls utterly incapable of countering their assault. The originally advancing battalion descended into chaos, particularly due to the berserk demon, whose noxious aura incapacitated all creatures that ventured near, even slaying a hapless porcupine with its massive axe. The berserk demon thrived in the midst of overwhelming foes, and at this moment it stirred the entire expendable army into disarray. Furthermore, it summoned another berserk demon, and together with 4 serpent demons, they wreaked havoc upon the hapless troops. Some expendable slaves, fortunate enough to breach the demonic blockade, found themselves swiftly dispatched by the impatient barbarian warriors, who awaited them with axe in hand. The battlefield grew increasingly tumultuous, with some porcupines flinging the expendables aside as they charged toward the barbarian lines. As the distance between the 2 factions narrowed to 100 meters, a barbarian warrior bellowed, "Fire!" Thundering sounds erupted as the crossbowmen released their bolts, 2-meter-long spears piercing through the charging porcupines. Weighing nearly 1,000 pounds, one porcupine was impaled straight into the ground, dark crimson blood gushing forth. In the blink of an eye, those charging porcupines lay lifeless upon the earth. 8 crossbows struck 5 porcupines, while the remaining few, undeterred by the demise of their companions, pressed on with bloodshot eyes. There was no time to reload. Several barbarian warriors brandished their massive axes and advanced. In a frenzy, the porcupines quickened their charge. The barbarian warriors, undaunted, surged forth to confront the rampaging porcupines. Just as the 2 sides were about to collide, the barbarian warriors deftly sidestepped, their sharp, double-headed axes carving elegant arcs through the air, instantly slicing through the charging porcupines. Blood splattered as the keen blades of the axes, wielded with tremendous force by the barbarians, effortlessly tore through the porcupine's tough hides, severing muscle and bone. The rampaging porcupines were swiftly felled, their massive forms propelled forward by their own momentum, leaving deep gouges in the ground behind them. The formidable porcupines collided with the ground, the sheer force of the impact causing their internal organs to succumb, resulting in a profusion of blood seeping from their bodies as they lay sprawled on the earth. Witnessing the ineffectiveness of the cannon fodder and the charging porcupines, the ogre sorcerer let out a thunderous roar, unleashing a surge of magical energy from his being. Bloodthirsty sorcery. A faint crimson aura enveloped the ogres, who responded with their own resounding roars. Their eyes rapidly filled with blood, muscles bulging, veins protruding, and weapons swung with a sound that cleaved the air. The once subdued war drums now beat with fervor. The ogres let out a bellow and maneuvered around the chaotic battlefield, charging towards Surin's front lines. The crossbows, freshly reloaded, unleashed their bolts directly at the advancing ogres. However, the ogres were not mere creatures that charged in a straight line like the porcupines. Only 2 of the 8 bolts struck their mark, with 2-meter-long spear bolts impaling the ogres into the ground. Despite their formidable physique, such grievous wounds were beyond their capacity to endure. The remaining ogres hastened their advance, taking advantage of the brief respite in the crossbow's reloading, and after 2 more volleys, they closed the distance to Surin and his companions to within 70 to 80 meters. Subsequently, the ogres drew their iron spears and, leaning back, hurled them towards the barbarian lines. "Get down," Surin bellowed. "Stone wall." In an instant, a 5-meter-high stone wall rose before them. Thud, thud, thud. Stone shards flew in all directions as dozens of iron spears struck the wall, which held for mere seconds before collapsing. A few spears that sailed over the wall were swiftly deflected by the barbarian warriors with their massive axes, resulting in no casualties from the initial volley. Turn stone to mud. A glimmer of energy surged from Surin, merging seamlessly into the ground ahead. The once firm earth beneath the charging ogres transformed into a quagmire, causing the ogre warriors to sink as they trod upon it. The weighty armor, already heavy, became a further burden, and the soft muck beneath their feet offered no support, leading to their rapid entrapment. Fireball. At that moment, as the ogres became ensnared in the mud created by the spell, the ogre sorcerer conjured a fireball the size of a soccer ball, which sped towards Surin, trailing a long tail of flame. Energy absorption shield. Chris, standing beside Surin, immediately cast an energy shield around him. Upon its emergence, the orange fireball struck the shield, causing it to shrink while the shield trembled violently, until both vanished simultaneously. Without Surin's continuous spell casting, the effect of turned stone to mud dissipated, and the remaining ogres continued their charge, hurling iron spears towards Surin. The ogre warriors flanking from the sides pressed on relentlessly, launching their projectiles without hesitation. The ogres, possessing a keen intellect, recognized that Surin posed the greatest threat. They had firmly concluded that Surin was indeed a sorcerer, and the meager defenses of human wizards would be utterly insufficient against such a multitude of iron spears. However, their calculations proved to be in vain. Hundreds of iron spears encircled Surin, sealing off all avenues of escape. Yet, Surin did not evade. Instead, countless arcs of electricity converged upon him. Thunderous lightning spear. A brilliant flash of lightning erupted from Surin, transforming his lance into a serpent of thunder, coursing with formidable energy and striking the iron spears overhead with tremendous force. The lightning serpent twisted and coiled, sending all the spears aimed at Surin careening away, while some were even reduced to molten metal by the sheer might of the electric current. Chapter 76. Fierce Battle 2. The bloodthirsty, frenzied ogres, having completely lost their reason, now posed a threat to anyone they deemed an enemy, sparing only their own kind. After 3 futile rounds of javelin throws, the ogres grew increasingly enraged, and a horde of over 100 surged forward with alarming speed. Under the deft command of the barbarian warriors, the crossbows were quickly reloaded, unleashing a barrage of 2 to 3 meter long spear bolts. These powerful bolts pierced through the ogres' bodies, rendering their heavy armor utterly ineffective. Had it not been for the slow reloading speed and limited number of crossbows, these ogres would have suffered grievous losses. As the ogres closed in, the barbarian warriors released one final volley of bolts before seizing their weapons. A surge of inspiration emanated from Surin, enveloping all the barbarian warriors and boosting their morale. With unwavering agility, the half-armor did not hinder their movements, and their sharp double-headed axes sliced through the air with precision. The strength of these barbarians was comparable to that of the ogres, if not greater, coupled with superior equipment, though they were outnumbered by more than half. With a thunderous crash, Surin swung his spear, obliterating the skull of an oncoming ogre as if it were a watermelon. Chris wielded her whip, activating her innate ability to seize control of several nearby ogre warriors, compelling them to strike their own comrades with their spiked clubs. The battlefield unfolded in stark contrast to the ogre shaman's expectations, as the humans did not falter under the onslaught of the ogre horde. In a mere span of minutes, the ogres suffered increasing casualties. The ogre shaman roared defiantly, brandishing an oversized spiked club and charging towards Surin. As he charged, he unleashed a flurry of spells, radiant energy swirling around him as his speed doubled. Haste, strength enhancement, stone skin, fireball. The ogre shaman cast his spells with astonishing rapidity, unleashing them in the blink of an eye. A fireball detonated, obliterating a serpent demon that dared to block his path, propelling him forward with the enhanced might of his spells. The ogre shaman's strength surged to terrifying levels, and with a mighty swing, he reduced a serpent demon to mere pulp. A barbarian warrior, wielding a giant axe, was sent flying by a single blow from the ogre shaman. The steel half-armor contorted under the force. Surin refused to allow the ogre shaman to wreak havoc unchecked. The shaman, now fully empowered, posed a threat to all but the most formidable of the barbarian warriors. Thunderous lightning spear. In an instant, a metal spear hurtled towards Surin as the ogre shaman launched 3 iron spears in rapid succession. Surin swept his spear to deflect the incoming projectiles, then swiftly closed the distance to confront the ogre shaman head-on. Explosive flames. A multitude of fire elements swiftly congregated around the ogre wizard, their orange-red energy radiating with fierce fluctuations. A fireball, twice the size of its predecessor, materialized rapidly. "Silence the magic," Soren exclaimed, sensing the instantaneous gathering of fire elements. Although the effect of his magic suppression was formidable, it was not without limitations. Its range was not extensive. The ogre wizard sneered at Soren, rapidly consolidating the violent fire elements in his grasp, poised to hurl the fireball at him. At that critical moment, a sudden force enveloped him, transforming his once adept control of elemental energy into a haze, causing the nearly formed spell to dissipate. As he attempted to cast a spell, he discovered that all elemental energy seemed to be isolated from him, rendering his efforts utterly futile. In that fleeting moment of the ogre wizard's bewilderment, Soren's agile figure surged forward, sweeping his spear, which shattered a gap in the ogre wizard's heavy spiked club, compelling him to instinctively retreat. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of clashing metal echoed incessantly as Soren wielded his spear like a torrential downpour, relentless and unyielding. The ogre wizard struggled to block with his spiked club. The immense force, enhanced by a mighty spell, made even the ogre wizard feel the strain, his arms growing numb. Each block compelled him to retreat involuntarily. Soren's strength was evidently superior. The tempestuous onslaught left the ogre wizard overwhelmed, unable to mount a counterattack, as his massive club sustained continuous damage, cracking under the fierce impacts. The lightning surging from the weapon leaped onto the ogre wizard's body, arcs of electricity flickering. Had it not been for the ogre wizard's prior application of rock skin, which bestowed high elemental resistance, he would have been rendered paralyzed by the accumulated electric strikes. Nonetheless, his condition had become perilously precarious. Feeling the impending threat, the ogre wizard let out a furious roar, shattering the bone pendant around his neck, unleashing a surge of elemental energy. Bloodthirsty fury. In an instant, the ogre wizard's eyes turned crimson, his muscles bulging, veins surging, and his strength skyrocketing once more. Previously, he had restrained his berserk state to cast spells. Upon realizing he could not, he unleashed the stored fury from his artifact. In this frenzied state, the ogre wizard's melee combat capabilities soared, albeit at the cost of his rationality. With the enhancement of the mighty spell and the activation of bloodthirsty rage, the ogre finally managed to fend off Soren's relentless assault. Although his strength still fell short of Soren's, he had at last escaped the previous overwhelming circumstances. After another fierce exchange, the two figures finally came to a halt. Chapter 77. Fierce Battle. 3. I shall end your life. Your flesh and blood will render me even more formidable. The ogre sorcerer bellowed, his muscles bulging grotesquely, veins protruding like twisted serpents, rendering him a more terrifying visage. Surin maintained a stoic expression, his gaze icy as he regarded the ogre before him, arcs of lightning dancing around his form. The immense power of the electricity resonated with the elemental energies in the surrounding air, causing bolts of lightning to flicker incessantly. Your head shall become my trophy, displayed at the entrance of my domain. The ogre sorcerer roared, charging once more at Surin. On the opposite side of the battlefield, a fierce clash unfolded between the barbarian warriors and the ogres, both factions comprised of tough-skinned, powerful combatants. While the ogres held a numerical advantage, the barbarian warriors exhibited superior strength, particularly with the involvement of Chris, which altered the dynamics of the conflict. Soaring into the air, Chris found herself surrounded by 2 ogre brutes and 4 ogre warriors, who were engaging in a frenzied assault against their fellow ogres. The sudden betrayal caught the ogres off guard, resulting in the immediate demise of 3, while 2 others sustained grave injuries. As chaos ensued among the ogres, Chris' innate talent for sowing discord proved invaluable. With her assistance, the barbarian warriors suffered minimal losses. Neither the ogres nor the barbarians possessed a sense of teamwork. Despite Surin's repeated teachings, the barbarians, once filled with fervor, succumbed to reckless aggression. The whirling battle axe resembled a massive windmill, brazenly shattering all obstacles. The heavy armor of the ogre warriors failed to provide adequate protection, as the barbarian's colossal axe severed the monstrous head of an ogre, sending blood spraying and the head soaring through the air. In this chaotic melee, neither side adhered to any military formation or strategy. Yet, the barbarian warriors thrived in such disorder, while the ogres, despite their numerical superiority, could not gain the upper hand. In truth, the primary arena of this conflict remained Surin and the ogre sorcerer. With a resounding crash, a heavy spiked mace, accompanied by a fierce wind, surged towards Surin. He deftly evaded, his spear sweeping forth, crackling with lightning. The rocky skin of the ogre sorcerer was effortlessly torn asunder, unbeknownst to when it began. A dark cloud had drifted into the sky, a gentle breeze sweeping across the battlefield, bringing a coolness and a hint of moisture. Rain was imminent. The electrical energy surrounding Surin continued to coalesce, while the oppressive clouds loomed ever lower, saturating the air with thunderous energy. With a furious roar, the dark clouds unleashed bolts of lightning, incinerating several ogre warriors into charred remains. Surin experienced a most extraordinary sensation, as if the thunder and lightning in the sky had forged a remarkable connection with him. Though he could not wield the raging tempest, he possessed the ability to channel its energy through his own essence. The electric serpents danced wildly. The berserk ogres were utterly oblivious to their surroundings, as Surin merely drew upon the energy within him to guide the storm, and soon, bolts of lightning descended from the heavens. Sensing the escalating power of Surin, the ogre shaman let out a furious roar and charged toward him. Crackling lightning enveloped Surin's form, and the air around him crackled with innumerable tiny arcs of electricity. Christie, having ventured too close, felt a tingling sensation coursing through her body as the miniature bolts leaped about her. Realizing the danger, she quickly retreated from the area. The ogre shaman was encircled by a multitude of electric sparks, and the rocky skin that adorned its body became tattered and torn. In a swift motion, Surin summoned the surrounding lightning to coalesce upon his weapon. The finely crafted steel spear transformed in that moment, appearing as if it had morphed into a bolt of lightning itself. In an instant, Surin's figure materialized beside the barbarian shaman, his weapon trailing phantoms as he launched rapid assaults against the ogre. The shaman was defenseless against the onslaught, and soon, numerous wounds appeared upon its form, the flesh at the lacerations charred by the electric current. Evading the shaman's desperate counterattack, Surin thrust his spear forward, a brilliant flash of lightning striking toward its chest. With a flicker, a gaping wound the size of a bowl materialized on its torso, electric energy swirling around the injury, exiting through its back as a torrent of blood gushed forth. The massive spiked club slipped from the shaman's grasp as its colossal body staggered backward, ultimately collapsing with a resounding thud. Surin let out a fierce roar, and the sky erupted with tumultuous lightning, surrounding him in a radiant aura. With a flourish of his spear, bolts of electricity shot forth, instantly striking the ogre warriors engaged in battle with the barbarian fighters. The electric energy enveloped the ogres, rendering them momentarily paralyzed. The seasoned barbarian warriors seized this fleeting opportunity, swiftly dispatching the incapacitated ogres. In mere seconds, over 90% of the ogres on the battlefield lay dead or grievously wounded. Dozens of arcs of lightning surged forth, and as Surin's figure gradually became visible, the surrounding electrical energy dissipated, leaving only the occasional flicker of lightning to bear witness to the events that had just transpired. Chapter 78. The aftermath of war. Surin approached the lifeless body of the ogre sorcerer, his footwork light and graceful, as he extended his hand to grasp the battle axe. Lowering his gaze upon the fallen sorcerer, Surin delivered a decisive strike, severing its head. He casually collected it in a pouch before surveying the rest of the battlefield. "How are the casualties?" Surin inquired. "None have perished yet, but there are 5 gravely injured. If we do not act swiftly to tend to their wounds, they may not survive." "The others are all wounded as well," Chris replied. "Bring all those severely injured here," Surin commanded. Soon, several barbarian warriors carried the 5 severely wounded barbarian fighters before him. These 5 barbarians were in dire condition. The least injured bore a dented breastplate, with several broken ribs. Had fortune not smiled upon him, and the fractured ribs spared his heart, this warrior would not have endured until now. Surin directed a skilled barbarian warrior, adept in bone setting, to mend his ribs, while he himself cast a healing spell upon him. A verdant energy enveloped the warrior, penetrating his body and reaching the site of his injuries. Under the influence of this life force, the damaged area began to mend rapidly. By the time the energy was depleted, the warrior's condition had improved significantly. The most severely injured among them had suffered a grievous wound, with his abdomen cleaved open by the battle axe, leaving a portion of his intestines severed. Were it not for the innate resilience and robust vitality of these barbarian axe-wielders, he would have succumbed long ago. Nevertheless, despite the gruesome appearance of the injury, it proved manageable to treat. After healing the 5 barbarians, Surin proceeded to tend to other wounded warriors. As fine raindrops began to fall from the sky, he instructed the others to begin clearing the battlefield while he examined the spoils of this encounter. You have achieved a resounding victory. You have vanquished an ogre warhammer tribe, led by a sorcerer. Your renown now spreads widely across the wilderness, instilling a sense of dread among other wild races. Your prestige has increased by 2. With the battle concluded, you have earned 26,385 experience points. Congratulations, host. Your level has risen. You have gained 2 free attribute points, 2 skill points, and a golden treasure chest. In this battle, you have acquired a leaf from the Tree of Wisdom. Surin casually allocated the 2 attribute points to his strength, then opened his personal panel. Name, Surin race. Human level, 19-13854-19000. Strength, 37 agility, 29 spirit, 24 constitution, 29 charisma, 19 leadership, 63 traits, talents valor, swift, Pegasus. Advanced sturdiness, advanced resilience, calmness, elemental affinity, iron will, rigid, beast-faced iron armor equipped, skills, frozen ice slash, thunderbolt gun, lightning gun, healing technique, life therapy, crimson flame, magic sealing. Mechanical manipulation, fossil to mud, morale boost, beginner, ultimate techniques, whirling cherry blossom, mastered, fierce rage, expert, torrential rain, advanced, weapon proficiency, sword weapons 160, gun weapons 185, bows 98, throwing 83, riding 130. The thunderbolt gun is an advanced version of the lightning gun, which grants an enhancement of lightning power upon use and can be further upgraded. Surin retrieved a leaf from the Tree of Wisdom. The leaf was a vibrant green and resembled an ordinary leaf, yet it emanated a faint, pleasant fragrance that invigorated the mind. Leaf of the Tree of Wisdom. This is a leaf with miraculous properties. Using it increases spirit by 3 points. This leaf was akin to the bottle of North Star essence Surin had previously acquired, both being items that could directly enhance attributes, one augmenting strength and constitution, while the other enhancing spirit. However, as Surin did not urgently require an increase in spirit, he decided to store the leaf in his inventory for safekeeping. Next, Surin opened the golden treasure chest he had just obtained. As the golden light dissipated, a system prompt echoed in his ears. Congratulations, host. You have received a recruitment order. Upon hearing this, Surin's eyes lit up. This item was a timely boon for him. Currently, his territory was populated by 500 serfs and 40 mercenaries, alongside over 300 barbarians, which was severely inadequate for a small town. He did not count the goblins, kobolds, and gnoll slaves among the population, as he could not fathom a peaceful coexistence between these races and humans. The slaves in the camp, though seemingly docile, were merely intimidated by Surin's previous battles, rendering them too frightened to resist. These wild creatures typically harbored a proclivity for consuming humanoid beings, a notion utterly unacceptable to humans. In truth, neither humans nor other races such as dwarves, barbarians, half-elves, half-orcs, elves, and centaurs would ever accept these cannibalistic races. In Surin's territory, they could only exist as slaves. To foster growth in his domain, a substantial population was necessary. Surin had already instructed Jean to promote recruitment while trading with caravans in the northern provinces. However, the nearest human city was 300 miles away, a distance deemed too far for prospective settlers who were also skeptical of Surin's policies. Consequently, no one was willing to come to his territory. Slave traders had already selected skilled slaves, and the prices for purchasing these individuals were far from inexpensive. With the issuance of this recruitment order, while it may not entirely remedy the dearth of population within the territory, the ability to enlist additional personnel is indeed a fortuitous development. The last time this order was employed, over 100 barbarians were successfully recruited. One can only wonder how many individuals and from which races this current order might attract. Of course, as long as they are not from the cannibalistic tribes. Suluin is generally agreeable to their inclusion. Upon retrieving the recruitment order and opting to activate it, the enigmatic material of the order instantaneously transformed into a cloud of dust, which was swept away by a gentle breeze, leaving no trace behind. After utilizing the recruitment order, Suluin chose not to dwell on it further. Such mechanisms yield effects over an extended period. Soon, he would be visited by a multitude seeking to join his ranks. All he needed to do was await their arrival in quiet anticipation. Ogre Wizard, Kalando. Race, Ogre. Class, Wizard Berserker. Strength, 22, with Giant Strength 6 and Berserk 6. It reaches 33. Agility, 16, 4 from Haste. Constitution, 23. Spirit, 22. Charisma, 8. It is perplexing how such an unattractive ogre could possess charisma at the level of an ordinary person. Skills, Fireball, Explosive Flames, Giant Strength, Haste, Rock Skin. Short-range teleportation, Voodoo Curse, Mage Hand, Bloodthirsty Frenzy. Special abilities, Robustness, Advanced Resilience, Wisdom. Every creature possesses a unique trait. And Kalando has the innate talent to become a wizard. Spirit 4. Instant Spellcasting, Combat Spellcasting, 2-weapon fighting. Chapter 79. Post-War, 2. The surviving ogres dealt a final blow to the injured goblins and gnolls, ruthlessly eliminating those who could not be saved. As Surin lacked the necessary supplies for their treatment, the unscathed captives were confined collectively. However, the number of goblin and gnoll captives taken during this skirmish was rather limited. Many of the slaves had previously fled amidst the chaos, while a portion was slain. The slower ones were captured by the barbarian warriors, bringing the total number of captives to just over 100. In addition to the captives, this battle yielded a substantial amount of spoils. The ogres' armaments, including various iron armors and spiked clubs, were notably heavy due to the forging techniques employed. A complete set of an ogre's equipment weighed nearly 200 pounds. Only ogres and giants could wield such burdensome gear. Although the camp was still under construction, the living quarters had been erected, albeit requiring some tidying, as ogres are not particularly fastidious regarding cleanliness. In this inclement weather, having a shelter from the elements was a blessing. The autumn rain, though fine as a hair, carried a chilling bite, despite the robust physiques of the barbarians. Enduring a night drenched in rain was far from pleasant. Surin ordered the slaves to clean the camp before he settled in. The barbarian warriors kindled a fire to prepare a meal, while Chris attended to post-battle affairs. Surin carried the corpse of the ogre mage into one of the huts. The ogre mage's body was laid upon a massive stone slab. While the corpses of ordinary ogres held little value, Surin discarded them as food for the gnolls. The remains of the ogre mage possessed some worth. He retrieved a sharp knife and made an incision in the mage's chest. Although the ogre appeared corpulent upon dissection, Surin discerned that it was not mere flabbiness but rather a layer of fat over robust muscle, particularly around the abdomen, resembling a lifebua, yet beneath it, the outlines of powerful muscles were subtly visible. Surin extracted the heart of the ogre and preserved it with a frost envelope, recognizing that, as a magical creature, the ogre mage's heart and other components possessed inherent magical properties. Although Surin lacked expertise in potion brewing and magical item crafting, selling these components to a wizard would yield a handsome profit. If he could recruit an alchemist, these items would be invaluable. After carefully storing the severed parts, Surin waved his hand to tighten their containment within his storage space. Although the space provided by the system was merely 3 cubic meters, the items within remained in a state of stasis, identical upon retrieval and storage. The barbarian warriors, in high spirits, prepared a grand bonfire celebration that evening in the camp's clearing, even constructing a makeshift canopy from scattered wood to shield against the rain. Except for the barbaric sentinels, all the other savages participated. These barbarian warriors were elated at their triumph over a tribe of ogres today, regarding this battle as a matter of honor. Each of the barbarian warriors adorned their bodies with tattoos created from special pigments. Following this fierce encounter, every participating barbarian ascended a level, with the most formidable among them achieving the rank of Barbarian Great Axe Berserker. As a non-heroic class, reaching this level signifies the pinnacle of their potential to advance further. They would require a self-created hero template to attain hero status. The number of such templates is exceedingly scarce, with Soren possessing only one thus far, rendering this path impractical. Even if Soren were to acquire additional templates in the future, it would undoubtedly fall short of enabling all of them to evolve into top-tier units. However, this does not imply that they are devoid of further advancement opportunities. They would merely be unable to rely on system experience for upgrades. Through relentless personal effort, they still harbor the faint hope of breaking through their limitations and becoming heroes. Though the odds are dismally low, one success among 100 or even 1,000 elite soldiers would be considered remarkable. In truth, it seems that only creatures such as dragons exist in this world without any bottlenecks, as long as they live long enough. They can gradually progress from hatchlings to adult dragons, then to mature dragons, ancient dragons, and finally, ancestral dragons, encountering no obstacles along the way. After surpassing the ancient dragon phase, as long as they do not perish from old age, they may evolve into primordial dragons, archaic dragons, and ultimately, the progenitor dragon. Certainly, the journey from a hatchling dragon to an ancient dragon spans at least 10,000 years. Within such an extensive time frame, few species can endure. Humans possess a lifespan of 70 to 100 years, which is not considered short in this realm. Wargen have a mere 35 years of natural lifespan, while goblins and kobolds fare even worse. Dwarves live between 300 to 500 years, elves from 500 to 1,000 years, and even half-elves enjoy a lifespan of 300 years. Of course, should one transcend into the legendary tier, their lifespan would significantly increase. The profession with the longest lifespan is that of the wizard, a legendary wizard, provided they do not engage in reckless behavior, can easily live for several hundred to 1,000 years. Even as their life approaches its end, they can opt to reincarnate as a lich, with legendary liches theoretically able to survive for at least 3,000 to 5,000 years. Consequently, the wealth amassed by a legendary wizard rivals that of a robust adult dragon, for the strength of a wizard is derived from knowledge, and the passage of time renders them extraordinarily powerful. Chapter 80. Return. As for the lich, should one encounter it, one can only hope for divine intervention. Each successful lich, having undergone the transformation from a wizard, is at least a legendary level powerhouse, proficient in a myriad of spells, rendering them among the most perilous beings in existence. What exacerbates the situation is that even in death, a lich can resurrect through its phylactery, meaning as long as the phylactery remains intact, the lich cannot truly perish. Among all professions, the warrior class can be considered the most beleaguered. Low-level warriors serve merely as fodder. Only upon reaching higher tiers does their situation improve, albeit they remain incomparable to their wizard counterparts of the same level. If high-level warriors fail to ascend to legendary status, their physical prowess will begin to wane. By the age of 50, their bodily capabilities will enter a decline, and should they not attain legendary status before 60, their opportunities will effectively vanish. Of course, once they achieve legendary status, a warrior's lifespan will be doubled, and their vitality will cease to diminish, maintaining peak performance until the last decade of their existence. Nevertheless, even with this extension, the lifespan of a human warrior is merely 200 years, a stark contrast to that of wizards. This is not to imply that legendary warriors lack strength. On the contrary, their hand-to-hand combat skills are formidable. However, when faced with spellcasters, they are often easily vanquished by the latter's magic. Pure warriors possess no magical abilities, rendering them vulnerable when confronting spellcasters. Subsequently, some warriors have taken on secondary professions. The barbarian great axe berserkers have now reached the pinnacle of their class, awakening even more potent abilities. Their signature skill, Frenzy, has evolved into Advanced Frenzy, which, in comparison to its predecessor, enhances strength significantly and extends its duration. Additionally, the barbarian great axe berserkers have acquired the skill Intuitive Evasion, vastly improving their dodging capabilities. It can be said that a fully equipped barbarian great axe berserker now stands at the level of a knight commander. Among all the barbarian warriors, aside from 2 heroes, 10 others have attained this level, while the remainder consists of barbarian warriors and barbarian great axe warriors. Chris has also leveled up. However, despite her increased power, she remains far from entering the legendary tier. The succubus faces considerable challenges in her quest for advancement. The following day, upon awakening, he found it was nearly noon. After vanquishing the ogre tribe, Surin had celebrated his victory with Chris the previous night, losing track of time in the revelry, resulting in a late rise. "Master, you are awake. Come wash your face," Chris said, her long legs gracefully approaching the bedside. She first assisted him with fresh water for his ablutions, then meticulously wiped his face. Chris has now taken to serving him in a manner that fosters complete indulgence, requiring Surin to exert no effort. She manages everything for him. Once he had completed his morning routine, Surin turned to rise, and Chris gently dressed him. The weather favored them with clear skies, and the damp earth from yesterday's rain quickly dried. Surin led the barbarian warriors, escorting the captives as they departed from the ogre's territory. The spoils of this venture were abundant, and fortuitously, the ogres had also tamed several beasts of burden. These creatures bore a striking resemblance to rhinoceroses, possessing irritable temperaments and an astonishing appetite. Despite their immense strength and capability to transport goods, they were not favored in the human realm, being appreciated solely by the powerful ogres. Apart from serving as transport animals, these beasts also constituted a significant part of the ogres' food reserves. As carnivores, ogres consumed various humanoid and animal species, though they exhibited a particular preference for the former. Thus, these beasts were likely a vital food source for the ogre tribe. Though these creatures were notoriously difficult for ordinary humans to tame and control, Suruin was accompanied by a cadre of barbarian warriors whose strength rivaled that of the ogres, enabling them to manage the beast effectively. A convoy of several beasts, laden with treasures, departed alongside the captives, while the ogre camp was set ablaze during their exit. If the camp were not utterly destroyed, it would soon be overrun by other wilderness tribes, as the location was indeed defensible yet challenging to assault. Had Suruin not been stretched thin for manpower, he would have contemplated seizing the camp for himself, before obliterating the encampment. All manner of resources left behind by the ogres fell into Suruin's possession. Aside from iron ore, the tribe possessed an abundance of pelts. Though the ogres lacked proficiency in leathercraft, resulting in many of the hides being damaged and decayed, those that remained in decent condition were loaded onto the carts, while the rest were consigned to the flames. Summoning the fire of crimson flames, Suruin ignited the camp, which quickly succumbed to a raging inferno. Although the journey home was laden with numerous treasures, their speed increased significantly, as the robust beasts of burden outperformed horses. The wilderness was overgrown with wild grasses, devoid of pathways, frequently ensnaring the wheels and rendering the horses immobile. However, this posed no challenge for the beasts. The caravan of beasts carved a rudimentary path across the wild terrain, albeit one that would be reclaimed by the underbrush within days. "Chief, the welcoming ceremony has been prepared," the giant said, eager to please. "A welcoming ceremony?" Suruin inquired, somewhat taken aback. "Indeed, Chief. Let us proceed into the town." Upon entering the settlement, the army was met with cheers and warm receptions. Crowds lined the streets, their eyes alight with excitement as they gazed upon the ogre corpses, exclaiming in wonder. Some audacious barbarian maidens even blew kisses to the procession. "Giants, let us ensure that this welcoming ceremony becomes a tradition," Suruin commanded. "Of course, Chief. We shall follow your lead." Chapter 81. The town. The corpses of ogres, after being treated with lime, were hung upon the outer walls of the town. This act served as a strategic deterrent, instilling fear in other monsters and humans alike. In the desolate expanses of the northern wilderness, such displays exert a profound intimidation on neighboring tribes. Should any tribe contemplate migration to this region, the sight of the ogre corpses would compel most to steer clear, unless their strength vastly surpassed that of the ogres. According to Chris, the Lord's menu must feature premium fine flour, while the entirety of the final 2,000 acres was devoted to the cultivation of beets. These beet seeds were meticulously harvested from wild specimens, resulting in over 90% of the beets within a 30-kilometer radius of the Suruin territory being gathered. The yield of the beets remains uncertain, yet it is anticipated to be substantial, as the wild beets are comparable in size to small turnips, suggesting that the yield per acre may rival that of potatoes. Farmland in the territory. Total area, 12,000 acres. Current status, planting completed. Crop varieties, 2,000 acres of winter wheat, 2,000 acres of beets, 8,000 acres of potatoes. Pests and diseases, healthy, fertilization, minimal or none. Maturity time, winter wheat, 237 days, potatoes, 104 days, beets, 352 days. Agricultural effects, none. Upon realizing that the maturation of beets necessitated a whole year, Suruin felt a pang of urgency. The trade of sugar was just beginning, and future demands for sugar were bound to escalate. Relying solely on the wild beets would be unsustainable. Only large-scale cultivation could ensure a sufficient yield. Without beets, the extraction of sugar would falter, potentially jeopardizing Suruin's sugar trade. To expedite plant growth, alternative methods exist. The elven race possesses techniques to accelerate plant growth, yet they have remained absent for centuries. Additionally, wizards could invoke growth-accelerating spells, or druids with expertise in agriculture might lend their assistance. Priests of the earth goddess could also provide spells to hasten growth, but these options proved impractical for Suruin due to the remoteness of his territory. With the farmland successfully cultivated, the construction of the town was once again prioritized, previously halted due to the urgent need to plant crops. The town's development could now resume with minimal personnel required for maintenance, allowing the surplus workforce to focus on building the town. The several pack beasts acquired from the ogre tribe were spared from slaughter. Despite their temperamental nature, they possessed great strength and capacity for burden, proving invaluable for transportation and road construction. Beyond roadways, the construction of Suruan's lordly castle also accelerated. Given the modest size of the town, the castle was not grand. It comprised the town hall, his residence, and a small training ground. In his abode, Chris had also established a garden. The garden's stonework was crafted from pristine white marble, which Suruan had specifically sourced from the nearby Lotus Mountains. Employing a fossil-infused magical technique, he eliminated impurities from the stone, resulting in marble as pure as jade. According to Surin's vision, he intended to construct a fountain. However, the absence of a master sculptor with exceptional skill rendered this aspiration unattainable for the present. He was reluctant to settle for a mediocre alternative, thus he resolved to await the advancement of the artisan's craft within his domain. A week later, the Lord's Castle was finally completed. Congratulations to the host. The Lord's Castle has been established, and the city management interface is now activated. Lord's Castle, modest. This is a humble Lord's Castle with limited enhancements to the territory. Note: a grand and majestic Lord's Castle would more effectively underscore the Lord's authority. Authority, 2. Law and order, 2. Defense, 2. Public sentiment, 1. Comfort, 1. City management interface, city, North Bastion, small town, location, Northern Wilderness. Public sentiment, 90. The maximum public sentiment is 100. When public sentiment falls below 60, the townsfolk begin to harbor doubts about the Lord. Below 40, the populace starts to dwindle. Below 30, the town may experience unrest. Below 20, the citizens may revolt. Please treat your subjects kindly. Taxation, 0. Tax standards can be established, currently lacking a tax officer. Income, 2,000 gold dinars from agriculture annually. 5,000 gold dinars from caravan trade. Treasury, 1,200 gold dinars, 8,000 units. Food, dried salted fish 5327, dried meat 1851. Population 812 individuals, including barbarians. Livestock, cattle 117 bison, antelopes 233, camels 17, horses 40. Draft horses. Law enforcement officer, to be appointed. Captain of the guards, to be appointed. Garrison officer, to be appointed. Mayor, to be appointed. Tax officer, to be appointed. Castle steward, Chris. Headmaid, Chris. Caravan manager, Jean. Social order, 80. The higher the law and order, the more stable the territory, while a well-maintained town fosters a sense of belonging among its inhabitants. A decline in law and order may lead to chaos within the town. Prosperity, 12. Please expedite the increase of commercial activities in the town. Higher prosperity can attract more settlers. Required population for upgrade, 5,000 individuals. Current population growth, 2-1. Military forces, Barbarian Guard, 71 individuals. Longbowmen, 5 individuals. Town defense, basic stonewall. Territorial specialties, sugar, dried salted fish, dried meat, potatoes, furs, ironware. Territorial buildings, Lord's Manor, residential houses, barracks, trading market, warehouse, farmland, blacksmith shop. Port dock, mine. With the implementation of the territory management system, Surin gained a clearer understanding of the current state of his domain, greatly facilitating the management process. The primary challenges facing the territory remained its income and population. Apart from the sugar trade, revenue was virtually non-existent. The population, being the foundation for territorial expansion, was severely lacking and natural growth was too sluggish. Fortunately, recruitment orders were still available. Yet, these orders were quite scarce, prompting Surin to seek alternative methods to bolster his population. Chapter 82. Rum Master, the type of rum you mentioned has been brewed. Would you care to sample it? Chris approached, holding a bottle of the liquor. Disposing of it would be quite wasteful, so Surin decided to utilize the surplus molasses to create rum. In the past, rum was born from such excess. In South America, vast plantations of sugarcane produced copious amounts of molasses as a byproduct of sugar extraction. The plantation owners ingeniously invented a method to brew rum from this surplus, particularly as the technology of the time rendered freshwater unsuitable for long sea voyages. Most importantly, rum served as a remedy for scurvy. Consequently, ships were often laden with various alcoholic beverages, which could endure over time without spoiling, thus safeguarding sailors from illness. As a result, rum spread across the globe during the age of exploration, and transforming molasses into liquor became an additional source of income for these plantation owners. Utilizing molasses for brewing was indeed advantageous, allowing for the production of copious amounts of alcohol without depleting food resources, an excellent development for Surin, given the food scarcity. In this era, entertainment options were severely limited. Even in the southern city of Kalen, the nobility's amusements consisted solely of hunting and banquets. Performances by bards or circuses were rare, and the common folk had even fewer options, with the tavern being the most frequented venue for a drink. Surin's territory was home to many robust individuals, brimming with vitality. To help them channel their excess energy, Surin had constructed a training ground for them to engage in combat. The preparation of alcoholic beverages served a similar purpose. Moreover, trade within the territory had commenced, and as time progressed, an increasing number of caravans were arriving, undoubtedly bringing with them numerous mercenaries and guards in need of recreational outlets. There were no seafood merchants in Surin's domain, nor were there any young women selling abalone. The journey toward cultural enrichment remained a significant endeavor. Thus, the tavern emerged as the sole option for mercenaries and guards, individuals who were compensated handsomely and spent their earnings liberally. Once established, the tavern would undoubtedly become a vital source of revenue for the camp. This initiative not only addressed the surplus molasses issue, but also broadened entertainment options while generating profit, a trifecta of benefits that warranted pursuit. Taking the rum, Surin first inhaled its subtle aroma. Pouring the liquid, he noticed its amber hue. He took a small sip, finding the flavor quite pleasant. The taste was refreshing, fragrant, and far superior to the beers he had previously encountered. The beers he had purchased were of low quality, somewhat sour, as the merchants had diluted them with water. Despite their popularity in taverns due to their affordability, merely 2 copper nals for a serving, those beers were essentially just watered-down alcohol, a stark contrast to the rum. "This liquor tastes rather delightful," Surin remarked, placing the cup down with a satisfied expression. "This rum is indeed the finest we have brewed," Chris added, sampling the unfinished drink in Surin's cup. "What is the cost of production?" Surin inquired that if the cost of the wine was too exorbitant, he would have no choice but to market it as a premium selection while continuing to produce more affordable beverages. "As per your instructions." The rum was crafted from discarded honey, heavily diluted with water, and subsequently fermented with yeast. The cost of a barrel, containing 100 liters of rum, amounted to approximately 20 gold dinars, as Chris recounted with great familiarity. Surin quickly calculated that this price offered no significant advantage compared to ale. "My lord, this rum can be diluted with water. The one you are tasting has not been diluted," Chris explained with a smile. "This beverage can be thinned by half, resulting in a much milder flavor, yet it still surpasses ale in quality. Then let it be diluted by half. You may calculate the pricing accordingly," Surin readily consented, recognizing that diluting spirits was a common practice in this era, albeit not for high-end wines. "Let us produce this rum as both a low-end and a premium option, rebranding the premium variety with a more refined name and adjusting the flavor profile. We shall sell both types together." "Very well, I will instruct them to proceed." Chris nodded in agreement. "By the way, grant each of the brewing slaves an additional 30 points. And those who contribute to the production of this rum shall receive 50 points. Surin instructed. "Ensure they expedite the preparation of the beverages." Chris nodded and departed with the rum. Subsequently, the brewing slaves swiftly complied with Surin's directives, concocting 2 varieties of rum. The premium rum was notably clearer, nearing transparency, exuding a unique fruity aroma, and presenting a refreshing and sweet flavor, rich and fragrant. The low-end rum, while lacking in comparison, remained pleasant with its semi-transparent reddish-brown hue. From appearance to taste, it still outperformed ale significantly, with costs controlled at 10 silver dinars per barrel, thus nearing the price of ale. The premium rum, however, commanded a higher price. After refinement, a barrel was set at 20 gold dinars. Surin planned to establish a glassworks within his territory for bottling and selling. Each bottle would be sold at a modest price of 2 gold dinars, with a barrel yielding at least 200 bottles. Surin also named this liquor Cold Dew wine, weaving a narrative to elevate its stature. This marketing strategy, commonplace in his previous life, was unprecedented in this realm, provided the story was sufficiently poignant. Coupled with the pleasing taste of the wine, it would soon find its market. Of course, if Surin had ample connections to persuade the king to serve this wine at court banquets, it would yield even better results. Yet, he pondered whether such connections existed in this desolate land. With the beverages prepared, Surin immediately commenced the construction of taverns in the town. having already chosen the locations for the establishments. The progress was remarkably swift. Within merely 2 days, a tavern capable of accommodating 70 to 80 patrons was completed. Tavern. Town building. The lively tavern serves as a sanctuary for weary souls after a long day of toil, offering them a chance to unwind with a drink. The establishment of taverns contributes to the flourishing of the town, drawing in those with a penchant for libations. Prosperity. 5. Joy. 5. Information. 5. Security. -2. Special effect. There exists a chance to attract wandering heroes to linger here. Chapter 83. The Return of the Caravan. Attracting wandering heroes upon receiving this information. Surin's breath grew noticeably heavier. Within his territory, he currently possessed only 3 heroes: Johnson, the Giant Stone, and Chris. Each hero was formidable in strength, and the prospect of recruiting another hero would significantly enhance the value of the tavern. He arranged for personnel to get the tavern operational and took the time to sit in the establishment himself. After experiencing the ambience, he instructed the manager to diligently gather intelligence within the tavern while also keeping an eye out for any unusual individuals. Following the tavern's opening, Surin observed that the barbarian warriors had developed a fondness for the place that surpassed their interest in the training grounds, prompting him to impose certain restrictions upon them. To facilitate upcoming trade endeavors, Surin established a barracks near the marketplace, serving as a resting area for soldiers. Adjacent to the barracks was the tax office of the trading market, which was quite rudimentary at present, as there had yet to be an appointment of a tax officer. Chris was tasked with this responsibility in the interim. Fortunately, aside from the caravan trade, there were no other sources of taxation within the territory, which explains Surin's reluctance to appoint a tax officer, given the absence of tax revenue. For the caravans engaging in trade, taxes were indeed necessary. Any transaction exceeding 100 gold dinars was required to be registered at the tax office, incurring a specific tax. Should anyone attempt to circumvent this by limiting their transaction to below 100 gold coins, they would face a tenfold penalty upon discovery. All transactions were mandated to occur within the marketplace. Any dealings conducted outside were deemed illegal, and goods would be confiscated by soldiers responsible for market security. As Surin exited the tavern, he immediately spotted Jean, who appeared weary from travel. So much? Surin momentarily paused, then took the bill from Jean to examine it. The most substantial income item was sugar. Jean had brought back 50 pounds of sugar from the trade in Cult City. The rest consisted of furs and similar goods, which collectively garnered less than 500 dinars. However, the 50 pounds of sugar sold in Cult City fetched nearly 8,000 dinars. After spending over 5,000 dinars on supplies and over 1,000 on 300 slaves, a remainder of 1,500 dinars remained after taxes. The average selling price of the sugar was approximately 230 dinars per pound, significantly multiplied compared to the initial distribution price. Remarkably, all the sugar sold out within half a day, leaving numerous nobles and merchants eager to place orders. Though without Surin's command, Jean dared not accept any. It appeared that the demand for sugar among the nobles was quite robust. Surin mused internally. Despite having mentally prepared himself, he still underestimated the nobles' fervent desire for sugar. These indulgent nobles had elevated their pursuit of material pleasures to an extraordinary level, with prolonged peace fostering an increasingly lavish lifestyle. Well done, Surin praised as he clapped Jean on the shoulder. Jean was exceedingly content with his current occupation, transforming from a destitute mercenary who braved the elements and navigated the perils of battle into a prosperous merchant serving a noble lord. This remarkable metamorphosis filled him with profound gratitude towards Surin, the benefactor of his fortunes. "It is all your guidance. I have merely fulfilled the most rudimentary tasks," Jean humbly remarked. As one of the earliest mercenaries employed by Surin to develop the territory, Jean had witnessed firsthand Surin's relentless endeavors to carve a foothold in this treacherous wilderness, leading the barbarian warriors to successive victories. In a mere span of 2 months, a town had sprung forth from nothing, and a gold mine had been unearthed in this barren land. Jean now felt he was witnessing the rise of a legendary figure. Following such a luminary could prove immensely advantageous, perhaps offering him the opportunity to ascend from commoner to nobleman. "Jean, there is no need for modesty. I am well aware of your efforts," Surin acknowledged with a nod. "My lord, only a small fraction of the recently acquired slaves possess skills. The others can only serve as serfs or laborers. I apologize, my lord, but most skilled artisan slaves have been purchased by the nobles. Skilled slaves are in high demand in the markets, often monopolized by affluent merchants and aristocrats, leaving others to scavenge for scraps. Surin's ability to procure dozens of artisan slaves was largely due to his noble status. With over 300 slaves at his disposal, Surin swiftly organized the skilled artisans according to their trades, while the remaining slaves would be tasked with road construction. My lord, during the sale of sugar in Cart City, many inquiries have been made regarding our supply. Following your instructions, I informed several trading houses, and they have decided to come to our territory for transactions. Good, I understand, Surin replied. By disseminating this information, he aimed to attract additional trading companies to foster competition for the sugar. Furthermore, the influx of various trading houses would stimulate the commercial development of the territory, which was paramount for Surin's ambitions. He intended to allocate 500 pounds of sugar each month for trade, dividing it into 5 lots to be auctioned off to the highest bidder. To prevent collusion among the caravans and subsequent price suppression, Surin opted for a sealed bid auction, ensuring confidentiality and allowing each participant only one bidding opportunity. This strategy rendered any prior agreements futile, compelling them to raise their bids to avoid elimination. The trading companies did not accompany Jean to North Fort. They had prepared to arrive together. In anticipation of the forthcoming trade, Surin prioritized the construction of roads leading to the marketplace, simultaneously extending the territory's roadways outward. In this era, road construction incurred substantial costs, and Surin mandated that the roads within the territory be no less than gravel paths, with certain areas requiring stone paving. Such a path remains unblemished by dust on sunny days and unmarred by mud during the rain. Chapter 84. Water Supply System Aside from the Roads. Surin embarked on establishing a water supply system for his territory. Having spent over a decade in this world, he remained unaccustomed to the absence of running water. The cities of this era predominantly relied on well water, which had to be purchased. Owning a sweet water well in the city provided a stable source of income, while impoverished families opted to fetch water from the river, and the nobility preferred the nearby mountain spring. Given the difficulty in obtaining water, bathing was a rare luxury. Even the peasants considered bathing once a month a mark of hygiene. Surin could hardly accept that his fierce barbarian warriors went an entire month without bathing. These robust and vigorous men patrolled daily and traversed the wilderness, making the accumulation of dust and sweat inevitable. Thus, Surin imposed a strict requirement for them to bathe daily, a demand wholeheartedly supported by the barbarian women, who would ensure their husbands adhered to this rule. Should a husband neglect his ablutions, he would find himself spending the night outside. During his inspection by the river, Surin observed a group of naked men and children joyfully leaping into the red sand river to wash. This world's magic could accomplish feats beyond the capabilities of technology from his previous life. However, the limited number of wizards made widespread magical application challenging. Surin envisioned constructing a water supply facility modeled after the ancient Landshout water wheels from his past. With his mechanical skills, he was well versed in the principles and manufacturing of various machines and planned to erect 3 or 4 Landshout water wheels on the Red Sand River. He intended to elevate the river water using the water wheels and channel it into reservoirs within the city. The reservoirs needed to be situated at a higher elevation, otherwise the water would not flow adequately. The aqueduct outside the city would emulate the elevated aqueducts of ancient Rome. To ensure durability, Surin reinforced these aqueducts by transforming mud into stone. The aqueduct extended from the riverbank to the outskirts of the town. After careful consideration, Surin resolved to construct the reservoir outside the town, primarily due to anticipated expansions. Currently, the north fort of the town spanned a mere 500 meters in all directions, comfortably housing over 1,000 residents. However, with the growing population of the territory, this area would soon prove insufficient. Surin thus planned to expand the town, intending to double its dimensions in every direction, thereby quadrupling its area and upgrading it into a large town capable of accommodating 5,000 inhabitants. The aqueduct transporting water from the Red Sand River into the town would exceed 5 kilometers in length, necessitating the construction of elevated aqueducts. As the city's location was considerably higher than the riverbed, the construction of such elevated aqueducts posed significant challenges, lacking architects capable of undertaking such grand engineering projects. Surin had to take on the role himself. After spending a decade in this world, he had received formal noble education, albeit as an auditor. In this world, the education of nobility is quite rigorous, encompassing a range of subjects such as etiquette, geography, equestrian skills, literature, architecture, history, and martial arts. In his earlier days, Surin diligently immersed himself in these disciplines. Although he did not invest an excessive amount of effort into architecture, he possessed a certain confidence in constructing an elevated aqueduct. Drawing upon the theoretical knowledge from his past life, The aqueduct measures approximately 60 centimeters in width, with a depth of 50 centimeters, and stretches to a height of 30 meters above the ground. The diameter of the water wheel reaches an impressive 35 meters. To realize such an ambitious project, Surin personally led a team to the vicinity of the Lades Mountains to fell iron oak trees, some of which had stood for centuries. Iron oaks thrive in frigid environments. Their timber is remarkably sturdy and resistant to deformation, corrosion, and combustion, while their growth is exceedingly slow. It requires 2 to 3 centuries for them to reach heights of 40 to 50 meters. Constructed from this material, the large water wheel is both lightweight and durable. Surin had once witnessed a similar water wheel in a park in Landshau during his previous life, and the first time he observed such a massive structure up close. He was profoundly astonished. The water wheel, soaring 20 to 30 meters high, rotated under the impetus of flowing water, lifting water from the river without the aid of steam or electricity. The structure of this water wheel is not overly complex. Drawing from his memories of the past and combining them with his mechanical manipulation skills, Surin successfully erected the first Landshau water wheel. The colossal water wheel now towers over the Red Sand River, its rotations driven by the swift current, filling the water tanks along its perimeter, which then elevate to 30 meters before cascading into the aqueduct. As long as the water wheel remains intact and the Red Sand River continues to flow, this system will provide a perpetual supply of water. The elevated aqueduct is constructed from stone, necessitating deep foundations to achieve the 30-meter height. Surin personally oversaw its construction. As the adhesives available during this era were scarce, primarily relying on glutinous rice paste or volcanic ash cement. Utilizing the mud-to-stone transmutation spell, the rocks meld seamlessly, erasing any visible gaps and outperforming the results of glutinous rice paste and cement. However, this method is prohibitively expensive in Kalta City. Hiring a wizard proficient in this spell costs at least 300 gold gnarls per day. Even nobles find this price steep. Should Surin find himself in financial straits in the future, he might consider working as a builder. Every casting of the mud-to-stone spell could transform 10 meters of the elevated aqueduct into solid rock. Surin would need to cast it over 10 times daily, devoting significant energy to this water supply system. Chapter 85. The Chamber of Commerce Alliance. A substantial reservoir was constructed outside the city to supply water, as the water drawn from the Red Sand River was not potable. Although the river's waters appeared clear, many residents still opted to drink directly from it. However, if there were any animal corpses upstream, the entire city's drinking water could be jeopardized. One of Surin's primary intentions in establishing the reservoir was to facilitate disinfection. The reservoir would be lined with pebbles, fine sand, and charcoal to filter the river water. This, however, would only eliminate debris. Surin also prepared a fine silver mesh, which would be employed for disinfection after the initial filtration processes. Following these meticulous procedures, the water source could be rendered safe. After Jean's departure, in the city of Calant, Fernandez served as the manager of the Flamingo Chamber of Commerce dispatched to the North Fort caravan. He was part of the largest among the 8 trading companies present, which included the Lark Chamber of Commerce, a previous collaborator with the North Fort, albeit ranked 4th in size among the 8. Alongside Robert from the Lark Chamber, there was another familiar face to Surin, Owen, the manager of the Wisteria caravan, a rather rotund individual who had previously been outwitted by Surin. Initially, he had attempted to undermine Surin's efforts without offering any compensation, only to find himself ensnared in a scheme alongside Surin and the barbarian warriors. It was unexpected for him to return for trade this time. Nonetheless, Surin had no intention of tricking him again. He required the prosperity of the North Fort and preferred to minimize such antics, though he would not shy away from playing with those who deemed him easy prey. Mr. Fernandez, I believe we should form an alliance to monopolize the white sugar trade here, one of the managers proposed. Indeed, I concur. Should we monopolize the white sugar market, our annual profits could easily double, Fernandez agreed. I am in accord as well, echoed the other managers, who had fully regarded the white sugar of the North Fort as a foregone conclusion. Since we all agree to monopolize the white sugar trade, we now need to delineate our shares, Fernandez stated, nodding affirmatively. He then surveyed the leaders of the other 7 chambers and candidly declared, I shall take 20% of the sugar share. The remaining 80% is for you to negotiate amongst yourselves. The other 7 chambers voiced no objections, evidently accustomed to this arrangement. Subsequently, the 7 chambers began to engage in fervent negotiations and disputes over their respective shares, creating a rather heated atmosphere. Fernandez, seated to the side, chose not to interject. Instead, he meticulously took out a delicate pair of scissors and began to groom his nails. Once the managers had finalized their shares, the discussion shifted. Now that the shares have been established, let us confirm the purchase price. Robert, what was your last purchase price? 120 dinars per pound, Robert replied. That price is excessively high. We must demand a reduction. Owen interjected eagerly as soon as Robert finished speaking. Yes, a price reduction is imperative. I believe it should be lowered to at least 85 dinars to be acceptable, another manager concurred. You underestimate the complexity of the situation. To command a high price, it is highly likely he is preparing for a bidding auction. Robert, aware of Chris's obstinacy, promptly doused their enthusiasm with a cold reality. So what? We shall agree on a price, and if it exceeds that amount, we shall refrain from bidding further. Indeed, that is the course of action, the group concurred. But what if he is unwilling to sell? One individual interjected suddenly. That is quite simple. Should he dare to refuse the transaction, let him witness the might of our 8 merchant guilds. I believe he will acquiesce. Laughter erupted among the others, for as the largest 8 merchant guilds in Cult City, they controlled over 60% of the trade, granting them the authority to make such declarations. After reaching a consensus, the group held a modest banquet before preparing their caravan to journey to North Fort. Unbeknownst to Surin, the 8 merchant guilds had conspired to monopolize the sugar trade. Even if he were aware, it would not concern him. In his view, the alliance of these individuals was utterly unreliable, susceptible to disintegration with the slightest external pressure. Upon the arrival of the 8 merchant caravans at North Fort, the other guilds, aside from Robert, were taken aback by the town. In their perception, this small territory nestled in the northern wilderness should have been inferior to the countryside of the north. However, upon arrival, they discovered that although the town was diminutive, it was remarkably clean and orderly. The roads were entirely paved with gravel, flanked by drainage ditches, and the air was devoid of the foul stench of fermenting waste. All the buildings stood in neat rows, exuding a unique aesthetic charm. Before entering the town, all were apprised of the local regulations. Many guards and mercenaries found the intricate rules difficult to accept, questioning why even walking on the right side was mandated in such a quaint little town. Yet, following a stern lesson administered by 2 barbarian axe warriors to the unruly mercenaries, the caravans acquiesced. There was no alternative. Who could have anticipated that 2 barbarian warriors could incapacitate a significant portion of a caravan's guards and mercenaries? With a clearer understanding of North Fort's military strength, even the caravan overseers became submissive. After this display of power, the caravans were assigned to the trading market. Surin, however, exhibited little interest in the arrival of the caravans. He was preoccupied with constructing a water supply channel, drawing water from the river in a gradually descending manner. The starting point of the channel by the river was approximately half a meter lower than the endpoint at the reservoir. Furthermore, as one approached the town, the ground elevation increased, resulting in a diminished workload for the water channel, thereby accelerating the construction process. Upon arriving at the tavern, Surin found it bustling with activity. The establishment, capable of accommodating 80 to 90 patrons, was completely filled. Fortunately, the tavern was a 3-story structure, with ample space available on the 2nd floor. Surin ordered a glass of rum and settled into a corner, observing the tavern's clientele. To his disappointment, despite the crowd, the patrons were predominantly guards and mercenaries, and he failed to discern any individuals of particular interest among them. These mercenaries possess a profound fondness for rum, although its price is twice that of beer. It continues to sell remarkably well. It appears that rum can indeed command a handsome price. Chapter 86. The fragile alliance. The trade of white sugar was deliberated within the Lord's castle of Surin. Early the following morning, the stewards from 8 merchant guilds gathered together. Chris lounged elegantly on the prominent sofa, her alluring demeanor rendering several stewards momentarily entranced, with some exhibiting particularly foolish behavior. Ahem. The first to regain his composure, Fernan, noticing the others' indiscretions, darkened his expression and offered a reminder. Awakened from their stupor, the group felt a tinge of embarrassment. However, being seasoned veterans, they donned a facade of nonchalance and continued their discourse. Welcome, esteemed merchants, to our humble North Fort. The conditions may be rudimentary, and I ask for your understanding. Chris remarked with a smile. We have 500 pounds of white sugar available for sale. Her expression suggested an air of confidence, as if she were certain the others had no choice but to acquiesce. Chris delicately lifted her teacup, taking a sip without further reaction. Such a scenario had long been anticipated by Suruin, with solutions already discussed in advance. Observing Chris's lack of response, Fernand believed they had tacitly accepted the terms and continued in the same tone. Your town is quite distant from Cult City, and the expenses incurred for each visit are substantial. Therefore, you will need to offer us a discount. Of course, we shall provide some compensation. If your town requires any goods, we can facilitate their transport, and the prices are negotiable. Our 8 guilds control 60% of the trade in Cult City, and we possess the means to meet your demands. Oh, and what price do you propose for the white sugar? Chris inquired, a hint of mockery gracing her lips. Fernand and his companions exchanged glances, secretly pleased, convinced that this provincial noble was naive enough to concede simply by flexing their influence. A pound of white sugar at 85 gold nares would be quite reasonable, Owen interjected. Very well, I comprehend your intentions, Chris nodded, setting down her teacup. However, we have a better approach. Rising with a beaming smile, she continued, this batch of 500 pounds of white sugar will be divided into 5 portions, allowing each guild's steward to bid. This time, we shall employ a sealed bid auction format. Each of you has a card on the table. Please inscribe your price upon it and submit it to me. Ultimately, we shall select the 5 merchant teams with the highest bids for the transaction. As for the 3 teams with the lowest bids, I regret to inform you that your journey will have been in vain. Chris playfully twirled a small whip with her alabaster fingers, her smile unwavering. Impossible. We shall never agree to such terms. Fernand exclaimed vehemently as Chris concluded her statement. As the head of Cult City's largest guild, he had always dictated prices without challenge, never expecting to face such an affront in this remote locale. Mr. Fernand, are you dissatisfied with our arrangements? Chris inquired with feigned innocence. Chris smiled, yet her tone resembled the chilling winds from the farthest northern wilderness, sending shivers down one's spine. Observing Chris's delicate, flower-like visage, Fernandez opened his mouth but ultimately refrained from uttering a word. Does anyone else have objections? You may leave now. Chris surveyed the room with an air of intimidation, causing the atmosphere in the living room to grow exceedingly tense. After a prolonged silence, no one rose to depart. The 8 heads of the trading caravans exchanged glances, and after a few forced pleasantries, they reluctantly picked up their pens to inscribe their respective bids. However, the task was fraught with difficulty. If they wrote too low, they risked returning empty-handed should the other trading houses present higher bids, yet if they wrote too high, a sense of reluctance lingered in their hearts. Thus, they hesitated to make their marks. Chris leisurely observed the merchant's anguished expressions, internally marveling at her master Solon's bidding strategy, which effortlessly dismantled the coalition of the 8 trading houses with merely a blind bidding process. This method prevented any opportunity for collaboration, and furthermore, it eliminated the apprehensions of those who had previously been intimidated by the Flamingo Trading House, allowing them to compete freely this time. Approximately 15 minutes later, several young barbarian girls entered to collect the blind bids from the merchants. Chris picked up the submissions to review them. Owen, how much did you bid? One caravan head inquired nonchalantly. 85 gold dinars. Once a price is agreed upon, it cannot be altered. Owen replied with unwavering resolve. And you? Robert, I of course stand firmly by the price we previously agreed upon. Not a single copper dinar more, Robert declared with righteous conviction, his expression reminiscent of a knight pledging loyalty to the king during a knighthood ceremony. Indeed, we must unite and not allow these country bumpkins to take advantage, another caravan head proclaimed loudly. Hearing these words, Fernandez subtly nodded. It seemed that their success was assured this time. Once the caravan heads departed, Chris began examining the submitted blind bids. The highest bid came from Owen of the Bougainvillea Trading House at 180 gold dinars. Following closely was Robert at 178 gold dinars. The lowest bid was 120 gold dinars, more than double the previously discussed price of 85 gold dinars. The lowest bid among the top 5 trading houses was 173, resulting in an average price of 175 gold dinars, ensuring that the 500 pounds of white sugar would sell for no less than several 100,000 gold dinars. Chapter 87. The heroine the following day. Fernand gazed grimly at the 5 other caravans engaged in trade with the northern fortress. Owen, did you not claim that the amount you offered was 85 dinars? Fernand exclaimed, exasperated. Ah, my apologies, Mr. Fernand. I may have misremembered, Owen replied, his face devoid of any embarrassment as he handed the dinars to a nearby attendant, directing his men to unload the cargo. Surin observed the somewhat disheveled woman before him, utterly astonished that his recruitment notice had summoned a hero. Earlier that day, While he was employing his mud-to-stone spell on the elevated aqueduct, a horse galloped towards him from the distance. As it drew nearer, he discerned that it bore an injured woman. The lady, her face partially concealed by a veil, possessed eyes that sparkled like stars. Although she was enveloped in a voluminous black cloak, her graceful form was still apparent. Her back was hastily bandaged, though the dressing was already stained with blood, indicating that her wounds had reopened during her recent flight. "Save me," she implored, collapsing forward from her horse. Surin swiftly extended his hand to catch her. "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have encountered an injured hero. Assisting her will enhance the likelihood of successful recruitment. The effect of the recruitment notice has now concluded." Surin had not anticipated that this recruitment notice would yield only a single hero. He had hoped to enlist additional barbarians or other formidable races to bolster the town's military might. Yet, it seemed he was left with but a solitary hero. However, since the recruitment effect had ended, he could not afford to have second thoughts. Seeing the injured heroine, Surin summoned a carriage and prepared to lift her inside. As he carefully cradled her, the veil slipped aside, revealing a strikingly beautiful face. At the moment he gently lifted her, her delicate brows instinctively furrowed, only to smooth out again almost immediately. As he held her, he felt the supple warmth of her skin, stirring a flutter of emotions within him, accompanied by a subtle, enchanting fragrance. The carriage arrived at the Lord's castle, and Surin carried the woman inside, seeking out Claris to examine her injuries. To his surprise, the little succubus displayed a keen interest in the woman. After assessing her condition, Surin cast a healing spell, channeling a soft green life energy into her. Soon, the ghastly wounds on her back began to scab and heal. Having completed his tasks for the day, Surin took a detour to the military camp, where the young barbarian recruits were undergoing training. Once they reached adulthood, they would be ready to join the army. Surin even contemplated establishing a reserve system within his territory, ensuring that even in the face of losses, the military could swiftly replenish its ranks, thus maintaining robust combat effectiveness. After inspecting the camp, Surin felt a pang of hunger and turned towards the Lord's castle. Upon entering, he sensed an unusual atmosphere. Claris had not rushed out to greet him as she typically would. It seemed this evening would require her to endure a few more plasma blasts. Taking the towel handed to him by Chris, Surin wiped his hands and casually inquired, "Has that woman awakened?" "She has indeed," Chris replied with a smile. "Master, she is a sorceress." "Sorceress?" Surin raised an eyebrow at the mention of this term, astonished that the recruitment notice had attracted a sorceress. In this realm, sorceresses wield formidable power, shrouded in mystery. They seldom venture into the mundane world, preferring to remain ensconced in their laboratories, delving into various magical arts. "However, Master, do not harbor overly high hopes. She is a wandering sorceress," Chris added. She then proceeded to relay the information she had recently gleaned about the woman. A few minutes later, Surin rubbed his temples, swiftly processing the new information. Once he had organized his thoughts, he continued, "Are you saying that she is the last remaining member of her sorceress order?" "Indeed," Chris nodded. According to her, her order was originally a small faction. After her elder was injured in a confrontation with a dark sorcerer and subsequently passed away, she fled out of fear of retaliation, embarking on a life of wandering. She came to the northern wastes in search of materials for her experiments, only to be attacked by 2 adult mountain bears. Thankfully, she was fortunate enough to injure them and escape, eventually finding her way to our territory. What a stroke of luck! Surin internally scoffed at the recruitment notice before continuing. "So, she is merely an inept sorceress?" Chris shot him a playful glare and gently rebuked, "Come now. She is a young lady. Such words are unkind." All right. "A mysterious enchantress," Surin shrugged in concession. "Does she have any plans?" "From what I gather, she intends to stay here temporarily," Chris replied with a smile. "She has expressed her willingness to serve you, our esteemed lord. Moreover, she is also an alchemist and quite lovely," she added, teasingly winking at Surin. Alchemists represent a branch of sorcery, with the majority of sorceresses often engaging in this profession. Alchemists possess the ability to combine various materials to create items imbued with extraordinary powers. Most magical weapons, armors, or artifacts known in the human realm are crafted by alchemists. Having an alchemist at their disposal could prove invaluable, especially with the materials Surin had collected, the ogre heart and blood, as well as its skin left behind by the slain ogre sorcerer, and the heart, blood, and pelt from the furious wind tiger he had previously vanquished. These components could serve as excellent raw materials. Once transformed into potions or equipment, they could significantly enhance the strength of the territory. Chapter 88. Heather, Suruin, and Chris ventured into the backyard, where Heather lay resting upon her bed. Heather was the enchantress whom Suruin had rescued. Although her physical wounds had healed, her mental fortitude had been somewhat depleted from her prior battle with two fearsome mountain bears. "Hello," she greeted, rising from her repose. At that moment, Suruin beheld her true appearance. Her wine-red hair cascaded gracefully over her shoulders, and her fair complexion, marred by injury, bore a pallid hue. Her delicate features were captivating, with deep, black eyes shimmering like stars. The ample robe she wore did little to conceal her curvaceous figure. The fabric was dramatically lifted at her chest, an impressive sight that he found quite appealing. Chris had spoken no falsehood. Heather was undoubtedly a striking woman. In contrast to Chris's allure, Heather exuded an air of mysterious elegance. Anyone encountering such a beautiful lady in distress would naturally extend a hand of assistance. Suruin smiled as he remarked, "You are truly a noble woman." "Thank you for your kind words," Heather replied. "I would like to extend an invitation for you to join my domain. What say you?" "I accept your invitation," Heather nodded in agreement. "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully recruited a hero. You are awarded a silver treasure chest. Name: Heather. Loyalty: 80. Profession: Enchantress. Alchemist. Level: Novice Enchantress. Sorceress. Intermediate. Alchemist. Strength: 11. Agility: 10. Spirit: 18. Constitution: 13. Charisma: 23. Leadership: 30. Traits. Talents: Elemental Affinity: Enhanced Spirit, Focus, Heightened Perception, Energy Manipulation, Bloodline Awakening, Intelligence Skills, Magical Tricks, Mage Hand, Light Spell, Hypnosis, Charm Humans, Arcane Missile, Grease Spell, Shield Spell, Feather Fall, Web Spell, Burning Hands, Acid Arrow, Invisibility, Scorching Ray, Protective Arrow, Intermediate Alchemy. Specialties: Combat Casting, Proficient Casting, Quick Casting, Meditation, Magical Aptitude. Weapon Proficiency: Sword Weapon 60, Staff 95. Writing 107. Note: the study of enchantresses requires substantial financial investment. You must pay her a monthly salary. Upon observing Heather's attributes, Suruin was taken aback. He had not anticipated her charisma to reach an astonishing 23, merely a fraction below Chris. It was no wonder she possessed such beauty, placing her among the elite of humanity, while also dabbling as a sorceress. The sorceress profession, akin to that of an enchantress, is one of the spellcasters. Yet compared to ordinary enchantresses, sorceresses embody the essence of sophistication and charm. This vocation is predicated on physical allure. With sufficient charisma, one can wield magical abilities. In other words, an unattractive individual cannot become a sorceress. Unlike enchantresses, sorceresses do not need to delve into an extensive study of spells, spell models, or various theoretical frameworks. They can effortlessly cast spells with ease. Consider this: you labor tirelessly each day. Your dedication akin to hanging a beam over your head or pricking your thigh with a needle, fervently striving for academic excellence in hopes of entering a prestigious university. Meanwhile, there exists a peer who spends their days idly online, engrossed in novels and frivolous pursuits, never once completing assignments, yet emerges from the college entrance examination with superior results. Is this not infuriating? Even more vexing for countless sorcerers is the fact that the lineage of a sorcerer can be inherited by their descendants. This implies that should either parent be a sorcerer, their offspring possess a considerable likelihood of awakening to the same powers. With a sufficient number of heirs, each generation is bound to produce one or more sorcerers, thereby establishing a lineage of sorcery within just a few generations. Naturally, this method of inheritance diminishes over time unless a throwback phenomenon occurs, preventing a complete dilution of the bloodline. In contrast, the path to becoming a wizard is fraught with difficulty, requiring immense innate talent, particularly in mental acuity and the capacity for learning. Only those endowed with formidable mental prowess can engage in meditation, subsequently mastering various languages, spell-casting gestures, and spell templates before they can cast spells. To put it plainly, every accomplished wizard is an academic overachiever, rendering this profession inherently unwelcoming to those with lesser academic abilities. Thus, nurturing a wizard is an arduous task, and their powers do not transmit genetically. At best, their descendants may have a slightly elevated chance of becoming wizards, making the formation of a wizarding family exceedingly challenging. As a result, the vast majority of wizards are trained through apprenticeships or academic institutions, scouring the populace for gifted children to cultivate. In comparison, the time, energy, and resources expended to produce a competent wizard are staggering. Nevertheless, the substantial investment made by wizards yields greater rewards if one perseveres. Each high-ranking wizard commands an extensive repertoire of spells, equipping them to handle a myriad of situations. Only at this advanced stage can wizards truly be referred to as masters of the arcane, with their spell repertoire often doubling that of sorcerers of equivalent rank. Moreover, the spells wielded by sorcerers stem exclusively from their bloodline, resulting in a relatively narrow range of abilities. Even legendary sorcerers exhibit inferior casting capabilities compared to their wizard counterparts of the same level. Acknowledging this shortcoming, many ambitious and talented sorcerers often pursue wizardry as a secondary vocation, though such individuals are exceedingly rare. Surprisingly, Surin did not anticipate that the wizard he recruited would also possess exceptional talent as a sorcerer. The sole drawback may lie in the monthly remuneration he must provide her. As for Hester, Surin must indeed compensate her. Every wizard is a master of expenditure. Although they are often affluent, their spending is equally formidable. With various magical materials and experimental supplies commanding high prices, necessitating these payments. Subsequently, Chris arranged a room for Hester, as the town's infrastructure was rudimentary. And the finest residence was Surin's lordly manor. Fortunately, the manor boasts ample rooms, allowing for her accommodation. By the way, Hester, as an alchemist, are you capable of crafting magical artifacts? Surin inquired suddenly. Certainly, however, with my current abilities, I am unable to craft advanced magical artifacts. I can only produce some basic and intermediate magical items. Furthermore, the materials required for the creation of these magical tools must be provided by you. As I am presently devoid of resources, Heather expressed with a shrug. I must also clarify some matters in advance. There is a certain probability of failure in the creation of magical items. Should a failure occur, it is highly likely that over 90% of the materials will be rendered unusable, for I am merely an intermediate alchemist at this juncture. Rest assured, I will supply the materials myself, and I will take into account the possibility of any damage to them. Surin replied with a smile. Very well. In celebration of Heather's arrival in my domain, I intend to host a welcome banquet. As you wish, Chris said with a gentle smile. Chapter 89. Heather, too, at present. Heather is a novice sorceress and a fledgling warlock, ranking on par with human knights. Only upon awakening their life energy can one truly be considered a knight. Followed by the ranks of Great Knight, Knight Commander, Titled Knight, and ultimately, Legendary Knight. For an ordinary individual to attain knighthood is no simple feat. A healthy child must undergo rigorous training from a young age, first advancing to the rank of squire, then to apprentice knight, before finally achieving the activation of their life energy to become a knight. The hierarchy within the sorceress realm is equally meticulous. One remains an apprentice sorcerer until mastering a first circle spell. Upon mastering such a spell, they ascend to the rank of novice sorcerer, subsequently progressing through intermediate sorcerer, advanced sorcerer, great sorcerer, and ultimately, legendary sorcerer. However, the path to becoming a legendary sorcerer is fraught with challenges. In every human kingdom, there may be only one or two legendary knights, yet the number of legendary sorcerers is significantly fewer and apart from the elite. Their names are largely unknown to the common populace. As for the barbaric warriors under Surin's command, their progression follows a distinct path: barbarian hunter, barbarian warrior, barbarian champion, barbarian great axe warrior, and barbarian great axe berserker. Any barbarian recognized by the system can advance through these ranks, as barbarians are a formidable race, inherently stronger than humans. Thus, upon reaching adulthood, a barbarian can become a barbarian hunter, though this rank equates only to that of a human squire. Upon reaching the rank of barbarian warrior, they stand on par with a human knight, and the elite units attain the rank of knight commander. However, while the system hastens their power development, further advancement to elite status becomes increasingly arduous. After enduring its most challenging times, the territory has seen a significant abundance of resources. A substantial portion of the over 100,000 dinars acquired through sugar trade has been expended on procuring various essentials from merchant guilds. Consequently, Surin's standard of living has improved markedly. The banquet, though hastily arranged, boasts an array of sumptuous ingredients: roasted lamb, steak, roasted goose, and an assortment of desserts, of which the sweets are the most beloved. Following the introduction of sugar, Surin has devoted considerable effort to crafting a unique version of ice cream. By blending milk with various fruits and sugar, and then freezing it with frost magic, he has created this otherworldly delicacy. After sampling it once, Chris became enamored with the flavor, and Heather, too, found herself utterly captivated by this enchanting treat. Ding! Your hero, Heather, expresses immense satisfaction with the ice cream. enhancing her sense of belonging to the territory and increasing her loyalty by 5 points. Upon hearing the system's notification, Surin was momentarily taken aback. Such a simple dessert could elevate loyalty. Could a single serving of ice cream win over a sorceress? Surin, might I trouble you for that cup of ice cream before you? Heather gazed longingly at the untouched cup before Surin, witnessing her eager expression. Surin sighed in resignation and extended his cup towards her. Here you go, enjoy. Thank you. Heatherby swiftly seized the ice cream, eagerly scooping a spoonful into her mouth. With her eyes closed in sheer delight, her expression mirrored that of a contented cat being pampered. The room was adorned with velvet, and the bed was remarkably soft. Since embarking on her journey of wandering, she had not experienced such a comfortable slumber for an extended period. Yet, no sooner had she nestled down than she discerned some peculiar sounds emanating from outside. Initially perplexed, she soon realized the source, and with a flushed face, spat in that direction before cocooning herself beneath the covers to sleep. The next morning, Surin awoke feeling invigorated. While having breakfast, he encountered Heatherby, who seemed to have had a restless night, as evidenced by the pronounced dark circles beneath her eyes and her frequent yawns. Heatherby, did you not rest well last night? Was the bed uncomfortable? Surin inquired with concern. A cat has meow. Are there cats here? Surin pondered, somewhat baffled. Unbeknownst to him, the voice of the succubus possessed a unique enchantment, effortlessly transmitting sound to Heatherby's chamber. With the presence of a wizard in their territory, it became essential to establish a laboratory, as the experiments conducted by wizards often carried certain risks. Thus, Heatherby was tasked with selecting a suitable location within the territory, while Surin continued to oversee the construction of the aqueduct. After casting a spell to transform mud into stone for the aqueduct, Surin suddenly recalled an unopened treasure chest. Seizing the opportunity while the slaves were working, he accessed a storage space and opened the silver chest within. Congratulations, host. You have opened the silver chest and acquired the skill Geyser. Geyser, upon use, it can guide a fountain from underground water veins, propelling enemies on the surface into the air. Surin examined the skill and, to be honest, its power seemed rather modest. It consumed a considerable amount of magical energy, and its lethality was average. However, this did not imply the skill was devoid of utility. On the contrary, it held numerous applications. Originally, Surin intended for the Lord's manor to utilize the water from the aqueduct. Now with the skill, he planned to create a spring directly within the manor itself. With the spring established, even the fountain in the garden could be utilized. He urged the slaves to continue their work on the aqueduct, then mounted his horse and set off toward the Lord's castle. Soon enough, he arrived at the backyard, which was deserted at that moment. After spending a few skill points to learn Geyser, Surin released his magical energy in preparation for the spell. As he channeled his magic, his mental acuity penetrated the earth, traversing the layers of rock until he located a water vein 30 meters beneath the surface. He then guided the water vein upward until it burst forth through the ground, erupting into the air at a height of several meters. This commotion quickly drew the attention of others, and before long, Chris and Heatherby arrived, collaborating with Surin to connect the fountain to the water supply system of the Lord's castle. Chapter 90. Heather's laboratory. The water supply system in the Lord's castle had long been established, awaiting the completion of the external water supply. Now, with the fountain brought in by Surin, the castle's water supply was effectively resolved. Even the fountain in the garden had begun to function. Although it was possible to use the spell Geyser to draw underground water for a fountain, Surin chose not to halt the construction of the external water supply project. After all, once the territory expanded, the population would undoubtedly surge. It would be unfeasible for him, as the Lord, to dig wells for his subjects daily. Thus, constructing a comprehensive water supply system was the optimal solution. Heather's laboratory was soon completed, situated in the northeastern corner of the town. Surin made a special visit to her lab and discovered that it bore some resemblance to the laboratories he had seen in his past life, albeit lacking the advanced equipment of that era. Is this your laboratory? Surin inquired, picking up a glass beaker to examine it. What do you think? Aren't you curious about a wizard's experiments? Heather replied, joyfully arranging various peculiar tools within the laboratory. Not particularly. It's not as though it's an alchemist's laboratory. Surin retorted with a smirk. By the way, you mentioned you could create magical items. I have some materials here. Do you think you could use them? Magical materials? Where are they? Show me. Upon hearing that Surin possessed magical materials, Heather eagerly grasped his arm, pressing for details. Oh, sorry, just a reflex, Surin awkwardly chuckled, feeling uncomfortable being caught off guard. Right, these are the materials I mentioned. He retrieved the items from his storage space, hoping to shift the conversation. As soon as the magic tiger hide was revealed, it captured Heather's attention. Stormwind magic tiger hide? She exclaimed after inspecting it closely and sensing its magical essence. Indeed. So, can you craft magical items from this hide? The Stormwind magic tiger hide can be used to create numerous magical items. The simplest would be to make blank spell scrolls, which could then be sold to wizards. Heather elaborated, stroking the hide. This high-tier magical beast's skin naturally contains magical power, making it an excellent medium for crafting advanced spell scrolls, highly sought after by wizards. However, it would be somewhat wasteful to use such a pristine hide just for blank spell scrolls. The scraps would suffice. I have 2 proposals for this Stormwind magic tiger hide, Surin said, reclining in his chair with crossed legs, adopting a serious demeanor as if attending a lecture. What are those 2 proposals? One is to fashion a cloak from the hide, and the other is to create leather armor, Heather remarked, sensing the abundant magical energy within the hide. What is the difference in effect between the cloak and the leather armor? Surin inquired. The cloak crafted from the fur of the Ragewind magic tiger can be enchanted with the spells of haste, featherfall, and disguise, each of which may be utilized once per day before requiring a recharge. However, the benefits of the leather armor are diminished. It can enhance both magical and physical resistances and additionally bestow a secondary effect of greater strength or haste. The material required for the cloak is considerable, approximately doubling that of standard leather armor, allowing one to fashion around 12 to 15 cloaks from a single tiger hide, whereas 30 leather armors could be produced from it. Regardless of your final intentions, you must reserve a portion of this Ragewind magic tiger hide for me, Hazel proclaimed. What do you need the tiger hide for? Surin inquired, somewhat astonished. I still lack a wizard's robe. Hazel asserted defiantly, this tiger hide is thick and warm, and it can be enchanted. Naturally, I must keep a piece for crafting my robe. Very well, I shall set aside a portion for you. The remaining half of the tiger hide shall be fashioned into leather armor, while the other half is to be made into a cloak, Surin decided, continuing. Let us enchant the leather armor with a constant haste effect. Indeed, do you wish for it? Surin asked. Hazel explained. Creating the leather armor and cloak necessitates inscribing runes upon them, and the most suitable material for etching runes on the Ragewind magic tiger hide is its blood, as it significantly increases the success rate. There is plenty of blood stored in the Lord's Castle's warehouse. I will have Chris deliver some to you shortly. By the way, can you manage the heart of the Ragewind magic tiger? The heart? Ah, that can be used for potion brewing. However, I have only crafted low-level potions before. I have yet to attempt the mid-level potions that can be derived from the Ragewind magic tiger's heart. Thus, I cannot guarantee success. Do not fret, even if it fails. It will merely serve as practice, Surin waved dismissively. I also possess the skin and heart of an ogre mage. I will hand them over to you once you have completed those tasks. Ogre mage? Hazel exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise. Yes, ogre mage. What of it? Ogre mages are beings of great power, akin to grand sorcerers. The fact that you were able to slay them is remarkable. Grand sorcerer level? That seems fair enough. Surin responded nonchalantly. Hazel, taken aback by his casual demeanor, thought, how could he regard them so lightly? They are grand sorcerers, and with just one more advancement, they could become legendary creatures. To him, they seem no more significant than a mere wolfman. As for the heart and skin of the ogre mage, I am unable to process those materials, but I am aware of the types of items they can produce. What equipment can be crafted? Surin asked, intrigued. The skin of the ogre mage yields few items, the finest being the ogre's 2-piece set, the ogre's might bracers and the ogre's might belt. Both the bracers and the belt augment strength by 2 points, and when worn together, they grant a total increase of 6 points, with the maximum enhancement not surpassing the strength of an adult ogre. An adult ogre possesses a strength of 16 points, meaning this set can ultimately boost strength to that value. A novice knight, possessing a strength of 10 points, instantly transformed into a mighty warrior with a strength of 16 upon donning this particular set of armor. However, this equipment holds no value for Surin. Nevertheless, it could fetch a handsome price if sold. Chapter 91. The Tavern. The formidable strength of the adult barbarians peaks around noon, while the ultimate power of the upgraded barbarian berserkers reaches its zenith at 6 o'clock. This set of ogre armor has limited efficacy against them, yet proves advantageous for ordinary folk, capable of fetching a handsome price when sold. Additionally, the ogre's heart can be employed in potion crafting, though Heather is equally unable to produce it. Here, some demonic materials are present, including the claws of a fell-clawed demon, which you should also see to. Shuren directly extracted various materials from his storage space. How much material do you possess? Have you plundered the treasury of the Marquis of the North? So many materials. Heather exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment as Shuren continued to draw forth items. While these materials may not be exceedingly precious individually, collectively they are worth at least 50,000 gold nars. One can only ponder how many monsters must be slain to amass such a bounty. Reflecting on her previous search for materials, during which she nearly fell prey to 2 mountain bears and risked her life in the wilderness, she found it disheartening that Shuren could so effortlessly produce this abundance of magical resources. With this many materials, do you intend to exploit me as a laborer? She questioned. If you're unwilling, I shall simply take these items with me, Shuren replied with a smile. Not a chance. Once they arrive in my possession, they belong to me, Heather declared, snapping her fingers and using her mage's hand to gather the items. Bring out whatever else you have, she instructed after organizing the materials. By the way, I also possess a leaf from the Tree of Wisdom, Shuren said, retrieving the leaf he had obtained previously. What? A leaf from the Tree of Wisdom? Upon seeing the leaf in Shuren's hand, Heather lunged forward, wrapping her arms around him and reaching for the precious leaf. Shuren felt a soft mass collide with him, a delightful fragrance wafting from her, and he thought, this is quite inappropriate. Were you not just complaining about being exploited? Shuren turned the leaf over in his hand, securing it in his storage compartment. What about the leaf from the Tree of Wisdom? Let me see it, Heather demanded, grasping Shuren's hand. Is it of great importance to you? Shuren asked, intrigued. Very important, indeed. Heather nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grain. I see, Shuren replied, observing Heather clinging to him before decisively stating, I shall not part with it. You. Heather glared at Shuren, her chest heaving with indignation, appearing quite fierce. What of it? I am your employer, Shuren retorted. Suddenly, an idea struck Heather. She gritted her teeth and whispered in Shuren's ear. How about I marry you in exchange for the leaf? Please get off me, Shuren said, lifting Heather by her collar and setting her down. What do you need the leaf for? If I tell you, will you give it to me? Heather huffed. No conditions allowed. With that, Shuren playfully slapped her on the backside, having long sought the opportunity to do so. With a look of grievance, Heather gazed at Suluin and pouted. The leaves of the wisdom tree can be crafted into an awakening potion, enhancing my mental acuity and accelerating magical recovery, all without any adverse effects. I see. Then proceed to create it, Suluin nodded, retrieving a leaf from the wisdom tree. Upon seeing the leaf, Heather immediately snatched it, her eyes sparkling with excitement. How many bottles of awakening potion can be made from this leaf? 1 bottle per leaf. However, crafting the potion requires more than just the leaf. Additional ingredients are also necessary. Fortunately, while the other ingredients are quite valuable, they are not exceedingly rare, and I have them on hand. With this potion, I shall ascend to the rank of intermediate sorcerer, Heather exclaimed with enthusiasm. Excellent, I keep my promises. Without a moment's delay, Heather hurriedly ushered Suluin out of the laboratory and began preparing the awakening potion. After departing from Heather's laboratory, Suluin continued directing the slaves in the construction of the aqueduct. Once the day's tasks were completed, he habitually made his way to the tavern for a drink. As he settled at the bar, the tavern keeper, Wright, leaned in and whispered, My lord, a peculiar individual has arrived at the tavern today. Oh, what makes him peculiar? Suluin inquired, intrigued. I can't quite put my finger on it, but I have a sense that he is not an ordinary person, Wright replied, somewhat vexed. Suluin took a sip of his drink and asked, Where is this individual? In the corner by the window, Wright indicated. Fetch me another drink. Suluin glanced in that direction and noticed a man in his 30s seated in the corner. He then turned to Wright and said, Please wait a moment. Wright quickly returned with another drink. Just then, the familiar chime of the system echoed in Suluin's ears. Congratulations, host. A wandering hero has appeared in your tavern. You may attempt to recruit him. Tavern status, 1 wandering hero currently present. Accepting the drink from Wright, Suluin approached the intriguing figure. New here? Suluin placed the cup before the man and took a seat opposite him. Indeed, the man replied, turning to glance at Suluin, who then noticed that the man was blind in one eye. Try this rum. It's quite delightful, Suluin gestured. Thank you. The man replied coolly after taking a sip. I am the lord of this territory. Would you be interested in joining my domain? Unfazed by the man's indifferent demeanor, Suluin continued. You are the lord? The man regarded Suluin with newfound seriousness. Yes, is there another impostor about? I've heard that the lord of this territory is formidable. I would like to test my skills against you. Should I lose, I shall join your domain. The man stated, nodding. You wish to challenge me? Suluan regarded him with keen interest. Indeed. Very well, follow me. Suruan escorted the man away from the tavern, making his way towards the military camp's drill ground. By the way, what is your name? Harrison. The two soon arrived at the drill ground, where Suruan positioned himself at the center and gestured to Harrison, indicating that he could commence his attack. Harrison, showing no hesitation, unsheathed his sword and charged at Suruan with a sweeping strike. Suruan deftly blocked the attack with his spear, easily deflecting it. Harrison, unfazed, directed his blade downward, aiming to sever Suruan's fingers. Suruan smiled slightly, shaking his spear to forcefully parry Harrison's sword away, before executing a sweeping counterattack. The outcome of the confrontation was never in doubt. Harrison was simply no match for Suruan. Chapter 92. Sheriff Harrison after several attempts. Harrison realized that he could not inflict any harm upon Suruan. Acknowledging the vast disparity between their strengths, he promptly conceded defeat. Since you have surrendered, why not join my domain? Suruan sheathed his spear and proclaimed. Ding. The wandering hero Harrison requests to join your ranks. Do you agree? Agreement confirmed. Congratulations, host, on successfully recruiting a hero. Reward, 1 silver treasure chest. Name, Harrison. Loyalty, 75. Occupation, Silver Eagle Swordsman level. Knight, low tier extraordinary. Strength, 16. Agility, 17. Spirit, 11. Constitution, 16. Charisma, 10. Command, 75 traits. Talents intermediate. Resilience, strength, intimidation, steadfast will, courage, robust vitality, agility, alertness, discipline. Veteran officer. He once served as an officer in the Florentine Kingdom's army. Command 2, discipline 4. Old soldier. Having survived numerous brutal battlefields, he is a seasoned warrior. Will 2. Weapon proficiency. Sword weapons 145, shield 130, spear weapons 135, horsemanship 130, archery 88, throwing 82. He is an exceptional officer who, having inadvertently become entangled in the political strife of the upper nobility, was compelled to flee and take up the life of a mercenary. Each month, a stipend must be paid to him. Upon reviewing Harrison's attributes, Suruan contemplated his suitability to serve as the sheriff of his territory. Although his prowess was not extraordinary, as a hero, his abilities would steadily improve with time and dedication. With trade flourishing between the territory and the merchant guild, an influx of mercenaries and guards transformed Suruan's town, fostering prosperity but also leading to a decline in public order. Thus, he resolved to appoint a sheriff to oversee the town's safety and to impose penalties on those who transgressed. Harrison's presence perfectly aligned with Suruan's requirements. Welcome to Northern Fort. Suruan smiled. It is an honor to serve you. Harrison replied with a knightly salute. Opening his storage space, Suruan unveiled the silver treasure chest. A shimmer of ethereal light dissipated, revealing 2 pieces of refined steel within the storage compartment. The mercenaries Suruan had previously hired had now settled here, with several bringing their loved ones to reside in the town. Harrison had recruited 30 peacekeepers, forming a law enforcement squad. Of course, these peacekeepers were not particularly formidable. Even after military training, their strength was merely at the level of squire knights, with only a few achieving the status of apprentice knights. Their profession had transitioned from mercenaries to soldiers. Northern Fort new recruits, Northern Fort guards, Northern Fort elite guards, Northern Fort elite sentries, Northern Fort Iron Eagle sentinels. Compared to the formidable barbarian races, human soldiers were significantly inferior, with the elite sentry level only equivalent to that of knights. Moreover, the cost of training a soldier was considerable, necessitating additional salary payments. The wage for Northern Fort guards was 2 gold dinars, while elite guards received 5 gold dinars. The once unruly barbarian guards under Suruan now required remuneration as well. According to the standards set forth by the system, the cost of hiring these barbarian warriors was not insignificant. However, when weighed against their formidable prowess, the expense was deemed quite reasonable, especially considering that in the realm of humanity, one would struggle to procure such protection for mere dozens or hundreds of gold dinars. The responsibility of establishing and training the law enforcement team was entrusted to Harrison, while Suruan designated a portion of the town as the official residence for the Security Bureau, simultaneously commissioning the blacksmith to forge specialized weaponry for them. Since the jurisdiction of the Security Bureau lay within the territory itself, and its members were human, they lacked the robust physique characteristic of the barbarians. Moreover, most encounters involved petty thieves or mercenaries breaching territorial regulations, rendering heavy armor and massive axes unnecessary. The law enforcement officers were outfitted with light armor and chainmail, wielding longswords. Though not particularly exceptional, this equipment sufficed against merchant convoy guards and mercenaries. Security Bureau, a modest headquarters for the constables, this serves as the stronghold for maintaining territorial safety and combating crime. Security 5, Public Trust 3. Law 3, with the establishment of the Security Bureau, plans for a corresponding prison commenced. Unlike the Bureau, the prison necessitated new construction, as prisons differ significantly from ordinary residences. Fortunately, the prison need not be extensive. Those guilty of heinous crimes would face capital punishment, while only those with lesser offenses would be confined here. Under Suruin's transformative magic, the construction proceeded swiftly. Prison, you should consider yourself fortunate to be merely incarcerated, with a chance for redemption. Rehabilitation 10, Repentance 10, Indomitable 10, Soul Dread 10, Prosperity -1. Security 5, Crime -2, Law 2. Upon completion, the prison received the system's endorsement. Suruin deliberately led several humans inside for inspection. Upon entry, a palpable sense of oppression enveloped the space, creating an unsettling ambience, as if unseen eyes were perpetually observing. After a thorough tour, the expressions of the accompanying humans turned pale. Upon exiting, their gazes towards the prison were filled with trepidation. Clearly, the prison left an indelible impression on them, and henceforth, the mere thought of committing a crime would likely evoke haunting memories of the prison's grim interior, leading them to reconsider their choices. Judging by the earlier reactions of those individuals, the prison proved a formidable deterrent for criminals. In addition to the prison, Suruin also intended to establish stringent laws and monitoring departments. On the very first day following the establishment of the Security Bureau, several inebriated mercenaries were apprehended for causing a ruckus in the streets and were promptly thrown into the prison. Once sober, they would be shackled and assigned to labor or menial tasks. The presence of the Security Bureau significantly enhanced the order within the territory. To attract more residents, Suruin reached an agreement with the merchant convoys trading in the area, requesting that they bring along any willing civilians on their journeys. To incentivize the merchants, he stipulated that only those transporting 50 or more civilians would qualify to participate in the sugar trade. Undoubtedly, such actions would inevitably displease the merchant guild. Thus, Suruin proposed a form of compensation. For every individual brought by the caravan, a gold dinar would be awarded. Transporting these commoners would incur minimal costs, as they would be responsible for their own accommodations and meals, with the caravan only needing to address certain security concerns. Moreover, should they encounter monstrous attacks, they could readily wield spears to assist in defense. After careful consideration, the guild acquiesced, and from the subsequent month, the population of the territory began to experience a slow but steady increase. The local lord was largely indifferent to the exodus of these commoners, as they were primarily landless vagrants. Retaining them would serve little purpose, given that the city could not provide sufficient employment opportunities, compelling these individuals to resort to petty theft or mercenary work. To be candid, the mercenary profession bore a tarnished reputation, with many mercenaries doubling as bandits in the wild. Some would even turn against their clients, executing a job and swiftly relocating to avoid retribution. Consequently, most caravans employed their own guards and additionally hired mercenaries for protection. Thus, the departure of these vagrants was not only unimpeded by the lords but welcomed with open arms. Upon arriving in Surin's territory, these individuals found themselves destitute. Surin had no intention of generously allocating them land. There exists a saying that generosity breeds ingratitude. Should he directly grant them land, housing, and provisions, they might come to regard these gifts as entitlements, and if Surin were to withdraw his support, they would likely feel he owed them. Therefore, he was resolute in his approach, intending to provide for these individuals through labor in exchange for sustenance. With an increasing demand for labor within the territory, Surin planned to employ these individuals, compensating them with wages while allowing them to rent housing, albeit at a modest cost. This rent, though not exorbitant, was a necessity. Working for 2 meals a day, a standard arrangement for commoners of that era, it was understood that the territory would not sustain idlers. Among the commoners who arrived with the caravan, there existed a mix of diligent workers and those who preferred to shirk responsibility. For the latter, Surin need not intervene directly. He would simply assign them to be supervised by goblins or gnolls, who would ensure they received a thorough lesson in industriousness. After 3 months of labor within the territory, these individuals would earn the right to purchase houses and land, or to cultivate uncultivated land. Cultivating such land required prior notification, with a fee of 1 gold dinar granting the rights to 10 acres of wilderness. This land would enjoy a 3-year tax exemption, after which normal taxation would resume. Housing could be rented, and with sufficient funds, purchased outright. Thus, in Surin's territory, diligent work would ensure survival and improvement, as those at the bottom often labored hard yet struggled for mere subsistence. With the influx of population, the territory grew increasingly vibrant. In addition to sugar, Surin's domain began exporting rum, a refreshing and flavorful beverage that quickly gained immense popularity. Consequently, several merchant guilds vied for a share of the rum market. Rum, being crafted from waste honey, is not particularly costly. In pursuit of higher profits, Surin has embarked on a novel packaging endeavor for premium rum. With the burgeoning population in the region, he established a glass factory along the banks of the Red Sand River, utilizing river sand for glass production. Initially, he harbored concerns about the quality of the glass, but to his surprise, Heather proved to be remarkably adept at glassmaking. As a mid-level alchemist, the process of creating glass was surely a trivial task for her. Under Heather's guidance, Surin's glass factory successfully produced satisfactory glass. Surin entrusted the management of the factory to Chris, only to discover an intriguing fact. Chris possessed an innate talent for management. Under her stewardship, nothing ever went awry. Consequently, Surin contemplated learning management techniques from Chris, but after observing her methods, he promptly abandoned the idea. It was a matter of innate ability. Once Chris employed her advanced charm, nearly everyone transformed into her devoted acolytes, working with an enthusiasm akin to having been invigorated by a potent stimulant. If Surin were a tad more unscrupulous, he could easily forego their wages. After witnessing Chris's management style, Surin resigned himself to the fact that such a natural advantage could not be acquired, unless he was willing to don feminine attire and cultivate a talent for high-level charm. Surin tasked her with crafting magical items, but she produced none. Fortunately, the awakening elixir was finally completed. This elixir was encased in a magical crystal vial, specifically designed for the preservation of high-grade potions. As long as the stopper remained sealed, the magical properties within could be perfectly preserved for approximately 5 centuries. The awakening elixir appeared as a translucent liquid of a blue-violet hue, reminiscent of a starry night sky, continuously shimmering with ethereal light, presenting a strikingly beautiful sight. Moreover, the attributes of this potion were exceedingly powerful. Awakening elixir, a wondrous potion meticulously crafted using leaves from the Tree of Wisdom as its primary ingredient. Upon consumption, it enhances mental acuity by 4, elemental affinity by 2, and provides a permanent 30 increase in magical recovery. Side effects: none. This concoction is entirely suited for wizards and has the potential to alter the constitution of an ordinary individual, enabling them to learn magic. Chapter 94. Development 2. Hathaway required a tranquil environment to consume her potion, prompting Suruin to meticulously prepare a quiet room within the Lord's castle. Everyone else was instructed to maintain a distance, and barbarian guards were stationed outside to ensure her safety. Hathaway's advancement proceeded smoothly. Suruin distinctly sensed the elemental energies in the vicinity converging towards that chamber. After approximately 3 hours, this phenomenon subsided. 2 hours later, the tightly shut door swung open, and Hathaway emerged, her face alight with joy. Upon seeing Suruin and Chris, she exuberantly rushed towards them, exclaiming, "I have succeeded. I am now a mid-level wizard." After a moment of excitement, she finally calmed down. Suruin then opened Hathaway's attributes for inspection. Name: Hathaway Loyalty, 95 Profession, Wizard Alchemist Level, Mid-level Wizard, Mid-level Sorceress, Mid-level Alchemist Strength, 13 Agility, 12 Spirit, 23 Constitution, 15 Charisma, 23 Leadership, 30 Skills, Magical Tricks. Mage Hand, Light Spell, Hypnosis, Charm Person, Arcane Missile, Grease, Shield Spell, Feather Fall, Web, Burning Hands, Acid Arrow, Invisibility, Scorching Ray, Protection from Arrows, Intermediate Alchemy, Giant Strength. Elemental Resistance, Fly, Fireball, Lightning Bolt, Summon Magical Creatures, Hold Person. Specialties: Combat Casting, Proficient Casting, Rapid Casting, Meditation, Magical Aptitude, Spell Efficiency, Weapon Proficiency, Sword Weapon 60. Staff 95, Writing 107. Note: such as a wizard incurs substantial expenses, you must pay her salary monthly. This advancement not only elevated her wizardry but also enhanced her sorceress abilities. The strength within her bloodline augmented her physical attributes, particularly her spirit, which increased by 5 points, 4 of which were attributed to the awakening potion, while the remaining point likely stemmed from the benefits of her advancement. Now that the advancement is complete, let us hasten to create those magical items, Suruin said, affectionately ruffling Hathaway's wine-red hair into a disarray. Previously, I was at most ... But now I have transformed into, completing the leap from C to D, Sister Chris. Look at the greedy face of the nobility. I have just advanced, and they are already eager to exploit me, Hathaway remarked, escaping Suruan's playful grasp to hide behind Chris. All right, take your time to rest before proceeding. There is no rush for those items, Chris replied with a smile. Very well, Suruan conceded with a shrug. After her ascent to mid-level wizardry, Hathaway demonstrated increased proficiency in crafting magical items. Within just 2 days, she successfully created a piece of leather armor and a cloak. Both magical items were crafted from the hide of the Stormwind tiger, and they appeared quite impressive. Cloak, unnamed intermediate magical item. Material, Fury Wind Demon Tiger Skin, Defense 3. Insulation, additional spells. Minor acceleration once per day, Featherfall once per day, Disguise once per day, minor acceleration, upon activation. Increases speed by 20% for a duration of 10 minutes. Featherfall, upon activation, reduces the user's weight, allowing for a safe descent from heights without injury. Lasting for 10 minutes. Disguise, upon activation, the user blends seamlessly with the surrounding environment, becoming difficult to detect, though movement ceases, lasting for 1 hour. Leather armor, unnamed intermediate magical item. Material, Fury Wind Demon Tiger Skin, Defense 8, Agile Movement, additional effects, reduces spell damage taken by 10%. Reduces physical damage taken by 10%, additional skill, minor strength once per day, minor acceleration once per day. Minor strength, upon activation. Increases the user's strength by 3 points, lasting for 10 minutes. Minor acceleration, upon activation, increases movement speed by 20% for a duration of 10 minutes. Both magical items possess commendable qualities. The cloak is particularly suitable for scouts, with its 3 additional spells proving quite practical, while the leather armor is designed for warriors engaged in frontline combat. Notably, these magical garments do not impede the wearing of standard equipment. For instance, a barbarian can don the leather armor beneath a half-plate, reaping the benefits of both the leather's effects and the iron's defense. Similarly, one can wear chainmail or leather armor beneath the cloak. As for the choice against iron armor, one must question why scouts would don cumbersome iron plates. Quite remarkable. Let us proceed with the crafting of these 2 types of equipment. Surin examined both magical items and expressed satisfaction. Regarding the Fury Wind Demon Tiger Skin you provided, I calculated that we can craft 6 cloaks and 10 pieces of leather armor with enough material left to cut out several blank magical scrolls. If you agree, I shall proceed with this plan. Hazel handed a divided design sketch to Surin. Let us adhere to your proposal. Surin casually glanced over it and consented. By the way, I almost forgot to mention, I can also craft from the materials obtained from the ogre, Hazel boasted, her expression radiating a desire for praise. Well done, Surin complimented. After nearly 2 months of construction, the water supply system within the territory is nearing completion. A 4-kilometer-long elevated aqueduct for water wheels towering over 30 meters high on either bank of the Red Sand River, and a reservoir capable of holding 1,000 cubic meters. This reservoir can effortlessly meet the water needs of a city with tens of thousands of inhabitants. The water supply pipes within the territory are crafted from pottery, with the connections made using mud to stone bonds, while the pipes within the rooms are made of iron. The ancient Romans, discontented with iron's propensity to rust, opted for lead in their water pipes. While the pipes remained rust-free, the Romans suffered from lead poisoning, although it may not be the direct cause of the fall of the Roman Empire. The prolonged consumption of water contaminated with excessive lead levels could have led to a decline in their physical constitution and a decrease in fertility rates, among other issues. Ding. The urban water supply system is complete. Urban water supply system. Utilizing large water wheels as a means of lifting water, interconnected elevated aqueducts, substantial reservoirs for filtration, sedimentation, and disinfection, with ceramic and iron pipes facilitating the distribution of water. Water sources typically rated at 15 for cleanliness and disinfection, 20 for durability, 10 for aesthetic appeal, 2 for public sentiment, 1 for security, and 5 for prosperity. A reliable water supply fosters a sense of belonging among the inhabitants, while clean and accessible water contributes to the city's flourishing. Chapter 95, The Water Monster. Once the water supply system was established, the public amenities of the town needed to keep pace. The construction of fountains and public baths became imperative. With the decision to expand the town, the public baths would be situated on the outskirts. The town, with a perimeter of 500 meters, was divided into the Lord's residential area. Apart from Surin's castle, this would serve as the dwelling for the Lord's guards and their families. Upon the completion of the outer town, this entire area would be relocated there. The newly defined city walls spanned 1 kilometer on each side, totaling 4 kilometers, thus qualifying it as a small city. The original walls transformed into the inner city. While to facilitate the outer town's construction, Surin led his barbarian guards to the wilderness to capture a considerable number of slaves. In truth, due to their relentless patrolling and sweeping actions, the goblins and wolfmen surrounding the territory had diminished significantly. Although these creatures lacked intelligence, they were astute enough to avoid hazardous areas. Surin's territory had now become a perilous zone for the goblins and wolfmen. To capture more slaves, it was necessary to venture farther from the territory. After raiding several goblin tribes, the number of slaves in the territory surged to 2,000. Surin did not intend to employ the spell of transforming mud into stone for the construction of the outer city walls, primarily due to the immense scale of the project. In his vision, the height of these walls would be 10 meters, with a thickness of 4 meters. Such a colossal undertaking would require thousands of castings if solely reliant on his magic. With the sugar trade providing a stable source of income, Surin once again dispatched Jean to the northern cities to procure slaves to bolster the population of the territory. Currently, the number of human slaves had exceeded 1,000, while over 300 refugees had arrived with the merchant caravans. The population of Surin's domain now surpassed 1,700, allowing for the establishment of a brick kiln factory without significant strain on resources. However, his good spirits were short-lived. A soldier from the security team rode in hastily, and the grim news he bore darkened Surin's countenance. 3 fishermen had been murdered at the port the previous night. Upon hearing this, Surin's earlier cheerfulness evaporated, and he strode towards the port with a somber expression. The deceased were slaves purchased by Surin, tasked with fishing. Following the numerous purges, the area surrounding the town had become quite secure. Furthermore, the port was shielded by 2 rivers, deterring goblins and dog-headed creatures, while wolfmen, disliking water, also refrained from venturing there. Consequently, the slaves often chose to stay near the port at night for convenience. With the bison no longer slaughtered due to agricultural needs and the attempts to domesticate the gazelle underway, suspending any killings until success was achieved, the source of meat within the territory had diminished significantly. The sudden deaths of 3 fishermen would undoubtedly instill fear for safety among the remaining fishermen. Upon Surin's arrival, a crowd had already gathered. As they noticed their lord's presence, the townsfolk parted to clear a path, and Sheriff Harrison approached to greet him. Upon hearing the sheriff's shout, the surrounding crowd immediately scattered like frightened birds. Surin followed Harrison to the port, where 3 stretchers lay, having retrieved the bodies from the water. When were they discovered? What was the cause of death? Were any clues found? Surin approached the bodies, as a soldier hastily lifted the linen cloth covering them. It appeared that these individuals had been drowned after being dragged into the water. Their bodies bore numerous entanglements, and their faces were a ghastly shade of purple. As a seasoned veteran with investigative skills, Harrison was able to discern the cause of death for these individuals. They had been ambushed in their slumber, ensnared by a formidable adversary, leaving them with virtually no capacity for resistance. After their demise, the assailant had even extracted their hearts. Preliminary judgments indicated that the perpetrator was not human, but rather a creature from the depths of the water. All 3 deceased were adults, robust from ample sustenance. They had been slain without any chance to fight back, signifying the strength of their ambusher. Ding. Task initiated. The host is urged to swiftly address the crisis within the river. Were there any discoveries aboard the fishing vessels? Surin inquired after examining the 3 bodies. The 3 fishing boats exhibited some damage, and they were covered in a substantial amount of slime. Let us investigate further. The group approached the fishing boats at the port. The vessels had been dragged ashore, revealing various damages and a translucent slime that was smooth to the touch and reeked of fish. Clearly, the assailant was a creature of the river. A monster from the water? Could it be a merman? Surin furrowed his brow in contemplation. However, mermen typically reside near the sea, and this location was at least several hundred kilometers inland. Had these creatures foolishly ventured here to commit murder? No. Upon examining the bodies, it was evident they had been ensnared and dragged underwater by tentacle-like appendages. Mermen do not possess such limbs, Surin mused swiftly. Where were the bodies discovered? Surin continued his inquiry. They were found amidst a patch of aquatic vegetation. At the time of discovery, the 3 bodies were ensnared by the plants. Harrison led Surin to a river bend, pointing to a patch of water grass. Soon, they arrived at the location where indeed a significant amount of slime was found upon the vegetation. Surin and the others continued to search the vicinity, expanding their search radius. Before long, a soldier uncovered a new clue. "My lord, there is slime here as well." Surin rushed over to investigate, discovering copious amounts of slime on the water grass in this area. The group then followed the trail of slime, uncovering increasingly more clues. After half an hour of diligent searching, with no further discoveries ahead, the group decided to concentrate their primary search efforts on this body of water. Chapter 96. The Water Monster 2. Indeed, Harrison replied. Unbeknownst to them, time had slipped into the noon hour. With the sun poised to ascend to its zenith in the sky, sunlight danced upon the water's surface, shimmering brilliantly, when suddenly, Surin spotted a colossal shadow rising from the depths. Ding! A water monster has been detected. Host, please address the situation promptly. The creature's head appeared grotesque, its enormous form looming ominously. Its tentacles, each measuring at least 8 or 9 meters in length, surged forward upon sighting the fishing boats. Despite its immense size, the water monster moved with remarkable swiftness through the water, closing in on the last of the fishing vessels in mere moments. The astonishingly long tentacles darted towards the boat, and any soldier ensnared would be effortlessly dragged beneath the surface. At that moment, a spear flew through the air and struck the creature's tentacle, causing it to recoil. Yet, for reasons unknown, the spear did not penetrate the tentacle but rather slid off to the side. The soldiers, narrowly escaping peril, hastily distanced themselves from the water monster. Infuriated by the attack, the creature bellowed at Surin, and in the next instant, several 10-meter-long green water columns surged towards him. "Damn, is that an acid arrow?" Surin exclaimed, observing the approaching projectile. Typical acid arrows measured only about half a meter, yet this one was over 10 times that length. Frostblade. A chilling aura emanated from Surin as he summoned 3 ice blades, which rapidly transformed the surrounding river water into glacial ice. With a deft flick of his spear, a massive ice shield materialized before him, perfectly positioned to intercept the acid arrow. The acid arrow collided with the ice shield, causing a spray of corrosive liquid, which instantly withered the surrounding reeds and aquatic plants, rendering the earth blackened. The ice shield bore the brunt of the impact, soon adorned with spiderweb-like fissures. Yet the chill released by Surin swiftly refroze it. With a jolt of his spear, the enormous ice shield shattered, sending shards scattering in the sunlight, refracting a kaleidoscope of colors. Without hesitation, Surin's icy aura intensified, and ice blades rapidly manifested, slicing through the water towards the water monster. As the blades skimmed the river's surface, they transformed the water into solid ice, creating 3 distinct ice paths in the blink of an eye. The monster's tentacles conjured a towering wave, surging towards the ice blades. Upon collision, the wave morphed into an iceberg, only to be shattered by the subsequent crashing surf. Surin's form flickered as he darted toward the 3 ice paths, reaching the water monster in an instant. Upon witnessing Surin's audacity in advancing, the creature's fury escalated, and 6 tentacles lashed out towards him. Surin swept his spear horizontally, deflecting the tentacles, yet the impact felt akin to a miscalculated blow, leaving him unsettled. After being struck aside, the monster's tentacles circled back, launching another assault on Surin. With a roar, he exerted force beneath him, causing the ice path to collapse. Surin leaped several meters into the air, executing a sweeping strike towards the water monster. With a resounding thud, the creature's massive body was propelled several meters away by Surin's strike. At last, he discerned that the surface of the water monster was enveloped in a transparent liquid. It is precisely due to this layer of liquid that Surin's strikes were largely evaded. The water demon was propelled backward, crashing with a resounding thud against the water's surface. Although most of the force had been dissipated, the impact still elicited a pained wail from the creature, intensifying its chaotic frenzy. Tentacles flailed wildly, relentlessly assaulting Surin, while the surrounding river churned into towering waves. Fortunately, the fishing boats had already retreated to safety. Otherwise, the monstrous waves would have led to swift destruction and loss of life. A frigid aura enveloped Surin, while the solid ice beneath his feet remained steadfast against the tumultuous waves. Ice slash. 3 arcs of ice froze the surging waters, and with a powerful push, Surin leapt high into the air, evading the relentless onslaught of the waves below. With an agility rating of 29, his movements were exceptionally nimble, and utilizing the floating ice on the river's surface, he sprung onto the water demon's tentacles. Lightning spear. Blue electric sparks crackled around Surin's form, the long spear in his hand shimmering with arcs of lightning. Ice slash. Denying the creature an opportunity to retaliate, the chill within him erupted forth. A series of ice slashes were unleashed in rapid succession, transforming the surrounding river into a frozen expanse. A multitude of icy blades converged, forming a colossal iceberg, and the monstrous water demon found itself trapped within the frigid confines. The iceberg sparkled under the sun, a pale blue monument encasing a water demon of approximately 4 meters in height, its expression frozen in terror. Long, sinuous tentacles writhed helplessly, similarly encased in ice. The soldiers who had just disembarked gazed at Surin with admiration, having recently witnessed the overwhelming ferocity of the water demon. They were astonished that this seemingly formidable creature had been dispatched so effortlessly by Surin. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying the water demon. You have gained 13,252 experience points. The system notification chimed in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, host, your level has increased. You have received 2 free attribute points, 2 skill points, and a silver treasure chest. Ding! By defeating the water demon, you have gained a significant amount of prestige. Your reputation spreads across the wasteland, and your soldiers hold you in even greater esteem. Prestige level 1. Congratulations, host, on successfully defeating the water demon. Your territory's security is now rated at 2, and the people's trust at 5. As the Lord of Souls traversed countless worlds, absorbing the spirits of myriad beings into his essence, Lincoln awakened in a strange new realm. Chapter 97, The Water Monster, Part 3, Both the Red Sand River and the White Water River are teeming with lush aquatic vegetation, and the abundance of fish in these waters is more than sufficient to cater to the carnivorous needs of the townsfolk. At present, the fishing industry holds a significantly more prominent position than agriculture in the northern fortress of the town. Despite the tragic demise of 3 fishermen at the port last night, fishing activities were set to continue today, albeit with the precaution that each fisherman was equipped with weapons and instructed to avoid solitary outings. After arming themselves, the fishermen formed small groups to venture into the river. Before long, several fishermen returned with their catches, which they presented at the port's management office. The office would allocate corresponding points based on the type and weight of the fish brought in. Once the fish were counted and assessed, the workers would sift through the haul, selecting out the small fish, no larger than the palm of a hand, and collectively discarding them into a nearby fish pond. This pond stretched over 300 meters in length and 50 meters in width, originally a low-lying area, which had been transformed into a fishery by Surin. The pond is connected to the Red Sand River by 2 water channels, each terminating in a small dam, making it an ideal habitat for the smaller fish caught by the fishermen. What is that? An iceberg? Is that the security team? At the port, a crowd began to murmur as they observed a large block of ice gradually approaching, tethered by ropes and towed by several small boats. Look, there is something inside that ice. As the ice drew nearer to the port, a fisherman suddenly exclaimed. Indeed, there is something within. Soon, the massive ice block was brought alongside the port, and the onlookers buzzed with speculation. Stand back. This is the water monster that claimed the lives of 3 fishermen last night. The Lord has dealt with it, so you may all return to your duties without worry. With that, Harrison directed the soldiers of the security team to transport the ice block into the town. Surin had already departed, mounted on his steed. He opened his attribute panel and allocated the 2 points he had just earned, investing one in spirit and the other in agility. Name, Surin race, human level, LV20, 6,854 40,000, strength, 37 agility, 30 spirit, 25 constitution, 29 charisma, 21 command, 63 skills, omitted. He opened his storage space, revealing a silver treasure chest rewarded by the system. This monster was not particularly formidable. The only challenge lay in the aquatic combat environment, where Surin's prowess underwater could only be deemed average. If the creature remained submerged, he would likely be at a disadvantage. However, if it surfaced, it would depend on his skill. The ice blade could create ice blocks for footholds on the water's surface, while the thunder spear could incapacitate the creature, granting Surin a critical strike opportunity. Upon opening the silver treasure chest, a flash of brilliance illuminated the surroundings. Congratulations, host. You have opened the silver treasure chest and obtained the iron frame bow. Iron frame bow, a bow meticulously forged from high-quality steel, known for its strength and long range. It is a rare and exceptional bow. Requirements: strength 17, constitution 15. Range: 3, power, 2, penetration, 15 chance to pierce through. Upon witnessing the attributes of this bow, Surin's eyes gleamed with excitement. This bow surpassed the centaur longbow previously given to him by Owen, which was already a formidable weapon in its own right. However, while this bow was exceptional, it came with high requirements, demanding 17 points of strength. Without sufficient power, one could not draw it back. Taking out the iron frame bow, Surin tested its elasticity, finding the bowstring crafted from steel wire and beast sinew to be remarkably resilient. This iron frame bow possessed immense power. And after toying with it for a while, Surin's thoughts drifted to the formation of his archery unit. Lacking quality timber for crafting longbows, he considered utilizing this iron frame bow instead. Returning to the town, Surin sought out Heather. The aquatic creature he had encountered earlier belonged to the category of magical beasts. Yet he was unfamiliar with it and the materials it bore, intending to have Heather handle it. Carefully, she began to carve into the claws of the beast with her engraving knife. The claws, 3 mutated bone structures measuring between 30 to 40 centimeters, had the central claw as the longest and most valuable component of the creature. In comparison, the heart and demonic hide were of lesser worth. The claws were natural magical weapons, surpassing steel in hardness and exhibiting great resilience, and they inherently possessed armor-piercing qualities. Transforming these into magical weapons was no simple task. Heather had to focus intently, completing the final rune with her carving knife before sighing in relief. She retrieved a potion she had already prepared. Pouring it into the runes she had inscribed while reciting incantations, a surge of magical energy began to coalesce within the laboratory, soon merging under Heather's control into the claws of the beast. A flash of ethereal light appeared, subsequently vanishing as it infused into the claws, which transformed dramatically into a curved dagger. The dagger measured approximately 35 centimeters, extending to 50 centimeters with the handle, resembling the scimitars used by desert tribes. Its blade bore a muted hue, seemingly capable of absorbing light, making it perfect for ambushes in the dark. Ding dong. At that moment, the magical doorbell chimed, prompting Heather to set down the empty vial and rise to answer the door. "What brings you here?" Upon seeing Surin, she opened the door wider to let him in. "Am I not allowed to visit?" Surin replied, as he stepped into the laboratory and began to survey his surroundings. "Of course, my lord," Heather responded playfully, sticking her tongue out at him before continuing, "Is this your new creation?" Surin's gaze fell upon the curved dagger resting on the table, and upon receiving Heather's nod of approval, he reached out to grasp it. "Just completed," Heather declared proudly. As Surin lifted the dagger, he was pleasantly surprised by its lightness, effortlessly swinging it a couple of times, generating a sharp whooshing sound. "This is an excellent weapon," Surin remarked. Although he did not wield curved daggers, he could still discern the quality of weapons. "Indeed, I put a tremendous amount of effort into crafting this," Heather said with a proud puff of her chest. Indeed, she is a woman of dual mountains. Curved blade, unnamed intermediate magical weapon. Material, claw of the beast. This is a finely crafted magical weapon, ingeniously utilizing the unique properties of the claw itself. It is a nocturnal assassin, with sharpness 2, armor piercing 2, attack speed 1, and resilience 1. Chapter 98. The potion. Have you named this weapon yet? Su Luan inquired, his fingers gently tracing the blade of the curved dagger. Heather Vi, tidying up the items on the experimental table without lifting her gaze, replied, "Not yet. Do you have any suggestions?" "What about the shadow blade?" "Sounds intriguing," Su Luan said, setting the curved dagger down. "How many of these daggers do we have?" With her arms crossed and a hint of annoyance in her eyes, Heather Vi shot him a glare before responding, "Do you think this is a potato? We can make as many as needed. The claws you provided only have 2 suitable for crafting this curved dagger. The rest can only be fashioned into daggers." "The water monster," Su Luan remarked. Heather V's eyes sparkled at his words. "Where is it? Take me there. I have arranged for it to be delivered. It should have arrived by now." Su Luan replied with a smile. As they left the laboratory, they waited for a few moments before spotting a massive block of ice being pulled by 2 horses. Heather Vi dashed toward it, eager with anticipation. Upon reaching the ice block, she pressed against it to peer inside. This is an adult dark-scale water monster, and its body is remarkably well preserved. "Do you recognize this creature?" Su Luan asked from beside her. "Of course, it's a dark-scale water monster. This is my first time seeing one. Once it's taken to my lab, I intend to dissect it," Heather Vi exclaimed excitedly. Su Luan discreetly stepped back, observing the enthusiastic Heather Vi and glancing at the frozen corpse of the dark-scale water monster. In his mind, he envisioned a whimsical scene, a bear-like girl in a wizard's robe, wielding various knives with a look of exhilaration as she dissected the water monster, sending a chill down his spine. Heathervi remained oblivious to Su Luan's expression as she animatedly directed the others to lower the ice block and transport it to the laboratory. What purpose does this water monster serve? Su Luan inquired curiously. The greatest benefit of this water monster is that its heart can be used to create an underwater breathing potion, Heathervi explained. Su Luan, puzzled, remarked, an underwater breathing potion? It's not particularly rare, is it? Why the emphasis? This underwater breathing potion is far more complex than you might think. Standard potions allow for about 3 hours of underwater breathing, with superior ones lasting longer, but they never exceed 6 hours. However, a potion crafted from the heart of a dark-scale water monster grants permanent underwater breathing, she elaborated. It's akin to permanently solidifying the underwater breathing spell upon you. Permanent solidification of a spell? How astonishing! Su Luan exclaimed, gazing at the corpse of the dark-scale water monster before him. The effect of such spell solidification is exceedingly rare, typically achievable only by powerful casters or formidable beings willing to pay a significant price. For instance, those of legendary status may opt to permanently expend some of their magical essence to bestow a spell effect upon another. Such an act is seldom offered to anyone outside of close kin or those possessing an irresistible incentive. After all, it entails a permanent loss of one's own power. Alternatively, certain demigods or divine beings may bestow blessings, which can confer a spell effect upon others. Such blessings are rarely granted, typically reserved for a select few favored by the gods. Generally, the effects of these divine blessings are quite powerful, requiring a minimum of legendary status to wield. Remarkably, the dark-scaled water creature possesses this capability. However, the spell effect it offers is rather modest, far inferior to those of more formidable entities. Nonetheless, the low cost and absence of side effects make it appealing, particularly the underwater breathing spell, which proves to be quite practical in numerous situations. In fact, there exist other means of solidifying spell effects in this world, the most renowned being the magical tattooing technique, purportedly invented by elves. This process involves etching magical runes onto the human body, a skill of considerable potency. Yet, despite its strength, this technique has limited growth potential, and the strain of rune inscription on the human constitution can be immense and excruciating, leading many to failure under the duress of pain. After all, humans are not a magical race by nature, lacking innate spells or robust resistance to various magics. Consequently, the technique has seen little use due to its substantial resource demands, stringent inscription conditions, and the relatively low level of spells that can be inscribed. While some have aspired to inscribe advanced spells using magical tattoos, the limitations of human skin present a challenge. It is said that elves possess far superior magical inscription techniques. The exquisite white marble, a precious stone in the city of Kalth, is especially rare in the northern wilderness. Su Luan has long envisioned constructing a bathroom from this marble, designed for swimming, complete with a fountain. He remains undecided on whether to place a statue of a mermaid or something else within the fountain. The marble bathroom designed by Su Luan merges the architectural styles of ancient Rome and Greece, while its functionality reflects modern aesthetics from a past life, surpassing the building styles of this world. Even the public bathhouse in his territory is set to adopt this style, though the materials will not be marble. The water source for the bathhouse is a subterranean hot spring, which Su Luan spent considerable time locating using a geothermal spell, subsequently redirecting the spring's flow here with substantial magical energy. The spring water maintains a temperature of approximately 60 degrees, which Su Luan finds perfect for enjoying with Chris. The conduit channels the spring water directly into the bathhouse, ensuring that the water in the bath remains pristine at all times. The walls of the bathhouse are adorned with various relief sculptures, crafted by several skilled artisans. These sculptures depict a range of mythological tales and formidable creatures, rendering the entire bathhouse a veritable work of art. Chapter 99. The Burrower Worm. The planning of the bathroom in the Lord's Castle has been completed, and what remains is the gradual construction by the artisans. Surin intends to erect a central square within his territory. In fact, when the city was initially conceived, he had already reserved ample space for it. In his vision, this city, which belongs to him, will be a magnificent, grand, beautiful, and tidy place. Roads, flower beds, and sidewalks are essential, and a large fountain is also needed in the square. The entire city is designed with a comprehensive drainage system, which will channel the wastewater to a specially constructed cesspool located far from the town. Surin plans to ferment the sewage and various waste materials here, ultimately transforming them into organic fertilizer for the fields. From the onset of urban planning, Surin has never ceased the construction of roads. The roads within the town are now largely complete, while the newly constructed outer city roads are still underway. As of now, the road connecting the town to the port and the glass factory has been finished. However, compared to the roads within the town, the outer roads lack drainage ditches. The current road under construction leads to the brick kiln, as the forthcoming developments in the city will require a substantial quantity of bricks. This road needs to be completed swiftly. At the construction site in the wild, a group of goblins and kobolds toil under the watchful eyes of overseers wielding whips. The ground has already been marked with white lines, indicating the areas that these creatures must excavate to a depth of half a meter, followed by layers of compacted soil. Despite the bustling activity, everything is orderly. Chris has meticulously organized all the tasks, allowing the slaves to work methodically. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream pierces the wilderness. The ground erupts with a gaping maw, ensnaring a kobold. The terrifying jaws, reminiscent of blooming petals, are lined with sharp teeth. As they close gently, the kobold is instantly reduced to a pulpy mass. It is the burrow worm. The barbarian warriors immediately recognize the creature. Just then, another scream echoes nearby as yet another slave falls victim. Two barbarian warriors rush towards the source of the commotion, but the burrower worm is cunning. After striking, it swiftly vanishes from sight. Having witnessed two slaves being slain right before their eyes, the expressions of the two barbarian warriors darken. They feel a profound sense of failure for not safeguarding the slaves' safety. The ground trembles slightly beneath their feet, and in the next moment, a dreadful moss suddenly appears beneath one of the barbarian warriors. However, the instinctively agile barbarian is far superior to the goblins and kobolds. Anticipating the attack, he leaps aside just before the jaws snap shut, simultaneously swinging his double-headed axe with tremendous force. With a sickening squelch, the foul blood sprays forth, accompanied by a heart-wrenching roar of rage. The barbarian's mighty axe tears a horrific gash in the burrower worm's fearsome mandibles. Another barbarian, equally synchronized in their actions, swung a massive axe, leaving a deep wound on the body of the burrowing worm that had emerged from the ground. A substantial portion of flesh was sheared away near its mandibles, creating a gaping hole in its mouth. With a ferocious roar, the burrowing worm, severely injured, attempted to flee once more. Suddenly, a stream of green liquid erupted from its terrifying mandibles. The two barbarian warriors swiftly dodged, as the corrosive liquid sizzled upon contact with the ground, turning the earth and surrounding vegetation into a charred black. Utilizing the splash of acid, the burrowing worm successfully escaped once again. As a social creature, the burrowing worm's distress triggered two more agonizing cries from the wilderness, indicating that two more slaves had fallen victim. The surrounding slaves scattered in all directions, fleeing the area. All slaves, withdraw from this zone. Do not act alone. They will attack those who stray. Upon witnessing the reappearance of two burrowing worms, the barbarian warriors urgently commanded the slaves to retreat. Chaos ensued as the slaves sought refuge. And at that moment, the burrowing worm launched another assault. The two barbarian warriors were unable to provide aid in time. Just then, a shadow materialized, followed by a bright flash of a blade, and the burrowing worm emitted another mournful roar. With a fierce bellow, the barbarian warrior's form seemed to swell, his muscular arms revealing sinewy veins, his eyes bloodshot with fury as he entered a state of berserk rage. He charged directly at the burrowing worm. In response, the shadow retreated a few steps, eyeing the barbarian with caution. The warrior, muscles taut and bones cracking with the strain, wielded his heavy axe, unleashing a gust of air as it cleaved through the air, striking the burrowing worm's head with tremendous force. The blow severed the creature's head, dark yellow blood gushing forth. The worm's massive body thrashed before crashing to the ground. Stranger, reveal your intentions. The barbarian, having calmed from his rage, remained vigilant, his gaze fixed on the figure clad in a gray robe. This figure appeared somewhat emaciated yet stood tall, approximately 2 meters in height, shrouded in the voluminous robe that concealed even their face, exuding an air of mystery. Chapter 100. The Drow Elf Greetings. I mean no harm, merely passing through. Seeking to procure some supplies in the town. A raspy voice echoed. Supplies, you say? And who might you be? Came Surin's voice from behind. Head. 2 barbarian warriors promptly bowed. You are not human, are you? Surin scrutinized the figure before him. An orc? A half-orc? A half-elf? Or perhaps another race? Surin addressed the silhouette. Regardless, what is it that you wish to purchase? Food. Food? On the wasteland, weapons and provisions are the most coveted commodities. Do you truly believe I would sell to a stranger of dubious origin? Surin chuckled softly. I can pay. The raspy voice persisted. I am not in need of coin. Surin shook his head. Unless you provide a compelling reason, I bid you farewell. Wait, what do you desire? The figure hastily interjected as Surin turned to depart. Your prowess appears commendable. A wanderer, perhaps? I require assistance in training some scouts. Surin fixed his gaze upon him. The figure remained silent for a moment before responding. You wish for my aid in training scouts? No other stipulations? Indeed. Are you not concerned about my identity? And what might your identity be? A fugitive? Surin spread his hands, then spoke in an authoritative tone. This is my territory. My word is law. Very well, I accept your terms. Now, may I reveal my identity? Surin inquired. The figure hesitated momentarily, then lowered his hood, revealing snow-white hair. Through the strands, Surin discerned his ashen skin, faintly reddened eyes, and ears that were more pointed than those of an ordinary being. A drow elf? Surin exclaimed in surprise, soon realizing that while the ears were indeed pointed, they bore a distinct difference from those of true elves. No, wait, a half-drow elf. You are a half-drow elf? Surin pressed. You have ventured to the surface? Do you still wish to employ me? Inquired the drow elf. Are you a defector? Surin appraised the individual. The majority of drow elves worship the Spider Queen Loth, a deity of treachery and fear, not one to be trifled with. Within drow society, the status of males is nearly equivalent to that of slaves, while females are recognized as family members, with only female drow being permitted to serve as priests of Loth. Each drow city is divided into numerous families based on bloodlines, and these families engage in a web of plots and assassinations to gain the favor of Loth. Moreover, such machinations occur not only between families but also within them. Male drow, often lacking magical aptitude, hold a lowly status, and even in death, they are condemned to become grotesque spider creatures or waxy abominations in Loth's domain. Thus, defection among drow is not an uncommon occurrence. The half-drow elf nodded. Surin regarded him thoughtfully, then furrowed his brow and asked, Whom do you worship? I hold faith in the Dark Maiden, the drow elf spoke in a husky voice. I am a devotee of the Dark Maiden. Surin's interest was piqued among the drow. The Dark Maiden was the sole deity of the good alignment. The Dark Maiden, Elisitra, was the daughter of the Spider Queen, Lolth, and the elven god. Yet unlike her mother, she was a goddess of benevolence. Not only did she protect all good-aligned dark elves, but she also sheltered those drow who longed to return to the surface world and live in peace. However, the vast majority of drow harbored deep animosity towards her, resulting in a scarce following among their kind. Furthermore, due to historical grievances, the surface races were not particularly welcoming to the drow, and those who ventured to the surface found little solace. If my memory serves me right, the Dark Maiden has already fallen. Have you escaped the onslaught of the Spider Queen? How many remain? Upon hearing Surin's words, a hint of sorrow flickered in the drow elf's eyes. Yet he refrained from divulging the fate of his tribe, evidently harboring distrust towards Surin. Very well, if you choose not to speak, so be it. Surin shrugged and proceeded to lead the drow elf towards the town. They had migrated through numerous locales, ultimately finding a semblance of existence in this boundless wasteland. Nonetheless, the birth rate among elves had always been low, and the same applied to the drow. The relentless battles on the plains, coupled with the loss of faith in their deity, had stripped many drow of their magical abilities, resulting in gradual attrition in various conflicts. It was likely that this drow tribe had dwindled significantly. In the wilderness, there was a dire scarcity of weapons, food, and various resources, compounded by the presence of monstrous beasts and rival tribes. Despite the prowess of drow warriors and the meager number of sorcerers, they continued to weaken amidst the relentless skirmishes. The drow warriors were formidable. The elf before Surin could be classified as a knight by human standards. It was noteworthy that among the barbarians, only their leader, Johnson, had once held the same rank. More importantly, this drow elf was a rogue, well-versed in reconnaissance and assassination techniques. In a direct confrontation, he might be outmatched by Johnson. Yet in a surprise attack, it was likely that Johnson would suffer defeat. Of course, that was the Johnson of yore. Now, the Knight Commander Johnson could easily dispatch him. What is your name? Surin inquired. Aiden, the drow elf replied. Surin nodded. Aiden, how much food and supplies do you require? I shall sell them to you at market price, but you must stay here to train scouts for me. The supplies must be delivered to a designated location. I will inform my kin to come and retrieve them. Aiden responded. Very well, choose your location and simply inform me when you are ready. I will send people to deliver the supplies. Chapter 101. The Burrowing Worm. 2. Surin found himself intrigued by the drow elves, particularly by some of their literary works, such as an analysis of the 36 techniques of shadow tendril binding, localized applications of the enlarge and reduce spells, and 72 gestures of the mage's hand for soul ensnaring. However, dismissing these thoughts, Surin's mind was fixated on how to subjugate this tribe of drow elves. Judging by Aiden's recent demeanor, it was clear that these drow were nearing desperation. Nonetheless, even in their plight, winning them over would not be a simple endeavor. Elves are inherently proud, and the drow are no exception. Only by demonstrating overwhelming strength might Surin have a chance at their allegiance. Although Surin's domain boasted considerable power, it still fell short of what was needed to command the respect of these drow. Leading the drow to a storage facility, Surin revealed one of the many warehouses he had constructed throughout the town to store supplies in various locations. This particular warehouse, though modest in size, contained a significant amount of provisions. The stored grain alone could sustain their kin for 2 months, and with additional resources, their tribe would fare well. It was worth noting that they had previously engaged in trade, often facing exorbitant prices and limited quantities. The resolute-faced drow gazed at Surin with palpable excitement and, after a courteous bow, expressed, "Thank you for your assistance, esteemed sir." Clearly, they were on the brink of exhaustion, lacking supplies and support. Their strength insufficient to dominate their surroundings. Life on the wasteland was harsh. "Once you have deliberated, please convey your response to me," he added, gesturing for his subordinates to begin loading the supplies on his several wagons. The clever drow understood the implications of Surin's words. However, he was acutely aware that there was over a 90% probability that his people would refuse any overtures at this time. Thus, Surin resolved to extend a helping hand to garner goodwill, intending to solidify their loyalty when his own strength was sufficient. Surin had assigned Aiden the task of training a cadre of scouts, selecting personnel from among the refugees and sending them to the military camp for training. Aiden had no objections to Surin's plan and diligently instructed these individuals in various skills. Meanwhile, the barbarian warriors had successfully divided the 2 burrowing worms they had slain. The flesh of these worms was not particularly palatable, possessing a distinct earthy flavor, and was said to resemble that of earthworms. The harvested meat would be reserved for the goblins, kobolds, and gnolls as sustenance. The most valuable aspect of the burrowing worm was its shell, which, in the hands of a skilled blacksmith, could be fashioned into exquisite armor. The shells offered natural defense, weighing only a third of what iron armor would, while providing protection comparable to plate armor yet maintaining the weight of lighter gear. Moreover, in addition to its formidable defensive capabilities, this armor possesses remarkable resistance to strong acids, entirely avoiding the rapid corrosion typically suffered by metal armor when exposed to such substances. The burrowing worms, social creatures with a pronounced territorial instinct, had previously seen 2 of their kind vanquished, yet several still remained at large, resembling elongated earthworms. These creatures boast additional legs and can reach lengths of up to 10 meters. They detect their prey through vibrations in the ground. With a fearsome maw capable of swallowing an adult whole, their razor-sharp teeth can effortlessly sever trees, and even steel cannot withstand their might for long. Furthermore, they excrete a potent acid, unleashing a deadly spray attack that, while not as concentrated as a wizard's acid arrow, covers a broader area. A typical group of burrowing worms consists of approximately 2 to 5 individuals, but during this road construction, Surin encountered no fewer than 3. In order to expedite the completion of the roadway, Surin resolved to personally eliminate these formidable foes. As the construction progressed, he remained vigilant, attuned to the subterranean movements. With each roll of the stone roller, the roadbed gradually solidified. The brick kiln was situated merely 3 kilometers from the city, and the surface was a gravel path wide enough for 2 carts to traverse side by side. As the noise of construction intensified, it soon roused the burrowing worms that resided below. They swiftly navigated through the earth towards the disturbance. Suddenly, a peculiar sound reverberated through the ground, and when Surin turned to investigate, he was alarmed to see a large portion of the grassland bulging upward. In the next instant, a terrifying burrowing worm erupted from the ground, its gaping maw lunging towards the nearby slaves. One unfortunate goblin was swallowed whole without uttering a sound. With a swift motion, Surin conjured an iron bow into his hands. Twang! The bowstring thrummed as a specially crafted arrow, over a meter in length and forged from fine iron, was released. The arrowhead featured barbs, ensuring that once embedded, it would be exceedingly difficult to extract. Attached to the tail of the arrow was a sturdy rope. The arrow struck the burrowing worm with force, embedding deeply within its flesh. Enraged by the attack, The creature unleashed a torrent of strong acid. A viscous, dark green LQ Chapter 102. The burrowing worm. 3. The surrounding goblin dog-headed slaves, terrified, scattered in all directions. Not far away, a barbarian warrior raised his double-handed axe and leaped into the air, soaring 3 meters before bringing the colossal axe crashing down upon the burrowing worm. With a sickening slosh, flesh and blood erupted as the creature emitted a wretched scream, shaking its head in a futile attempt to dislodge the barbarian. The warrior stepped back, then swung his axe in a sweeping arc. The worm's wrinkled skin was torn open, and its ochre blood gushed forth, reeling from the grievous blow. The burrowing worm writhed in an attempt to flee. However, as its body burrowed halfway into the earth, it was seized by excruciating pain, yanked back by an immense force. The barbarian warrior gripped the rope tightly, pulling with all his might. The barbed arrow, embedded deep within the creature's flesh, ensnared it, rendering any struggle futile. The burrowing worm thrashed violently, its multitude of legs flailing wildly, sending soil flying everywhere. Surin retrieved a spear from his storage space, took a running leap, and thrust it downward with great force. The 3-meter-long spear of refined iron pierced through the gaps in the worm's exoskeleton, driving deep into its body and emerging through the ground below, pinning the colossal creature firmly to the earth. After suffering a fatal blow, the worm's massive body convulsed a few times before collapsing lifelessly. Surin stood atop the creature's immense form, withdrawing the spear and shaking off the blood that clung to it. Understanding the situation, he realized, the head. Burrowing worms are social creatures, akin to wolf packs, possessing a fierce sense of vengeance. Since not all of them had been slain previously, it was inevitable that they would seek retribution. As Surin directed his companions to drag the worm's carcass away, he suddenly felt a slight tremor beneath his feet. A crack, an eerie sound resonated from below, followed by the ground sinking abruptly as another burrowing worm erupted from the earth, its gaping maw aimed directly at Surin. In that fleeting moment, he evaded with a swift motion, narrowly escaping the acidic spray. Fortunately, no one else was nearby. The viscous green acid splattered harmlessly to the ground, hissing as it corroded the earth and surrounding vegetation into a blackened mass. Yet another worm emerged. Surin steadied his spear and charged at it. The creature's menacing jaws snapped at him, but this time it met an unyielding resistance. The 3-meter spear came crashing down, smashing the worm's grotesque mouth into the ground. With a deft leap, Surin positioned himself atop the worm's head. The previous blow had left it dazed and incapable of resistance. He drove his spear into the gap in its exoskeleton, targeting the brain, careful not to damage the robust shell atop its head. While one burrowing worm attacked Surin, another, lurking beneath the surface, launched an assault on a nearby barbarian warrior, spewing acid and following up with a vicious bite. To counter these creatures, Surin had prepared specialized shields. Upon seeing the acid approach, he swiftly raised his shield to deflect the splattering liquid, and then rolled away to evade the subsequent attack from the burrowing worm. The unfortunate dog-headed slave nearby did not share in such good fortune, as a deluge of acidic liquid engulfed it. The sizzling sound of flesh eroding eliciting a cacophony of anguish. In mere moments, its flesh was ravaged, exposing ghastly white bone, and soon its breath ceased. The burrowing creature bore a significant wound, reminiscent of the one that had escaped previously, and now the last of its kind appeared. It was indeed the same creature that had fled last time, yet this time it had no chance of evasion. The barbarian warrior recognized the beast with a resounding roar. Veins bulging and muscles taut, his skin flushed with exertion. The massive burrowing creature moved sluggishly as the barbarian circled it, launching relentless assaults that quickly marred its vulnerable hide with deep gashes. Its ochre blood flowed freely, rendering the creature a pitiful sight. At that moment, Surin had already dispatched another burrowing beast. The injured creature emitted a desperate shriek, frantically thrashing its limbs in a futile attempt to burrow underground. Surin, observing the creature's retreat, smiled faintly, placing his palm upon the earth. An energy surged from within him, swiftly permeating the ground and delving deeper, soon locating the fleeing creature. With pinpoint precision, Surin directed the subterranean water flow. The spring erupted. A robust torrent, ignited by Surin's command, burst forth, breaking through the soil and rock. The fleeing creature felt the earth suddenly heave beneath it as the powerful waters propelled it skyward, thrusting it out of the ground to a height of nearly 10 meters before it came crashing down violently. The already grievously wounded creature suffered further internal damage from the fall. Its ochre blood gushed forth, and its limbs thrashed weakly, gradually slowing until it lay still. With the last burrowing creature deceased, the area was now free of these beasts. The substantial mass of the burrowing creature yielded an abundance of flesh, though lacking in palatability. The goblin-like dog-headed folk would not be dismayed. Any sustenance was welcome. All of the flesh was harvested to be made into jerky for their provisions. Each burrowing creature weighed approximately 5 tons, and after removing the carapace and viscera, about 3 tons remained, totaling 15 tons from the 5 creatures, enough to sustain the slaves for 2 or 3 months, despite being classified as magical beasts. The utility of burrowing creatures for sorcerers is limited. The only potentially valuable asset lies within their acid sacs. These sacs contain a significant quantity of acid, serving as excellent material for sorcerers yet to master the art of spellcasting. The prime ingredient for casting acid arrows is the venom sac of a wyvern. Yet it must be noted that burrowing creatures are merely intermediate magical beasts, and their social nature is what elevates their threat level. In contrast, a wyvern's venom can easily corrode metal armor, and those lacking formidable vitality would meet swift demise upon contact with such venom. Chapter 103. The Monk Every Day. Surin would patrol his territory, and with the acquisition of a black stallion, the task had become exceedingly convenient. Interestingly, today he encountered a solitary adventurer traversing the wilderness. It is worth noting that this desolate expanse is rife with a myriad of monsters. Thus, one who dares to venture alone is either foolish or possesses remarkable confidence in their abilities. At noon, Surin sought a tree to rest and partake of some sustenance when he chanced upon this adventurer, a rather unremarkable middle-aged man. With a square jaw, broad nose, and thick brows framing his large eyes, he appeared rather ordinary. His attire consisted of plain, patched burlap clothing, frayed at the edges. Bandages adorned his arms and legs, and his robust physique was well suited for a heavily armored infantryman. As Surin observed him, he noticed a mountain bear lying nearby. A creature that had previously caused trouble for Heatherly, now fallen prey to this man. What captured Surin's attention was that the bear had been dispatched with bare hands. This was impressive. Although mountain bears are knight-level creatures, a knight would likely be defeated swiftly in unarmed combat. Yet, this individual had managed to slay it with his own strength, indicating extraordinary prowess. Could he be a monk? Surin pondered, and upon seeing the man's garb, the notion of a monk immediately sprang to mind. Dismounting, Surin approached the middle-aged man and courteously inquired, "Master, have you come to the wilderness for training?" Typically, monks eschew weapons, save for certain specialized gauntlets, and they do not wear armor. However, this does not imply vulnerability. In fact, monks possess astonishing elemental resistances. They rely on their hands for combat, and though they forego weapons, they wield unique techniques capable of unleashing tremendous destructive power. The most quintessential of these is the penetrating force, akin to a bug in the system, which disregards any armor to strike directly at the body, much like the legendary feats of yore. Another technique, inch force, concentrates all power into a single point, resulting in an instantaneous explosion of might. Monks often venture alone into the wilderness or other inhospitable environments to refine their will, seeking harmony with nature, or rather, the essence of unity with the cosmos. This vocation is characterized by an unwavering resolve, rendering them nearly immune to the majority of charm-based and mental spells. Having endured various harrowing trials, their will and conviction become profoundly steadfast. Legend has it that those legendary monks can resist the charms of the succubus queen, Mykanxio, an entity said to enchant even deities and lead them to corruption. This illustrates the extent of their extraordinary capabilities. Becoming a monk is not overly difficult, however. Their strength is often linked to the precepts they adhere to. For instance, the advanced class of monk, the ascetic, imposes requirements that can be described as extreme, demanding a complete renunciation of worldly possessions, fame, and material indulgences, without the use of any weapons or extraordinary gear, and often venturing into harsh environments for their training to refine their will. These ascetics represent the most formidable among the monks. Upon learning of such a profession, Surin instinctively kept his distance. In his view, if one acquires immense power not for the purpose of enhancing one's life or enjoying it, then such power is rendered meaningless. What use is this iron staff? Indeed, becoming an ascetic brings great strength, yet should one violate the precepts, a portion of their power dissipates. To restore it, one must undergo a ritual of atonement once more. Many monks abandon this process, as not all possess the fortitude to forsake material pleasures. Surin holds a deep respect for these individuals, for their will and conviction are extraordinarily robust. This monk exchanged some provisions with Surin for a mountain bear. Monks do not abstain from meat entirely. Rather, during their training, they refrain from consuming it. subsisting solely on pure water and simple rations. Should their practice succeed, the power of the monks experiences a leap in proficiency. If the most despised profession among sorcerers is that of the rogue, then the one they dread the most is undoubtedly the monk. Rogues may engage in petty thievery, pilfering from sorcerers' towers in their absence. However, with sufficiently concealed magical traps, these thieves might meet a grim fate. Monks, on the other hand, possess astonishing resistance to various spells, and their attacks can penetrate magical shields. Even high-level sorcerers find themselves troubled when confronted by these monks. After sharing a meal with the monk, Surin departed with the mountain bear. He had contemplated inviting the monk to his territory, as many of these monks are masters of combat, and learning some techniques from them could greatly enhance his own strength. Unfortunately, the monk declined Surin's invitation, stating that he had already begun his training, and visiting Surin's territory would disrupt his practice. During their training, they avoid populous areas. They believe that the heavy atmosphere of the mundane world would hinder their communion with nature. Surin was tempted to remark that refining the heart amidst the bustling world is the highest realm. Truly, a master is one who comprehends nature and tempers the will in the midst of turmoil. However, he refrained, considering the possibility of inadvertently misleading the monk. Upon returning to the camp, he visited the military barracks, where the drow elf Aiden was training new recruits. According to Surin's instructions, Aiden was teaching these recruits to become proficient scouts. Watch your step, Aiden commanded sharply, then continued, as scouts, you must always be mindful of your footing, for you will often operate in perilous areas filled with traps. A single misstep may signal the countdown to your demise. The enemy will not grant you a second chance. Pay close attention. Your steps must be nimble, and you must remain vigilant at all times. You must be as agile as a cat to survive long. Do not take large strides. Remember the paths you have traversed. When retreating, endeavor to follow the routes you have previously taken, for this will lessen the likelihood of stepping into traps. Chapter 104. The Brick Kiln Factory. The weapon in your hand is your sole assurance. Grip it firmly. You must employ it to safeguard yourself at critical moments. Aiden diligently trained a new recruit, remaining wholly focused even with Surin's presence. However, upon noticing Surin, the novice became distracted and was swiftly knocked to the ground by Aiden's wooden practice sword. Had this been the battlefield, you would be dead. In combat, one must never lose focus. There is no second chance to rectify mistakes. I apologize, instructor. The recruit, disregarding the pain, scrambled to his feet, his expression now serious and resolute, ready to resume training. Perhaps in the presence of the Lord, the young man felt compelled to demonstrate his prowess, as his subsequent practice attacks were notably more ferocious. Aiden remained unperturbed, blocking strikes while offering guidance. Never be hasty. Observe your opponent's attacks carefully. Do not rush into offense. In the face of an assault, learn to evade. Scouts may lack shields, but that does not mean they cannot defend themselves. You must master the art of parrying with your weapon. Just as the recruit successfully deflected the wooden sword, Aiden delivered a swift kick to his groin. It is not merely blades that pose a threat. Foes on the battlefield employ all means necessary. The unfortunate recruit lay on the ground, a grimace of pain etched upon his face. Fortunately, Aiden had moderated his force, or it would have been disastrous. Stand up. Although the harsh training methods inflicted considerable suffering upon these recruits, they also facilitated their rapid growth. My lord, you have arrived, the noble elf remarked respectfully. Indeed, Surin nodded, gesturing towards the departing young man. How fares their training? My lord, while they learn quickly, their strength still falls significantly short. Aiden hesitated momentarily before adding, my lord, their foundational skills are lacking, and their future potential is limited. Surin was well aware of their deficiencies. However, with the system's enhancement, participating in a few battles would surely elevate their levels. Yet, achieving the status of heroes seemed nearly impossible unless Surin was willing to bestow upon them his self-created hero template. The crux of the matter was that such templates were exceedingly rare. He had only obtained one thus far, and utilizing it on these recruits would be a waste. The last hunt for the burrowing worm had yielded only experience points, with no treasure chests to speak of. Despite the modest size and population of North Fort, its urban and personal hygiene standards were unparalleled in the human realm. Public bathhouse. Good hygiene habits promote health and urban prosperity. Hygiene 5, Health 5. Prosperity 3. Beyond the public bathhouses, Surin had also constructed a series of luxurious bathing facilities, crafted from marble and meticulously sculpted by master artisans, intended for the affluent merchants and nobility. These individuals would undoubtedly refuse to bathe alongside commoners in the public bathhouse. The societal hierarchies in this world are far more rigid than in previous eras. Were you to suggest that nobles and commoners share a single bathing facility, it would be perceived as a grave insult, resulting in immediate animosity. Naturally, Su Luan would not commit such a blunder. Even in the past, despite the advocacy for equality, access to various clubs and establishments was hardly granted to the average person. Upon the completion of the public bathhouse, Su Luan enacted a decree within the town, stipulating that all individuals, regardless of gender or race, must attend to their personal hygiene before residing within the town. This proclamation sparked speculation among many, wondering if Su Luan harbored a penchant for cleanliness. Nevertheless, regardless of their private musings, compliance with Su Luan's demands was mandatory. Su Luan also sought to experiment with harnessing hydraulic power to construct a rudimentary production mechanism. Having mastered the art of building water wheels, he opted for belts instead of gears, as the latter proved too time-consuming and resource-intensive. The brick kiln did not necessitate such intricate machinery. Complicated equipment, if damaged, would require Su Luan's personal intervention for repairs, thus necessitating a choice of simpler, more practical, and easily maintainable devices. Additionally, the processes of crushing and mixing clay did not require high precision, making belt-driven systems more advantageous. However, conventional belts were prone to deformation and would require frequent replacement. Ultimately, Su Luan requested remnants of Wind Fury demonic tiger hide from Heatherway to craft the belts, while also utilizing some gelatinous substance derived from a water creature to bond the tiger hide into 3 layers for added strength. The resulting belts met the necessary standards, significantly surpassing the quality of those used in factories of the past. After 3 days of labor, the foundational machinery was completed. Water wheel, sturdiness 15, durability 18, hydraulic power 20, water lifting 16, crusher, mechanical power 15, crushing 17, smooth operation 17, mixer, mechanical power 15, uniform mixing 18, smooth operation 16, conveyor belt, toughness 18, wear resistance 15, power transmission 18. Although these machines were rudimentary, they were robust and easy to maintain, with a low likelihood of damage. As the water wheel turned slowly, the conveyor belt activated the crusher, which received a substantial quantity of clay. After adding other materials, the mixture was pulverized into fine granules. The crushed clay was then transferred to the mixer, where water was added and mixed thoroughly. In no time, the clay was ready, and after being pressed and cut into shape, it was sent to the warehouse for drying in the shade. This drying process required considerable time, and once the clay bricks were sufficiently dried, they would be placed in the kiln for firing, ultimately yielding durable bricks. Though these bricks may not possess the same solidity as those hewn from massive rock formations, they were not significantly inferior. Once the brickwork was completed, Su Luan would employ a transformation spell to convert mud into stone, merging the two to create a barrier no less formidable than stone walls. Compared to quarrying solid rock, the cost of brick production was substantially lower, and more crucially, urban expansion and residential construction necessitated a copious supply of bricks. The houses in the town have ceased to utilize the rammed earth construction technique, which resulted in aesthetically unpleasing structures merely suitable for temporary shelter. With the establishment of brick kilns, future constructions will adopt brick and stone architecture. According to Surin's plan, the outer city is divided into 5 districts, 2 residential areas, a trading zone, a military section, and an aristocratic quarter. The residential areas are further categorized into affluent and commoner districts, aside from a portion allocated for slaves and commoners. The remaining houses will be available for sale. In addition to the existing marketplace, the trading district is set to feature numerous shops and a bustling commercial street. The military zone is strategically positioned adjacent to the inner city. Surin envisions that upon completion, this city will accommodate between 30 to 50,000 inhabitants. Thanks to a well-established water supply system, Surin intends to erect several fountains throughout the town. Aside from the grand fountains in the aristocratic and commercial districts, the remaining will be dispersed across the city. During the city's development, Surin meticulously planned for these installations, reserving ample vacant land for the town's future growth. As the dawn's light cascades upon the plains, a caravan traverses the wilderness, heading towards North Fort. The caravan's pace is leisurely, accompanied by a group of ragged individuals, most of whom are likely refugees. Ever since Surin decreed that only those who bring a certain number of refugees may trade with him, the caravans have complied. And the present group of refugees is a result of this. To ensure that these caravans do not merely go through the motions, Surin has instituted a reward of 1 golden nail per refugee. Old Khan, When will we reach North Fort? A frail boy, appearing no older than 13 or 14, inquired of the leading middle-aged man. Old Khan, I have grown up. I am no longer afraid of those foul goblins and wolfmen, young Kevin declared, shaking his tiny fist. Is that so? Young Kevin has indeed matured, Khan replied with a smile, ruffling the boy's hair with his rough hand. Stop patting my head, old Khan. I am not a child anymore, Kevin protested, his dissatisfaction evident. All right, young Kevin has grown up. But you still haven't told me how much longer until we arrive at North Fort, Kevin pressed on. The overseer said, if all goes smoothly, we should reach North Fort this afternoon. Once we arrive, we can have a hearty meal, and young Kevin won't have to go hungry anymore. There, we will have shelter, clothes to wear, and food to eat. In winter, we won't have to endure the cold, and there will be meat to enjoy. At the mention of meat, young Kevin instinctively swallowed hard. Will there really be meat? Of course, there will definitely be, Khan assured him resolutely. Enemy attack. Form ranks, form ranks. At that moment, a mercenary galloped towards them on horseback. Upon hearing the alarm of an enemy attack, Khan's expression shifted dramatically. He hurriedly placed young Kevin into the carriage and directed the others to take cover behind the formation of wagons. The caravan came to an immediate halt upon hearing the warning, and the lengthy procession began to converge into a circular formation. Mercenaries and caravan guards promptly drew their weapons, and even the stronger among the refugees were organized and armed. Within a quarter of an hour, the caravan had successfully formed a defensive circle. Just as a multitude of beasts emerged in the distance across the desolate landscape, it was a horde of wargs. We're doomed. The sight of the countless wargs sent the refugees teetering on the brink of despair. These individuals had previously lived near cities, territories that had been developed for centuries. As long as they remained within the confines of the city, they were safe from wargs. Even goblins would be cleared away by patrolling soldiers. They had never witnessed such a formidable horde. I don't want to die. I haven't even married. One refugee broke down in tears, overwhelmed by fear. Silence. The captain of the guard seized the most disruptive refugee, pressing the blade of his sword against the man's throat. If you dare to incite panic again, I will slay you with a single stroke. Noticing the man nodding vigorously, the captain released him with a disdainful grunt. Listen carefully, those wargs outside will not take prisoners. If our formation is breached, the guards and mercenaries may still have a chance to fight their way out, but for you, it will be a certain death. Wargs relish human flesh. They will kill you at the first opportunity and feast upon you. Do not harbor any illusions of surrender. As for escape, the nearest town, North Fortress, is a daunting 30 kilometers away. In the wilderness, you cannot outrun those beasts. Thus, you have but one path before you. Take up arms and slay all the wargs, or hold out until reinforcements from North Fortress arrive. There is no other way. If you wish to survive, seize your weapons, follow orders, and fight with all your might. Fight. Fight. The surrounding mercenaries and caravan guards roared in unison. The refugees, who had been trembling in fear moments before, now found their courage rekindled. Seeing the morale of the group rise, the captain of the guards let out a silent sigh of relief. Had those initial individuals succumbed to despair, it would have adversely affected the guards and mercenaries, placing them in a dire predicament. After bolstering morale, the captain hurried to a carriage where two individuals awaited. Vader, what is the situation? The anxious caravan manager inquired urgently. Having just calmed them down, the morale of the group is currently stable and should hold for a while. However, the sheer number of wargs is overwhelming. We cannot withstand them. We need to light the signal fire to call for aid from North Fortress. Then do it. Call for assistance from North Fortress. We have brought over 100 refugees. They are in dire need of help, and they will come. The caravan manager gritted his teeth, aware that seeking assistance from North Fortress was not without its price. Surin was not a charitable institution. The cost would be no less than 500 gold dinars. As the steward of the caravan, it is essential to minimize costs while maximizing profits. One venture in the trade of sugar could yield a profit of 4,000 to 5,000 gold coins. Parting with a mere tenth of that for aid would indeed cause him considerable distress. Unless absolutely necessary, they are reluctant to seek assistance from the northern fort. With this resolve, the group no longer hesitated. The captain of the guard promptly ignited a signal fire amidst the convoy, and billowing smoke rose into the clear sky of the wilderness. The smoke was distinctly visible across the plains, and soon 3 plumes ascended from the formation of carts. Chapter 106. Rescue the territory of Surin spans 20 kilometers. In order to provide early warnings, he established several beacon towers around his domain and stationed guards to oversee them. Each day, soldiers on patrol would pass by these towers, and upon detecting enemy movements, they would ignite the beacons without delay. A situation has arisen. In the vast expanse of the wilderness, devoid of any obstructions, one can see the distant plumes of smoke clearly from the beacon tower. That direction must be where the merchant convoy is signaling for help. Like the beacon. Swiftly, the beacon was ignited, and the barbarian guards patrolling the territory gathered at the tower. Surin, who was also surveying the area, hastened to the beacon tower, where he soon encountered the patrolling barbarian warriors. "Chief, it seems the merchant convoy has encountered danger and is calling for our aid," Johnson, who had arrived earlier, remarked. "Gather the men and proceed to their rescue," Surin instructed, glancing towards the distant smoke. "Be cautious on the way. Do not fall into any ambushes." "Rest assured, Chief," Johnson replied with a grin, leading over 20 barbarian warriors toward the scene. These warriors were no less than the valiant barbarian fighters, with the strongest among them being a fearsome barbarian axe-wielder. Though they numbered only a handful, they were more than capable of handling a 1,000-strong army. While the indigenous tribes in the wilderness were numerous, their discipline and weaponry paled in comparison to that of human armies, making them vulnerable to a few decisive charges, unless they encountered a tribe of ogres like the last time. Surin's previous eradication of the Warhammer Ogre clan had ensured that no ogres dared to approach this area since he had displayed their severed heads as a grim warning. The merchant convoy comprised over 24 wheeled carts, which formed a massive circular formation. The carts were tethered together with ropes or iron chains, and reinforced with numerous wooden planks, showcasing a commendable defense. Behind the cart formation, the displaced individuals wielded spears, flanked by the convoy's guards and mercenaries. With a resounding roar, hundreds of wargs launched their assault, accompanied by a throng of goblins and kobolds. The monstrous hordes surged toward the cart formation, which responded with a volley of arrows. A dozen of the unarmored creatures fell to the ground. Yet this was but a trifling setback in the face of the monstrous army. The mercenaries, relying on the cart formation, fought valiantly. They coordinated seamlessly, taking down goblins and kobolds with their spears as arrows continued to rain down. Soon, the area before the cart formation was littered with the corpses of the slain monsters. However, despite these casualties, the creatures showed no signs of retreat. The towering wargs pressed forward, appearing ragged, yet wielding decent metal weapons. Though their weapons were clearly crude and poorly made, they still possessed considerable lethality. As the rough wolf-headed clubs struck the barriers, they emitted creaking sounds, and numerous cracks appeared, indicating that the defenses could not withstand much more. The human mercenaries, armed with long spears, held their breath, poised for action. In the fleeting moment when the wolfman lunged again, they struck with the force of a dragon, piercing the creature's heart in an instant. Although one wolfman lay slain, a greater number surged forth, and the wooden barricade splintered under the crushing blows of their mace, shattering into fragments with a resounding crash. The archers, weary and strained from relentless firing, found their arms too fatigued to draw their bows once more. Devoid of their support, the formation of carts teetered on the brink of collapse. One ragged refugee thrust his spear into the chest of a wolfman, only to have his skull crushed by a mace moments later. Before his body even hit the ground, it was torn apart by ravenous wolfmen. They feasted on human flesh, crimson blood oozing from their jagged fangs, rendering them even more fearsome and grotesque. A few timid humans trembled in terror, their weapons trembling in their grasp as they witnessed the imminent disintegration of their defenses. At that critical juncture, a dozen agile figures burst forth from the cart formation, clad in armor and wielding sharp swords. With their sudden appearance, they charged at the wolfmen, their blades aimed at vital points, striking with astonishing speed at throats and hearts before retreating without hesitation. After a brief respite, the archers resumed their assault, but this time, the arrows were sparse and lacked the vigor of before. Several wolfmen remained undeterred, continuing their ferocious onslaught despite being struck. More wolfmen surged forward, their eyes ablaze with rage, attacking with reckless abandon, overwhelming the humans with their ferocity. As the situation grew increasingly dire, the captain of the guard led a contingent of warriors out from the carts, their strikes as fierce as ever. However, this time, the wolfmen were prepared, despite the captain's efforts yielding significant results. Some warriors were caught off guard and ruthlessly struck down by the maces, their chests caving in as blood gushed forth, mingled with fragments of their innards, a grim sight indicating their imminent demise. Though the cost was high, the formation stabilized once more, with spearmen and shield-bearers coordinating their efforts with growing synergy. The shield-bearers fended off the wolfmen's attacks while the spearmen seized opportunities to land decisive thrusts. Yet, As the relentless wave of wolfmen surged onward, human casualties mounted. Many shield-bearers fell under the relentless onslaught, their shields shattered, bodies crushed and broken. Some wolfmen discarded their weapons entirely, leaping over the carts to engage in hand-to-hand combat, intent on tearing their foes apart. Nevertheless, the majority were met with swift retribution, pierced through the chest or decapitated by swords wielded by the valiant defenders. Under the wolfmen's reckless assault, the humans found themselves increasingly overwhelmed. Even when the captain rallied his warriors for a counteroffensive, the results were disappointingly meager. Though they dispatched several wolfmen, they suffered further losses. And the barricades of the cart formation lay in ruins, the chains connecting them severed violently, and the stakes anchoring the wagons splintered under the relentless assault. As the hope of victory dawned, the morale of the werewolves surged, while despair etched itself upon the faces of the humans in the convoy. Chapter 107. Arrival. The conflict between humanity and the werewolves had reached its climactic finale. In a desperate bid for survival, all mercenaries, guards, and refugees had exerted their utmost efforts. The convoy, after enduring relentless assaults, finally breached an opening, prompting the werewolves to surge forward, intent on slaughtering the humans flanking them. The captain of the guard promptly rallied his men to counter the onslaught, resulting in a brutal clash within the confines of the narrow passage. Due to the cramped conditions, the werewolves' heavy spiked clubs were rendered ineffective, allowing the humans to inflict significant casualties. However, this advantage proved fleeting. As the breach in the convoy widened, the humans' resistance waned. The sounds of battle echoed far and wide, causing the creatures of the wilderness to flee from the area in terror. A thick miasma of blood enveloped the battlefield as Johnson, accompanied by his band of barbarian warriors, finally reached the periphery of the fray. Their arrival went unnoticed by the werewolves, who were consumed by the ferocity of the conflict, oblivious to their surroundings. Johnson and his cadre of over 20 barbarian warriors surged forth from the rear, clad in iron armor and wielding razor-sharp axes. The werewolves were utterly unprepared for this unexpected assault from behind. These formidable barbarians, all at least of warrior rank, wielded their colossal axes with devastating precision, cleaving through foes as effortlessly as one would slice through vegetables. With sweeping blows, they sent body parts flying, capable of severing the werewolves' weapons in twain. The axe blades tore through flesh and shattered bones, scattering vibrant entrails upon the ground, where they were subsequently trampled into the mire by the warriors' boots. The 20 or so barbarian warriors transformed the battlefield into a chaotic tapestry of carnage, inflicting grave damage upon the werewolf horde in a matter of moments. The beleaguered mercenaries felt an immediate alleviation of pressure as the werewolves, once encircling the convoy, turned to confront their new adversaries. Yet, they soon realized they had encountered a formidable foe. Anger and brutality alone could not empower them. Witnessing their comrades fall like wheat before the scythe instilled a palpable sense of dread. Faced with the barbarian warriors, whose prowess was akin to that of reapers, the werewolves' morale shattered, scattering in a frantic bid for survival. The humans, who had been prepared to fight to the death, surged forth in pursuit of the fleeing werewolves. Upon witnessing their rout, their spirits lifted. However, their earlier exhaustion left them ill-equipped to conduct a thorough chase. The barbarian warriors, having thoroughly vanquished the werewolf contingent, paused. Their mission was to rescue the caravan, not to annihilate every last foe. Once the battlefield was cleared, the caravan resumed its journey, with Johnson assuming the role of protector by their side. The mercenaries and guards regarded the diminutive band of barbarian warriors with profound respect, having witnessed firsthand their formidable strength in the recent skirmish. The refugees, upon learning that these warriors hailed from the northern fortress, grew increasingly curious about the stronghold, convinced that such powerful defenders ensured its safety. The endless wilderness, northern fortress. The demeanor of the guards and mercenaries brought a sense of relief to the displaced people. In their quest for survival, they traversed the perilous expanse of 300 miles, laden with their families, and now, at long last, they were nearing their destination. Khan was fortunate to have survived the previous battle, having fought alongside the mercenaries to vanquish two works, which significantly enhanced his rapport with them. A refreshing breeze swept across the wasteland, and in the distance, a dark line became increasingly distinct. Soon, they discovered a neatly paved road beneath their feet, winding its way toward a distant town. Expanses of farmland began to emerge, and it was here that they could finally discern the dragon sprawling upon the earth. In this world, the perspective of the common folk was remarkably narrow. Many had never ventured beyond a 30-kilometer radius of their villages. Upon witnessing the magnificent structures before them, expressions of awe adorned their faces. Northkeep rose majestically upon a hill, modest in size yet astonishing in its surroundings. Outside the walls, thousands of goblins, kobolds, and wargs toiled under the crack of overseers' whips. Their overwhelming presence a source of fascination for the migrants. As they drew nearer to Northkeep, a profound sense of spiritual reverence enveloped them. The once fearsome wargs, goblins, and kobolds appeared as humble as the dust beneath their feet. They were almost there. After fighting side by side, the caravan guards had grown familiar with Khan. Casting a glance at this rugged man, one of them smiled and remarked, "Once we reach the town, arrangements will be made for you. As long as you work diligently at Northkeep, you shall find sustenance. With a few years of hard labor in the fields, securing a home will not pose a challenge. Lord Surin is a powerful and benevolent noble. You need not worry about safety here. However," he cautioned, "be aware that there are many rules to follow. It is imperative you adhere to them, for the penalties for transgressions can be severe." "What kind of rules are in place?" Khan inquired, a hint of concern in his voice. "Well, it's rather simple. The Lord has a penchant for cleanliness, demanding that everyone maintain hygiene, bathe regularly, and refrain from littering or relieving themselves inappropriately. Should the constabulary catch you, the mildest punishment would involve cleaning the latrines or sweeping the streets." The guard hesitated, his eyes flickering with trepidation as he recounted the punishments. "Nonetheless, aside from these stringent regulations, life here is quite pleasant. As long as you serve the Lord, you will receive 2 complimentary meals a day, which include fish and meat.